What's up, Vince? Messy.
This is what we're doing?
That was one way to for me to just come up. I just started hearing what sound like a Harley Quinn just laughing.
Ew, yeah, it is Harley Quinn. Hi. Good morning.
Morning, everybody. What is going on in this wonderful Sunday, the day of our Lord?
Oh, Jimothy. Mojo, is it okay if Jimothy comes back?
What happened? What, did I boot him some time ago? About something? I take that as a yes. Wait, is this Jimothy?
Jimothy. Hey, Jimothy.
How you doing?
How you doing?
Who's the handsome figure in the picture?
Isn't that your dad? Your long-lost father?
My dad did rock that style of facial hair for sure. There's something about just my area where guys like that style. I don't know. I got a little mustache going, but nothing like that.
Mojo woke up and chose violence today, didn't you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Holy crap, I was listening to Galt and Crosstabs.
Oh my God.
Earlier. Did you hear that shit?
Yes. He
Fuck
was
Galt,
he
man,
went
that
off
was
for
fucked
a
up.
half hour. A half hour. Kicked Crosstabs, first kicked Vex, then he kicked Crosstabs because he asked Crosstabs if he agreed with Marxists, Calvinists, and he said, well, some things, and he said, bye, bitch, and fucked him all the way off the panel.
Yeah, it was wild.
You know what I'm
angry.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead, Vince. My bad.
Oh, I was just gonna say it's amazing how fragile and how MAGA has become, and I don't care, I'm calling libertarians MAGA, how they have become the thing that they despise the most. Like, how they are censoring people, how they are fragile snowflakes, and how they say that the left was fear-mongering and screaming at the, air, and now they're doing that. Now, it's amazing to watch.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing.
It's amazing. Yeah, there you go. That's better.
It's like a rejection of evolution, progressing towards something better, and they tie themselves so deeply and personally to a nation state like America, and then when people start pointing out all the really bad stuff America's doing, and there's a groundswell of wanting to change that, they think it's a threat to who they are because they're so deeply connected to their jingoism, you know what I mean?
No, I have no fucking clue what you're talking about. Poltergeist, can I have your age and who you voted for, please?
No, I have no fucking clue what you're talking about. God damn it, what the fuck? That was cute.
Yeah, I'm 40. My name is Poltergeist, and my metaphor, what the fuck is that?
Metaphor?
Who you voted for?
Oh, who I voted for? I can't vote.
Are you a felon?
Tell me what y'all talking about. Yeah, I heard you. What y'all talking about?
Are you a felon?
Oh, are you a Chomo host?
Poltergeist, to help you out.
Who would you have voted for had you been able to?
Really? You
I don't think voting matters.
Get away with that?
Yeah, you know what? People make mistakes. Shit, we had a felon as president. Morals are out the window.
Can I help Poltergeist out with something, though?
I don't think he needs it. But if you could vote, who would it be for?
I don't think voting matters, but I definitely would not have voted for Kamala. I mean, she's a drunk, for one. Which I'm not completely against, because Winston Churchill was a drunk, so... But still,
You sound a bit like you might be a drunk.
Oh, do I?
You do.
Okay.
Is that ice cubes that I hear?
Yep.
Yeah. Getting drunk yourself?
Nope.
You should
What?
vote for the drunk if you're a drunk. What the fuck?
No, I don't drink, so.
Yeah, except you're drinking right now.
Yeah, I'm drinking Kool-Aid.
Yeah, whatever.
I missed it. I had a phone call. Let me guess, he wouldn't have voted for Harris.
No, only an idiot would vote for Harris.
Yeah, because she's a drunk as he's drinking whatever fucking drink he's drinking right now.
Drinking
Manhattan's
Kool-Aid. You don't have
his
to believe
basement
it.
bar.
My basement.
Yeah, basement bar. The one you redid.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
The
Joe.
Manhattans. You ever have a Manhattan?
No, I don't drink gay shit.
I'm sorry.
Gay shit. You sound kind of gay, sir.
Y'all hadn't booted me, not yet.
No, you're still here.
Interesting. That's interesting.
You have a firm grasp of
starting to
the
like y'all.
obvious. You have a firm grasp of the obvious, sir.
And to help you out from earlier, I have a master's in poetry. So a metaphor is a part of speech. Because you didn't know what a metaphor was. Just
You
Okay.
learned that with your masters in poetry.
correct.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
God,
I didn't
idiots!
say metaphor
Everybody's an
anyway,
idiot.
Joey.
You are all fucking idiots. Okay, what is it about Donald Trump that you like?
Are you asking me or Joey?
Yes, I don't care. Either one of you dumb fucks.
Go ahead, Joey.
Oh, we're now dumb fucks. I mean, come
Joey
on.
looks
I'm
like
just
he,
enjoying my cup of coffee.
Joey looks
here,
like he
Mojo.
likes dick. So
Now we got
go
another
ahead.
dumb fuck on the panel. Now I got 3 dumb fucks on the panel.
And this is why Donald Trump is good, because you are free
'Cause you're
to
a
be
dumb
a dumb
fuck?
fuck like yourself. Well, you're free to express that you think people are dumb fucks. That's what Donald Trump allows you to do.
I think it's pretty obvious for the world to see that you guys are dumb fucks.
I think it's pretty obvious to see after 2 years of Trump that you're nothing more than a whiny bitch, Mojo. And that in 2 years, Trump will be gone. Who are you going to bitch about when Trump's gone?
For sure, I do a lot of whining.
Where are you going to get all your rage baiting from when Trump's gone?
A whiner. I don't have to do shit. You guys will be chasing after me.
Why do you sit
What are
here and just
talking
rage
about?
bait people?
You chase after me right
You have
now.
no
What makes you think you
substance,
wouldn't?
Mojo.
Shut up.
You have no substance, Mojo.
Crap.
You lack substance to be on the same level with people like.
I'm
Thank
just gonna
you.
mute him because I don't want to fucking listen to him.
Thank you.
Did we ran Vince off too? He didn't want the shit.
How you doing this morning?
All right, Joey, did you vote?
No.
And you're the one that came up here as Jimothy.
Yeah, Joe Jimothy the quadriplegic.
Huh?
I'm a quadriplegic. That's my name. On here. I was agreeing with you. You asked a question.
I don't know what's wrong with you. Messy, why do you want to talk to this fucking dipshit? Messy! Bring this fucking idiot up here and you leave him with me?
Why are you calling me an idiot?
Well, you kind of sound like an idiot. I don't know. You tell me.
Can you expound?
Yeah. You just can't say anything. You can't do anything. You try and give a definition and all you do is reiterate the word. Yeah. Tell me that you have a master's degree in some bullshit. I don't fucking know. You're an idiot.
Oh, all right.
All right. All right. All right.
I like your content, man. It's good
What
stuff.
do you want? What do you want? Why are you
I don't know why I was brought up here. I was just.
Why are you here? Why did you come in the room?
I was just curious about the guy in the background.
That would be a guy named America Amen. He's on TikTok. He runs lives. He's kind of a dipshit as well.
Yeah, he looks like a scary guy that I wouldn't want as a neighbor.
I don't know about scary, but that's who he is. Do you have any other questions?
Do you think there'll be a revolution?
I don't.
Yeah, I don't think America's capable.
Okay, that's dumb, but I'm pretty sure we can have a revolution. Country was formed out of revolution. I don't know why you're...
Not a good one, though. I think the first
You think
one...
there's a difference between a good one and a bad one?
Like the results, for sure, yeah.
Okay, the results. Well, you could do that without a revolution, without killing anybody. That would probably be the best way to go. But
be nice to Joey, butthead.
Man, Joey's an idiot.
No, he's not.
I thought you were talking to one of your kids for a second.
This guy's a moron. This guy's a moron. What are you talking
so mean. That's so mean. Joey's awesome. Hi, Joey. How you doing?
Yeah, it's cool, B. He doesn't like the cool creative types.
That's what you call yourself? Cool creative?
Yeah.
Yes, Joey is the most creative.
Oh, this is fun, man. It's like my big brother, how my big brother fucking treats me.
Are you going to cry?
Don't.
Yeah, probably.
What is wrong with this kid? What is wrong with you?
Me? I know Joey from my lives. He's very nice. He's a very sweet person.
I'm in touch with my feelings, man.
He seems like a very nice individual.
You have the worst friends in the world, B. I don't know what the hell's wrong with you.
So many things. How have you not known that by now? Like, have you talked to me? Like, I attract some of the coolest people.
No, you don't.
I like
You
it.
attract the most god-awful people on the planet. I don't like the worst liberals I've ever seen. The worst people I've ever seen. Just random fucking screeching idiots. Anyway,
how are you not a liberal?
Anything at all. Joey hasn't even done anything at all.
Yeah, how is he not a liberal? Where do you live?
Huh?
Where do you live? What state do you live in?
I'm not telling you. You're creepy.
All right, well, you're in America. You're a liberal, too.
Are you saying that everybody that lives in America is a liberal?
What's up, Mojo?
Yeah, I am.
Hey, Mojo, tell us about the reflection pool.
That would be Donald Trump making up a bunch of shit about some fucking Olympic champion, saying that it got cut by somebody and then had to drop the charges and now had to admit that he lied about the whole thing in the first place.
Yeah, that.
About right?
Yeah, you hit it on the head. Okay. But you know what's really funny? You go on a MAGA Live, they don't want to talk about it. They talked about it for a fucking month. Now,
did you
if you
think
bring
I
it
was
up,
MAGA? Wait, hold on. You thought I was
MAGA?
No.
I wanted you to do what you just did, so all the MAGAs out there can listen to the facts. That's it. So I'm a follower.
Okay. It's Pinky, and Lift and Shift wants up, but he's private.
Oh, yet another idiot. Does this guy follow you too, B?
No, I don't let MAGA follow me.
You don't let MAGA follow you?
Little Joey Wilson down below loving MAGA. Here's a fact about MAGA. 35% of MAGA supporters are single white males.
Get him, Pinky.
Think about that for a second. So they cry about today we're talking about, all this men's mental health. The only fucking mental health issues with men is fucking white MAGAs. That's all. The rest of the world is okay.
Yeah, I think. I think if you get rid of the Andrew Tate of the world, I think maybe I think Trump would have still won, but I think you would get rid of those kind of I think they're called incels or something.
Well, you know what's funny? I didn't believe it before, but I don't believe he won this last election now. At first, I went with it. I went with all the elections, including 16. But more and more, I think they cheated.
No, dude. I think honestly, dude, I watched the debate, and it was pretty horrible. I think that's the sole reason why he lost. Right, and Trump sounded why
who lost?
More coherent. Why
who
Biden lost? Right? Why
Biden didn't. He wasn't. Last I knew, he didn't run in 24.
Sorry, what?
Jesus Christ.
Biden didn't run against Trump. in 24.
You can't make this shit up.
You know this, right?
Yeah, he did.
Lyft?
Yeah, he
No,
originally he did run, and then he gave it up to Kamala.
No, he didn't run, sir. He never ran.
Yes,
he never
he did.
ran.
Yes, dude, you're being untruthful right now.
Okay, report me.
I'm not going to report you. I don't report anyone. What the fuck?
What the fuck is wrong with you? Report me?
Okay,
oh my
then
god, you guys are fucking obnoxious.
So tell me this: Biden was just debating Trump on the national stage just for funsies because he wasn't running.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. What a joke! You're a joke, dude. I don't know who you are.
No, you know what's fun?
No, you're.
It's fun. It's fun listening to you guys squirm. That's all.
Mojo, I think Cheesin might be in the request too. Under another name.
No,
Forgive me?
I got nobody. Is there anything wild that happened?
Yeah, every creator on TikTok is just insanely angry today, and I don't know why.
Did you
What's
go
going
talk
on?
to Not
It's usually MAGA that's
Nah, Mojo, you are. I'm not gonna lie, Mojo.
Hey, you guys, chill. Shut up. Shut up. Pallet, were you listening to Galt?
Oh yeah, I was listening to that, and then went over to Morning Joe. Morning Joe was upset. Then I scroll in here. You were cranky with the guy. You were cranky with Joey.
Joey's an idiot.
Yeah,
he might be, but
Galt was saying about the Marxist-Leninist.
No, hold up. Look, I haven't spoken to Joey, so I don't know if he's an idiot or not. But I will say, Mojo, you sound a little bit angry today.
I have a 300 IQ.
You're an idiot too, Lift.
No, I'm not, dude.
300 IQ is awesome.
You don't get a professional license by being an idiot. Okay, so
we all know that
same.
you lie about. We all know that you lie.
I didn't.
About that shit.
The government tested my mind in elementary school,
Did you just
and I have
slobber
a
all over
300
yourself
IQ.
and suck it right back
Bro,
up?
of all things I would lie about, why would it be? Why would I go down that road? Come on, dude.
Well, it's pretty obvious that you're lying because anytime anybody ever questions you on it, you just fucking run away from it and start talking about.
No, I don't.
Else, and you don't ever answer. You don't ever answer anything. You can't answer simple questions that anybody in your position should be able to answer. You
actually can answer very complex questions. Yeah, I can answer simple ones because I've moved up the ladder, dude. All right, so I'm working on a higher level than these simpletons. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, can you do me a favor? I'm going to give you a simple one. Okay. Can you explain?
I'll give you a better one. Do you even know?
I'm going to give you a simple one.
Hold on.
I'm going to give you a simple one. Can you explain the Laffer curve?
Sorry, what?
The Laffer curve. Can you explain it?
I know practical applications to the CPA.
So that would
I'm
be
not talking about theoretical ones. You're talking about theoretical ones. All right, I'll give you one. How many parts are there to the CPA? I know, because I fucking took all 4 of them.
I don't even know what the fucking CPA is. And I don't
certified professional accountant, bro. All right, I don't want to go down this road because I know it's boring, but I'm not lying about when I say that, dude.
Yeah, you are. And everybody is.
I'm not, dude. I don't know why you think that I am. I think it's because you want to. No. I think here's why. I think I know why. I think it's because you want to reduce my opinions to somebody who is not a professional, somebody who's not educated, and I think that's why you do it. That's my opinion.
Your opinions, sir, are just bad.
Bad as in good and evil? Maybe. But bad as in wrong or right? Debatable.
Did anyone want to talk to this fucking dipshit? Yeah, I'm grumpy.
Nope, never.
I am grumpy, Pallet. I hate everybody.
We didn't even have a full moon last night or anything. I don't know what's going on. Maybe fucking Mercury's rising or something. What's happening in astrology?
It's in the fucking microwave.
What does Mercury rising mean?
You've been saying that for a year.
I don't.
How often?
No, do astrology. I was just saying.
You said it, so you should know it, right? Explain it.
I mean, do you not like?
The coups are just sending me.
Yeah. Do you not have the concept of like joking around or anything? Like, Is your
I do.
IQ too high?
I know. Sorry, I was being a dick. Sorry.
Dark.
Hello.
Hello.
I want to hear from Joey.
Hang on.
Stop.
Dark, can we get your age and who you voted for, please?
My age and what?
Who you voted for?
I'm 54 and I voted for Kamala.
Sweet. Did you want to add anything to our ridiculous conversation that we're really not having?
No, honestly, I only joined because somebody said they were super grumpy and it sounded like my vibe.
Are you grumpy too?
You're here with the best of us.
Good.
You're grumpy too. Yeah. No.
It was an impulsive choice to ask to join.
That's not the right response. The right response is, yeah, I am. Now fuck off.
Huh?
Exactly. That's fucking what that shit was.
I'm saying the right response to Mojo is to say, yeah, I'm grumpy. Fuck off.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, don't listen to anything B says. She's wrong about everything. Always.
Yeah, I think I'm a whiny little millennial.
Yeah, you are a whiny little millennial.
Let me ask you a question, Mojo.
What do you want?
Do you believe in conspiracy theories?
No.
Neither do I. I mentioned that specifically because there are people here who do believe in them.
Yeah, Messi loves dabbling in that shit. She watches like the History Channel and shit. Watches Ancient Aliens and the Loch Ness Monster.
I know. I went onto her live.
Messi, do you think the aliens helped out?
Dude, come on. Don't tell me you believe in aliens now.
The Anunnaki.
Anunnaki?
Hell yeah.
It's weird because I have not met, I've not come across a liberal who believes in conspiracy theories. And then...
Yes, you are correct. It's generally conservatives that believe in that shit because they're stupid enough to believe in it. So, I don't know. Maybe Messi's just got like higher hopes for the world and she's hoping that some of this shit can be explained.
I want to tell you something.
High hopes for a living. Blossom's got breaking news. But
Okay.
first, Random, can we get your age and who you voted for real quick?
Oh, not me.
Random.
I do appreciate Messi because I...
Hey, lift!
Okay, anyway, go ahead, Blossom. Random's not paying attention.
Yeah, 61, Trump.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead,
Okay,
Blossom.
here's the news. This morning, Max Miller, the candidate in Ohio Representative District something, who has been accused of abusing his wife, did a live on X, I think, basically saying that he basically called his ex-wife, or soon-to-be ex-wife, a liar, and that he has been absolved through CPS investigations of any allegations of abuse. And he also is quoted saying, "If I abused her, why would she offer to make me dinner 6 days later?" So pretty offensive.
What the fuck?
His soon-to-be ex is I don't know her first name, Miss Moreno, who is the daughter of sitting Senator Bernie Moreno for also the state of Ohio. Bernie Moreno has been quiet thus far. He came out with a statement after that live, basically saying that Max Miller is incapable of even like the most basic skills to be or understanding to be a representative, and that he's like needs mental help, basically.
And this is the father-in-law?
Who's Max Miller?
Exactly.
Max Miller is a representative out of Ohio who broke his daughter's collarbone and beat his wife.
I firmly believe that Ohio is the new Florida.
You know, we have a lot of Ohio friends, but I've known it since growing up in Michigan. I feel bad giving them a hard time, but Ohio is not my favorite state.
There's all kinds of crazy people from Ohio, and it just so happens that the majority of the people on TikTok are fucking from Ohio. What the fuck?
What's your favorite state then? If not Ohio.
Michigan.
I like Florida.
So what are they going to do about him, Blossom? Are they going to remove him? Is he going to continue?
I mean, there's also a lot of people that aren't, personally tied to this that are saying, like on the Republican side, saying, well, the courts have to deal with this. The courts have to deal with this. So I don't know what they're going to do. I mean, just objectively, the guy should step down. This live, like, I'm not even like, he sounded stupid. Like, he didn't sound prepared. It sounded like they were trying to do something where it's like, oh, honest and no cuts, no PR kind of thing. But it came off just really bad and weird. I mean, the guy needs to not run. He looks a fool, not even setting aside that he sounds like just a horrific person.
What you think about it, lift and shift, Rando?
Hello.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
What do you think about what we were just talking about with Max Miller, the representative out of Ohio?
Well, I mean, it all needs to play out.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, he needs to be investigated, and, if he's a bad guy, we don't want him on our team.
You said you voted for Donald Trump. You said you voted for Donald Trump, right?
Yeah.
What happened with the piece of bad guy? We don't want him on our team with that guy.
That's a matter of opinion. What are you saying? He's a bad guy? What has Donald Trump done to you?
He's a 34 count felon.
Yeah, in a District of Columbia. That's not real. When you go to a judge up in District of Columbia, fucking New York, and all that shit, you can get convictions if you fart on the street, if you want it.
No, look,
So
he's a felon.
hey, so anyway, you don't have anything. He's the president of the United States. What do you think about a 34 felon being the president of the United States?
Yeah, but the reason why he's a felon, I think, drops, reduces the importance of why he's a felon. It's just because he went through someone, and like, dude, he was trying to, meet up with some, woman, and he obviously had to pay her. She was like an escort, and he just went through channels that he wasn't supposed to do. It's not give me a felon who robbed the bank. That's way more important than that. I mean, first of all, there are a lot of people, especially on your side, on the left side, who think it should be legalized. The whole escort, that whole area or that whole business of things, right? So, I'm not sure. It seems like it's performative when you guys want to latch on to the fact that, he courted an escort.
That wasn't the basis of the felonies, though. It was using campaign funds and basically tampering with a campaign to hide something that would be politically damaging and doing it through
I'll give you the equivalent to that, the Hatch Act, right? Nobody cares about it anymore, right? So how different is that from violating the Hatch Act? It's not very different, is it?
Not at all.
Okay.
What is that act? Why don't you tell me what that act is?
Actually, I know what it is, which is why I mention it. So if you need to learn,
explain it to me.
I'm not your dictionary. I'm not your Google search. You can look it up on your own.
What is it? How do you not know this? You're the one who made the claim, so now connect the dots.
Like I said, I'm not your Google search person, right?
Okay, so you don't know what it is.
AI. I'm not your AI.
You don't know what it is. Just say you don't know.
I have no idea what I'm talking about.
Yeah, exactly. It's really weird to classify someone misallocating campaign funds that are supposed to be used for a campaign, and he uses it on a prostitute, and then you're just trying to paint it that he just bought a prostitute.
He didn't use the money on a prostitute. He put his lawyer fees on there as a business expense, I believe. So again, you are deflecting, and let's Move on.
That's not deflecting. No, that's not deflecting. No, I want to stay on this. Why don't you want to talk about him being a felon and fucking a prostitute? Why do you want to talk about that?
Let's stay on it then. Like I said to begin with, up there
While
in
his
New York,
wife was
you could,
pregnant.
in a democratic society, just like he was impeached, all that shit. Y'all can do whatever you want up there, but down here we follow the laws, and up
You
there
obviously don't.
they well. Let's just agree.
Why does this
that
sound like a speech from the Goonies?
let's agree that we
Down
disagree
here,
on this one and move on.
Us.
I mean,
this is our world. Up there,
34
what the
felons
fuck?
didn't stop him from becoming the president of the United States. POTUS. So move past that. That's y'all's problem. That's the whole TDS deal.
Where are you from,
I got a
Raven?
brother that's a Democrat, and his TDS fucking just unreal.
Bless his heart. Where are you from?
I'm from the great state of Texas.
Texas.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Yes, man.
All right.
I live in Texas.
All right.
Hey, Mojo,
And
eat
hate this
shit.
place.
No, thank you, sir.
Okay, you're
Which
gay,
shouldn't
and
be
I don't
considered
like you.
vegan. It wouldn't be considered vegan, would it? Animal product?
I don't know.
You talking about?
Never really thought about it, actually.
I eat steak, chicken,
shrimp,
pork, shrimp. That's good stuff.
Donald Trump's car.
What do y'all eat? Veggies? I know Mojo don't just eat veggies. So anyway, back to the reality of
Wait,
y'all
hold
lost.
on. I
Y'all
didn't
gonna
hear
lose
that.
in
Texas
November.
is the only state that what?
Palette, we lost.
Texas is the only state that fight for its own liberty. It was the original
Fights for its
welfare
own-
plan.
Yeah.
Fight.
Republic.
All
We're a
right, Randy,
republic.
why is it
I
that
got
you're
one
saying,
for you.
Republican? Why are
Y'all
you
know,
Republican?
y'all know that nowhere in the Declaration of Independence does it say anything about democracy. It's a republic.
And what does a republic
Okay.
mean?
Yeah. So there you go.
What's
So
a
we are a
republic
republic.
mean? What does that mean?
What does it mean?
To be
It
a
means I'm a
republic.
proud Texan. That's what it means. It means
That
we
doesn't
stand
mean
for our nation. It means we back our president. I backed Joe because he was my president, even though he couldn't stand on stage or walk off a stage.
I
And
doubt
he
very much
embarrassed me
that
as a
you
president.
backed Joe.
I'm pretty sure that absolutely
Texas
nothing
doesn't
that you
stand for
just
shit.
said is
And
true.
and why is it that right wing lunatics are always trying to make this semantic distinction between a democracy and a republic? They think it means something meaningful, and it doesn't. It's just bullshit. They don't even know what the fuck they're talking about.
So
And
let's ask
would you
again.
like to explain why you want to make that a point?
We want you to tell
I'm
us
just
whether.
asking. You don't even know what I'm talking about. Well, I made the point. Now you
No, you didn't. You said we're a
You
republic
made
and you're
no
from
point.
Texas.
You just spouted nonsense,
So
and you
again.
can't explain what you're talking about.
What's a republic?
It's a republic.
What's that mean?
It means we stand for the president.
That is not what republic means,
no matter
buddy.
what. No matter what.
So fucking
No.
No, it means essentially that you aren't directly responsible for your country, right? You elect representatives who represent you for your country, right? Essentially.
That isn't
It's just constitutional republic or a representative democracy. It's a democracy. That we where every citizen doesn't have a direct vote on every law because we elect representatives.
Hello.
Sorry, hang on 1 second.
Hello.
Mojo's
Can you
kind of
please-
quiet.
Can you please not eat on the microphone, please? No, that is not a republic. A republic simply means that we don't have a monarchy. That's all it means.
But they want a monarchy now, Mojo, so they don't want to be a republic anymore. They
Did you
want the,
call him
the
Mom?
Trump dynasty to reign.
Did you say mom?
Hey, I got one for you. Why don't y'all want voter ID when we had COVID ID?
Why
That's
can't
a
you
good
stay on one
Answer that
subject? Why
We
can't you
do.
stay on one subject?
Because y'all are boring as fuck. Let's move along. You're Democrats. Y'all are boring.
You're kind of stupid. I kind of need to explain shit from the ground up because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
You don't even know what the fucking Hatch Act is from 1939.
Really?
You don't even know what a
Got any
republic
time to read
is.
that one?
Yeah, isn't the
I know
Hatch
what the
Act?
Hatch Act is. What
Yeah,
the
isn't that
fuck?
where they can't talk about elections or campaigning.
What are you going to talk about elections? I just said we're going to win in November. What are y'all going to do then? That was a question. It's going to make y'all shit fucking crazy. I can't wait.
Are you okay, sir? Like, you seem really
No,
aggressive.
I'm fucking
Kinda
having my
early.
Sunday afternoon little bout with the Democrats. Because, see, my brother, he's a Democrat. He didn't know about the border being open and things like that. It took my daughter, his niece, saying, Uncle Rodney, you need to get away from NRP or whatever, National Radio. Yeah, NPR or whoever he got his news from, which, CNN, whatever. And look at a real news that is reporting what's really happening on our border. And she showed him that. And it opened his eyes. And then you know what else he told him about him? She told him about how trans kids exist. And he's a gay man. And he said, what do you mean by trans kids? That doesn't exist. And guess what? It does exist because people are wanting, doctors are wanting to push their pharmaceutical drugs on these kids. I mean, Waltz wants to take dolls and put them in schools and have 4-year-olds be able to take a penis off one doll and put it on another doll.
Random.
What are y'all doing?
You're just being
You're just
being propaganda.
I have mods. You guys can mute him, please. What the hell?
I mean, Random, come on. Like, you're just being propagandized. Do you hear how you sound? Do you not think that maybe you've heard sensationalized or misrepresented information? Because when you're talking about this and saying, wow, that's insane, maybe it is too insane to be true.
That's insane.
Excuse me, Rodney. I would say to her, maybe I say everything you said was pretty accurate and pretty true for Republicans and what we believe. I would just say maybe he's newer to understanding it and explaining
That's
it.
not accurate to what you believe. He just listed off a list of random shit that he thinks is happening around the country on the basis of listening to. On the basis of listening to what? Newsmax. The podcasters, like who are you listening to? Because you guys also believed that they were putting litter boxes in schools because kids were pretending to be animals, and you all got up in arms about that. Turned out they were putting them in schools in case there was a school shooter and the kid needed to use the bathroom while they were on lockdown. So maybe you need to stop watching.
Again?
That I never heard that, and it sounds like
you never heard that.
Hold on, Blossom. So the end, they did put the kitty litters in the classroom.
To the extent that there was any evidence of that,
that seems silly.
No, it doesn't seem silly, Go Army, because of the reason why. Are you listening? You're like, oh, I proved my point. No, you didn't prove your point.
So he can go to the bathroom. The cat can go to the bathroom at any time, but as long as there's a school pew-pewing, then they gotta go use it.
Okay, I want you to stop. I want you to stop. Turn the thoughts off for a second.
I'm trying to understand.
With 2 ears, 1 mouth for a reason, right? Listen twice as much as we talk.
Oh God!
They put litter boxes in schools because kids needed a place to go to the bathroom if they were on lockdown for a school shooting, not because they were envisioning themselves as some type of animal sexual fantasy, which was what it was portrayed as on the national news.
Where do normal kids go to the bathroom?
How could you go to the bathroom when there's an active shooter in the hallway? You're smarter than this.
I know that too. That's exactly. Okay, so then where do they go? To kitty litters? They're normal kids.
No, dude. Look, I thought we were the party of fiscal conservatives, like conservatism, or just even abortion rights, things like that. Like, why has the focus gone to these minute or very minor things, minor in importance, right? Things like bathrooms and shit. Like, how have we gone this far from it? Like, I mean, Go Army.
I'll explain quickly.
Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? It's like fucking...
No, this is a big deal. This is a big deal. This is now the current focus now. The party's changed, lift and shift. The party you're talking about is like when I used to ride around with my grandpa when I was like, I'm 39 now, when I was like maybe 8 or 9, listen to Rush Limbaugh. Like, that was the party you're talking about, and that was what they always ran on. But unfortunately, that party gave us like McCain and Romney, and before that Bush. They just obliterated everything fiscally, and they ruined everything, and we became losers. So what happened is Trump comes along and he changed the conservative movement, he changed the conservative party, and now we have something to like, we're winners again. We actually won 2 elections, we've won all this stuff. So it's like now we can put our policies in and we're actually accomplish stuff. Like, I know you don't agree with everything, but like, this is the new conservative. Fiscal thing is out the window, because you can go to your bank and get like a loan for $5,000, and to the bank, why are they giving you $5,000? Well, they're going to get $5,000 and interest back from you. So
Mojo, can you add
it's the
another
same way
box?
how we spend in our country now. We don't just try to save money. We actually
we have a
spend
box
to
right
make
now.
I know, but I need to.
Go Army.
Sorry to
You're
rant.
just no, but you are ranting and you're not making any sense. You haven't actually accomplished anything under this presidency, which like all you're doing is proving to the American population, the electorate, that Republicans simply can't govern. You say, oh, well, he won and we're doing it. And look at what have you functionally accomplished in
Here,
the
what about
last
the
18
redistricting
months?
of the South?
You've accomplished what? Changing maps so you can keep
we've
keep
accomplished
winning
It's a
outside
big
the
thing.
bounds
It
of what the
helps us in
electorate.
elections. It's a big deal.
Okay,
It
so you've
gains us a
changed
lot of
you've
houses.
We
changed
stopped
electoral
illegals
maps.
from coming into America that are
You
getting the
haven't
vote.
stopped illegals from coming into America.
Oh
Just
my
because
God.
just because they're not releasing data on the border doesn't mean that they haven't
Oh
stopped
my
coming.
God.
Well, I
Dude,
know
are
you
you
can say,
aware
"Oh
of what
my God,"
happened
but
in
like,
Hey,
Morocco?
here's the difference. Here's the
That would
difference
never
between
happen
Trump.
here.
Can you guys chill? Just have a conversation. Seriously.
Yeah, it's the Lord's Day. Calm down.
All right, I'll wait until it's my time to talk. All right,
Blossom.
is it my time?
No.
All right.
Um,
All right.
Blossom, I requested up because I was trying to explain the kitty litter situation a little bit better. So, but I think you got it, right?
We all
yeah.
got
So
it.
go
We
ahead and
moved on.
tell
Thank you.
Rodney and Go Army just maybe because I feel like they need to hear it a third time.
Okay, as someone who has worked in a classroom before, they're essentially like in a cupboard or a cabinet, and it's like those buckets that like they sell at like Home Depot
Back
or
to
like
trans.
Lowe's and stuff like that. So if you are locked in a classroom for a long period of time, you pour that remnants, and there's a seat on the top of the bucket, right? Pour that remnants in there, and it soaks it up just like how kitty litter would. So you're not sitting in a room already discomforted by a possible active shooter. And it takes care of that. They also use it in the room as well. So if little Johnny has a little bit of throw up on the floor, if you throw it on the floor, it actually helps clean that up. They do that even at like Target and like Walmart if there's a spill.
Oil spills too.
I have seen that.
And
Oil
so
spills.
yes. So that is why we had that in the classroom. And even when we did use it for people to use the restroom during emergency situations where I'm lucky that I never had to do that, it is not even in like a little box, guys. It's just,
but why are
and
you
people use
worrying
that to
about
go
the
camping
bathroom?
too, by the
Why are you worrying
way.
about the bathroom in that situation? You just pee your pants. It doesn't matter. But can we talk about the core?
That's weird.
Let me
Why are you
reply to
worried
her real
about
quick.
where kids are going to the bathroom when they're in a panic situation?
That
Emergency
Yeah,
part?
that's something
that's
totally.
insane.
Yeah, let me respond to her. So
They're
basically,
worried
when I
about
was in the
fucking
army, that's the only
bathrooms.
place I saw it was in the military. Now, when I was in school and all that, or in my child's school, if something where somebody accidentally went to the bathroom in the classroom, or somebody threw up or something like that, first thing you do is like close it off, and then they call the janitor. So I don't think kids are
Yes, the janitor does use those products as
like
well.
what you're
Go
talking
Army.
about. I know that. Hold on.
Chill.
So then what happens is, go ahead, Mojo.
No, go ahead. I just want one person at a time. You guys are.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and then I would ask you, sister. So I would say, hey, I'm a parent coming in for a parent conference with you, the teacher. My son identifies as a cat, and are you going to let him use that? Since you do have it in your classroom, can he use that? Since he can't use he won't use the traditional bathroom, would you be willing to let him do that?
My
What
God.
the fuck are you talking about?
This is what's happening.
One news article.
I'm asking you. You're not the teacher lifting shift. Excuse me. My teacher's my son's teacher, right here, sister.
Oh, I'm definitely no teacher of yours, buddy. But I will explain something to you.
Well, yes or no? Would you?
Hold on. Anytime there's any sort of accommodations for a child, it would have to get approved through the school district, just like it would have to be in something like an IEP or a 504 plan. You don't just make those accommodations just anyway. And I don't think that anybody would ever approve for any child to be using the restroom around another child. So I think your comment in itself just sounds absolutely ridiculous.
They could go in the bathroom.
Can you let her finish her statement and stop interrupting?
So your hypothetical sounds very silly. And I think that we need to be focusing on more things like, children having to use the restroom in a classroom because there's emergencies like pewers. I think that's what we should be focusing on instead of a hypothetical thing.
Yes, we all agree. Thanks, sister. Okay,
Random, are you like intimidated by me? You seem like anytime I ever open my mouth, you seem very offended. It's very odd.
No, you started the trans and all that from a comment I had about my brother and my daughter.
Yeah, but you were worried about trans. You were worried. You were unnecessarily worried. You were unnecessarily worried about trans people. That was kind of the point.
No. I'm unnecessarily worried about people like Telefrico, who's a senator that's running here, who's pro-trans, 6 genders in Texas, and that's not going to fly, guys. Because we don't have trans people.
You're so weird about fucking genitals. I don't get why.
But let me ask you this, Rainbow.
Because it's a big deal, Mojo.
Because it's a big deal.
You guys thinking it's not a big deal.
Hang on.
Why is everybody talking at the same time? What the fuck is wrong with you?
We're passionate about this, guys.
Rando.
And y'all are running on it.
Shut up!
Rando, could you
I've waited for a while. Can I say something, please? All right. So the two things.
No, you can't.
Did you just call him studs?
No, I said shush.
Oh. Random, I would like for you to take that same energy that you just had spouting off about somebody in Texas, about genders and bathrooms and all that shit. Take that same energy and let's point that and direct that towards Max Miller in Ohio, who threw hot water on his wife, beat her.
I've already said Max Miller, if he's a bad guy, let's get rid of him.
You just said, oh, no, if he's bad, maybe get him out. And then moving on. Like, I would like the same energy for someone doing things like that we have accusations of, to be like, you know what, that's really messed up. Have the same energy is all I'm asking. It's weird.
Okay, that's messed up. I would get rid of him just like I would get rid of a Maine. I'm not really into second cousin sex and having kids with them, but y'all's next candidate in Maine, instead of Platinum with a Nazi tattoo, has had kids with his second cousin. No. Now, I don't know where that really goes, sister. I'm sure you're going to pipe in here and say that's okay and all that. But in Texas, we don't do that. And I'm just saying where I'm from.
No. In Texas, you do a lot of sketchy things. The guy who Talarico is running against, he has quite the history, and I haven't heard you bring anything up about that, which is actually very more alarming.
Stop! Can you fucking stop? Okay, I need you, dumbass, to stop talking over people.
And also, Random, I believe Talarico is actually more American than, let's just say even you, because Talarico believes that in freedom, okay? He believes that if your doctor goes with it, go with it. He just believes in freedom. Like, he's actually never specifically said, like I understand these people are like, I'm for it. He just says, I believe that you should have the freedom as an American to be able to express how you feel within gender. And then that's it. And honestly, we should all be for that, right? Like, I don't want the government to tell me what I can and can't do with my body or my children's body, because then it can get very messy, right?
Yeah, no, and I totally agree. Can I respond to you now about him? It's not just the gender. He's open borders. He's for reparations. No, he's for. What do you mean? He said Texas is a doormat for the rest of the country for immigrants.
Rodney, what did he actually say? He said he thinks that we should treat our border like we treat our home, a welcome doormat and a lock on the door, meaning we should be welcoming people in, But we shouldn't be letting everybody in. We should be doing vetting. We should be enforcing our laws. That's pretty sensible to me.
Okay, I can agree with that. Thanks for putting all the words right perfectly that you know exactly what he said. But again, he's more open border. Let me say the last thing, and then I gotta go anyway. He also voted to shut down the gas and oil industry in Texas.
Oh, darn.
He's not going to win anyways, though.
I mean, there is no winning that conversation, and he very much was like, my brother, he watches this, and he's just full of all this. Blossom brought up actually what he said, and he was like, well, thanks for actually telling me. So whatever you're watching, sir, I suggest maybe watch what your brother's watching.
He doesn't want anybody to come in the country. That's what he was getting at. Nobody.
Oh, for sure.
Can I ask you a question? All right. This whole Morocco Quetta thing, right? How do you feel about that? You don't like it, right?
What are you talking about? That's halfway around the world.
Well, there's a point that I'm going to make after, right? But it's a mass illegal immigration that is kind of ruining Quetta. Well, I don't know what it's called. But the point that I'm making is that would never happen in America because now we have stronger borders. No, hold up. Now we have strong borders and we have security around our borders, especially the south border, maybe not the north border, but to prevent something that like what we saw happen in Quetta.
Just want to ask you one question. Sorry, just what continent is Melilla and Quetta on?
Quetta is in the North African country.
Okay, perfect. Go ahead, B.
Yeah, you tried that. Didn't work out.
She just wanted to make sure you knew what you were talking about.
No, I know what I'm talking about, dude. I read the news. Come on.
Left. You said they were ruining it. How are they ruining it?
They're ruining it because they just run in there with zero money, zero clothes, zero anything, and then what do they expect? Like free food, free like accommodations, like free shit? Like no, that's not how it works.
You know what I think you actually proved with your statement? Something that the Republicans love to just spew, right, is the United States under Joe Biden had completely open borders. I think if we actually did have completely open borders, we would be seeing a lot more of what supposedly is happening in another place, right?
Yeah, we turn down. Well, here's the thing, right?
Everybody that brings up Morocco just like conveniently leaves out why those people, like why there was a mass migration. It's really weird. They all just kind of leave that out. And you talk about how it's not happening or not going to happen in the United States. Give it about 20 years, and it'll.
And let's not forget that more than half of them have already gone back.
He's right. He's kind of dude. Here's the thing. He's right, and dude.
What did Messi just say?
Well, I was listening to Pallet Jack. I was responding to Pallet Jack. So
yeah, I get it.
More than half have gone back. Not to mention Michael Rubin has been urging since March that there be a green march and that Morocco go take back Ceuta and Melilla. Like this was manufactured, plain and simple.
I think, well, even if it wasn't manufactured, like Pallet's on the correct pace here of how you argue it, which is acknowledge why it's even happening in the first place, which is climate change.
And deep poverty and
that's not why it was happening. That's not why it was happening.
And leadership that wants to try and strong arm NATO, and there's like a million things contributing.
Punish Spain for not letting us use their airspace.
But I'm saying, like, the primary contributing factor is socioeconomic reasons due to the wildfires. Like, that's the primary reason of why, like, whether or not they were coerced into doing it, like, that was the primary factor of the people that like were actually part of the migration.
I mean,
are we sure? Okay, hello, hi.
Go ahead.
Are we sure of that? Because there is something to be said for the regulation that was passed about the amnesty. I think it's a combination of all of the above, and I think we have to be honest about that before we shoot ourselves in the foot in terms of debate. With that said, it's Ceuta if you really want to learn how to pronounce it.
But yeah, I mean, like
How do you
Spanish
say it? I'm sorry.
regulation.
Yep. Can I?
Yeah,
Stop. Lift. I'm sorry. Go
Well, at
ahead.
least that's what I was taught. I don't Teuta. It's like a similar to the th sound here, so I'm not very good at it. But that's at the start. It's so Teuta. But the e and the u are definitely separate vowels.
I understand what you're saying, Ella. I guess my only pushback against what you're saying, and it's really not much, it's like niches. Do we even really care when the Republicans don't care that they're just only acknowledging the Morocco and Spain issue because it's immigrants and it adds to their point about how immigrants are bad?
And it's especially, listen, it was a crisis situation. All of the EU had gripe with Spain because of it. There is an issue there. However, most of them have gone home. I think the latest news was that there's like maybe 1,500 people remaining. And yeah, people unalive during all of this. Like, it was a serious situation. But I think it's okay to be as nuanced about it as the situation actually was.
You know how many people were unalive? There was like 8 people.
I feel like that I'm
like
being
20
It was
people.
over 50.
that I'm being
50.
nuanced about
50
it.
out of
because I'm
60,000.
Shut up. What the fuck
I'm
is
talking
wrong
about
with you people? Go, Pallet.
Oh no, I think Pallet
No,
was
stop!
talking,
Wait, Pallet was talking and there were 3 people talking over him. I just wanted
and I
Pallet.
thought Sicko Ella. My bad.
But like, I understand like the nuance behind it, but I think that the like immigration policy of Spain is inconsequential to like the reasoning behind why. Like, I think that was the out for them, but it didn't. Like, people don't just like up and leave their homes in good socioeconomic situations to go to Europe to like just people don't, if they're in a good situation where like their life, there isn't like an existential threat to their life or livelihood, like they don't just drop everything and just like, I'm going to Spain.
No, you're wrong.
But that's the point. So you have to look at the overall picture, right? Like Spain and Turkey and all the countries there are also having really, really bad wildfires. So fleeing from one place because of a wildfire to another isn't wholly sensible. So yeah, socioeconomic things are factoring in.
Lift.
Ella, that's what I'm saying.
I've been trying to talk for like
and
30 minutes.
If we're gonna continue like with the nuance thing, like whether or not there's wildfires, because I know there's wildfires in Spain, France, Italy right now. But like all of those have like the umbrella of the economy of the EU. Morocco does not have that. That's why I'm saying like it was an out for them, and like I'm not saying they're going to a perfect socioeconomic situation, but it is a better one than the one that they are currently in.
Yeah, and I would stack on to Palajak. Palajak already mentioned this himself very loosely, but we're going to continue to see like this issue occur where immigrants are moving more and more and more from said areas to the EU because of climate change, because of the fact that we aren't really doing anything. Like, progress on trying to stop climate change is stagnating right now. And then Republicans are just going to use that as an issue to say, like, hey, immigrants bad, which is why I asked, like, do we really care? We know they won't even acknowledge, like, the nuance of climate change. Why do we care what they think about this?
My biggest issue with immigrants is that they go to a different country and then they try to like transform it into their own country, which they left in the first place, right? We see. Yeah, exactly. They don't assimilate into the country. They don't assimilate into the values. They leave their women at home, right? Like even in this example, right? And in Quetta, right? All you saw were men. I did not see a single woman invading, which I'll say they were invading this little piece of a country that belongs to Spain. By the way, it also existed before Morocco was even a country. First of all, let's all realize that. Let's all understand that. But the point being is that they just came in there. Maybe it was on false information. That's fine. But like we cannot have that happen in America, right? That's the overall point that I'm trying to get to.
Yeah, can I make a point also? I think the history between Spain and Morocco is particularly interesting, especially considering how they essentially destroyed their economy in the 50s. And because of this interdependence between Morocco and France, there is quite a bit of economic upheaval due to that. So I think it's important to acknowledge, like, maybe let's not do this stuff anymore. Also, Morocco's like essentially got no water reserves. They're empty of water. It's not just these wildfires. They have no fucking water.
Can let me rebuttal.
I want to hold on one second, Garmy. So I do want to put importance on the Supreme Court ruling and the misinformation around it. So what made people decide, oh, that's a good place for us to go, and they used Ceuta as like the port to do so, is in large part because of the ruling and the misinformation around it. Like, they were led to believe by things in social media that they could just run over there and somehow get a visa into Spain. That didn't help, right? So that's why I feel like you have to keep all of that
which I agree with. No, there was misinformation. Yeah, I totally agree with you. There was. But it was done on purpose. First of all, it was done to kind of threaten Spain into supplying more money for "quote unquote" the border, billions of dollars to support the border because they currently aren't. Right? Can you at least agree on that?
No, because I think you do more.
They wanted leverage. They wanted leverage, and they showed how they could get leverage. That's what they did.
Can we level set here? This is what I read, so I think maybe it will help. Ella, I feel like you'll know, and B too. My understanding is that Morocco has a dictator, effectively. Like, it's maybe a competitive parliamentarian democracy, but part of the problem is that the way that the government is operating is that this emerging economy is being limited in its ability to sort of break out because of the governance. That is frustrating a lot of people. 80% of their workers, their economy, are in agriculture, which is not necessarily a high margin business. And there are a lot of people who are trying to seek better economic conditions. And of course, Morocco being in a place that is subject to a lot more volatility, especially as we see a super El Nino come in, as we see more severe weather events coming through, as we have the Strait of Hormuz and a lot of different resources blocked because of the U.S. and because of their relationship with colonial Spain, right? Like, all of this is contributing to exacerbating the situation on the ground.
Excuse me, Lift. I'll get this one.
Hold on.
I'll take it from here, Lift.
Morocco is building. First of all,
excuse me. I'll take it from here. Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Let's just tune back to reality, everybody. Let's think about what Pallet Jack said, JD said, and let's sum up that basically the same thing what Blossom just said. Exactly right. Let's just remember what Morocco is. It's not a third world country. It's not. The economy is very good, and on top of that,
I didn't say it was.
Hold on. Let me 2 seconds. Y'all all went on yapping sprees. And by the way, what's happening in the next 4 years in Morocco? They're playing a lot of World Cup soccer games there. The whole world's gonna fall upon Morocco there. So at the same time, you think it's fair for all these thousands of dudes to just hop over there because you know why? We all know why. You guys can say whatever you want because that's what Islam does.
It's because they have leverage. They have leverage now because they are allowing a fuel pipeline to go from I think it's Nigeria to the EU, and they know, first of all, they are also very closely allied with America, that the EU cannot do much about it. And also, aside from that, the EU passed a very, let's say, liberal ruling against evicting these quote unquote asylum seekers. Right? You don't even need a reason, right? Like, you just go in there, then you have to be presented to the court. And then they find out you don't have a reason, and then you get evicted, right? So, like, there's yes, I understand it's complicated. It is, but like, it's not like it should not be that complicated.
Oh my God. Stop. And
No,
go
no. This
Army.
should not be that
Go
complicated
Army.
to get rid
Hang
of
on one
people
second. Go Army. They were
rushing your
leaving
country. That's all I want to
Morocco
say.
to go into Spain. Are you fucking kidding me right
Well,
now?
that's just what you think you believe, but everybody knows in the world that's
That is
reality.
what happened.
They're hosting the World Cup there in 4 years. So even if it's, let's hypothetically say it was a poor country, it's not. It's a very good country. It's a very nice country.
The World Cup will be hosted in Spain, Portugal, and Morocco. It's not just Morocco.
Oh, that changes everything. That means it's a nice enough country for the whole world to come and intervene there and spend money and invest and do all these things there, right? Like America, right after America. That's
Stop,
crazy.
JD.
Go Army, you're doing a lot of shadow boxing right now. No one originally.
JD, you notice when you spoke like
Stop, Go Army.
You're doing a lot of shadow boxing right now. No one originally made the claim that the Moroccan nation is that of a third world country or third world nation. I would actually agree with you that in terms of climate change, in that general area, they're one of the top people. And I think Ella, at some point, I don't think I was on the panel, but at some point pointed this out.
Yep.
They were one of the top, leading people in combating climate change, but they don't have the same level of power, that being said, as, say, China or the US. We have the single-handed ability to fucking flip the switch on and get everyone on board with fighting against climate change, but we're just too fucking stubborn to do it. So the people of Morocco right now are essentially suffering because of it. They're gonna have to find other fucking places to live because they don't have access to food right now. A lot of them feel dissatisfied with Aziz, who's the prime minister. They don't have access to food, water, basic necessities because of climate change, so they have to go find other areas to live in.
I'm with you, bro. I'm with that. Whatever you said, I'm with you.
This is a multifaceted problem, and I kind of wanted to address Blossom. Yes, it's partly the dictator, and the reason is there's like this trade differential between Morocco and France, because in the mid-50s, they set up this treaty in which they decide to be mutually dependent on each other, but we know how that goes with colonies. It's never mutual. The one who was colonized is the one who gets exploited. So what happens is Morocco provides France with raw materials, phosphorus being one of them. And then what in turn happens is France provides Morocco with machinery to continue this sort of mining that they do and extraction of raw materials. But they do not give Morocco a discount on the machinery. So Morocco pays almost full price as anyone else would, whilst they give extreme deep discounts to France. And I also want to point out, in the 1900s, Spain comes in, invades Morocco for their phosphorus. And, at the end of the day, it's... Why can't Morocco invade Spain for their water?
Morocco did
Okay,
not
the region.
exist then.
The region. There you
Be
go,
honest.
the region.
Be honest.
I think
When?
that B had a really good point, and it's something that I think we do not get, we don't acknowledge enough, because it's far enough back that we're able to have the privilege of ignoring it. One of the things that's the result of European colonization of Africa, and the US now has taken over in a lot of ways too, is extracting resources from African nations and then keeping all the economic benefit. They do it with chocolate, they do it with phosphorus. I mean, the amount that we rely on the resources that Africa has for our societies to thrive. If Morocco were cut off from the world and we could no longer export, that is a huge aspect of fertilizer, a very, very important part of our food supply chains. And we completely disregard the value that we get out of Africa and what we do to those countries by holding them down and preventing them. Yeah.
Not to mention that certain areas such as Nigeria, Angola, Libya, all of these make a third of total continental export value in crude oil and gas. And on top of that, you have precious metals and gems such as diamonds. And what's the other one that I'm thinking of?
And why are they all escaping?
I know you know what it is.
Yeah, it's escaping because we extract all the economic benefit and we keep it for ourselves in Western nations. If we hadn't done that, if we had not done that, right? If we would have allowed And this is like something that we cannot undo in the way that it is now. I mean, this would take years and years of changing how our whole world is structured. But we take that economic gain. Ask anybody in the Ivory Coast or Ghana how often
Did you
they've
see
had
any
a
of the
chocolate
interviews
bar.
with these guys, Blossom, that were escaping,
My
like are
point
coming
is
over? Did
that
you see
they
the
are
interviews? They
going
have
to
no idea
places-
what you were talking about. I promise you.
Okay, the point is that they are going to places where they can make a life for themselves because they can't do it
Morocco's a
in
nice
the way.
place to do that.
Okay,
They're
then you
hosting-
answer your own
They're
question. Answer
hosting
your
the
own
World
question.
Cup. Literally
Then
hosting
why
the
are
World
they
Cup. There's no
fleeing? Why
pollution.
are all?
There's jobs
Then,
everywhere. Do you
That's
then
understand?
that's a
why?
huge
Then
point
why?
of contention.
Why?
Building stadiums all over the country.
Yeah, and the
Literally.
Moroccan people are very upset about this because they are doing so
Spain
bad.
gives them benefits. That's
Let me
why.
finish. Let me finish because the Moroccan people are doing
was that? That
so
was-
bad economically that this is what the Moroccan people are upset about. They had something that's, I think they call it like the NEET crisis, NEET, in which I think it's 1 in 3 men do not have a job, are not educated because there are no high-paying jobs available. So they are very upset that
Those
they
are
are
all
hosting
high-paying
the.
people
Bring
looking
that
for high-paying
They're
economic
jobs.
very
failure to
no.
another country. That's all
They're.
I'm
You
I
saying.
guys
wasn't even
stop.
finished. They are very upset because they don't have high-paying jobs. There's an economic. I mean, you know the thing, dude.
Well, then fucking learn IT, learn accounting, learn like American accounting. There's a host of things that you could do. Look, India. Look at India, right? Very poor, right? A lot of areas are very poor. They learn American accounting, and then now we're offshoring our accounting shit there, right? Morocco, I don't think that they have the capabilities or like they don't have the want to get there. But they could
Oh my
get
Yes,
there.
god.
they do.
We saw India do it. We saw India
Do
do
you
it.
know
Why
anyone from
aren't they doing
Morocco?
it?
Like,
Instead,
genuinely?
what they're doing
No, he
is
doesn't. He
invading
doesn't even know when Morocco was formed.
a little ass portion of Spain. That's what they're doing, and they
You guys
expect to be rewarded for it.
Oh my God. You guys just constantly, it's a pull yourself up by your bootstraps. It does not matter. It is so condescending. Do you think that, you know farmers lift and shift? You guys idolize farmers in this country. 80% of the country, I think, people check me on this because I read it in like a thread. I think it's 80% of their workforce is in agriculture. You know that's not an easy job, that people have to be very hardworking all day, every day. There are no vacations from being a farmer. And these are the people that are saying I need to go somewhere else because I cannot overcome the economic threshold for me to thrive in my way, for me to support my family by continuing to do the things I do in Morocco to make a life for myself. And part of that is governance, part of it is environment, part of it is historical trade relationships, colonization. There's a million reasons, but that's what's driving this.
What did you want me to check you on?
I assure you, you could be as eloquent as you could, Blossom, which you always are. They're not, like, they don't have listening ears. It doesn't exist.
Well, if I can add to what
I'm glad
guys
you get
are-
to just go butt in and say stuff like that. Like,
if I could add to what you guys were saying, right? Like, if we want to, you can't complain about a migrant crisis when you're booming and destabilizing governments and stopping the spread of communism in South America, and then you're strip mining those countries of their own natural
We're
resources.
talking about the
And then you're
1970s.
taking.
Sorry, we're in the present times. We're in 2026.
And then you're also giving people H-1B1 visas and extracting their brightest and most intelligent minds, right? So we're systematically, literally taking everything from them.
Which is what we should do, right? I mean, that is America, right? They want to come here. It's not like we invited them and they were like, no, let me save my own country. Let me make my own country better. No, they want to come here.
Because we destroyed their economy, their homes.
No, that's not. No. India,
But
really? We destroyed India's economy. Please
okay, so
explain that.
I never said anything about India.
Okay, but I'm bringing one up because I work with a lot of them.
According to Go Army and his logic about the World Cup, like there isn't a border crisis in the United States because Mexico is a great place to live. Like there's not anybody crossing over to the United States because since Mexico.
you ever been to Cancun?
I agree. There's not a border crisis.
Cancun? It's a nice place.
Yeah, there's not a border crisis. I'm glad that you agree with that, Army. Like, people aren't coming in droves.
The majority of the immigrants fleeing Latin America are coming from Central America, countries that we destabilized during the Cold War and put in tyrannical dictators like Ortega in front of the Contra.
A majority of people coming across the Mexico-U.S. border.
4 year ago, the argument there.
A vast majority of people crossing the Mexican-U.S. border are Mexican.
All right, Noriega.
Lift and shift. What was
I
your?
feel like you mixed white bite tacos with a fucking leader in Panama.
Hey, Go Army. Just
thank you for the correction, bud.
Just going off of that little bit between you and Pallet, and just so that way I understand, you don't think there's an emergency at the border, right?
JD, I think Mojo and not Dan up there were having an exchange.
No, we're fine. I just made it funny. What is wrong with you?
Thank you.
Well, the border's no laughing stock. It's no laughing matter. It's a real thing.
Thank you for not letting him have an excuse, Mojo. Love you. Go Army. You don't think there's a national emergency at the border, right?
At the border, currently, I wouldn't say there's a crisis thanks to Trump. He's got it under control. But for the past Democratic, Biden, millions, of course, there has been an actually big crisis for sure. We see that in things like New York. People are protesting against elementary schools being turned into housing and things like that. In Ohio, you have old towns being taken over. You see in all kind of people receive contracts from the actual federal government that don't even have people on their books. So yeah, I think it was a big issue, right?
Sure. So you could have just simplified your answer. Wait, hold on, Paul. You could have just simplified your answer to no, there's not a national emergency at the border because of Trump, which I would have accepted. Now, if that being said,
exactly.
If that is the case, why is Proclamation 1086, which is the national emergency, still in place? Why hasn't he bothered to actually pass any legislation so that way we don't have to have that national emergency?
It's very complicated to pass legislation.
Yes, Go Army. Easy. What are you doing?
Oh, sorry. I don't know.
That's part of it for sure. But the second part is, I think the borders with ICE and so forth, I think our country's finally got it under control for once. So why would you have to go back and legislate in something where nobody's ever going to legislate something like that? They're not going to get along. They don't get along on anything. But especially not Trump's hard stance. And since he won the election, this is what we have to do. And honestly, I would say it's not even deep as that. If Biden didn't go around and let everybody in, then there wouldn't have to be a counter to that, aka Trump, that has to go back and you know what I'm saying, give everybody back out and pretty much fix the past. So you can even go back to Reagan as far as you really want.
Simple answer to the question you asked earlier. If you had standard procedure and legislation, you wouldn't need a national emergency at the border. It's as simple as that. If I had a law dictating or guiding, that is dictating or guiding CBP on how to handle people who are trying to cross the border, I wouldn't need to have that national emergency.
And correct me if I'm wrong, I think the only thing that's been updated, which was to Obama's B-235, which, that's why he had so many removals, because it was within 14 days and 100 miles from the border, you could be expedited. But Trump expanded that to, I think, 2 years and anywhere in the continental United States. I think that's the only thing that's really changed recently.
It almost seems to me like the army, Trump is trying to find something to continue to talk about. He thinks there's a
why would you say that?
Border that immigrants are crossing in mass numbers, even though, according to his own fucking numbers, that I'm just taking at face level to be true, 96% of people were fucking deported within the first couple of months of him being president.
But there can't, by the logic of what we're talking about, there can't be a border crisis because everything's great in Mexico because they hosted the World Cup.
I want to say real quick because Messi gave up her box for me, and Messi, I love
Alex,
you.
like,
Thank
yo,
you.
I got nothing to say, so I'm just gonna like insult something, and then it's gonna be awkward silence, and then I'm eventually get mad and be like, "Why are we even talking to Go Army?" And then I'm
What are you doing? What are you doing?
responding to because he just like
you realize
came up, he just
Crosstabs.
insulted, ruined the conversation.
You realize Crosstabs was just talking, right? When you just started fucking blurting shit out of your ass.
Yeah. Well, he was talking with Pallet Jack's talk, so I mean, why do
No,
you
I
always
wasn't.
do the conservatives?
That had nothing to do with what Pallet Jack was talking about, even though I agree with everything he fucking says. Okay, listen. Go Army and lift and shift. Okay.
Liberal soccer.
Yes. Okay. Fine.
So invite some conservative.
Okay.
So that you don't have to bitch about fucking liberals.
That's right. That's right. Everyone in the
If you want to
chat.
make the panel fair, we can do that. But the problem is, you're going to show.
So invite some
because
fucking
you have a bias.
conservatives.
Bring them in here.
Bring them all in here. I'll take them all on myself.
Because they're just going to leave when you say stuff like that you say to me. I'm the one who's like,
you are
God,
such a whiny little bitch. Stop being a whiny little bitch then.
No, Go Army's
Listen,
cool.
when you say stuff like that, where Pallet Jack says stuff like that, and when Ella just says little comments
Christ,
and nothing to
stop fucking
they just
whiny,
leave.
dude.
Just like, I'm
Stop
out.
being
I'm
a
more
fucking
mature than that.
snowflake. Be a man.
I'm a born again conservative.
I'm here. Only conservative, really, up here.
Okay.
Yeah, you're brave.
Go
You're
Army
brave,
and
Lift.
go.
Yeah, go
Go Army and lift and
across.
shift. We Go Army and lift and shift. We want you to bring your conservative friends in here. We want to have these conversations. We're not going to fucking rail on them and dogpile. And if you want to bring in people that will make the panel balanced, we're all for it, dude. Bring them in. It's fine. But here's what I wanted to say, and I want to say thank you, Messi, for opening up her box for me. Here's the question. Here's the question on the H1.
So funny. Yeah.
Yes. On the H1B thing. Okay. If we have to bring in people from India and China whose education system is obviously much better than ours, that they're producing the engineers we want, why would we not alter our education
You're absolutely
system?
wrong. They are not better than ours because, I've worked in multiple teams where you only have one or two H-1B.
Then get hired, dude. Because guess what? When you hire someone through an H-1B visa, you don't only have to pay.
I wasn't hired. What the fuck are you talking about?
You don't only have to pay their salary; you have to pay the fucking fee to have an H-1B visa apply to them.
Yeah, you're correct. Yeah. Okay. Your point?
My point is that it's expensive to do it, yet we still keep doing it. So
it's not expensive when you look at how much money you can make from it, and how much you can. And I'll say this just from my own experience: how much you and look, I don't subscribe to this view, but it is true. Like how much you can push them to do more, right?
Exploit them.
Yeah. Okay, so why not reform our education system to produce the engineers that we need?
I'll tell you why, dude. And it's not something that I'm proud to say, but it is true. It's because if you do it, you lose your political leverage. You can't do it. You just can't do it, dude. You can't do it.
Right, because if we provide education for all, then Dave Ramsey is going to say that we're funding underwater basket weaving. Right? Is that the problem?
First of all, education for all, no. Like, if you want it, you can get it. Like, if you really want to be educated, if you really want to contribute to the economy, or even to yourself, fuck the economy, right? If you want to contribute to yourself, like, you can, there's so many options that you can take. There's so many pathways that you can take to get there, right?
Another way of saying that if you go into enough debt, you can do anything?
No, dude, America was built on America was built on this principle of, like, you provide your best self, you work hard, and you get, like, you reap the benefits of your
Is that what they told the slaves? I must have missed that in history class.
No, I'm not talking about slaves. What the fuck are you talking about? Whatever.
I'm talking about that's not what America was founded on.
It doesn't matter what America's found out. We're not talking about 300
Why'd you make the
years ago.
statement
We're
then?
talking,
Why'd you make the
we're
statement
talking
then?
about.
Why'd you make the
We're
statement then,
talking
Bill?
about. Okay, we're talking about now, present times. Okay, I'm sorry that you love to reminisce in 300.
You're the one who brought it up, bro. You're the one who brought it up. You
We're
said this
not there
country was
anymore.
founded on if you work hard, you get what you deserve. And I'm
Yes,
telling you that
it
is
still
objectively
is.
not
No,
true.
I'm
And
talking
it's not
about
true
current
now.
times. I'm talking about current times. You can still do it.
Before we move on too much crosstabs, do you know how many engineers, because you brought up engineers, how many engineers China graduated last year versus the United States?
I don't know the exact number, but I'm sure it is
You know the
exponentially higher.
complication and the difficulty and the amount of how much do they suffer to do that?
China graduated 3 million engineers. The U.S. graduated 200,000.
There you go.
Okay, and percentage wise, when you consider population, what's
doesn't
the
work.
comparison? No, I'm just asking.
No, it doesn't work.
It wouldn't matter.
No, I'm literally just asking.
Lift. It would not
I'm
matter.
not trying to get a gotcha. I'm literally just
They have
asking.
they have 3 times our population. They graduated 10 times the amount of engineers.
More than time.
Might it be because education is maybe more accessible and cheaper there, or am I wrong? I'm genuinely asking.
That would be one of the
You're
reasons.
correct.
Yeah, that would be one of the reasons. But also, too, generally speaking, they're just not as stubborn as us when it comes to education. Like, their mentality on education is like so much better than ours.
Right. And if we graduated as many engineers as we needed, we wouldn't have to hire elsewhere.
It is not a better education system than we have. You know why? Because they spend I looked this up. They spend like 14 hours a day studying. Is that really what you want for your kids? You want your kids to
Apparently,
spend
it's
14
what you
hours
want.
a day? You don't want to see
No,
your
stop.
kids? Is that
You
essentially
guys-
what it is? I think
this
that's
is-
what it is.
No,
You
no,
don't
no,
ever
stop.
want to see your kids. I think that's what it is.
No, stop. This is the thing, right? I think that you guys just can't hear us when we're talking. JD said they have a better mentality around education, as in they value it differently. They approach it societally differently. We have 76 million people in this country who voted to dismantle the Department of Education. When you turn around and say, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, go get your education and figure your shit out, and then turn around and pull down all the systems that are set up to make that marginally more accessible for people who otherwise couldn't afford it, you are creating a circular problem. You are creating the problem that you then say these people are not good enough to navigate. It's infuriating to hear you talk about this, because one of the things you are right that we did really well in this country prior to your dumbasses getting in control is having a phenomenal higher education system. Harvard was #1 in the world. Whether or not it was accessible was a conversation we needed to have, but damn, we did a good job teaching people.
It was better
And
than
you guys
Oxford.
turned around and you are tearing it apart. You are devaluing it
That's not true,
in the public eye.
Blossom.
100%
If we were teaching people
it's
so
absolutely
good,
true.
if we were teaching people so good, then why are there so many doctors coming from all over the world? Why is there such a shortage?
Because
Why
we
is all
have
this?
330 million people in this country, and we have overweighted towards the baby boomer population, and we were not producing. Now, what you want to know? We should have had more residencies. We should have publicly subsidized more residencies for doctors. We also had more people retire during the big sick. Doctors early retired. We had a big exodus of work. I agree. We should be beefing up our healthcare system. We should be supporting people getting healthcare. Do you know what Trump did? He's also made it harder for people to get student loans so that they can pursue a degree in nursing, a higher degree in nursing. So I don't know what point you're trying to make, but I don't think it's the right one.
I also just want to add to my own point, or at least make it more clear. That when I talk about China's education system, it doesn't mean that I'm necessarily a huge fan of it, because I understand that they remain heavily anchored in standardization, high stakes testing, centralized control, all these things combined together. Whereas here in America, and this is a good thing that I like about America's system, is that we actually encourage creativity, independent thinking, et cetera, that are synonymous to those things. I just think that we're not actually fucking good at trying to do that. Like we don't have the resources to make sure that is the reality.
And entrepreneurship, JB, and starting your own business, making your own way, right? Like you can do your own thing without a college degree. Like don't worry about going to college. You can start your own business. All 350 million of us can own our own businesses. That's what the right tells us.
Have you tried starting a business? It is way better to work for a large corporation and feed into the system than it is to start your own business. I'm sorry. That's the truth of it, dude.
We're objectively not good at STEM though, and like specifically engineering. Specifically like engineering as well. China's standards for engineers blows ABET out of the water. But I think that's a societal issue with the United States. Like we're too, in my opinion, finance brained. It's like
we don't value the math.
We don't like it. Well, just in my opinion, like it's not about like we don't want to build shit anymore. We just want to make money off shit. Like we don't have the mindset of actually like producing something. It's what can I do to maximize profit on this?
No, tariffs are going to fix that.
Yeah, we don't. Well, no. Paul's like 100% correct in the sense. What I'm saying too is like we don't even, in order to get people to want to do the thing, which is engineering, or it could be being a doctor. We don't have the actual appropriate infrastructure, the base infrastructure, to encourage those people to fucking do that. That's why I say like China is objectively better when it comes to mentality on fucking education than us. And that's where lift and shift or go on.
They're not better, dude. They're not better. Dude, you have to suffer to get there. And you know what? America, the one thing they do, like they don't make you suffer to get an education. And they still perform better, actually, by the way. Have you worked with Chinese people? Dude, I've worked with everyone around the globe. I've worked with Singaporeans. I've worked with Chinese people. I've worked with, Indian people, the worst. But, I've worked with all...
Stop it. Don't pull that shit.
No, I'm not. It's not a race thing. I swear, I promise you, I'm not racist. I promise you. It's nothing to do with that. It's just that they can re-perform things. They just can't think independently. But so I've worked. Oh my
God! What are you talking about? That's objectively not true. They're one of the biggest innovators in the entire world.
I'm sorry. It is true. You have not worked with a global company that has to work with these different countries, right?
Lift and shift.
I have.
Lift and shift.
Believe it or not, I have.
I'm going to dox myself just to disprove you. I work for Milliman.
Ella, don't do that.
It's a global. I don't give two fucks. It's a global company.
I work for a global 50 country. Yeah. Okay,
That's
not the
great.
same.
So
They're not the same.
we have offices across the world. One of them, or two of them actually, being in India. A large part of our marketing team are folks in India, and I very much enjoy working with them. They are creative. They are kind. They are very, very hardworking. So I don't know why you would paint them in any different picture than that.
They're not creative.
This is just American chauvinism. They are absolutely creative.
Bro, what do you mean they're not creative? They're human beings.
Lift, you're being obtuse here. Hold. Okay. Yes, you are.
I work with a global company that has.
I understand.
I work with all different types of countries, right? I understand which ones can independently think and which ones can't. And I'm not. And I'm not trying to.
Until you can prove who you work for. You can fuck straight the hell off, and any anecdote that you want to give me from here on out, I'm just going to drop you.
Wait, I actually want to give him an anecdote if I can. You can drop me if you want, but Lyft, I run a small business, okay? I've got 14 employees. I put food on 14 tables every night. Guess what? Half of them are overseas. You know why? Because they work harder and are smarter and, yes, are more creative than the options that we had here locally.
And I work
I'm
with
sorry.
Literally probably 13 countries.
You should be sorry.
And I see their
Why should I be sorry? Garmy, why should I be sorry?
So you think just because you work hard, you just can come to America, be American? That's the only hey, but they work hard.
Who said they're coming here? Who said they're coming here?
Other countries.
They're
just
doing a
because
job
the
elsewhere.
Americans decide, hey, I want to get.
Gormy, listen, I've got a product to sell. I've got a service to sell. It just so happens that the people who serve my needs as an employer, as a job creator, it just so happens to be that the best candidates for those jobs were overseas. Why is that? And why don't we address that locally and domestically?
Well, I'll tell you why. It's very easy. If you're in charge of that situation and can make that call, sometimes profits aren't everything.
I understand, but sometimes finding a way to serve the needs of a client and needing a staff to do it requires the people who will do the job at the price that the client will pay.
Not only that, but it also, like, you want to put out the best product possible, right? And if it just so happens that the people in other countries help you do that better than Americans, then what do?
Excellent point.
You don't just hire them. You have loyalty. It's a thing called loyalty to your fellow countrymen. Like I specifically could easily hire Nicaragua, how do you say it, or Ecuadorian or anything like that. Groups, to work for me. And I respect that or whatever, but at the end of the day, my allegiance and my loyalty is to Americans. So I think it's my duty to like seek after the 18-year-old that's graduating from here that needs a job and kind of like, hey, it is what it is. It ain't the greatest work, but at least it can get you by till you figure out you want to go to college or you want to do something for real,
Garmy, should I? Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, Ella. Go ahead, Ella.
Crosstabs. I think what Crosstabs does is a little different than landscaping, though. But continue.
Yeah, my question was going to be to Garmy. Should I put out a worse product because an American did it instead of a Ukrainian? By the way, I've got 2 Ukrainians on my team.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, not always, but in some situations. But yeah, for sure.
I should put out a worse product.
It should be, well, it doesn't have to be a worse product. You should just take it upon yourself to say, hey, the reason why they're not as good as these Ukrainian ones is on me as a leader and an owner, blah, blah, blah. So
No. We're talking about creatives. Actually, specifically, I'll say this. We're talking about architectural renderers, people who can make a space that doesn't exist. Yeah, certain talents.
Or certifications or something.
For some reason, I don't know why, but like Ukraine has the best renders in the world. And by the way, when that WAR started, it like screwed over my business because 2 of them were there in the middle of the war, and we like had to disappoint clients. However, for whatever reason, the best renderers in the world live in Ukraine. Why would I not hire them? Why would I hire an American instead to do worse work?
I get that. I mean, I'm not going to say what's best for your industry because I'm not in that industry, but I can only speak to like, I do work around a lot of immigrants, obviously in the landscaping industry. So I can really only speak to that. So I don't know if that's your best move and stuff. You have to do what you have to do. You can't just hire any old dude off the street to do that. I get it. So,
well, that's free market, baby. That's free market.
Okay.
No, it is free market because I operate a market.
What are you doing about teaching Ukraine's got the best renderings? Well, what are you doing about not only just having the best renderers? What are you doing about maybe making sure some American citizens around you are coming up the pipeline are going to become the best renderers? What are you and your power doing about that as well? Because that's the future.
I'm voting the correct way. I'm voting the correct way, and you are not. In the meantime, I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world, baby.
You personally invest
in. Hey, that's my line.
I know. I know. However, I operate in the fucking system that exists. And right now, I'm going to hire a Ukrainian render instead of the American who wants twice as much money to do shit work. Therefore, we need to fucking reform our system and produce the people that will do the work and have the creativity and have the drive to produce better than those other countries. And until we do, I, as a capitalist, as a fucking business owner, I'm going to go hire them.
I get it. It makes sense. But you just said it yourself right then at the end. Until we do that here, well, what's stopping us? It's people like you that are only 100% focused on their business getting the best product and the most profits versus like longevity and their citizen, getting jobs around them, helping families out around
I'm
them.
telling you, I'm telling you, tax me more. Tax me more. Take more of my money.
I would tax you, so you have to come back to here and hire people, bro, or do something.
No.
And then you can complain about Ukraine, and then you can invest not only for your profits, you can invest these renderers to become the most competitive in the world. So now you don't have to rely on Ukrainian doing that. So that's just kind of on you at the same time.
Okay, we agree. Welcome to the left. Welcome to the left. Thank you. We agree. Tax me more as a business fucking owner, as a fucking person who puts food on tables. Tax me more so that we can fund a better education system. I agree. Go Army. Fuck yes. I'm happy to have you on the left.
You're putting food on the table of not Americans is the issue.
No. Half the staff is American.
Well, Garmin,
why is it his responsibility to make sure people have jobs in America? Why is that on crosstabs and not on like people who actually have power? Why is crosstabs' responsibility to make sure that he hires Americans and builds up the American workforce? Why is that not on governmental systems that have much more power?
Because it's not about the government. That's not the government's job. It's just his job. It's the people's job. All corporations started as people.
Where's that anywhere in any documentation?
How? I don't know. You go start a business. That's how it works. Like it starts as food, and when you get very successful, it becomes you become an S corp, and then you become a corporation.
If that's not the government's job, then what is the government's job?
Just really the safety of the people. That's really it. That's really it.
Well, I mean, yeah. Do you think it's not safe, like, to outsource all of our jobs? Like that'd be a safety thing, right? Like the safety of the American people.
No, I don't view it as a safety thing. I see it more as like a cheating type thing.
Oh, well then how would you stop it?
If he has on his payroll people that are outside the U.S., and I mean, I'm sure there would be certain like asterisks and certain like waivers or whatever you call it. But for the majority, if they're all overseas, you should be absolutely taxed and penalized tenfold for sure.
Okay, so the solution's government.
Yes.
So that is the government's job then.
Well, no, I mean, true in that aspect, that case today, true. But in what our situation was, you wouldn't even accept the company coming over and hiring people. He wouldn't even need to do that, so it wouldn't even be a thing.
Well, then what's
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Pallet. Sorry.
Because that's not the government's job. But like, how would he be stopped from doing it if it wasn't the government's job? I'm just not understanding what you're saying.
So in a perfect world, the only thing that would matter would be the safety of the people, right? But we don't live in that kind of world, unfortunately. We live in like the world we live in is full of chaos and all kind of things, right? So, unfortunately, he can hire these people overseas. That's okay. Crosstabs can do that. It's okay. He's not breaking a law. As long as he follows the law, it's okay. The problem is morally, we're saying it's incorrect and it's bad, especially if you love your country. You're not putting it first in every aspect, like that's why people put made in USA. It's a certain thing that comes with your company. So he just throws it out the window and says, well, this is where they get the best renderers, probably because they're getting funding from America, primarily for these to sit around and get practice and become the best. So, imagine if we just took all that money and invested it here at home, then yeah, for sure, we would have the best renders, right? We would have
invested.
How would we invest all that money into the homeland? Like, how would we go about doing that?
I'm sure in Ukrainian, there's a lot of like, I mean, I could be wrong about this, but I've been kind of around those situations that, certain little local governments all of a sudden get these fancy, like probably like in this case, like GPUs and all these fancy computers and stuff that are all bought and paid for by the U.S. tax dollars.
You're just complaining. How would you go about investing that money into the United States without the government doing it?
How would I do? Well, in this situation, the government's around, so that wouldn't work. When it's not the government's around, it's just the safety of people. We don't hire foreigners, so this isn't even an issue at all. But we live in reality, like I said, so.
Because like, if there wasn't any regulations to stop that, then Crosstabs would just continue doing what he's doing.
eventually people are going to say, hey, I'm not going to buy from him because he's, for obvious reasons, because, hey, he's making more of a profit by hiring overseas. And then B, and I love my country. I love things that are made here. And then B, even if it's something like online architecture.
Wait, Go Army. What do you mean, Go Army? What my customers care about is their bottom line, baby. They want the cheapest product and they want it to be good. And they're going to leave me for the next guy who can sell them the same thing at a lower rate. And if they need to go to fucking China to make it, they're fine with that.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I'm just saying that's there's people out there that just don't run their business like that, and they don't believe in that anymore. They don't believe in that anymore. They still believe in the past, like you put out an honest product and an honest job, and you charge an honest way, and then you can take that pride that hey, all this comes from right here in America. And you can't say those things anymore. You just came here for the benefits of the company, and you just use the labor of all around the world. So you basically you're cheating. You're cheating other businesses here, and that's
I have a question.
And then I'll hear from liberals.
Wait,
Last point I'll hear from liberals. They can't get a job. Nobody can get jobs.
I want to ask a question. Garmy, you said your degrees in what, business or something like that?
Along those lines.
Okay.
Corporate finance.
Did you take economics classes in the course of that degree?
I did. I had to take a couple, if I remember correctly. I did.
Do you know what the term comparative advantage means?
Yeah, it sounds familiar for sure. Can
you imagine?
As a consumer, you'll go. I don't know. I don't know the definition. I don't even want to guess because then it'll be used against me. I don't know.
That's fine. That's fine. Okay, so it's the person or the country or the company or the area that can produce the product the best at the cheapest possible rate is the country or company or person that should be able to do that. That should do that. In a perfect economy, everybody that is best at producing a product is going to be the person producing that product. And if other countries like Ukraine are better at rendering or better at whatever job you want to pick, those are the countries that should be doing those things because they can do it better than everybody else at a lower rate than everybody else. This is what allows us to have the most advancement throughout the world and the most global trade that benefits everybody at the greatest amount. Can you disagree with that?
A little bit because like for instance, we all get our oil. And that's like something we get from the Middle East and blah, blah, blah. So they're best at getting oil. But we have the oil in America. We just don't use it.
Do we have a choice?
Well, yeah, because they can extract the oil in the Middle East a hell of a lot cheaper than we can. So we should be getting our oil from them.
Though. That's the issue.
No, we can't. No, we can't. Our wages are always going to be more expensive. Our machinery is always going to be more expensive. We never ever going to.
On the moon.
Our oil is a lot harder to extract. We have to do fracking. We have to do deep well drilling. We have to do slant drilling. There's all kinds of reasons that it's more expensive for us to get oil out of our ground here in the U.S., even though we have a lot. So we might as well go ahead and use their oil until they're gone, until they're done, because they can put it on the market at cheaper prices than we can.
Well, sure. I don't disagree with that. Use theirs while we can, but that's a choice. It's a choice at the end of the day. So we don't have to use their country because they have better.
That's an economic philosophy. It's comparative advantage. So this shouldn't be just about America, because what's best for America is for everybody in America to get the best possible product for the cheapest possible price. That's what's best for Americans.
We also don't really have a choice with the oil.
I have a question.
Honestly.
I have a question for Crosstabs. You said the Ukrainians are twice as better, or they're much better than the Americans?
What I said was when we need architectural renderers, when we post international job postings, unilaterally, the Ukrainians are better, and that's who we hire.
Okay.
They provide the best work and at the best rate.
Okay, so why do you pay them half as much as the Americans if they're doing better work?
Because I'm a free market capitalist, baby. I pay them what they want.
Yeah, but your political ideology goes against that.
That's correct. I want to create an education infrastructure that will provide the talent that I need as a business owner right here at home. I would rather have someone on my time zone do the work. But I can't get that right now.
But the Ukrainians are doing the work, and you're paying them half as much.
I'm paying them what they want. It's free market, baby.
Yeah,
what do
but you don't believe in doing that.
I believe in doing just what I'm doing. What do you mean?
It goes against your political ideology.
Yes, because I want you to tax me more. And I want to fund a better education.
But you can voluntarily pay more in taxes when you file.
That won't do shit. And you know that. That talking point is bullshit. I can send $1 million.
That's not bullshit. You can voluntarily pay more in taxes.
And what will Donald Trump do with that? When I send it to this administration, I send $1 million extra. What is he going to do with it? Is he going to start funding education?
I could make the same argument with the Democrats.
No, you can't, because only one fucking party runs on healthcare for all, education for all. It's not the fucking Republicans.
Yeah, and those social programs have also pushed us above 100% of GDP.
So?
In terms of government debt.
What's your problem with that?
It's mathematically not sustainable. You can't.
Great, that is a collection problem. Not a spending problem.
TJ, you can't hold crosstabs to that standard when you don't hold yourself to the same standard. Like, if you as a conservative that believes in private enterprise, stop using public roads, don't send your kids to public school. You have the choice to do all of those things as well.
Great point.
You cut out the beginning. I lost you at the beginning. You cut out.
Really?
The crosstab.
Fucking serious?
Yeah.
Convenient, right?
Repeat what you said.
Thank you. You can't hold crosstabs to that standard if you don't live by that same standard as well. You as a conservative that yearns for the private industry, you can't use public roads. Don't send your kids to public school.
No, because I'm not advocating that the government shouldn't be involved in the economy at all.
Okay, yeah, and crosstabs isn't advocating for whatever the fuck.
He's not advocating for Marxism either.
Wait, no, you guys just got done. I remember hearing you guys talk about how the United States is stealing things from Morocco. And we're not getting anything back.
But you didn't ask. Crosstabs is not a Marxist.
That was Blossom that said that.
And Crosstabs isn't a Marxist. He's a fucking capitalist. What are you talking about?
Okay, maybe I.
What the fuck does Morocco?
I exploit labor all day long, baby. I exploit that labor fucking from day to night. So what do you got on me? Blossom is always right. That's true. Go ahead, Blossom.
I agree with that statement.
It's fine. We extract resources from African nations that are poor, that have historically been colonized, and we keep the economic benefit for ourselves. I mean, seriously, I've talked to people I always say this wrong, Ghanaians.
Ghanaians.
No, I think it's Ghanaians. Thank you. I talked to somebody who was from Ghana, right, talking about, and he was like, people there have never even had a bar of chocolate, and yet we are constantly working for dirt poor wages to grow cocoa beans, pick them, ferment them, and deliver them to large companies, typically European owned, that then make it into chocolate and sell it to Western nations. And they never see the economic benefit.
And they do this for a pat on the back?
Point is that they don't reap the rewards of the crops. But I mean, cocoa's one, but phosphorus is another one. I mean, the whole world, even Ukraine with the lecithin from the sunflowers that they grow, and being the breadbasket of the world. I mean, we steal the economic benefit that comes from these resources.
So we just invade and take all their natural resources and leave?
Yes. I mean, their countries sit on historically colonial frameworks that have made it very difficult for them to develop themselves into taking ownership of the supply chains that lead to Western nations having processed foods like chocolate, or having access to phosphorus to make their food grow.
Okay, so you want them to seize the means of production? Is that right? Is that right, Blossom? You want them to seize the means of production?
I want them to have greater ownership and autonomy over how their resources are sold into the world, how their resources and how their country participates in the global trade framework.
You want them not to suck at negotiating.
I had to run back over here. Blossom, don't be afraid to accept that shit. Hell yeah. Seize the means of production.
We have like an army that threatens every single nation in the world, and you guys brag about it that everyone has to do what America wants, because if not, and we're stronger, we're a bigger bully, and we'll make them do what we want.
That's not
what
now
you're saying that they're not negotiating good enough.
Do you actually think that our army goes to other countries and threatens to unalive all of them if they don't give us the resources?
Yes, exactly that.
Name one country we've done that in.
Guatemala, Ecuador.
Okay, I mean, you guys.
So what research? No, we can do this one at a time. What are we extracting from Iran without their permission?
We are threatening them because they are preventing
Threatening them for lots of
resources. They are preventing resources from exiting through the Strait of Hormuz. So we're saying we're going to bomb
Yeah, and
you.
those
You
resources
don't.
come from other
You don't
countries
stop
besides.
this.
Wait,
They
Blossom,
come from
those
Iran
resources-
too. Wait, hold on. Are we not blockading Iran in
We
an
are.
effort to pressure them?
We are
Okay, great,
blockading,
perfect.
not for the reasons that you gave.
Yes, exactly for the reasons that I gave. I mean, you don't actually know the
okay.
reasons because
What
they
are
give
we
us
pulling out of
so many
Iran
different
without their
ones.
permission?
He said
You
that they
realize-
want. Trump said that he
Nothing.
wanted their oil. He says it in March 2026 specifically. He wants their oil and that it's an option on the table.
You
for
realize
Americans
that
to
other
take.
countries
Venezuela, too.
transport products through the Strait of Hormuz, right?
Yeah, and Venezuela is another good example as well.
Brendan, this is very easy. I think that was you, Brendan. I apologize if I saw the wrong box light up. But like, what we want from Iran is the ability to move products. Like, it may not be like something we're extracting from their ground, but they control the Strait of Hormuz, just like fucking Blossom said. And if they want to stop us from being able to facilitate that, that has an economic harm. What we want is oil to move through, baby. And we're going to go in there and we're going to swing our big American D around and we're going to make sure that we get our boats to go through. Yeah, okay. You can say you're welcome. That's fine. But that's what we gain. That's it.
Is it only up to Iran to control the Straits of Hormuz? I mean, there are other countries that play here. What about their wants and needs? Are they just irrelevant because you guys want to cape for the IRGC?
What do you mean, you guys?
It was free,
I mean, you
dude.
guys.
It was free. It was free, Brendan.
Yeah.
It was free.
Yeah, there's Oman and there's Saudi Arabia. I mean, don't they have interests in those waters as well?
What did
You want them
Oman
to
do? They
charge?
helped us. Oman
No,
helped
answer
us
the question.
negotiate. Oman helped us negotiate a better deal than the JCPOA. Historically, one of the best deals you could have ever gotten with
And
Iran.
how
then
did
they-
Iran thank them?
How did the U.S. thank them? We bombed Iran anyways
See,
because Witkoff,
check this
Witkoff
out,
and
Go
Kushner
Army.
are too
You can always
stupid.
tell a leftist
But let's-
because they
but
never
let's go-
directly answer questions.
No,
ever.
because you said, how did Iran thank them? And the first
Yeah, they
action
bombed
taken
them. They shot
after-
missiles into their country.
No. Don't rewrite history. You're very good at that, Brendan. Don't do it.
Okay, go into other
took the
countries
first-
and
who
steal
took the first-
their natural resources.
Okay, fine. Let's change the topic because I think that you're not capable of being very clear-minded about Iran. So let's talk
All
about
right,
Venezuela.
hold on. I'm gonna stop right here. You guys, I need you to tap the screen, share the live out, do the heart me, gift the panel, gift me, whatever all the stuff is. And if I know I have a queue full of liberals right now, but I have 6 liberals up here and 3 conservatives. So I have one box open, and that is for a conservative. If you are a conservative, you want to join the panel, please come up. Otherwise, you guys better start tapping and get me to 25K, and I can swap out some liberals.
And if you're conservative, please put a red heart in the chat so we know.
Yes, and I'm gonna say we should go to Venezuela because I think that that's a better picture. And South America and my friends up here, I think, know a lot more about that than I do, so they can step in.
But you can bring somebody else up, Mojo. I'm going to get off here and get some sleep before work.
See you, Pallet. Have a good night.
So I wanted to fact check another falsehood that Blue Team just put up here on this app. In 1954, the United States orchestrated a coup against Guatemala to overthrow President Jacob Arbenez, who had implemented land reforms expropriating unused lands from large estates. including, here we go, including those owned by the United Fruit Company, UFC, a U.S.-based corporation. The U.S. government, concerned about communist influence and protecting American business interests, supported the coup that led to Arbenas' resignation. This intervention is also cited as an example of U.S. interference in Latin American affairs during the Cold War. So the fact is that once again, you communists came in, stole a bunch of shit that wasn't fucking yours, and then when the United States said, whoa, slow your roll there, fucking Mao, and then took steps to stop you, you call that interference. You call that stealing.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Who came in? The United Fruit Company? Was that a communist effort or was that a fucking company?
You're proving our point. Like,
no, what I'm saying is that
Brendan.
the communists came in and stole things that didn't belong to them, which is exactly the kind of bullshit that Blossom was saying that the United States does. That's not what they do.
That's what I'm saying.
They moved
Brendan.
in to protect the interests of their citizens. I know, shocking concept that a government should care more about their citizens than those of foreign interests.
Yes, Brendan, I'm telling you that a foreign interest came in to extract resources, and the country of Ecuador started moving towards communist policies, and we said, fuck off. We can't let that happen. We can't let that be successful.
Yeah, let's examine this. Yes. So you had an American company come in with the interests of producing fruit and giving the people of Guatemala jobs. Whether or not you believe that they made enough money is irrelevant, because what they should have done is negotiate for higher wages or maybe unionize instead of steal all the shit that doesn't belong to them.
Proving our point, Brendan.
It wasn't necessarily the fruit company.
I am not proving your point.
That's a huge part of it. It wasn't necessarily the fruit company. It was that Arbenas wanted to do reforms that were inspired by the communists in the country at the time. He wanted to do agrarian reforms. He wanted to build infrastructure. He wanted economic modernization. Arbenas wanted to pull his people away from relying on big monopolies for their source of income. And the United States didn't like that because he wanted to take their workers away and put them in Guatemalan companies. That is the real reason the U.S. goes in to overthrow Arbenas. Fruit company inspires it, but the majority of it is that he wants to do massive reforms on the country.
Yeah, reforms. I can't help but noticing the common theme with all of the socialist and communist positions. They're ideas that are so good they need to be mandatory.
No, he was just putting in what we call reforms. He put in infrastructure projects that the people wanted. The people in the country of Guatemala wanted better infrastructure. That was a huge reason the U.S. went in there, because the infrastructure would make it so that they wouldn't rely on these monopoly countries. I don't know what shit you're smoking, but maybe stop, because it's making your brain like rotted, dude. Like, that's just not true. You should know the history of this if you're going to talk about it.
Oh yeah, my brain's rotted. Yeah, you guys are doing great. Wonderful.
Brendan, you read the headline and then you make an assumption without any of the foundational evidence or foundational reasons that it happened. It's not just communism. They have the right, every country has the right to their own resources. And if that's what Guatemala wanted to do, they had I don't understand where the U.S., we think that it's just okay to take over any country we want because it's in our interests. But God forbid, don't tread on us.
Are you familiar with the Battle of the Pueblo?
Are you familiar with answering any questions?
Yeah. Well, you didn't answer. You didn't ask a question.
I don't care about what you're going to
What you did was you articulated.
Constantly pivot.
You articulated your incredulity with the idea that I think that America does this or that. So what I am trying to do is support how this is how the world works. Which is why I asked you. Are you familiar with the Battle of the Pueblo? Yes or no?
I don't care. I want to know.
Well, of course you don't, because you're a leftist. And if you have any type of context or actual information about history, you lose your fucking mind.
Is he close to crashing?
No, but can you stop, please?
Me?
I'll give you a minute. See, look up the Battle of the Pueblo.
Brendan, we had this conversation. Yeah, Blossom.
Yeah, Blossom had something on her screen.
Yeah, this is from our dear friend Stryker in the comments. If you want to put it on the big screen, it shows like all the meddling the U.S. did in South America. Sorry, that's my rug.
There's that word.
Well, but meddling's not the same thing as just going in with the military and taking all the resources.
I know, but I love when they sound like Scooby-Doo villains. And
It's
they use
literally
words.
what
It's not the same
happened.
thing at all.
That's what's happened in this current administration. Like what?
Mojo, I tried to expand Blossom, but it didn't work. Oh, there we go. There she goes. Okay.
Oh, there I am. There I am. Okay, yeah, like it's
good.
pointing
I can't,
out.
without actually changing the panel type, I can't put it on a huge, big screen. But
Central and South America, all the different times. I mean, you can go down and Google a list too, because like everybody knows. I'm not as well read on South America, but I do know. Again, you guys get to see my rug.
I mean, it's just things the United States has done in other countries. Like it's not what we're talking about. This is too broad.
That's exactly what we're talking about.
No, this is too broad.
Using the military.
I agree.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're right.
it's literally
when stuff
using the military
happens
to
in
manipulate-
third world shitholes, we intervene. You guys call it
We have no
meddling,
right to intervene.
when in fact, okay.
Like
So,
stuff, what
Panama,
happens? Like they
right?
declare they want national sovereignty and right to determination, because that's essentially what
The right
Guatemala
to smuggle
does.
drugs into the
with-
United States?
That's not what was happening during Ibanez's term in Guatemala. That's not what was happening at all.
They weren't fishing boats. They were drug boats. And you
Again,
guys,
you're
once
not addressing
again,
what you originally
guys want to
thought,
cave
because you know
communists.
Can you stop? Stop doing this shit. Both of you, don't talk over each other.
I usually give like 4 leftists time to spurg out, and then I respond, and then they can't let me respond.
It's really hard to listen to misinformation, to be fair.
Misinformation. That old communist gem. Yeah, you can't
No, you
have
just
people
don't know
up
what
here.
you're talking about.
There we go. Can't have people up here telling the truth. So what you do is you just call it misinformation rather than engage with anything that I said.
Can you bring up the
engaged
source,
with everything
Brendan?
that you said. Brendan, I engaged with everything that you said about Guatemala. Every single point you made, I engaged with it. I said the real reason had nothing to do with people wanting to take over United Fruit Company. The real reason was because of Ibanez's reforms. You
Why
did
didn't
not
they buy
engage
it?
with a counter.
Why didn't they buy
argument.
it?
Buy what? What do you mean?
Why didn't they buy it? B, answer the question.
Why didn't they buy what, Brendan?
The
Please explain
land.
what you're talking about.
Why did they nationalize the land? Why did they just steal it? Why didn't they buy it?
What are you talking about?
Talking about the president taking over all of the land that belonged to the United Fruit Company. Why didn't they buy the land? Why did they have to steal it?
I don't think it was necessarily stealing the land. What he wanted to do is he wanted to place heavy taxes on United Fruit Company. That's what he wanted to do, because it was an outside company coming in, and honestly, they were doing human rights abuses, but also paying below
You're missing the point.
what they were supposed to be paid.
Brendan, Brendan, I'm sorry, you're missing the point, my friend. You are missing the point. What we're saying here is that yes, the country did take that land and did try to privatize things, and then we went in and said, wait a minute, that's not kosher. We went in and said, hold on, we don't want you to be successful in that. You can't possibly nationalize a fruit company. You can't possibly nationalize some land, because it would make everything that we believe in fall apart. So we sent the CIA down there to do their shit.
No, it's because
They
it's
didn't
wrong.
take it, they
Crosstabs.
paid for it.
It has
They
nothing to
paid
do
for
with
it.
And it's also there's also this is during the Cold War. There's also concern about them butting up with the Soviet Union and putting nuclear silos in the same hemisphere. That was
Yeah,
a
no
concern
proof of
too.
that. No proof of that whatsoever. But anyways, Brendan, they don't take the land. They offered compensation for it, and they paid
Are
for
you
it.
not familiar with the Cuban Missile Crisis?
There's no proof whatsoever that Guatemala was conspiring with the Soviets. Not one written
Yeah, because we
document
prevented that from
ever
happening.
says this.
We weren't going to take the risk.
Yeah, I can.
Who did that, TJ?
But anyways, Brendan, like I was saying, they paid for the land, buddy.
TJ, who made sure they weren't conspiring?
CIA.
That's right. Thank you. Sorry, Blossom. Go ahead.
They never
I was gonna
manipulate
change the
anything.
subject, but
I didn't say they didn't.
I just want to say there is proof of one particular country buddying up with now Russia, or really just one leader of one country, and it's the United States, where Capital One debanked him because he was flagged by their anti-money laundering team for getting suspicious transactions with Russia.
That was
So
years ago.
I've got a question.
Wait,
If you
wait,
guys,
wait,
if,
wait, 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 wait. That was years ago, by the way. They just came out
2021.
recently. Yeah, they recently came out and made a statement about it. They had not said why they did this earlier, but because Donald Trump is bringing it up, they issued a statement about it. Right?
Yeah.
Should have what?
It's called Fruitopia, by the way, B.
They issued a statement about it because they weren't going to say anything when they debanked him, and they didn't say anything. But because Donald Trump now is going after them, they issued a statement saying this is why we debanked him.
Yeah, they filed it in court. Anyways, I was changing the topic. I mean, just truly though, if we were worried about today and who's buddying up with a former Soviet state.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
We don't really care about security. It's all manipulation. This is all propaganda. It's kind of frustrating to hear it. I don't know.
wait, frustrating to hear what again?
It's you're eating up propaganda.
That's not propaganda. That was a
Yeah,
valid
the
concern.
nationalism and the bullshit out of just under the guise of security that they get away with is insane. It's like endless.
You're telling me that the Soviet Union putting nuclear silos in our hemisphere was not a concern. It's not a valid concern.
We put them in Turkey first. That's what the Soviets were responding to. Is we put nukes and
Wait. But you
no,
don't
it
allow.
provides.
Why is everybody talking at the same time?
You don't allow your enemy to
I
have an
was
upper
talking and
hand.
you just interrupted me, TJ.
No, Mojo interrupted
So
you.
you were
No,
interrupting,
you
and that's
did,
why.
TJ.
Yeah. So again, the Soviets respond because these things do not happen in a vacuum. The Soviets respond to nukes being put in Turkey by putting what they wanted to do in Cuba. So this does
Yeah,
not happen in a vacuum. It
yeah,
requires nuance and
we're
it
not going
requires chasing it back
Yeah,
to
because we
the
don't want
line.
the enemy to
You're
have
still
an upper
interrupting me.
hand in war.
Yeah, why do you have such a hard time letting people finish their goddamn statement, TJ?
Because she's droning on.
I'm sorry.
Breathing.
You don't. The fuck? Just stop. Chill out. Go ahead and say what you want to say now. She's done.
Okay, you don't allow the enemy country to have an upper hand in war. You don't say, "Oh, we unalive 10 of their guys, so we got to let them unalive 10 of our guys. It's only fair." That's not how war works.
Then don't complain when retaliatory measures are taken in response to the aggressive measures of the United States government. Do not complain about
say that
it.
again? I
The
can't
U.S.
hear you.
The U.S. don't complain when somebody responds to the aggressive movements of the United States military. If they are going to put nukes in Turkey, I think you would be hard pressed to say that if they were to put nukes in Mexico right now, you would be afraid and you would return the favor by putting nukes in Ukraine, right?
Yeah, of
So
course.
do not complain when they are just simply responding to what the United States has done.
I'm not complaining about it. I'm just
That's
saying
what you
the
are. You're
United
whining about the
States.
Bay of Pigs right now.
I'm saying that the United States has an interest in preventing them from doing that.
TJ, the term is proportional response, and our US, has never done a proportional response. We have always gone above and beyond.
Yeah, because
Every single time.
you don't allow your enemy to have the upper hand.
I
You
understand.
maintain the upper hand in war.
I understand. I'm just telling you what's happened. That's all.
And caused for decades
I
instability
understand what
in Latin and
happened, but
South America. So don't cry when they're at our border because things have gotten so unmanageable
I'm sorry.
there.
Is your position that we should have just allowed them to put nuclear silos in the Western Hemisphere?
They didn't
Now we're
want
talking.
to. They did not want to.
bullshit.
Hold on. There's leaked Soviet documents that were private at the time, but 1991 happens. There's no need to have them private anymore. That says that the Soviets did not want to do this. That they viewed Turkey, the placement of nukes in Turkey, as an extreme threat to their sovereignty and to their citizens. They didn't want to do it. The U.S. forced their hand.
That's not true. Due to the proximity of Guatemala to the United States, the fear of the Soviet Union creating a beachhead in Guatemala created panic in the United States government during the Cold War. In an interview, Howard Hunt, CIA chief Mexico, stated, Quote, we are faced here with an obvious intervention of a foreign power because of these homegrown parties are not really homegrown. They are being funded or advised by a foreign power, i.e. the Soviet Union. The CIA undertook Operation PBS Success to overthrow the democratically elected Jobono Arbenez in the 1954 Guatemalan coup d'etat. Carlos Castillo Amaez replaced him as military dictator, and Guatemala was subsequently ruled by a series of military dictatorships for decades. Between 62 and 96, left-wing guerrillas fought the U.S.-backed military governments during the Guatemalan Civil War. According to George Washington University, National Security Archive, there are over 100,000 pages of documents on CIA activities in Guatemala that have not been released. The multitude of documents showed that the consistent line of communication between Guatemalan station and CIA headquarters building a possible coup against Ibanez. So how are you saying it? Oh, yeah. If a foreign country in our hemisphere wants to conspire with the Soviet Union to put nuclear weapons in our hemisphere, don't be surprised when the United States acts on it.
Yeah,
Brendan,
there was no
we were
proof in
still
that
friends.
entire thing at all that says that the Soviets wanted to do that. There is no proof. There is not one written document of the Guatemalans conspiring with the Soviets. It is just the CIA's goofies.
Well, no, he's right about the PB success thing. But here's the thing: he's failing to remember. In the 50s, we were still fucking friends with the Soviet Union. Okay, this was before the Cold War. Yes, it is, because the CIA was directly involved in PB success.
There was definitely tension between the United States. There was tension between the United States and the Soviet Union during World War II.
Even if there was tension, wait, World War. Okay, that's a different topic. World War II with fucking the Soviet Union saved our ass in that. But that's a different topic. In the fucking 50s, when the Guatemalan effort, the PB success thing that Brendan brought up, that was a joint effort between our CIA and the Soviet Union.
But can we also talk about how now suddenly we're somehow positioned in a place where we have to disprove the national security purpose of the United States doing this, and not the function of the United States just like denying a country their sovereignty? Like, I mean, absent the fact that there was no fucking proof whatsoever, now we're having to defend why the US has some imagined right to do this in all these sovereign countries. And it goes back to Emma's point, you are swallowing the propaganda.
Wait, you're talking about Guatemala?
Yeah, Guatemala, Cuba as well. I mean, after we did the Bay of Pigs, Cuba got closer to the Soviets, not
what
farther
gives us
away.
the right? Nuclear Armageddon. That's what gives us the right.
No, except it doesn't, right? Because you guys use that for every single fucking
Because
reason
you
we've
say
done
so?
anything. Everything you have used has been some type of Cold War, nuclear, Soviet, like axis of evil argumentation, and it doesn't work. It just doesn't work.
But those were valid concerns.
They weren't, though, because
They were
guess
valid
what? There was
concerns.
no, they're not, and they still aren't. Because guess what? You pushed Cuba closer to the Soviets. They somehow still have a relation with the Soviets, even though we've embargoed them
That
for
proves
50
our
years.
point, not yours.
No, it doesn't. Because
Yes,
it
it
didn't
does.
work. No,
because
it
Cuba
didn't work.
became a communist country, and they tried to put silos right outside the United States. That
Except
proves
it didn't
our
work
point.
because they're still close, and
Because
Guatemala
we
never had
stopped
the
it.
relationship. And all you have done is destabilize country after
We
country after
stopped
country.
that
You've
from
extracted
happening.
resources, and you sit there on your high horse and you say we have
stopped
every
it
right
from
to do this
happening.
because no, you didn't. You didn't. You don't know
We
that.
absolutely
because
didn't. They
you,
did
okay,
not put
prove it,
nuclear
TJ.
silos in Cuba.
Prove that Guatemala was conspiring to put nuclear silos in. Prove it right now. Go find the
Maybe you missed what I said earlier. We wanted to prevent that from happening because we didn't
Okay,
want
you
to
want to
take the
prevent a
risk.
lot of shit from happening, but you don't know that you actually prevented it because the proof is that they were never actually conspiring in the first place. So go
Did it
find me the
happen?
proof.
Did it happen?
No, it
That's
didn't happen because
bullshit.
it was
There
never
you
going
go.
to happen.
You're welcome.
No, it didn't.
Was it
It
ever
didn't
going to
happen.
happen, Brendan? You guys, this is very mediocre white man, actually.
It
Sorry,
never
Mojo, to
happened.
do this.
Whoa,
You guys, you
what
want to
the-
go
what
forward?
is-
Wait,
You
Brendan,
stopped this imagined problem from happening.
Hey, fucking chill. What the fuck? I'm sorry, but you all need to thank me right now because I took out all of the flying pigs. You have never seen a flying pig because I already killed them all. Just so you know.
Thanks, Mojo.
Well, I'm saying we made up a problem and fixed it. Thank us.
Yeah,
Well, that's what we did with Iran.
Thank you, Oz.
Yeah.
Yeah, and TJ, by the way, no one is saying that like Cuba did not move closer to Russia. Like we all know that happened. That was the Bay of Pigs situation. We all understand that we pushed them away, and that's what we experienced when we pushed an ally in our hemisphere away to the party that we were at a Cold War with. Yeah, they butted up with them.
What do you mean we pushed them away?
Because we didn't comply with the nonsense, similar to today.
No.
Yeah, that's why we're so divisive, because we don't comply with your nonsense. So you call it divisive.
No, I mean, we didn't let them have their own sovereignty over how they wanted to run their country.
They were a communist country. What are you talking about?
They were not.
It doesn't matter. If they wanted that... wait, I'm sorry, Fee, go ahead.
Oh, you can go. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I think I interrupted you. I've got a delay. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I just think no matter what you say, they're going to say we were right. It's like talking to the wall and expecting a different answer.
But I could reverse that on you guys. It's like no matter what the United States does, you're always going to say the United States is at fault, no matter what happens.
No, I'm going to materially analyze the situation at the time, and I'm going to see who benefits from these actions and who is affected by these actions. I do not put any morality behind these actions. I am realpolitik. People, countries do what is in their own best interests. I do believe that. But I do think that the United States creates problems where there are no problems. And they invade. I don't think that is good. It is not beneficial for one country to invade another country, even if that country is the invader. It creates hostility.
Yep.
You're also not a military strategist, so...
Oh my God.
You're also don't know anything
but
about
she's
history.
a voter. She's also a voter who has an opinion, and her opinion matters.
I don't think that being a military strategist, to be perfectly frank, right? Like,
do we have any
military strategists when it comes to geopolitics?
I agree with what Blossom was going to say. 100%. If she got to finish her
whatever
sentence.
she says, it doesn't matter.
No, I knew where she was going with that. 100%.
Oh, wait, can you hear me? Sorry.
Now I can.
hear you now.
Yeah. Okay. I was going to say, I mean, there can be like some experiential, like you can be informed by that, but I feel like we look at our military and like they're not very good at a lot of things. Like nation building like seems to escape us, and we frequently. I mean, I think they're very good at taking things, making cases to the American people, but at the end of the day, like clearly they've lost something in regards to what's happening in the Middle East, because we haven't had demonstrable wins militarily in 50 years, and certainly not in that region.
Iraq is a democracy.
Yeah, but Blossom,
that's too big.
But Blossom,
isn't Iraq a democracy?
Iraq is a mess.
Is Iraq a democracy? Yes or no?
It's a mess.
Oh, okay. There we go. Again,
Did you
notice
read
TJ? They will not answer a direct question.
Wait, Brendan, did you read? Because like, yes, it is, I guess, in some sense, a democracy. Like there's an attempt to create democracy, Brendan. But did you read the diaries that the guy donated he donated them to the Yale Museum or Library, I think. He was one of the people that was involved with setting up the democracy in Iraq, and he said that whenever they voted democratically, the local people, to put somebody in a position that the U.S. disagreed with, they would just render the elections invalid and do it again.
What a surprise.
Sounds like Romania.
Blossom, I don't think you saw, I'm so sorry to have to bring this to your attention. I don't think you saw when George W. Bush stood on an aircraft carrier with a mission accomplished banner behind him and said, "We won it." It was over in 2004.
Sounds like Hexa saying in April that we declared victory.
Oh my God.
No, but what isn't funny is the fact of over 1 million Iraqis died for a war we never should have been in. All of the intel was faked. It all came from Israel. And because W had daddy issues, we went to war. Now, I think it's abhorrent. It's trillions of dollars in debt that your kids and grandkids will pay. It's absolutely astounding to me that we're going to do it again, but with Iran. I mean, at some point, we are going to be hurt. This country is going to get hurt again. And I don't want to see that happen. I really don't.
Do you have any idea?
What we sow.
Do you have any idea what is at stake with the Iran situation?
Do you?
The dollar.
The petrodollar. What are you gonna say? That BRICS is going to take?
We're talking about nuclear war.
Oh my God! I thought last year we bombed their whole center down. Didn't they have like 60% uranium since enriched uranium for like the last 5 years?
Yeah.
Why didn't they? Well, then it takes 2 to 3 weeks to get it to 90%, which is what you could use for a weapon. Why did they never make that weapon?
Because the United States and Israel has done covert operations to prevent that from happening.
Oh, baloney.
Okay.
Seriously.
What a shocking political position to take. Baloney. Good job.
No, she's right. She's right. She's right on that.
Am I supposed to trust my government when last year they told us they wiped out the nuclear problem?
So you're not going to trust our government, but you're going to trust the Iranian government.
I'm said in 2025. Didn't we hit them last year in the summer?
Yes.
And Trump came out and everybody came out and said we had basically obliterated their capabilities, right?
Correct. Trump says stupid things.
And then, so again, when do the American people get to trust the U.S. government?
So you need me to draw you a diagram. Is that right, Fee?
No,
so here's the thing. When you have fissile material, no, I clearly do. I clearly do because you're not getting this.
No, you don't. We sent
Let me know when you're done.
Yeah, I will. We sent Kushner and the other dumb fuck to Iran with no experts. No experts. The Brits were there. There were third parties, not just the Omanis, but the Brits were there. And we had negotiated a deal. And yet the United States still bombed. And they've done it twice now. So why in the hell would anyone in the Middle East believe what the United States is going to say? We did not prep, I'll land the plane. We did not prep any of our allies in that region. We just went ahead because he thought it was going to be a Venezuela, take them out, the people would come up, and he was wrong. And every single administration knew it.
Real quick question, Brendan, I want to let you get in. Real quick question for you, Brendan. Before you respond to Fee's question, I want you to also respond to the question of how many billions of dollars did Jared Kushner get from the Saudis?
1 billion, but he was supposed to.
It was 2 billion.
That was right. Specifically, he was managing their money. That didn't go directly into his account. Number one. Number two, let me draw you this diagram, Fee. So you've got a facility like, say, Fordo, right? And they're doing uranium enrichment there. And we know that they're doing it at like 100 to 120 meters under the ground, right? So we put in a deep penetrating bunker buster into that motherfucker and it explodes, right? So the Iranians still know that uranium, even though it's mixed up a little bit with all the rubble, is still 120 meters underground at this location. So here's what they do. They bring in backhoes and tracked excavators and they dig the fucking shit out. It doesn't mean that once we blow it up, it's gone forever.
And
we're not using antimatter weapons, Fee.
What evidence?
So is that diagram sufficient for you?
Dude, I think the American people don't know what the hell is going on.
I think with regards to you, that is 100% correct.
Donald Trump has not come to the American public and told us why we are in war with Iran. He has not. He has not gone to Congress asking for funding. He has not done it as every other president in the United States, and which is legally what he is supposed to do.
I'm pretty sure he stated that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon, so I'm kind of sure that's the reason.
And you know how many people are against the war? 78%.
I mean, I don't care how many people are against the war. This is nuclear war we're talking about here. This is what's at stake.
TJ doesn't care about democracy. We know.
It's also not war. They had enriched uranium for 5 years and never developed the weapon. You don't think we had spies or the ability to monitor them from all of our satellites or any of that? He thought he'd get a quick military win because the man is unhinged.
Okay, that's fine, but it doesn't change the fact that it's still a risk with them having a nuclear weapon.
Well,
He told us
but they don't have a nuclear weapon.
Right, because we've been preventing that.
You're welcome.
No, we have
no. We were
We
told
haven't?
a year ago.
We have
a year
not.
ago that we stopped
Are you
it.
kidding me?
We pulled out of the JCPOA and stopped fucking around with Iran altogether. And as of 2021, they reached the 60% stage. As of 2021, they could have, within 3 weeks, had enough fissile material to make like 2 nukes at that point and put them on top of the medium-range ballistic missiles that they already had. They could have done that in 2021 thanks to Donald Trump. They didn't.
this is all about the oil and control of that resource. To go after a country, China.
Wait.
which
I'm so sorry. I'm
Go
so
on.
sorry, Fee. I'm so sorry, Fee. I'm so sorry. I want to hear their response because Mojo's absolutely fucking correct. That they.
No, I said that.
And you're right. I just want to
said
hear what
it.
they have to say. You know, you're right. Listen, I love you, Fee. you're smart as fuck. I just want to hear what the fucking ops have to say about that because Trump set them on a path to enrich, and they still didn't.
Yeah, because we've taken steps to prevent them from getting a nuclear weapon.
What steps?
What steps? Yeah.
So there's the Knots explosion in July of 2020. There's the assassination of Mohsen Fakhrizadeh. Don't know how you say that last name. In November of 2020, there's the Knots electrical sabotage of April 2021. Theft of Iran's nuclear archives. Well, that was in January 2018. Another covert operation by Israel in June of 2025. So yeah, we've done things to prevent them from getting a nuclear weapon. Last time I checked, you guys don't have access to the intelligence.
Hold on. All right, so you said all this stuff happened before 2021, yet in 2021 they still had 60% enriched uranium. I'm sorry, we didn't stop them from doing anything. We didn't even slow them down.
Yeah, because I'm not a nuclear scientist, but I don't think just having enriched uranium is all you need for a nuclear weapon. There's going to be other things.
What else do you need?
Again, I don't know. I'm not a nuclear scientist.
It depends.
I don't think having enriched uranium is the only thing
I've been to NBC
don't be
school.
ridiculous.
Okay. I've been to NBC school. Okay.
I don't know what NBC school is, but goddamn it,
Nuclear, biological, and chemical warfare.
I'm sorry, but I took out all the fucking flying pigs already, so you guys don't have to worry about them. You don't have to speculate about them at all. You don't have to say that they're still scary because they're not, because they're gone. This is fucking stupid, TJ. I'm sure you need more stuff. I don't know what, but I'm sure you need it. What the fuck?
So you think that all you need is uranium to set off a nuclear warhead,
and
you don't need anything else,
something to cause an explosion that radiates inwards. That's it.
Not always.
What do you mean?
They
Not
have
always?
missiles.
I mean, not always.
What do you mean? Not always.
I mean, what you're discussing right now is a weapon's yield. How to get the yield up higher, whether you're using tritium. You can actually
I'm not talking about yield at all.
No, you are.
I'm talking about the simple capability of using a nuclear weapon on the top of a medium range ballistic missile. That's
what
it.
you're talking about.
It doesn't. We're not talking about one that can wipe out the entire planet. We're talking about one that they can wipe out Israel with, or even hurt Israel.
Right. But what you're talking about essentially is a criticality event, and that's what TJ was asking about. You do not need implosion technology.
Yeah, and you also need technology.
What do you mean a criticality? What do you mean by that?
In order to make the uranium or plutonium go critical, that's what that is. You have to start the chain reaction that starts the chain reaction is what creates the nuclear explosion.
That's an implosion inward. Yeah, that's
it's not always. No, you can take again.
But it can be, can't it? It's that simple, isn't it?
Yeah, but you don't need it.
Okay, then shut up. Because they can do it. They have that. I have that capacity to.
Yeah, I could do it with fissile material and a fucking howitzer.
Yeah, I can do it in my basement right now. So for you to say that they need something else is ridiculous. They didn't need anything else. They could have built nukes already.
Yeah, you do. You need 90% enriched uranium.
Yeah, 2 to 3 weeks is all it takes to move from 60% to 90%.
Yeah, so I guess it's a good thing that we've been doing covert operations to prevent that.
They could have done it at any time.
Understand.
They could have done it at any time. No, now
haste.
you're an idiot. You're an idiot, Donovan. They could have done that at any time. Okay. They have had the IR-10s or IR-6s or whatever the fuck they are that could have enriched to 90%, and they have had those since 2020.
It's
And also, quick side point. Before JICPOA was ripped up by Donald Trump, Iran faced a slew of their nuclear scientists being assassinated. I don't know if that was the CIA
Oh my
doing
God.
that.
Yes.
I don't know.
There's-
I don't know if that was the CIA. I'm just saying it happened. They
I've
lost
looked
a
into
bunch
that.
of fucking scientists.
And it was all freak accidents. It was all very
Yeah.
weird circumstances. I've looked into that. I was like, what in the hell is going on? Like, this is
Right.
crazy.
And by the way, Donovan and TJ, that was under Obama. Just letting you know.
Yeah, thanks.
I'm sorry, what was under Obama?
Obama knew it was important too. Let me ask you, you blue team ne'er-do-wells, a question. Did Pakistan telegraph to the entire global community that they were developing nuclear weapons?
Yes,
No.
and when Obama left office,
did India telegraph to the entire
no.
community that they were developing
He
nuclear
just
weapons?
answered the opposite of what you just said.
Oh, so you're saying they did telegraph that?
yes.
yes.
They released
and
to
by
the
the
world
way-
that they were developing nuclear weapons. That's your position.
By the way, when Obama left office, he was asked, "What keeps you up at night?" And he said, "Pakistan, because of nuclear weapons." Yes, that was known
Well, he
to us.
specifically said Pakistan and India.
Okay,
Just
fair
to make
enough.
it apparent,
Fair
because
enough.
they both, yeah. I don't want India to get away
Fucking
with shit.
didn't, because no one telegraphs the fact that they're
Yeah,
developing
no, they
nuclear
did.
weapons
In
until
1998,
they
they
fucking
did.
develop them.
They
Brendan,
did
in
because
1998, they
India
did.
that.
1998 is when they do it.
Right, because India needed to know that if they were to hit or even threaten to hit, then they could be hurt. I mean, mutually assured destruction is constantly what this has been about.
Yeah. I mean, they were talking about it,
Yeah, like
since the 60s. Pakistan was talking about it since the 60s, talking about that if India builds it, we
No,
will go hungry
wrong.
to build it. No, it's not wrong.
They
Ali
did
Buttar,
not
which
announce
was,
to the world that they were
Yes, they
trying to
did.
develop nuclear
Yes,
weapons.
they did.
Instead, it issued statements through various official channels from time to time to provide some insight into its nuclear policy. This deliberate ambiguity served Pakistan well and allowed the country more flexibility to adjust its policy as India continued to evolve its own conventional
Okay.
nuclear posture. No, they
Okay.
weren't telling the fucking
they've
world.
been
you
saying
clown.
it
Okay,
since
Brendan,
the 60s. They've been saying it since the 60s. Bateau says in the 60s that if India develops a nuke, we will starve our country to get our own.
Brendan, did Israel announce that they have a nuke?
No,
Did they
developed them
announce
at
it
the same
did
time
they
we
announce it to
developed
the
them
world?
here, because all the scientists at the Manhattan Project later moved to Israel.
I understand. Did they announce to the world that they have a nuke?
No, that's the fucking point. You don't announce to the world your intentions. You guys are like, "Oh, Iran wasn't and isn't trying to get a nuclear weapon."
All I'm
Crazy.
telling you
It's
is that
simple
everyone.
logic, and you guys can't follow simple logic.
All I'm telling you, Brendan, is that everyone fucking knows that Israel has the nuke, but they have not announced it.
I want to give you a rationale
silly.
as to why they. I want to give you a rationale as to why they would announce their nuclear program, and I think you obviously know what it is, right, Donovan? You would know what the rationale is, right?
Make your point.
It's a deterrence. We can build the nukes. Stop fucking sanctioning us. Stop fucking attacking us. Leave our country alone. We can put up a nuke at any fucking time we want.
Yeah,
that
notice
way
how
they don't
quickly-
have to. They don't have to build one and use it. They can just threaten it and force us to do things.
You see how easy it was for me to get the truth out of him, TJ? All I had to do was apply.
No,
a little
you were
logic and
wrong.
reason.
In
And
the
now their
60s.
entire position has reversed.
No, in the
Oh my
60s,
God.
they announced their intentions. In the 60s, they said, again, you don't listen, that if India gets one, we will starve to get one.
I want to be clear.
Donovan,
I want to be clear. There was no reversal of positions here. I'm simply explaining your fucking objection and why it's irrelevant. That's it.
It's not irrelevant. It's obvious that Iran has every intention and are doing everything they can to develop a nuclear weapon. You guys are totally fine with lying because you want to see Israel blown the fuck up.
If they did, they would have done it in 2021.
We stopped it.
Oh, for fuck's
We
sake.
did
Exactly.
not.
That's what TJ's been
I
trying
just
to tell
read
you.
off a bunch of. I'm sorry. I just read off a number.
Yeah, you be sorry. You be sorry. You be sorry. I'm sorry, but they had like 60. They had like 60 kilograms of 60% fissile material in 2021. That would be enough for 2 warheads. And as of right now, they have close to 500 kilograms. We didn't stop shit. Stop the nonsense.
I'm looking at these operations. These are just the operations that we know about. That's not including operations that's not been released to the public.
Israel.
Are we still, because we're talking about Iran now, right?
Thank God.
They keep pivoting they keep pivoting everywhere. They're going from Pakistan to Iran to India to try to make a point. They've been wrong on every single front. I don't know when they're going to get it.
Yeah, no, I just looked up the whole Pakistan thing. You guys are wrong about that.
Iran did telegraph that they were increasing their enrichment intentionally and purposefully, to Mojo's point, to engage the U.S. in lifting sanctions and re-entering the JCPOA or some form of agreement. Like, they did that.
So they said it, so you're going to believe them. But when the United States says stuff, you guys don't believe it.
It's just freaking on the news, dude. Like, it's just
You
what
just
they
said they didn't
said.
announce it.
Authoritarian theocracy. They love authoritarian theocracies, especially authoritarian theocracies that allow men to beat their wives. They love those.
No,
they
that's
love that.
actually the U.S., Brendan, or unless you're ready to call Max Miller and have him step down. Otherwise, sit down.
Are you fucking virtue signaling right? Wait, are you virtue signaling right now, Brendan? Really?
No, absolutely not.
You fucking
I'm just pointing out the fact
snowflake
that
neocon motherfucker.
Leftists love to cape for authoritarian theocracies who let them beat their wives. They love that shit.
Okay,
Your Islamophobia
Brendan.
is out of control, Brendan.
Brendan, can we
Does Islam allow a husband to beat his wife? Yes or no?
Oh, I think it's actually the people of the United States that are still supporting Max Miller. So again, sit down.
Check my story out.
Stop it. You just ignored his question. Yes, Islam beats their wives. Listen, I don't know why it's still a question. I don't know why it's still a question if Israel has a nuke or not. Of course they have a nuke. This is ridiculous.
People beat their wives, and we have toxic people in the United States that beat their wives too.
Yes, but it's
And you guys
promoted in that
refuse
holy
to-
book.
No, it's promoted
it's
here
not.
too, Rosa. Unless again you are going to call Max Miller's campaign and tell him to step down.
I don't even know
want
who
to
Max
hear
Miller
about
is.
who
Sorry.
supports who beating their
This
wives.
conversation's pointless. I don't know who that is.
Yeah, I think it is pointless because you guys refuse to acknowledge the toxicity that exists in your side of the aisle. So fine. We push our people out when they act out of line. You don't.
Right, but it's a crime though, right? You get sent to jail for that. Islam does not get sent to jail for that. It's okay in that culture.
He
Stop
should
it.
be sent to jail, except he beat
Right,
the
but Islam
the
is
daughter
okay
of
in
a
that
senator.
culture. They do not get sent to jail
Beat
for that.
the
It's
daughter of a
promoted.
senator, Rosa. He beat the daughter of a senator, and you guys, he's still running. Your side of the aisle
That's
pushed
sick.
him out.
That's sick. I don't agree with that. So what's your
Well,
point?
then say that. You just said that. Thank you. I have a quick question. Our military targets right now, are they on the Strait of Hormuz or the nuclear sites?
They should be on both.
Probably both.
From the Strait of Hormuz, they're within range of our munitions fee.
Uh-huh. Again, can I get an answer to my question since you guys know it all?
We just answered your question. We said both.
Oh, because I thought it was pretty much focused on the strait.
We don't drop aircraft carriers onto targets fee. There you go.
I know that. But again, we're focusing more on the strait than we are their nuclear to get the strait back open. And then when he gets cornered, that's when he defaults to nuclear.
Remember when Iran put their citizens like around the denuclearization sites because they didn't want them to be hit, so they put all their people around the sites? Or like
No, I don't remember that because it never happened.
Yeah, it did happen.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
That's fucking wild. No,
Are we just
so
telling
what I
random
did-
stories? Like, what the
Yeah, they are. What she's getting it mixed up with is when the citizens of Iran were protesting against the U.S. blowing up their bridges because it's a war crime, and so the citizens on their own accord decided to go stand out there and protest around the bridges.
That's what I was saying.
You said nuclear sites, and you said they were first. They were not. They did this.
I
with their own
said desalinization sites.
They were on the bridges, Rosa.
All right, so I'm wrong on the site, but they were definitely doing it.
Rosa,
We bombed their desalination sites.
That's what I'm saying. You should be.
Why?
It's a war crime. It's literally a war
Because they're
crime.
calling for the deaths of entire countries while developing
Well,
a nuclear weapon.
you just sentence communities to death if they can't figure out how to access fresh water. So I don't know which one's worse, calling for it or actually doing it, TJ, but you tell me.
And so you're going to risk the lives of not just tens of millions, not just hundreds of millions, but potentially billions of people.
Why do they?
That's so dramatic. No, seriously,
That's not dramatic.
Your president, TJ, threatened to wipe out 90 million people in Iran. That was his threat, 3 months ago when he said we're going to do the biggest strike ever.
He's not my
and then
president.
he
I
turned
didn't
the
vote
planes
for him.
around. No,
And yes, Trump says
I don't
stupid
care
shit.
if you didn't vote for him because you're caping for his war. So if you want to tell me that you put
This is
the
your
lives
war
of tens
too.
of
Your life
millions
is
of
also
people,
at risk.
no, it's the reality of what's happening here. Because again, you guys are inflating or fantasizing problems into existence that are not the reality of what's happening.
Like
but
what
if you want to
problems?
say who is calling for the death of whom, right? We have rendered the lives of 40,000 plus people alone, just the ones that lost access to fresh water by us first attacking desalination plants in Iran. We did that first.
Peter,
Listen,
can I get your age and who you voted for? You're on the panel.
I didn't vote, but I'm 42.
Are you conservative?
I just want.
Wait,
I'm sorry.
How do you feel about the war in Iran?
I think it's going pretty well. I'm worried about the civilian population. I think at this point, it's come to the point where we're not going to come to an agreement, and we have to keep up the pressure. The rhetoric yesterday was quite concerning. However, I believe that it was kind of to see what they would do when they actually believed that they were about to be attacked. So coming from the IRGC and what they said, it really sounded like they believed they were going to be attacked, and now we know what they do, which is empty the police stations and certain government buildings.
What was your point there?
I'm going to assume that
I'm
you're
pro-war.
just kind of you're
pro-war.
kind of a
Just
kind
say
of
that.
a moderate Republican or a neocon or some shit like that is what it seems like.
I consider myself in the center. I was a leftist all my life, and I didn't support Trump until he went into Iran. I think there's been like a growing concern in the Middle East, and it affects our national security and our economic security as well.
Did you vote for Bernie?
I gave him like $20.
Did you vote for him?
you started supporting Trump once he went into Iran? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
This
Oh
is
my
a Bernie.
God.
This is a Bernie to MAGA.
Yeah, this is the mythical moderate Republican they were going for with Liz Cheney. He exists.
Oh my God.
Well, look, I the thing about Trump socially, like social progress and like domestic stuff, I have a lot of concerns. Geopolitically, I like what he's doing. You know, the pluses and minuses.
You sound just like Susan Collins.
Oh, do I?
Yeah.
You do.
Oh, I don't follow her, so.
Hey, Blossom, where did you
look
get the
her up.
40,000 lives number?
That was the estimated number of people I think that were put out of that were impacted by us attacking desalination plants.
Okay, estimated. That's fine. Estimated by whom?
I don't know. I read it like weeks ago. I'd have to look.
Here's something interesting. In a stunning display of defiance, Iranian citizens have used their voices and online platforms to resist the regime's actions. Rooftop chants against the government can be heard echoing across cities as citizens cheer the strikes on the regime targets. Social media has become a battleground with citizens sharing the locations of security forces to aid Israeli airstrikes. This collaboration between ordinary Iranians and foreign forces has sparked anger within the regime as it seeks to portray the ongoing military actions as attacks on civilians. But the reality is far from this narrative, as evidence of the regime's reckless actions continues to surface.
What source is that, Brendan? You just read that from someplace. I'm just curious. I have two questions for you. What was the source?
This
Brendan?
is from, let's see, awesomestuff365.com.
Very reputable source.
That was sarcasm.
Yeah.
That was sarcasm.
March
Yeah, I am.
27th, 2026.
Yeah.
Brendan,
How
have
long
you
has the
forgotten?
internet been back
What?
on, Brendan?
Wait, hold on. What's the real source?
No, that is the name of the source.
Shut up.
No, they're gonna claim someone they're gonna cite someone. It can't be that
I'm
bullshit
sorry,
website.
but there's no way that you fucking just read
Oh,
that
was it
website and read it out loud.
awesomenews.com?
Awesome.
What
No,
was
it's
it?
called Awesome. It's called Awesome Stuff 365. It's a
Yeah, that was
news.
terrible.
It's a
That
news
was
outlet.
not, that was not a
March
Is this like a
27th.
porn site?
Is that seriously where you're getting information from? Are you fucking serious?
This particular piece of
Dude, it's
information.
real. I just looked it up.
It's real. Oh my God.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
It's a YouTube though. It's a YouTube thing.
Yeah, this
Oh,
is not on
shit.
YouTube. I got this
No.
off. I got this
They're a
off of
website
Google.
too. They're
You are
they're a
absolutely
Wait,
the
wait,
most
wait.
ridiculous.
What's your objection exactly?
You are the most ridiculous person I've ever met in my entire fucking life. That was the fucking
I
most
don't know about that,
ridiculous thing I've
Mojo. I'm
ever
pretty
heard.
ridiculous.
I mean, News of the World would be a better source. Brendan, they haven't had access to the internet since this thing started. So being on social media and all of that stuff is nonsense.
Except they've been smuggling in, Starlinks. So yeah, there is some internet coming out of Iran right now, specifically because of the efforts of the United States.
Didn't they just commit a cyber attack? I mean, that requires internet, right?
The only people that can talk to people there, everything is being monitored. They can't like talk freely. Like it's just for people. Like I'm sure it's our people in there undercover, and like it's not. I mean, there was people that have family there that were talking to family through a Starlink or whatever, but it's not many people, and they have to talk in code because everything is being monitored by the government. So it's not like they're like open and free right now. I don't know what you're trying to say.
Yeah, a ZD Sports Complex, a major venue in Tehran, has also been repurposed by the regime to house military personnel. The facility, which is typically used for sports events and public gatherings, has served as a staging ground for internal security forces since 2009. During this current conflict, the complex has been fully utilized by armed forces, including housing anti-riot police base. When the site was struck by Israeli airstrikes in March, the regime's claim that civilian infrastructure had been targeted conveniently omitted the fact that it had been used for military purposes. This is one of the reasons we get so upset that you guys.
Wow. Is this from Awesome Stuff too? Is this from Awesome Stuff as well?
It's the same article.
Dude,
wait,
what's the name of the article?
Brendan.
Yeah, no credible reports regarding 40,000 civilians being unalived by the United States whatsoever.
Sorry, you ever use
unalived, TJ.
You ever use another fucking source like that again? I'm gonna go ahead and just ban you.
Yeah, dude, that's wild.
I said, TJ, that we were putting their ability to survive at risk. That by cutting them off from fresh water. I didn't say they were unalived. Clean the cotton out of your ears, bud.
We like blew up a whole school of little girls. I don't know what moral high ground do you think we're on.
Accidents happen.
It's not an accident.
Accidents
it's
happen.
literally hundreds of children. Like, are you serious? If that happened in America, we would literally boom the whole country.
Sure. Look,
that's called
I think the
hypocrisy,
Manab school was once used as a military
I thought that was still being
infrastructure.
discussed. Who was responsible for that?
Years ago. It was us. It was us.
Yeah, I don't
It was
want
us
to
100%.
relitigate it. I don't want to relitigate
No,
it.
because it was us.
It's one of the worst war crimes the U.S. has
about the civilian
perpetrated in modern history. We need to relitigate it. We should never have stopped litigating it. It should be unacceptable. We had intelligence years ago that was ignored, stating that was no longer a site, a military site. In fact, we knew that it was a school. You could have identified the children's playground. You could see it from satellite imagery. You don't get to say you don't want to relitigate it anymore. They never released the investigation. We killed 150 people, including over 100 schoolgirls, and we better be demanding accountability for that from our government.
Half the people that run Awesome Stuff 360 are foreign nationals. Half of them are at least Muslim. Yeah, that would be Boonim Widra, Shane Parman, Rhonda T. Mayuni. Let me see, Linda Dizito, Wahid Afandi. These are all the people that run this particular news organization. I don't understand why you're objecting to them specifically.
Because it's not something that people recognize as a reputable news source.
I don't give a fuck.
I'm voting, people. Got a huge queue.
Monob school, or what do you want? Where do you want to go, Mojo?
Oh my
Same
God.
thing. TJ, there's it was 30 villages that had their water impacted when we struck the desalination plant early March on Ketchum Island. There's no formal understanding of how many people, but they have a population of about 150,000 spread across 59 towns and villages on Ketchum Island. So you can infer.
I did see they targeted a house too as well. I think that was confirmed with satellite imagery. I am not for what hitting water.
Hold on a second. The USA has not admitted a public actual report that it was us at all. They have not said that officially at all.
It was us. It was us. It was a Patriot missile.
The US has not declared it was us.
I don't care if the US has declared it or not, Rosa. They've buried the investigation.
Oh. That was my fault. That was my fault, Blossom. I'm so sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
Are you really muting Blossom?
I did. I hit myself and I hit her.
Nessie was letting me know she's
block Messi right now. Block me.
No final official report has been made.
I have a question for a guy who said it was an accident. Would you consider 9/11 accident?
No.
What difference?
Was that even comparable? What are you
Exactly.
talking
So
about?
what difference? Like why you allowed to
Intention.
make accident? Intention. So when you go in other country, boom, kids, and you say, oh, it was not my intention, and would you say like if the same other country come to
There's
your
been no official reports. They're saying that at all.
We had a New York Times article come out.
All right, so
that had
op-ed, okay,
that
very
had
good.
five
There's been no
journalists
official
on
report.
it, Rosa. That had 5 journalists on it, 2 of whom have won
An op-ed?
Pulitzer
Yeah, there's
Prizes.
been no official
No, it
report
wasn't an
from
op-ed.
the
Let me finish. It
Pentagon at
wasn't an
all.
op-ed. It was discussing
The
a
Pentagon has
report,
not
a
said it was
preliminary
officially us, so
report.
stop lying.
Okay, Rosa. It was 5 journalists from New York Times, 2 of whom have Pulitzer Prizes, who had a report leaked to them from an official within the Pentagon that they understood preliminarily that it was us. It was a Patriot
No
missile.
hearsay, right?
We are
It has not
no,
been
it's not
released from the
hearsay.
Pentagon that it was
I need you
officially
guys
us, so
to
stop
understand.
lying.
I need you guys to recognize the reality of what your government, your elected president, has done to curtail information and accountability in this government. You want to know why Pete Hegseth pushed all of those reporters out of the Pentagon press pool? Not because he wanted to be transparent, Rosa. Not because he wanted to hold people
Hegseth should have been
accountable.
fired.
Well, great, but he's still in control, and that's still the environment. They are not trying to do any investigation because Trump and his ego can't admit when they do shit wrong.
I don't think it's that. I mean, it's bad intel. It has to be. There's not a targeting officer in the United States military that would intentionally target a school. They could walk off of the floor and refuse it and be right. If they refuse it, they would be court-martialed, but they would be in the right
That's
to
the
walk
point,
away
Peter.
from it.
But Peter, it's not whether or not they made the decision to target a school. It's the fact that they neglected to ever analyze all of the intelligence that was raised over the past 10 years, indicating that that was not a valid target, that they relied sloppily on AI and on their systems, and they didn't do the necessary work, which is making my point earlier that I don't think we have very good military strategists in this government anymore.
The biggest, I think you want to argue the fact that Pete Hegseth got rid of a certain division that rechecks these targets just prior to it.
That was part of
he
the coach
removed
cut.
it. And usually they do things like this just to verify that the targets are still valid. I don't know how long that target became, how long ago that target became a school, but there was definitely a lapse in intelligence. And the United States military does not intentionally target children. Furthermore, there is images out there of rockets, anti-air stuff in school grounds. I don't know if it's specifically Manab, but they do use humans as shields. We know
The
that.
school was half on a
God,
military base.
TJ, it's your best friend, Peter. Do you guys want to go on this one again?
I mean, I don't know anything about Iran doing that specifically, but you should address his argument.
Tim Pool just reported Mitch McConnell is dead.
No.
Well, Tim Pool.
Oh, really? Brandon, I cannot believe you believe it. How come?
Yeah, okay, whatever.
Is that from awesomenews.com 456?
Yeah. Is Iran International a acceptable source for you clowns? Yes or no?
No.
Iran International, is that an acceptable source for you clowns? Yes or no?
Go ahead, just say it.
Thanks, appreciate it. June 2nd, 2026. International internet access has been largely returned to Iran, but users, experts say, the network remains degraded, unstable, and significantly worse than before the war. Despite the easing of restrictions, many websites, apps, and online services continue to experience disruptions, slow speeds, and intermittent outages. Experts say that the current wave of disruptions appears highly systematic, targeting core internet protocols that underpin everything from VPN to video calls to websites and cloud services. So yes, the internet has been reestablished in Iran. You're welcome, Mojo.
What does that have to do with anything that I ever said? Why the fuck would you say
because
something to me?
I read from this article and your initial objection was, wait a minute, I thought that the internet had been taken down in Iran. So then you asked me my source. So when I said the source, then you spurred out on the fucking...
You did shit. I said nothing of the sort. I said nothing of the sort, you fucking dumbass.
So did you just say
who
that?
the fuck you think you're talking to?
Muting me.
Yeah, because you're fucking saying stupid shit right now. I didn't say anything like that.
You said the internet was down in Iran.
I did not.
You did. Then you asked me what my. Then you asked me what my source. Then you asked me what my source was for.
No, I didn't.
Okay, Mojo. Then you asked me what my source
I don't know if that was him,
was.
actually, to be honest with you.
So did you just say that regime in Iran not that bad, that they allowed people internet? So it's not that bad. What we are doing there? I would love to. I was listening to all of this. I so many subjects I want to touch. Like I encourage not argue Donovan argument. I encourage argue his logic and everybody who is like, because it will be more profitable for us. So logic is, I remember when Donovan was arguing using the same argument about Cuba against me when he defended Russia. And he said, America attacked Cuba because those Soviets, opposite. So right now in this life, he defend America because Soviets are so bad. So America has to stay against Soviet. But then he back up Russia, the same Soviets, the same country who wants Soviets back, who is such a bad enemy on this life for Donovan, like logic, it's at consistency is like out of the table. So in that life, in our debate, he said that Russia is a good guy. On attacking Ukraine because Russia was protecting their interest. Make it make sense when you choose. When Soviets, because Russia represents Soviets, they want it back. So how you choose when you wake up in the morning, is Soviets your enemy or your friend? I really wonder about that.
I'm sorry to detract from your point real quick, Mimi, and I love you.
Okay.
I just wanted to point out, if you're going to talk about the criticism of your fucking source, why would you use Iran International News? That's the stupidest source you could have used, because you don't even know whether or not you trust Iran International News. If they were to say right now that they weren't actually enriching uranium, you'd probably say that's a fucking lie.
So here's what I do. I read from a source all of the information that they have to offer. After the fact, we can go ahead and go through the source with regards to who is writing the article, whether or not they have any fiduciary interest with regards to putting out that article. That's totally fine. That's why quite often I ask, do you accept the source? Why? Well, because rather than address the things that the source is telling you, you would much rather attack the source. You would rather stick your head in the sand and say, no, this does not support my narrative, so it must be false. You can't attack the things that the source is telling you, so you must attack the source.
You should look often to question the validity and the trustworthiness of a source.
I don't
Yeah.
believe
So
we're gonna
how many
argue
times? Hold
about
on, Mimi.
source.
JD, how many times? How many times on this panel have I specifically said, "Is this a source that you accept?" Before I read what it is they're saying. How many times do I do that, JD?
Not finished my statement. So you often have to question the validity and trustworthiness of a fucking source that you're getting your information from. I'm sorry that's not your reality, and in your reality, you unilaterally just accept everything to be true. I am consistent enough to say that, yeah, I'm probably going to question both left and right sources on certain issues.
Well, Gigi, obviously,
Community notes are a thing, JD.
He doesn't have any problem with sources. Even he got cut of those bullshit sarcastic source. He still keep going with this.
Not a sarcastic source. It's just a source you haven't heard of.
So you're trying to find his shame. It's useless. He doesn't have a shame.
Just read this. This is
just attacking the source.
No. Go ahead. Blossom. I was going to read something as well.
Yeah, this is the most comprehensive analysis that I've seen. Sky News released their full investigation into Manab. So one of the things I just want to highlight, right? Satellite imagery from May 2015 shows secure perimeter wall around the entire compound, including building which would eventually become a school. There were watchtowers in each corner. But by October of that year, a wall had been built, physically separating the building from the rest of the compound. Watchtowers had been removed. Then later on, they say that you can even capture children playing on the playground through satellite imagery that had happened, that they could capture the building and infrastructure for the school, the playground, the chalk. And then on top of that, they had widely publicized recently that in that particular compound, they were putting a clinic that was in local news. Also, the Persian Gulf Car Wash, which was located in that compound, had a public Instagram page that they were using. And then we have reporting that suggests that the United States had been tracking this particular location since 1987. And you have multiple insiders saying that they did not periodically monitor the database where they had logged possible military targets, even though they were supposed to do that every 3 to 5 years. It just didn't happen that often. DIA might do 100 or 200 CENTCOM facilities per year. We all knew it wasn't enough, but leadership at DIA thought it was just fine. We never thought we were going to use the database in an operational scenario, and if we did, we thought we would have enough time to go in and update as fast as they could. This is all evidence on top of them identifying a Tomahawk-capable destroyer traveling through the Gulf, the fact that the U.S. was responsible for the south of Iran, Israel was responsible for the north, meaning the U.S. was covering this area in the initial attacks. And we have video of that particular ship launching Tomahawk missiles on that day.
It's very sad. Mic drop. It's very sad that we had news organization had to confirm it was us, but yeah, our own fucking Pentagon can't even say that. That's how fucking sad this is.
That's great that a newspaper said that, but the Pentagon has yet to release.
Well, I don't get. Well, they haven't. Well, there's a lot of things they don't want to say, like the bombing of an Afghanistan hospital and all that stuff. So don't give me that BS.
I mean, how long
You're making
did
it sound like something nefarious is going on.
'Cause it is.
If an accident happens, it's managed from a PR perspective. That's
I'm sorry.
normal.
Hang on, Peter.
Obama does it.
Oh, here we go.
Every
What about
president
Obama?
does it.
Here's the thing, Peter. This is the problem. We have Amnesty International showing that the United States did commit some war crimes over there already. So don't give me that BS.
Well, I haven't seen it. If there's a war crime, I'm sure then it can come to the attention of the UN. But you have to realize that there were 16,000 individual missions done in the first couple of months. One mistake is not a lot. They're generally very targeted, only affecting the military and military capabilities. And for strategic military purpose. 1 out of 16,000, although very, very devastating, is not a terrible number. They're good at their job, but mistakes still happen.
I have
They're
a question.
not gods. They're not gods.
I have a
They
question.
can't just say you live, you die. There is always collateral damage and a risk of collateral damage.
If they're so good, if they're so
okay,
good,
say something real quick. So when Trump made that social post saying that I'm gonna wipe out the whole civilization, put him in the Stone Age, was that considered a genocide
Hyperbole.
remark? Really, Peter?
Oh yeah, 100%. I didn't believe it for a second. Did you?
I believe him because we have a nut job in office.
So if you want to, you can, cherry pick, right? But look, I didn't believe it for a second. I knew he wouldn't do that. He was trying to pressure them to do a deal, and he didn't unalive an entire civilization in a night. That is how he operates.
Did it work?
Rhetoric is one thing, action's another, and
Peter,
it
did
does.
it work?
The problem with his rhetoric is that it pushes away allies, and diplomacy takes a seat in the back as opposed to being the lead. That's the problem, and we've alienated some people on the international
You got to
stage.
be quicker. You got to be quicker and stop
Sorry.
repeating yourself.
So my problem is that you're saying that he said this to get them negotiating table and all that stuff. Time after time, we've been seeing Trump making threats to them. They don't seem to budge, and literally we saw a taco out of Trump this weekend. So like he's in a deadlock, and it's something that he knew he was going to lose, and some people just don't want to admit it, and we need to pull out. None of this would have happened.
Highly disagree.
We could just do this
Really?
in rounds, right? And make them capitulate and come to the table. Day one, we take out a big mosque. Day two, we take out a bridge. Day three, a water desalinization plant. Day four, a nuclear facility. And keep going until they fucking listen.
Rosa, I have a question. How long keep going?
No, I'm not
Mr.
talking to you.
Dottie had a good point here.
Or you're not talking to me? Wow.
I have a question, Rosa. I have a question. If some country attacked the United States of America and did
Not
that
gonna
exact
happen.
process, if some country attacked the United States of America, Russia, for example, and did that exact process, would you have a problem with it?
It's not going to happen, so it's completely irrelevant.
If some country attacked the United States of America and used that process, would you have a problem with it?
I love your analogy, but it's just not going to happen, Mojo.
Can't answer that question.
That's not an analogy. Wait, hold on, stop. I'm not making an analogy. I'm using your analogy. I'm using what you said. It is absolutely not okay to commit war crimes. Absolutely not okay at all. And here
Well,
you
people
are.
would trust they home
Here
after
you
that, right?
are.
Like they were
Here
supposed
you
to when the
are.
Roscoe got
Here you
bombed.
are. Here you are promoting war crimes to be committed by the United States of America.
They're not
When
listening.
you know
What
damn
else
well.
you want to do?
When you know
You want to
fucking.
spend? Do you want to spend
When
5
you
years over there, 20
fucking
years
know
over there,
damn
Mojo?
well. When you know damn well that you would be absolutely against it and would piss you off all to hell, and you'd want to beat up the rest of the fucking world if somebody did that to us.
I think that if it was logical, our country would go to the table and try to
If you
negotiate a good
condemned
deal.
Iran as much as you condemned the United States, I might take you a little bit more seriously.
If this is okay, I mean, if this is okay, then 9/11 was okay, right?
They
No,
would
but
Stop
9/11's
bringing
okay,
up
right,
9/11.
Rosa?
Y'all are fucking
Right,
wild to bring that
Rosa?
up.
9/11's okay.
Here's the difference,
Right?
That's
Mojo.
what
We're
we
not
should have done
calling
day
it.
one when 9/11 happened.
We are not. We are not. We are not advocating.
Okay, I'm sorry, but if you are
Yeah,
okay
you
with
have to
committing war
silence me.
crimes, shut the fuck up. I'm sorry, but if you are okay with committing war crimes in other countries, then you have to be okay with other countries committing war crimes on us.
Mojo, you want us to spend another
Then stand up for Nazi
25
Germany.
years over there? Or do you want us to get this done and get out of there?
Well, we did have it done. Wait, hang on. We did have it done. We had an MOU. I mean, it seemed to be working, but somehow we kept violating it. Peter, don't say that it was a bullshit joke. It was a good. I mean, I think it was a good deal.
They violated it. They fired on 3
Really?
ships, and then the MOU
Wait.
was dead.
Can I counter that? Wait, Peter, can I counter that real quick? So when they were at this sweet land or whatever country they were at to make this deal, what did Trump do in his social media post?
He said
Yeah,
that
he
we knew they
he
wouldn't be able
threatened.
to honor the MOU.
Hang on, wait.
He
Brandon,
threatened,
stop.
which technically is a violation of the MOU.
Okay, so
but
who violated
the
first?
severity is quite different. Firing on a ship and rhetoric.
So wait, in that first point,
Very different.
Hang on, that first bullet point, it literally said, "Do not make any military threat against Iran or United States. Okay. Other than that, the deal will be violent. You are violating the MOU," and that's what Trump did. Multiple times, Trump had done that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think it was just once when he said that.
Not once. No. And then, hang on. And then when it came to southern Lebanon, all military action must be stopped. And what happened?
Israel's not a party to the MOU.
I don't give a damn. There are little side bitches.
No, they're not.
They're
an independent sovereign nation.
No,
you can't tell them to. They can act on their own accord.
I'm sorry.
They didn't sign it.
I'm sorry.
But we can't control them.
Hang on. Wait, Peter. If we control them, who the fuck arms they could get and everything? We have every right to control them.
It's not enforceable.
We can control them. We can control them. We done.
All I gotta say is they were given $300 billion, and half the people on this app were saying, "Oh, Iran won. They got $300 billion, and they fucked it up by firing on 3 ships."
Wait. They were given it. Wait. When did this come out?
A plan for $300 billion.
A plan. Oh, so they didn't give it to them yet.
Correct.
Okay, then why'd you say it?
I said it because it was a very, very big carrot, and they couldn't control themselves. They had to fire on ships.
No, they controlled themselves. No, they were controlling themselves.
No, they were not.
Yeah, they were.
No, they were not.
Do you want to read the deal?
They fired on 3 ships.
They did something.
No, they were supposed to go on the routes. Peter's the problem with you. They were supposed to go the routes that were safe. Now, what they decided to do,
but they were also to try their best. It's written
they were trying
very
their best.
clearly,
They
trying
were.
their best to ensure safety.
They were. That's why they gave them routes. That's why they gave them
trying
routes.
their best. No, it is not
Peter,
trying their best.
Peter, if they give you safe routes to go through.
No, they can do a different route, and it's Oman's territory, so they fired.
Technically, it was no. Technically, it was a joint deal between those two, so let's get that right. So, I'm going to tell you right now, with Iran say, hey, there's a safe patch.
We can't force, and the IRGC can't force anyone to use a specific route. They can threaten people or they can protect people based on using that route, but they can't force people to take a certain route. That route, is
particular
not
route,
freedom of navigation.
The MOU specifically.
Now, the MOU was a bullshit deal. It
wasn't a bullshit.
You could wipe your ass with it because it was not legally binding, and that's what everyone did.
Hold on. What is legally binding? What do you mean?
It's not a treaty. It's not a definite bind. There's no legal obligation to follow through with any single one of those orders. It's an understanding. This is how they are going to proceed forward, and whether that happens or not, whether people abide by to the understanding,
would you say it when
it's based on their understanding of the MOU?
Yeah, I got.
And then they find the difference.
I already achieved your destination. Okay, so when war is ending with Iran, in the end, you will sign some contract with them, right?
Not necessarily.
No.
Man, do you want Iran to win?
No. How do you see do you know how war finish? Countries sign some agreements between let's rephrase. How do you see ending war? What's supposed to be in the end? You just say, okay, we gone, right?
Okay.
So hold on. So war has no rules except one.
Here we go. Hold on. Directing it towards me, please.
Yes, please.
We have the rules of engagement. What do you mean?
Mimi, I appreciate your question. What would I like to see and how this end? I would like to see, ideally, a liberated Iran from the IRGC and Reza Pahlavi as an interim leader.
Here's my deal. This is what I want. So if we're gonna do this whole invasion situation, I don't want our troops to be involved whatsoever. I believe that we should supply the Kurdish group. When they actually deserve a country, we'll give a piece over to Iran, so they got a little Kurdistan in there. That's my plan.
The Iranian Kurdish folks are pro Pahlavi for the most part. They don't want. They identify very strongly with Iran and all of Iranians,
we're losing the
like
topic here.
the integrity of their borders. My idea for the Kurds is take Syria.
We going in different direction.
So here's
I
the
would
problem
love
with
to.
that, Peter. That's a wet dream that the Kurdish want, but it's already too late for that. So they could kiss that shit goodbye. They could try Iran though. We could get the separatist groups over there and let them have a little country over there in those mountains. But the whole Syria plan's already too late, Peter. We got Jelani in power now. So
yeah,
you
do
can
you
kiss that
trust
shit
Jelani?
goodbye.
Because I sure as hell don't.
Trump does.
Well, look, I think we're cutting deals right now, so certain people do certain things. Al Jelani's not a good dude. Al Jelani's people have sexual slaves. Al Jelani was a jihadist.
file.
Al Jelani was a jihadist and was in Al Qaeda.
Yeah, we don't care
he
about
may
that.
be an asset.
We don't care about that at that
currently,
point with Trump.
But if he acts in a certain way that goes against America's interests, I would say, move the Kurds into Kurdistan. That way, the Kurds don't have to take five countries' territory, and a little chunk from each of them, and they get even something better. Access to the Mediterranean Sea, and from an economic standpoint, you're way better off having sea access than being landlocked.
When I see that happen, which is not when the PKK, when they burned their weapons in that little pit fire of theirs, surrendering to the Syrian government, they already lost that hope. So you could say that could happen, all that, but Trump seems to like this dude. So
I don't think the Kurdistan region is going to happen initially, probably 10 years down the line. It depends on how quickly things unfold in the Middle East.
Well, I'm just saying, my proposition would avoid boots on the ground. It would avoid the unaliving of any other U.S. citizens, and it would be fast. I mean, I don't
already got 18
What's
on
your
alive
proposition?
already. We already got 18 on alive.
It would avoid anybody else.
She has some magic power. She just spread magic power, and it's everything happened.
Wait, guys, I didn't actually hear her proposition. Let her fucking say it.
Oh, day one, you take out a mosque. Day two, you take out a bridge. Day three, you take out a desalinization plant. Day four, you take out a nuclear plant. And until they capitulate, that's what you do.
They won't capitulate. That's
Holy
the problem.
shit, war crimes after
Well, then
war
destroy
crimes.
the fucking
Everyone's
country.
talking
What do
at
you want?
once. Jesus fuck. So the same thing that you said before that Mojo called you out on, which is just war crimes.
Yeah, I think that should still be done. I mean, what are you going to do? Just bomb?
so you're
like,
terrorist.
random places? No.
You're okay. Then you're okay with 9/11. And you're okay with 9/11.
That's not
for the
9/11.
next
It's
5
not
days.
compared to that.
You're okay with 9/11 5 days.
There's no comparison to 9/11.
There is absolute comparison.
Rosa, the thing is, there are 90 million allies waiting in Iran that want to be liberated from the IRGC. We do not want to hurt
There are 90 million
civilians.
people in Iran that can commit 9/11 all over again. What is wrong with you?
It's not like they're not. I mean, they're over here doing a
They are not doing shit here.
every
Stop
other
the
fucking
fucking
week. What do you
nonsense.
mean?
They're not doing shit here. Stop the nonsense.
Oh, so okay, so the guy who just did the stabbings in New York didn't yell "Allahu Akbar" before he did it. The guys
Does that mean he's from
drove
Iran?
into a synagogue
Does that
with
mean
the
he's
truck on
from
fire.
Iran?
That didn't
Does
happen.
that mean he's
The
from
National
Iran?
Guards in DC.
Does that mean he's from
that wasn't-
Iran?
That
Were
was
any
not
of these fucking
Allahu
people
Akbar
from
guy?
Iran? Were
The
any of
whole
these
fucking
were
Middle
any
East,
of these
bro. I do
fucking
not
people
care.
were
I'm done already.
exactly? You're
Mojo.
God. You are fucking stupid.
You know you just
Okay,
kind of
good,
proved
I
the
know.
point, though.
Your tantrums have gotten tiresome, Mojo.
All right, then leave. Go. Bye. Why the fuck are you here? You guys are literally saying, like, Rosa is next to you, Brendan, saying, like, I'm gonna commit war crimes. That's my plan to solve the fucking Middle
Yeah,
Eastern
her
shit.
Well, they're
plans,
over here
war
doing
crimes.
this shit
What the
already. I mean, like,
fuck?
what's the problem?
I will be
Her
the
plan is
best terrorist in the world. I will be the best terrorist here.
Fucking wild. It's so wild to hear you fucking say this shit. It's fucking weird, disgusting, gross. Like you're worse than any fucking Muslim out there. I swear to God.
Well, hey Mojo. So, can I ask you a question?
Who the fuck let your dumb ass up here?
Okay, Mojo, I've been laughing my ass off down the gulag. Do you want an overview of this source that Brendan cited?
Sure.
It
By the way, I had a whole Reddit thread I was going to start reading through for my source and see if he asked me for the source. That's what I was
that's great. So, and hopefully I'm not misciting, but correct me if I'm wrong, but the name of the place was Awesome Stuff 365, right?
Yeah.
Not 69.
Okay. So what this is a business headquartered in New Zealand with everything locked down behind privacy walls from a URL standpoint, with 6 to 10 LinkedIn employees with names hidden, right? That live across. None of them actually live in New Zealand. The laughable reality is it's a novelty online gift shop. Okay, it's a American conservative targeting online e-gift shop content farming site. Right, so they repost. They don't have an editorial staff. They don't create any sort of news. They don't have reporters. They repost and specifically target American conservatives to farm their affiliate marketing novelty e-gift shop.
Well,
That's all
everyone's
it
bad
is.
coming through with the facts.
That's all it is, guys. They push 70% lifestyle, 30% news. 30% news, 70% of it is conservative leaning. They repost stuff from the most blatantly like right-leaning conservative like Trump cult. It's hilarious that he used this as a source. So open the website right now if you have a second screen and read the top 3 headlines.
But guys, I'm really think that Donovan do it for a penny in his pocket, because like I don't understand, like you called him out already, and like if you do it genuinely and you said, oh fuck, I fucked up here, it's a bad source, I will go to find a better. He didn't fucking care. His goal, he tried to achieve as much as he possible can, repeat this propaganda. You can call him out as long as you want. He here to repeat propaganda.
Well, awesome stuff 365. Home, gift ideas, contact us. Awesome stuff. Cool things, fun facts, how to, about us. And it's literally an affiliate marketing site that content farms targeting specifically at U.S. conservatives. That's what it is. To get the clickbaits to push the affiliate marketing for, I don't know, finger hands.
How are they conservative and they're selling
great
fucking
gift
cats? Wait, hold on.
for nieces
Anyone
and
else
nephews.
notice that? They're selling
what?
cat socks. How are they conservative?
Because the people that are most respondent to clickbait and affiliate marketing are conservatives.
Well, I guess the answer is conservatives are furries.
Another way to say it, I think, would be even if you sold only products desired by liberals, and you sold them totally at liberals versus conservatives, you would have a bigger margin selling those liberal products to conservatives.
Since you want to check out the sources of other conservatives, see where they get their shit from.
Yeah, at least we know where is Donovan receive his instruction for every life.
Girls buy books and weird and funny t-shirts.
Mojo, you know what's funny, Mojo? When I hear people talk about this war, prime example, Rosa saying that she's willing to commit war crimes to finish the job. This is the wild shit. And she's not the only one that said this too. So it's just.
Let me
funny,
ask
funny.
you something. Do other network sources sell stuff? Like,
yeah,
does
absolutely.
ABC, CBS, NBC
Are you
have
getting
things
absolutely?
like
Hold on, I got this.
Right now? Are you
Commercials?
really fucking? Are you
Mojo,
really
I
fucking
got this.
defending
Please
this
let
stupid
me
shit
have
right
it.
now?
I want all the heat. Yes, they do. But are other media
do?
companies
Oh.
also positioned as
Oh, they
content
sell
farming
stuff.
affiliate marketing services?
Crazy.
Do other
Yeah,
media sites have
it's a
reporters?
21st
Do they
century
have
media outlet.
bureaus?
Simply
Do they have
because
editors?
your objection is you've never heard of it.
No, my objection is when I'm looking at the 6 to 10 people that work for it, not one of their skills has anything to do with news, media, or anything. It's all SEO optimization.
Wait a minute. A minute ago, their names were behind a paywall or they were blocked. But I read all their names.
Brendan, you cannot
absolutely
compare
going to be a
awesome
video.
stuff.
I read all their names. Half of them were
365s.
Muslim.
You cannot compare awesome stuff.
Wait, which is it? Which is it?
To even the worst,
Are the
most
contributors
partisan news.
Are the contributors hidden or not? Which is it, Dad?
Brendan, you lost this argument. Stop it.
Shh. I didn't lose shit. The fuck are you talking about?
I couldn't hear you because I was over talking you. Please go ahead, Brendan.
You said a moment ago. You said a moment ago that all the people were. You couldn't tell who the contributors were, right?
Yeah, they use ghostwriters and they repost.
Did you notice the fact that I read the contributors? I read off the names of all the people that are involved with this particular media outlet.
Great. Where did you source that from?
For that matter, let me ask you something else.
Brendan,
is it just one individual that makes a media outlet? Like when Glenn Greenwald started The Intercept? Was it any less of a media outlet because it was Glenn Greenwald that started it?
You named off about half a dozen
you fuckers keep interrupting me because you can't stand against the logic.
No, I just don't
can't
want
ever
to
stop because you're fucking dumb.
You won't shut the fuck up because you're stupid.
50 IQ points between you.
Hey. You won't shut up. You won't.
Only you're allowed to call people dumb, isn't that right, Mojo?
Stop. You won't shut up because you used a fucking bad
because
source.
You scumbags talk over me all the time.
One at a time.
And then complain that I talk over you.
You were such a fucking idiot that you came up
there
here and said, hold my beer. I'm going to look even more fucking stupid.
Very slowly.
You are a moron.
Words.
Brendan, you are a moron.
Let's get point for point.
Oh, yeah,
you said you named off half a dozen people. Where did
the people responsible for that particular media outlet. The one that you said their contributors were hidden. Remember that, Dad?
So yeah, let's.
The only reason I came up.
Direct me
because you're full of shit.
Direct me to where I can see.
There you go.
This, please. So where did you find the contributors? I'm on their website. Should I go to About Us?
Yeah.
Where should I go? About Us.
Yeah, go to About Us.
Okay. Creative minds behind awesome stuff. Our journey. Meet the team. So we have.
Click on Meet the Team.
Yeah, we're here.
What do you know? There's the people that are responsible for the media outlet, Dad.
So
that wasn't
he is
hard.
An Australian
is this your first day on the fucking internet?
Photographer. This person is creative force behind the
Tim Pool was a photographer for a long time.
Stop crashing.
Stop crashing.
I'm crashing.
We're going
Tim Pool became a Russian asset.
You are crashing. Wrong and real time.
You've got 6 leftists up here who can't control it.
Rhonda.
You are
Rhonda
crashing.
Is the tech
you are crashing. Stop.
Not crashing shit, Mojo.
Stop.
Matter of fact, you're the one that crashed and kicked me a moment ago.
Shut the fuck up, yeah. I'm going to kick you again. I'm going to fucking block
Knock
you
yourself
from my
out.
life
It's the only way you can
you are
stop
such
me.
a fucking moron that you were defending the stupid ass shit that you did instead of being a fucking adult and saying that you used idiots.
You know what's funny? Is that I'll bring up journalists, like Pulitzer Prize winning journalists, and all you stupid fucks are like, who the fuck is that? Because you don't know, because all your positions are based on fashion. They're not based on fact. You just regurgitate whatever bullshit you hear because it fits your narrative.
What was the name of the source again? What was the name of the source?
Awesome Stuff 365. We get down to Lena.
Who's using? Wait, hold on. Who's using fashion right now? Awesome Stuff 365. Is that what this is?
Yeah, I did a search.
365.
This was the
yeah. Cognitive dissonance is what this is fucking called. And this is fucking ridiculous that you would come up here and say, hold my beer, let me look even more fucking stupid. Yes, I am going to make a video out of this and I'm going to post it and I'm going to share it with everybody else to post too, because this is the most ridiculous fucking thing I've ever seen and the most ridiculous crash out that any fucking conservative has ever had on fucking TikTok.
But they just look, we know
but they just think they get spudging out. Shut your mouth.
Aww.
The only reason that you have an issue is because you've never heard of the fucking...
You know what's funny? He mentioned...
Amazing.
Oh, it's like his pattern is the same. Like every time he got cornered and he has nothing argument, he crashing badly. It's just like, dude, you can win, you can make more money. They will pay you more if you stop being so obviously. You just showing us right now that we just cornered you. React differently.
So Wahid is the only one that I see that has anything editorial, but their dedication to excellence is evident in carefully curated content that graces the site, reflecting his belief that only the best should be shared with the blog's audience. This person's a blogger. This person maintains the actual technical infrastructure, making sure that the affiliate clicks are working and they collect money. This person is a dynamic platform showcasing the latest in sports, tactical gear, cars, and automotive innovation with an eye for the extraordinary and a passion for high adrenaline pursuits.
This is
Yeah.
the most.
Quick.
I can't. This is so fucking unbelievable. I don't even.
Our journey began with the simple
fucking
idea
head
to
just
create a
exploded.
space where creativity and innovation are celebrated every day. We're a diverse group of designers, writers, and tech enthusiasts who believe in the power of creativity to change the world. Our mission is to inspire, entertain, and inform our readers about the most incredible products and designs out there. Correct me if I'm wrong, but creativity is often the opposite of facts and news, right?
So, real
What
quick.
is he using this for in the first place? I've forgotten.
To cite and root his ideological perversions in.
Yeah, so real quick, this is just going back to what I said earlier.
I actually don't even remember what he was fucking trying to prove, but
he said there was an article he cited
Iran
that
had gotten its internet back. That's what he was trying to prove.
Well, no, this one was specifically the cited source for that Iranian citizens are working with Israel to target the regime's military infrastructure. Which, by the way, I wasn't able to find that article.
But with that
He said
being
it was from
said,
YouTube, but
real quick, this is exactly what I was talking about with you, Brendan, since you're still down in the chat, is you always have to have some level of skepticism in your own sources. It doesn't matter whether they're left or right. You have to be able to fucking question them because that is critical thinking in of itself. And if you don't believe that, then I'm just going to go ahead and cite you fucking Nadora Allison, who wrote in 2014 an article listed, does Bruno Mars is gay? Bruno Mars is gay? Like, you can already tell just from the fucking headline. Like, that's probably not a real thing.
Well, GD, you know, like when you obviously talking to troll who paid, like, I don't know, like, and you talking so seriously, appealing to his, like, I don't know, normality, I have problem with you. I have many questions to you because obviously, like, you see who you're talking to. Why are you trying to find some normal there?
Friendly fire.
No, I think CT is awesome. Love CT to death, but he is like kind of a crash out himself. And it always amazes me when he kicks the shit out of conservatives. I don't get it. I don't get how he does it, but he makes them look ridiculous. And he's done it to you over and over again. And I just didn't want to believe my eyes. I didn't want to believe my ears. I'm like, well, what the fuck's going on here? Maybe Donovan was just having an off day, something or another. But now I see. I don't know. My eyes are open. You're a fucktard. You know the fuck you're talking about, like ever.
You don't support that word.
I'm sorry.
The most blatant idiocracy that I've seen lately is with all the news about Fauci, right? And all of us going back and forth with like pleading the fifth, comparing that to Trump's counts of pleading the fifth. I think everyone's glossed.
Epstein's counts of pleading the fifth. Epstein did that shit a bunch.
Perfect. But this is what I'm getting at. What we're glossing over is the fact that for, I don't know, up to 6 months ago, we consistently had to argue with Trump supporters that C-19 was even real. They claimed it was just the flu, and this was a democratic communist way to control society. But as soon as Trump gets into power and they start trying to prosecute it, Fauci, all of a sudden now he's responsible, this whole person, for all the unalivements related to C-19 that previously didn't exist about 6 months ago in their minds. Why are we glossing over that fact, Joel?
No, I don't think that. I think that he pushed a lot of the bullshit narratives because he was like the guy that we were supposed to be listening to, right, from the WHO. But
What are the bullshit narratives?
I think that the I think that the vaccine was not. There was not enough time spent on it. You know, it was released before the FDA approved it. I think that this is all my opinion. Okay, guys, just go ahead.
Donovan,
Rosa, so you're saying you weren't in the camp in 2023-24 that was saying that C-19 wasn't real, it was just a flu?
No, I definitely said, and I still to this day, it's a viral flu. It's contagious, just like the flu. It has the SARS in it, which is not the flu, I believe. But it spread like the flu. It gave you, it was like the flu on steroids, right? It was like a worse flu.
In the comments, Donovan, you said it was really weird how Mojo didn't call me out for that. What is that? What is the thing that I'm supposed to be called out on? A truism, which is the level of skepticism you should have and the level of critical thinking you should have. Again, if you want to accept everything as true and not be able to have any critical thinking, then let's just go ahead and continue to read this fucking article that is clearly false, but we're going to accept it as true. Bruno Mars is gay is the most discussed in the media in the few years ago. Even it has happened in 2012. Remember, we're accepting this as true, by the way, but some of the public's still curious about what is exactly happening, and to be there, the reason there's a rumor comes out about an escape. We are accepting that as true.
Did you guys mention, you hear that he mentioned, he referenced Tim Pool, and Tim Pool was caught with fucking getting paid by Russians?
Yeah.
I do think that it's possible Bruno Mars is gay, though.
I do think it's possible that Mitch McConnell is dead, too.
Rigor Tortoise.
No, I looked that up. That's not true.
Oh, is it really not true? Wait, twice in the same fucking live? What the fuck? And this is the guy, by the way, that said that Iran bought some nukes from Pakistan. He came in my room and said Iran bought some nukes from Pakistan.
Do you know Iran and Pakistan can't fight with weapons on their border, so they like throw rocks and shit?
Really? That'd be funny, actually.
Allegedly. Anywho, yeah, that's. I think the C-19 was like the flu on steroids. It was a much worse version. But then again, you can't really compare because there were they weren't reporting on any symptoms of influenza deaths. You know what unalivings during the C-19. It was all focused on C-19.
Well, they were reporting on it. Like I've specifically seen unalivements due to the flu vaccine. So the flu you can test for and identify as a viral due to the its viral print. You can identify it. There might have been some like commingling of reported stats between the flu and C-19, or like if you had C-19 and the you caught it while you had the flu, and your actual like cause of unalivement was the flu complications, they're going to classify that as C-19 because it was the predecessor to kick off the reason why you unalived from the flu when you probably would have survived it, that type of thing. But
well, let's not forget also the hospitals were getting way more money if it was a C-19 death, right? Unaliving. So if it was a lot of the hospitals were writing down as cause of unaliving C-19.
I've consistently heard that.
I have nurse friends, and they
but
said
I'm not
the same
sure
thing.
how. What is the lever that they received more
if they
funding?
had a heart attack, it was due to C-19. If they had if they were having respiratory issues, or it was C-19. If it was influenza, it was C-19.
Yeah, C-19 is what basically helped made it easier for them to die from their condition.
Okay, but wait. Let's not move off this point. You said hospitals receive more money if they reported it as C-19 related.
Right, yeah.
How?
In comparison, from 15,000 to 30,000, it was a big difference.
So you're saying that when they report someone unalive in their hospital for whatever reason, they get paid like 15,000, and when they report it as C-19, they get 30,000?
They would get more funding.
The way that I understand it
from who
is that the CARES Act at the time essentially made it so that way the federal government could provide a 20%.
You're stopping what's going on right now, JD.
Okay.
He was trying to get to the bottom.
Hospitals.
Yeah, I'm trying to get to the bottom of it. So if one hospital reported more over the next, then was there like a government fund that was weighted and distributed to like hotspots?
Medicare got about 20% more if a hospital treated someone with C-19. They didn't have to necessarily pass away, and that's because it was usually at the time emergency services, and out of all the hospital services, aside from oncology, emergency services can be the most expensive. So they were trying to offset the cost so that it wouldn't be passed on to those receiving Medicare.
So if you were a patient with C-19 in a hospital on Medicare, they would pay a higher, like a bump on what they would normally reimburse
It would be
because
through Medicare, but
intubation's more
essentially, yes,
expensive.
the federal government would provide a 20% add-on payment for treating hospitalized C19 patients. That's the way that I understand it, and it's through the CARES Act because they made adjustments to it that this would happen. But with that also being said, most of the claims that hospitals were just making up diagnoses of patients so that way they could receive more money. There's never been any proof in that. Most of those claims come from fucking social media, far-right conspiracy theorists.
So I'm curious, so I know a little bit about the healthcare industry, right? And my understanding is Medicare, Medicaid is a very immaterial amount of their revenue line. Am I off base on that?
It's not. No,
not completely.
You are a little off base. Medicare is quite a bit because if you think about the largest population before millennials, it was boomers, and they're coming into their Medicare age. So, oh, go ahead.
I don't know where you're getting this from. The American Hospital Association specifically says hospitals do not receive extra funds when patients die from COVID-19. They are not over-reporting COVID-19 cases, and they are not making money on treating COVID-19.
No, well, it depends on how you're wording it. They're not making a profit. They were given more because the what is necessary to treat someone with it's very specific cases. It's not all cases of people who have COVID-19. If it's a minor case, they're not going to get more. But if someone required intubation, that could cover the cost.
So you're saying that if somebody requires different services, they get different amounts of money?
Well, that's how it is with insurance in the first place, right? We know cancer
care
care
so this has
costs
nothing
more.
to do with COVID. Yes, so this had nothing to do with COVID.
I know, but we see it in other sectors of medicine.
Again, this still had nothing to do with COVID. This is just normal practice.
Again, it's all going to be through Medicare because most hospitals have.
Again, you're missing the point that I just made.
Medicare.
JD, you're just missing the point I just made.
I still haven't finished. Can I please just be able to get one statement out? That's all I ask. Most of it is through Medicare because most hospitals are enrolled in federal programs such as Medicare. But that's also there is no incentive to do it because of strict coding rules. Hospitals have to be able to follow, or not have to be able to, but have to follow the coding guidelines, and oftentimes they require a confirmed positive test to use COVID-19 diagnoses codes. And if they don't do that, if they inappropriate bill or mislabel diagnoses, then that could cause severe legal consequences for them, such as criminal fraud charges or even removal from those
fucking
programs.
Useless information.
Oh my god! So this doesn't make sense to me. Because
this is still a buttload of useless information. If they're intubated, of course, the hospital gets reimbursed more money for intubation than they do for non-intubation, because intubation costs money because it takes other extra services to actually provide that. So yes, when you provide extra services to people, you are going to get reimbursed more money. This had nothing to do with COVID-19, and nobody's worried about getting sued. This is just a simple way that the fucking system works.
So what I do know about government contracting space is when you're touching government funds, you're open to audits and compliance rules under FAR. It's the Federal Accounting Regulations, basically. And under the False Claims Act, there's massive violations and claims. So the government, if they sustain damage, they will come back to you with 3 times the amount of the actual financial damages. And that's per your agreement and working in a government contract, right? And hospitals, healthcare systems that accept Medicare and Medicaid are entering into a governmental contract with the federal government, right? So the Department of Health and Human Services, HHIS, and the OIG do financial audits to ensure that 100% of the improperly obtained funds would be returned. And how they would do this is if they are paying higher fees or 20% on top for additional cost for C19, specifically the incubation, they're going to compare that to the amount of people you incubated, right? And then they're going to criminally prosecute the leadership right? But most importantly, when a firm or organization is found to defraud the federal government, they will have an exclusion from the federal healthcare programs in the future.
What are you doing?
I'm just saying it didn't happen. For 1 to 3% of their total revenue was sourced from CARES during C-19.
Well, I don't know
No
what you're
organization is defrauding the government trying to get this done. I'm saying the claim falls flat on its face, Mojo.
It fell flat on its face because what I just said. I don't know why you have to go into fucking Medicare and claims and fraud and shit like that.
You just got at me for being unserious. You don't like serious me either.
Wait, this isn't. Yeah, I'm frustrated, and I'm frustrated by a whole bunch of extraneous information and bullshit fucking sources.
It was like an act that was passed by Congress. So I mean, I don't know. I don't know what happened.
I just have a question, Mojo. Sorry, I thought you finished. So your beliefs is that system, medical system in the United States perfect and it's no room for manipulations?
I'm sorry. Once again, Mimi, I don't mean to take away from anything you're saying, but what you're saying, everything that I said, Mojo, to you, all that's untrue?
You guys did get it wrong. It wasn't about deaths. It was about the insurance payments.
Can you hear me right now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
How the fuck can you ask both of you? How can you ask that question?
Well, remember, I'm blood Ukrainian. Have no idea.
I'm asking it with a grain of uncertainty because I don't know if you actually just don't believe that the CARES Act did allow for hospitals to receive higher payments for complex treatments. It didn't have to be C-19 specific. It could be anything, but they did get higher payments.
Yeah, I said that I said that right before you went off on your diatribe. I said yes. When you are given more services, you are reimbursed more money as a hospital. When you're giving out more services, I said that, and then you went into a long explanation that said exactly what I said.
Okay, so you were just dismissing it because of the fact that I was saying the same thing as you.
No, it was a federal stimulus, so it was separate than what hospitals normally do. And the thought was because there had to be canceled procedures during C-19 because the hospitals were so impacted, right? I don't know if everyone remembers that.
What in the CARES Act? What in the CARES Act gave extra money for C-19?
It was to Medicare. Everyone's data was correct. It was to Medicare.
Do you guys want me to read you the overview from Awesome Stuff 365?
For what?
I'm explaining that right now. It was from canceled procedures, right? So hospitals, the majority of their revenue actually comes from. Oh, go ahead.
Well, doesn't a hospital already get reimbursement for canceled procedures?
I'm not sure if the federal government gives them reimbursement for canceled procedures.
For Medicare?
Oh, for Medicare specifically?
That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm a little lost right now. But I mean this was like
Mojo,
a whole entire thing created by the CARES Act. And they're 3 federal stimulus laws. So this isn't a permanent thing, right? This was just to address how COVID was impacting other areas of other specialties like surgeries and pediatrics.
It was additional. It wasn't the regular amount. It was 20% additional. I have it right here. Put it up.
Well,
the elective surgeries are the bulk of how a hospital makes money. And so when they had to cancel those elective surgeries, hospitals were losing money because they had to focus on COVID. You had like heart surgeons working in the ER to help with the impaction of COVID.
Yeah, more specifically when she says it's additional or when I say it's add-on, it's also temporary, but it was an upward adjustment to the overall DRG rate. And then also too, like, Farm Dad is correct. The whole fraud shit, that part is something that I said.
Why call him Farm Dad? That's mean. He's not Farm Dad.
That's my farm dad.
As long as he doesn't add a Y on it, I'm fine.
Hope, Gigi, hope it's not your
You
toy.
want me to add a Y to it?
Hope that noise is not from your that toy with Japanese name.
I'm using it right now while I'm thinking about Farm Dad. That was so bad. I take that back.
Oh, enjoy.
No.
Mojo, are you alive? Are you okay?
He walked away. He gave up.
Yeah, I think he went to run. He ran to run. Mojo, run.
Sorry, Mimi, go ahead.
No. I have just some bad things to say. Run helps, or just you can just go have a sex. Sorry.
I went to go look up my claim to back it up because I thought I should do that. It's on the Center for Medicaid and Medicare Services website.
So do you guys want to talk about Spain?
Yes, I do. I want to hear more.
No, I said that ironically. I don't want to continue talking about Spain today, Blossom. I've already had 2 conversations. I'm over Spain.
Well, I'm really glad that we were able to engage on Spain in a meaningful way, because I have been hearing people effectively paint that as like the same thing as they're like Muslims are overrunning Europe. And I'm really glad we all understood where these 2 Spanish territories are like a mainland. I guess it's not the mainland.
Yeah, and like no question asked why just in 2 days the 60,000 and where they disappear, like why it's happened just now, not before or after.
This isn't the first time it's happened either. That's why the military had such a quick response to it.
Not 60,000, right?
No, definitely not. But like, I don't know. I don't know why they give a shit about what's happening in Spain. Like, dude, with all the
feeds their narratives.
It's a spread of fear.
It's a good old-fashioned Bush-era Islamophobia.
Yeah, but the Islamophobia, it's not even happening here. So what the fuck?
You need a boogeyman, so.
I thought they secured the border, right? They secured the border. What are they freaking out about?
They're
Anything
freaking
else?
out.
Always.
They're freaking out over all the Muslims. That's what they're freaking out about. They want to put on another Muslim ban because they think Abdul and Mamdani are leading the Muslims into the country.
Literally, though, like, it's because I was going to say this earlier. Like, I feel as though most of the successful, quote unquote, like movements or taglines or initiatives, whatever you want to call them, from MAGA right now are all relitigating the past. There is no new material. There is no forward-looking innovation. They've done what they wanted to do, and it's failing. It's unpopular. And so they have to find old wounds to re-engage their base, and that's what they're doing.
Well, and they're trying to start a third wave of Red Scare rhetoric. And that's not it's not going anywhere beyond X, by the way. So it's just slop everywhere right now.
I don't know. Have you seen Mike Johnson lately reading off the DSA policies as though we're fucking afraid of communists now?
He's a fucking so many words I can't sound that to describe him, but yeah.
Go Army wants back up.
I dropped for that fascist. I don't want to be with him in a room. Thank you.
You didn't prove your point, Rosa. The only thing you showed us was how standard this is. Like, complex medical conditions that require complex medical treatment are always going to require more benefits. All right? I even see this in workman's comp, and I just started this job. It's not uncommon. It doesn't show anything.
Sure. So the way that I'm going to push back against that is then what was the necessity of that clause within the CARES Act? Why'd they bother to include that if you already get higher payments?
E19.
Well, then this isn't just that way you know, Diligence. On every other aspect of this, I'm agreeing with you. Just because this is within the CARES Act doesn't mean that all of a sudden, if you were to start filing false claims, that you're going to get off scot-free. And that's where I was fucking trying to go against her was there are actual guidelines that you have to follow. If you don't follow these, you can either get charged for criminal fraud or you could actually be removed altogether from Medicare.
Yeah, you have to be itemized. Like, so every time you get a bill from your hospital, everything's itemized, meaning they have to tell you what services costed what. So in this case, they're not exempt from having to itemize what they did, for these patients. And again, like, the big majority, the bulk of the hospital's earning comes from elective surgeries. So many were needing to be canceled. That's why this needed to come in. It wasn't even necessarily to pay for like higher services, intubation, which a lot of people were getting intubated during COVID-19. That's a very expensive service, but this is to offset what the hospitals were losing in revenue, so they could still retain their healthcare workers if they lost the majority of their revenue.
So I guess that answers the question.
It wasn't nefarious, right? Like, the right makes it seem like it's nefarious. That's why I think it's important to like understand these things so that you know how to push back, because they will bring up what I just brought up, which is from the Medicare Medi-Cal website. It's important to know like it was needed.
That's how too they link that into like the Fauci shit. They're saying, well, Fauci guided a whole bunch of hospitals to file false claims so that way we could claim a national emergency / pandemic. We would need to close down all the states and have everyone 6 to 12 feet fucking apart from each other, wear masks, and all these things that violate my personal freedom.
Yeah, that's how a lot of this shit works. It's that saying where it's like, by the time the truth gets its shoes on, the lie already went around the world several times. It's like, I remember hearing about that Spain thing, or even like whatever, like the night before, and then next thing you know, everybody's talking about it the next day, and then we have to fucking go through so many sources just to fucking. I mean, it's not even have to go through many sources, but now you have to pick apart the fucking narrative because everybody's already heard it, everybody's already accepted it.
So there's some
that was good information.
Stats.
Thank you for that.
There's some stats on this. The HHS OIG there was a 6%, actually 5.5% error rate. So this is improper payments, and that's on both the federal government side and the healthcare system side. So it's an administrative error. However, less than 1%, right, was accidentally sent and paid out to the ineligible healthcare providers, and that's due to the internal controls that they have in place in their systems to catch administrative error. So historically, this was one of the lowest criminal fraud percentages we've seen in healthcare and Medicare, Medicaid fraud. Comparison would be the Paycheck Protection Program had historically high, estimated to be between 10 and 15%. So this is just holy friggin' airball situation. It's literally like the lowest historical criminal rate of fraud.
No, that like what you just provided to me right there, like that's the nuance, the technical nuance that like most people overlook in this. I mean, I fucking overlooked it. I mean, I was right, but like there was also a reason you said subsidized revenue that they weren't getting because they had to respond to an emergency situation.
Yeah, and they have to be able to retain their workforce, right? Because their workforce was who was fighting COVID. So had the government not done this, potentially hospitals could have lost the majority of their revenue to pay their workforce, which that would have been disastrous when the hospitals were already so impacted. Earlier Donovan said when talking about Guatemala that the leader of Guatemala had stolen land from the fruit company. Well, if you look at the whole entire picture, actually Guatemala goes out to pay the fruit company for the land that they needed in order to prop up their own federal programs. So it's that type of nuance to understand, like, for the most part, I don't know if they're bad faith or if they're willfully ignorant or maybe just completely ignorant, but it seems like it's willful sometimes.
Also, too, and I think he mentioned this, another reason why they would sort of do that in order to offset the cost was because the cost was PPE as well. They were spending, if I'm not wrong, between $7 to $20 a day for PPE to use on patients. And that's per patient.
And they were still running out. I think, I don't know if you guys remember, but like they were running out of a lot of that shit. I saw pictures of nurses and doctors wearing trash bags during C19 because they were running out of shit.
Yeah, I wore the same like N95 mask for 2 months.
Mm-hmm.
It was awesome.
So we didn't even, so like that's an argument to be made that we didn't spend enough. What are you talking about? Like, because of this and this.
Did you guys see RFK was on, I don't know, Meet the Press or one of the Sunday shows this morning, and the anchor Dana Bash asked him, so what are we going to do if we have another global big sick or another even just national big sick? And he was like, well, you know, it suppressed our constitutional rights. And she's like, okay, but what are we going to do? Like, what are you changing so we can do it better in the future? And he was like, well, the reason is because of all the shutdowns. That was in violation of our country. And he basically wouldn't give an answer.
What constitutional rights? Yeah.
I mean, there is a concerted effort from this administration and from the right-wing movement to just seriously undermine good information, experts, science, education, you know, innovation, understanding.
For like 10 years now.
I mean, but and it's resulting in people getting unalived. People are getting sick, people are getting unalived. It's why we have the highest measles case rates since the 80s. It's why we have an outbreak of cyclosporia. It's why the Ebola is not under control in Uganda and the DRC. Like, it's because we have cut these things and they have long-term ramifications. And I guess maybe the lesson we have to take away is that we, to the point of what you guys are doing, we have to stay in control of the information and continue to push people to see the good, like the facts. Because the minute you lose control of that narrative, you get people like RFK in control who are now going to rip away at that infrastructure and make us less safe.
I don't know if that language is the most productive, though. I was about to ask how you propose to convince people, those sort of people, because I'm saying this because I saw a Facebook post from someone that I'm acquainted with that's pretty intelligent, and they viewed those Fauci hearings in a very particular way. How do we get them back without preaching?
I think the goal is to not get them back. The goal is to keep winning over people. If we can win over more people into taking these more reasonable stances, like for every one person that we lose to the rhetoric, but if we gain like 5 more just from talking about it like this, I'm cool with that. You know what I mean? Also, people that were like on the fence, not sure where to lean, that's our target audience.
If you were to approach this, if you were to try and get these people to become sane and rational again, the way you do it is through cultural means. Because a lot of what we're seeing in the division between left and right, and the delineation between truth and falsity, I guess, is going to be a cultural one. People believe that immigrants are just genuinely terrible people coming from third world countries and are all capable, not even capable, but do commit crimes on a day-to-day basis. That's fucking insane as a cultural perspective. We have to find some way to combat that to where we can actually get these people back.
I just don't think being Captain Save a Ho is efficient. You know what I mean? Like from a logistical standpoint, if we want to gain more supporters, we need to win over the people that are like in the middle. You know, that see both sides, but they don't know whose side to pick, and most of the time, actually, they don't even feel compelled to pick a side.
And I think there's two sides of this, right? I'm probably not the best person because I'm pretty frustrated overall, so I'm not the right person to like lead the charge on this. But in my perspective, right, the conversation around C19 is gone. Like, I just don't think that people are materially changing their minds on that. And the opportunity to do that, to change their minds, was going into 2024. So I guess maybe to Diligence's point, this is now in the touch the hot stove phase. Like, the people have lost their faith. The ones that believed everything that happened with the Big Sick have truly lost faith in our public health infrastructure. And now we are seeing the ramifications of that. And again, I mentioned some of them. And I think that the way you win them back is by continuing to beat the drum of what is good science, what is good policy, what works, and, you know, reasserting to people who still care, this is how we do this right. And these are the clear lines of actions that led to things like measles becoming a problem again in this country, and not losing control of that narrative by letting it happen to us from the right. And that's a jab at Democrats and their inability to message properly.
Okay, but I'm purposely taking a critical position toward Democrats here because I feel, as someone that works in healthcare, that I think you're right, and I agree with you, and it worries me that there's so little trust in our institutions, but they have shown themselves to be captured almost completely, one could argue irredeemably. So if you've got 70 million people who have decided we don't need to be in the World Health Organization, we don't trust the Center for Disease Control, like, how do you fix that? Because you can't just let it ride.
Re-education camps. Fuck everybody. Put them all in a fucking camp.
No, Mojo.
I mean,
no, maybe, Gabe, what I'm saying is I think you have to show people what works.
I'm so glad
like you
Mojo
said,
is raising
hands
his
in the hot
Maoism
stove.
phase.
You guys should go and concentrate or re-education camps. You're right, Mojo.
Now shut up, Go Army. You read at like the 5th grade level.
Is that the Baldy talking?
That sure is.
I mean, I think
fucking read a book, dude.
To be fair, if we're talking about MAGA and the cultists right now, I don't think you could technically classify them as re-education camps. I think they would just be education camps, right?
So just
got that right, Go Army? Yeah, just
or,
school.
You know,
that was well thought out. Very clear. Funny.
Thank you, Go Army. Appreciate the compliment. I think you're pretty cool too.
We let the chips.
To engage with your question a little bit more directly, because I don't think anyone really has so far. There is an inch of truth to what you're saying, in which, like, most of the institutions that we do put blind faith in are susceptible to corruption. They're susceptible to immoral things that we classify at least as immoral. That is a true thing, but it is continuing to accept that these institutions are going to do the best by us, for us, and calling out whenever they do the bad things. That is the prescription within of itself.
I don't know, man. I like Blossom's analogy. Maybe let them burn their hand.
I just don't see it getting any better. The disinformation campaigns are only going to improve with the advent and onset of like the AI and improvement. It's going to get worse.
I just realized, you you guys lost the election, and Biden had, from Biden winning to Camellia winning,
How the
or
fuck
to
did you
losing.
get to
Excuse me.
How the
Dude,
fuck did
hold
you
on,
get
I'm
to
excited.
Biden?
Let
How
me
did you
finish.
get to
Y'all
Biden?
talk for like 30 minutes, bro. Hey, you lost a lot of people. So I know you guys sit back and like, well, what do we do about this? It's coming from a very big all you guys are saying is a lot of entitlement stuff. Like they need to be re-educated. They are wrong about this or wrong. No, it's you guys who are all wrong. And we're winning elections and going forward. So you can either get on or just sit there and be confused, and still be confused and say we're the wrong ones. But just keep it up. I mean, midterms.
See, there's 70 million.
Hey. Thank you.
You guys
I want to read a quick quote. The thing is, lies are loud. They are steel-toed boots on a tiled floor. The truth often comes in quiet little footsteps.
It's me.
That is a quote from HR. Just so you guys know.
It's not.
And by the way, you guys talk about winning the election like you've won being in office forever. You have 2 years left, and you've only passed like what 2 pieces of legislation, and that's pathetic. And you guys are about to get fucking fleeced at the midterms. I already know what's going to happen.
Well, that's not really the important part of. That's not really the important part of the conversation. The important part is the misinformation and the lies that they can
You don't
unalive
determine
people.
what's misinformation. You guys have got to learn this. Like, you don't determine what's misinformation, and we need to be like. Blossom pointed something out. She said, "Oh, we need to control the flow of information," or something like that. That sounds like some straight schmaltzy. Like, we need to be the bearers of truth because people disagree with what we're currently saying. Like, it's the most disingenuous, like entitled stuff. Like, y'all got to sit back and say,
see that?
Uneducated people like you that fall for any fucking thing.
I knew he was going to clip that. This is what I'm talking about. We got to do something about 70 million of that.
Gabe, the point is that we tried to do something about it. I've not talked to Go Army once. We talk to Go Army every single day. Doesn't matter how you present it. Go Army is rooted in his beliefs. He is not changing. He's not here to learn. He's here to argue with us on what he believes. And so with that, Go Army needs to touch the hot stove. And it's not even like I mean that, like I want that to be the solution, but we lost. We don't control any aspect of the federal government. We've lost control of a good portion of the states. So we just can't actually effectuate change. We have to let the policy happen to them and hope that some people see that it was bad policy.
But if we let him touch the stove, everybody burns. That's the thing. These policies are affecting everybody. Their lives, what they do is affecting everybody.
Sometimes you gotta let them go so they can go and sprout their wings, man. Let them.
But
they're gonna get hurt.
I'm not saying it was a choice to end up in this position. I'm saying that after everything that happened, I don't know how we stop RFK from effectually undermining everything about our public health infrastructure. So I am not saying I want this to happen. I'm just saying I don't know what we do until we can regain some element of control over federal health policy.
But even right there, like, I understand why you don't like RFK, right? I could take five solid minutes and tell you why he's not qualified and arguably dangerous. But at the same time, why is there diary entries that acknowledge one origin in private, but he announced a different origin in public, and we can't address that? We've got to be able to say, yeah, he was lying. He didn't do the best job. Some of those policies were garbage. Like, we've got to be able to say that.
You're going to say that anyway. It doesn't matter whether it's
and
true.
That's not true.
And
that's not
on
true.
top, well, I mean, on top of that, you can't do anything with him anyway. And on top of that, it doesn't fucking matter where it came from, does it?
I think it does. I think this is like
it kind of does. When trust in institutions is at an all-time low, and they're putting people in there who cannot do the job. Yes, it matters where it came from, and it matters that we can't say it.
You're saying that if you could come out and say that it came from a lab leak, that everybody would all of a sudden trust medical science?
I'm saying it would help mend the schism that we have right now. It would be a step in the right direction.
It will do nothing. It will not change what happens. It doesn't. As a matter of fact, whether it came from a wet market or the fucking lab, doesn't matter either, because it still would have happened the exact same way it happened. So just knowing that information is completely irrelevant to the entire process.
But it's
And that's the thing
not
too.
irrelevant.
The distrust was manufactured. Like like when it came to masks and everything, you had the fucking president, and they got the right. They had this whole fucking narrative going against fucking something as simple as masks, right? And it basically like he went against his own fucking pandemic team or whatever. But basically, all of this distrust was intentional. It was not because people suddenly had distrust. Their distrust came from a narrative that was manufactured in order to basically throw everything off.
Well, that's not even what Gabe said about the diary entry, and this is a perfect example of what Diligence and I were speaking about. What you mentioned, Gabe, is not even necessarily true. What was in the diary is that he met with, I believe he says in his diary, 12 other like worldwide virologists who are experts in their field, and they argued about the source of the, wait, let me finish, Gabe. Let me finish. They argued about the source of where C19 came from. After that meeting, 10 of those who met believed that it was natural, and 3 including, that 10 included Fauci, and 3 believed that it was man-made. That's what the diary says.
Okay, and
it doesn't say that he lied at all. They were having
Again-
an educated meeting because nobody knew. Science is a process. It takes steps. You need to be able to test theories and hypotheses. You need to be able to look at things under microscopes. It's very complex. There's no lying involved. There was questioning from Fauci.
I just want to be very clear. I want to be very clear myself. So Fauci, within that entry, I remember reading it, said that the marketplace was the amplifier, but it wasn't the source. Whenever you interpret this, understand that the animal can be the source, but he's saying that the marketplace is probably where it transmitted from the animal to the human.
Okay, sure. And I understand where you're coming from. Like I currently work in healthcare in the biotech sector. I was pretty close to this when it happened. But what I'm playing devil's advocate, like I'm arguing from the layman position, right? Who is not familiar with the material and doesn't have the time necessarily to do deep research. So they're catching headlines, right? Now, and I may be misremembering because I haven't read through the transcripts, but there was also a portion where he mentioned a strange meeting with investigators from a 3-letter agency. Now, you guys tell me if that's incorrect, because that's social media clickbait that I'm using right now. But I'm saying that because it's consumed by so many people. So we've got to have a simple argument that is not, well, you don't understand how complex science is. That can't be the argument. That doesn't go anywhere.
The argument, Gabe, is that their person.
Hold on, say that part again, that last part, Gabe.
No,
Say that
no.
sentence
The
again.
argument. Stop. The argument is that the democratic process worked. These people, enough people, believed that whatever the government did was not sufficient. Not once, but twice, right? Because Trump was voted out also during that time period. Biden was voted out in part because of how he handled inflation and economic policy, right? Their guy is now back in control. The person that was chosen by their president to take over the Department of Health and Human Services is there. And when asked what policy that guy would put forward to support a better management of it going forward, he has no answer but to blame and to look backwards. And that's the problem. It is not my responsibility to explain to them the right policy because they put somebody in that is supposed to have developed the better policy. If they need an answer, they need to hold their own representatives accountable and get the answer. I cannot explain all of the things that Fauci thought and wrote in a diary 6 years ago. And I can't tell people what to think about them. But It is the responsibility of their elected representatives, who they put in to do a better job than the last guy, to figure it the fuck out. And that's why I get frustrated and why I'm not the person to lead this. But God damn it, what am I supposed to do? Nanny these people towards being more thoughtful and more educated about the topic? We did that for 6 years and it didn't work.
Dude, you can't reason logic into people. They come to it themselves, or they throw their arms up in the air and they start screaming bloody murder at everything that challenges what they've been known to believe. It's not our job. It's not our job to make people think. Our job is to
Or they find a source selling MAGA bibs to utilize as fact. I'm going to agree with Blossom, but there's nothing we can do. Honestly, this is just shit we shouldn't talk about. In all honesty, I don't know. Do you think that if the conversation goes back to C19, well, first of all, do you think it's even possible for these fucking dipshits to bring the conversation back to C19? And if it does go back to C19, are they going to blame Democrats?
One thing I'm going to say, Mojo, is that with this line of thought that you're going down and the level of agreement you have with Blossom here, you do acknowledge that you're giving credit to someone like Raz or CT, right? Because these are things that they also said. You can't rationalize with irrational people.
Yeah, I've found that CT's been right about more things than I'd like to admit recently.
I mean, I'm just saying my opinion would have been different 18 months ago.
I'm back. Oh, sorry, Blossom.
opinions were different 18 months ago.
I thought there was still some type of moral backbone to the right that would reject some of the things that happened, and it hasn't. So as soon as these people stop voting to tear gas my neighborhood, I'm happy to engage in better faith with them. But until then, I am not going to sit here and try to explain the entirety of how things work in this country from 1789 to today in order to develop a more thoughtful understanding of how we should build policy going forward. I did that work for myself. I have watched the impact of their policies. I do not like it. I do not think it's effective. And they are needing to conclude that as well before we can have a conversation.
You're gonna end up talking to yourself. It's like you guys listen to nothing Gabe said at the very end when he said, "I don't think telling people you're smarter than them is very productive." And you guys get so caught up on, well, this is what history says, and this is what the book says. This is what I can get, the information I can get at my fingertips in literally 3 seconds. But you guys lack all like how do you want to say, like practicality and experience and realism and things that matter. You guys are just so by the book. It's like you guys get too caught up on the entitlement. Like, I'm smarter than you.
Yeah, go on me.
And that's exactly what Gabe said.
You are correct about one thing, which is that I don't have to say mid-conversation that I'm smarter than someone to be smarter than them. I just have the conversation to prove that I'm smarter than them. Look at how many times that I've had conversation with you without saying that I'm smarter than you.
Yeah, but we on the left will just privilege lived experience in some arenas, right? And you know exactly what I'm talking about. Lived experience gets a privileged position in debate over some topics. But then when we move to others, it's like you just jump full-fledged right into the ivory tower stereotype. And I don't understand that.
What lived experience are you talking about?
When you talk about something like intersectionality, right? Lived experience becomes the holy grail in that discussion.
Okay, I don't talk about that.
Okay, broadly speaking, you know what I mean, Mojo.
Well, I think it's ridiculous to insinuate that lived experience is intersectionality when the vast majority of us aren't talking about that or don't experience it.
The lived experience of people living in suburban or middle or rural Midwest, especially white people, is something that I can speak to. My husband can speak to. Like, we grew up in that area. So I do not appreciate it in the same way as somebody bringing a lived experience that I don't have, because I can't speak to that. But when I have rural or suburban white people telling me that they don't believe in the hospitals or the doctors in their area, I can look at them and say that I have family, my husband has family and grew up in rural Midwest, and you can believe the doctors. You can believe the hospitals. And that's why I downplay it.
But think about those people. Go back to those people, because I grew up in the rural Southeast. I'd rather not give you an exact state, but I'm in a small town, agricultural county.
Strange, you're from the South.
Well, but those people were like, for better or worse, they were given an expectation about what they were going to get, right? And the sort of country that they were going to grow up in and live and grow old in. And things changed, 80s, 90s, 2000s, and the government didn't look out for them any more than they did anybody else, or like the corporations that were outsourcing the manufacturing, right? It hit the Rust Belt. It hit those communities, and they didn't get retrained, and they didn't learn how to code, and they didn't get any social welfare programs, and they don't really know why. They genuinely do not understand, Blossom, how it works since 1789. So they are very confused and angry.
But Gabe, I don't believe that, and I think that undermines their ability to contemplate their experiences. The choice, it's a choice. It is not Democrats from urban high density living areas who don't ever touch a farm that are voting to eliminate SNAP or Medicaid or Medicare. It is not us that are doing that. I think about these people all the time. My tax revenue goes to serve their programs all the time. Chicago is responsible for 80% of the tax revenue for the entirety of the state of Illinois, and it absolutely goes to southern counties to support them who are typically agricultural, more rural, who need it, and I am okay with that. It is not me that's voting to get rid of that. It's not me that told them, that took away their programs or away their access. Some things are bad, some things we can talk about, but like, did they think about me? Did they think about what their vote did to me? No.
These are also very complex issues. So I don't like to revert to this university privilege or elitism. I really don't. But when I'm explaining something like Medicare or Medi-Cal or Medicaid, or I'm explaining something that, I understand in medicine, and they haven't gone through the schooling, I could see how it's very easy to fall prey to misinformation. However, when someone does explain it to them, they are completely closed off and they only want to look at things in vacuums. They never want to consider outside
do you hear yourself, B?
Influencers. I mean, it's true, Go Army. Rosa was just up here.
Gabe,
Rosa
it's
was
not their
just up
fault.
here.
It's not their fault. They just don't have the education like I do. So, when I hear people that aren't educated like me in the system, it irritates me. So, what do you expect, Gabe?
It irritates you because you're speaking from a place of insecurity, Go Army. She knows things you don't. Get over it.
It's sarcasm.
Wait. Has anybody on this panel or anywhere else ever questioned you on your ability to mow a goddamn lawn?
Yes. Almost every day.
Somebody tells you that you're not doing it the right way, that you need to change the way you're doing it, that you just simply don't understand lawn mowing?
The difference is if someone came up here and said, hey, I do it this way, I'm different from y'all. I would never be like, oh my gosh, well, you don't have the schooling and education that I have and intellect. I would just say, wow, that's a different way. I didn't know that.
So
I
what
feel
you
like I
wouldn't
can always learn.
So then you wouldn't say, well, I run a business that deals with illegal immigration all the time, and all of my all of my competitors, they're all using illegal immigration. This is why I don't like illegal immigration, because then I get outbid on these contracts. But you guys wouldn't know that because you don't fucking run these kinds of businesses. You don't say shit like that on a regular basis.
I do. I say that all the time on here. That's like what I bring to the panel.
Then
Basically,
shut
the
up with your
blue-collar,
fucking goddamn ivory
middle-class.
tower.
No, y'all are the ivory tower. Like, it's all like I'm smarter than you guys, so you wouldn't dare to understand.
No.
Maybe, and you don't understand. Like, this is the analogy I gave y'all, the parable I gave y'all a while ago. I said, if you're having open heart surgery and a doctor had basic schooling, but he's done 10,000 open heart surgeries, it's the best ever. Your chances are the best. Or are you going to take?
Have you ever
the
been in
doctor
med
with
school?
the most education, but has
Have you
never
ever been
done
in
open
med
heart
school?
surgery? Who
Have you
take?
ever worked as a doctor? Have you ever worked as a surgeon? Have you ever been in med school?
I do
But
heal
goddamn it, you're
people.
going to tell people that have worked in medicine, that have worked as surgeons, that have worked in hospitals. You're going to tell those people that they should listen to you, and then you're also going to turn around and tell people that they should listen to you about running a business because you have to deal with illegal immigration. So we need to listen or capitulate to what you have to say about illegal immigration as well. You're the only one on here on this fucking panel that's trying to use their ivory tower status to override everybody. I think you need to understand that.
And just
Yes,
real
you're
quick-
overlooking what Gabe and I are saying. You're still not getting the point.
Just real quick before you respond to that, go on
Listen to this.
full extent. Could you list out to me what the ivory tower stereotype is? Because I don't even know if you know what it is.
Oh my god.
See the smug,
That's not
like,
helpful.
all the points are over and over instead of saying, hey, there's a different way we could do it. Maybe crossing across state lines, getting rid of things like that for health insurance would help. Or you guys say no, just like it's just all smug, like. And then I'm agreeing with CT more and more, Mojo. CT says that we shouldn't interact with these people and have dialogue with these people because they have nothing to offer us. Intellectually, like, it's so disgusting, dude.
I would like to comment back on what he said about what I said. Well, I mean, I do actually agree with you to some certain extent. I think, though, that you're defining intelligence as strictly book intelligence, and I don't define it that way. My partner is in a trade. He can do things that I could never do. And so in that field, let's say, I don't know, he's a plumber or he's a pipe fitter or he's a welder, I would know nothing. In that field, he is much more intelligent than me. So what I'm saying isn't necessarily only look to the left for intelligence. I'm saying look to experts for intelligence.
Okay, BC, that's where you're wrong again. You don't get the point. Do you go to the bathroom your whole life and take a bunch of craps and go to the bathroom a bunch of times? You understand basic physics. You're smart enough how a toilet works. The problem with the plumber is fixing a toilet and basic things like that is you're not willing to do that work. It's quote unquote, should we say, crappy. Yeah, the plumbers get into difficult things like plumbing up walls and fixing things like that, but just your basic toilet like that, you understand how it goes. So you can talk about it and you can comment on it. We all have, most of us probably at some point have had health insurance. We've gone through hospitals. We've gone through the emergency rooms. We've seen the nurses TikTok dancing. We've been all, this is our life. We've experienced it all. So we can talk about it. Don't just because you went to like a 3-year University of Phoenix Online, got a degree, and you can say, well, I'm talking to you guys from a position that's higher than y'all. You're missing the whole point. Like, and that's what loses you in the midterms. You guys are so disconnected from most people. This is what kills it.
I agree to a certain extent. I do agree to a certain extent. I don't say that it's the midterms, but talking about your plumber analogy, I hire a plumber not because I don't want to look into it, because the plumber is the expert in their field. That's why I hire the plumber. If it's something simple I can do, I'll do it myself. But I hire experts in their field because I don't want to fuck up a house. Anyways.
Okay, I mean, it's a seal on a toilet. Like say, for instance, it's a seal broken on a toilet and a leak. Like, that's some real basic stuff. You go to Home Depot, you just take it off, clean it up.
Well, now you're just calling me an idiot, see?
No. You know that, and you understand that. You're not a person. But I think you make enough money where you're willing to not do that, and somebody else is. So, but I'm just talking about the basic stuff they do. But you can still, the overall point is you can comment. Like, you know enough about plumbing that you're not like a dummy you've been to school, that you can talk about it. And you got to stop looking down on people. Like, I can sit next to a homeless person and they could teach me so much, even though I've been to school my whole life. So, and they've never been to school, but out of high school or something like that. You guys got to stop being so judgmental on every single thing.
Can you learn something from me?
A couple things I've learned. A couple. Maybe.
Better question: what have you learned from Mojo?
The when I call people, like, a big thing in the South is you call people yes ma'am, no ma'am, and he's like, he don't like that whole thing, and it makes you think, like, I've thought about it, maybe like people do. I don't know. I've thought about things like that.
I do have one idea. I do think that it would be very valuable in this country, like we have study abroad program, to have like a study domestically program where, like, one semester of your college, you go to a school that's in a totally different socioeconomic structure or state, or you're going from, city to rural or the opposite direction, and you just spend a few months there learning about a community that's, radically different from what you've known your whole life.
Wife swap. I love
Forced busing, Blossom. No.
No, study abroad, study domestic.
Wait. Why would you want to learn about the community when you're there to, like, get a certain education about something?
No, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. Do y'all know who Josh Johnson is?
Country singer?
No, he's a comedian. He is on Trevor Noah's show or podcast pretty often, and he posts stuff pretty regularly. But he did an interview recently, and he was talking about the way Obama connected to a particular demographic, and the way that Trump was that thing for another demographic that was totally forgotten about and left behind. That, like, Go Army is telling you the key. Like, you gotta meet people where they are. You gotta meet people where they are. And these people have been left behind. They did not get the training that NAFTA was supposed to give them. They did not get the jobs to replace the ones that they lost. And you're sitting here telling them, like, go read a book or something. Like, that ain't gonna win you no votes.
Another thing I think would be really interesting is, like, the Rust Belt is clearly part of this, but we also have a friend who's in West Virginia. I think that, at least for where I'm at, because I'm from Detroit, I live in Chicago, I think it'd be really cool with, public transit infrastructure to establish just like a much better corridor around some of these Rust Belt communities to sort of develop economy around it. And it's one thing I don't hate about the idea of the Bears moving to Hammond, Indiana, is if you could truly start redeveloping and investing in communities that have otherwise lost all of that because of industries moving abroad.
Well,
just to be very clear about your point of, like, meeting people in the middle game, the onus shouldn't have to be on me to get people to start to learn about things. And I think you know that as well. The onus should be on you as the individual to want to go out and explore these things and learn new things.
Well, I don't know. I was kind of wanting to bounce back off your point there, Gabe. Like, we lost in 2016 because this person in my picture couldn't meet people where they were at. She was an out-of-touch candidate who was completely deaf to the struggles of working class people. And people chose her. So people on our side don't get it right either. Like, there wasn't enough fighting for Bernie. People didn't fight hard enough for him. A lot of Americans didn't want to usher in what he was talking about because they're scared and they're so used to mediocrity. And that's the problem, is that, like, mediocrity, it exists everywhere. And when we pick people like her who didn't understand anything, that's why they got Trump.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Because I think the majority of this panel would have supported Bernie, if I'm not mistaken. But somehow we got Hillary. And, like, what is that? Because Bernie had the winning message.
especially economically, and it was a populist message, a left populism. Like, what are we doing?
And I'm not blaming anything on Hillary, but like you can't sit there and honestly say that people were supposed to trust her over Donald Trump. Donald Trump is the only one that spoke to those people.
Yeah. Diligence.
simple way.
Now I have a question. Earlier, you said something that really fucking grinds my gears. You said we gotta try and get more votes out of the middle, which is the most idiotic statement I've ever heard. The people in the middle don't vote for a reason because they're fucking lazy or they don't give a shit or whatever. You don't get to tell or get people to vote from the middle. They just don't. They don't vote. If they're gonna vote, they're gonna vote based on somebody's shoe size or who's got the most hair. I don't even care about the people in the middle. I don't think we should care. But one of the big problems with what you're saying about Hillary is that she is that person. She is the person that tried to reach out to the middle and alienated the outsides. And now you are complaining about her mediocrity or whatever the fuck you call it, and then suggesting we do the same thing she did this cycle.
How did she try to reach out to the middle? Because the way I looked at it is that Bernie is the one that reached out to the middle.
Bernie reaches out to the left.
Hillary stayed in her ivory tower. One of the first statements I made is the fact that she didn't understand the struggles of working class people.
The middle
She
doesn't
didn't.
want the middle doesn't.
I'm not arguing fucking
The
Trump
middle
did either,
doesn't
but
want
Trump is the only one
socialism.
who spoke to them.
The middle doesn't want socialism.
Irony in your.
So you want to stay
irony-
talking to the same people that already do want socialism, and you think that's going to increase our numbers? I don't understand
Those
that
people
logic.
don't fucking vote.
The irony in your statement was that Hillary, in a sense, did want someone like Bernie to succeed, but there were people on the right who sort of created this division between the left and right as they're trying, or the not the left and right, the far left and the middle left. That's the irony in your statement. And to Gabe too, like most people in America, and this goes back into my point about the onus, most people in America hear communism, they hear socialism, and they automatically, because they've been told at some point about these things, they automatically go to the sentiment that these are evil things that we should never, ever, 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 ever touch with a 12-inch rod.
Mm-hmm.
The onus should be on those people
Why did you have to
actually
say
do the
12-inch
research
rod?
on those things. The onus should not be on me, Gabe, to tell them why the Nordic model is actually working pretty well for Denmark and could work well here.
But I see, and that's where I disagree. I think it is our job. If we want to win, if we want the votes, we have to get out there and sell the program. And my contention to you is that we've got the better freaking program. We have got the economic message that resonates with the blue collar worker in Minnesota, Indiana, Illinois, Chicago, Arkansas, Mississippi. We can get those people, but we have got to stop pushing them out the door.
That's the thing, though. Hold on.
What is that?
We all just
What is-
agreed when Blossom was talking.
What is that
like,
economic policy?
It's Andrew Yang, freedom dividends. It's getting workers involved and getting them a skin in the game and a stake in the company. It's health care for all, whatever that looks like. Now, we'll disagree because I like an
It's
HSA model, but
it's socialism. It's socialism, and all they have
I know,
to do,
but
all
to
they have to
JD's
do,
point-
and all they have to do is say it's socialism.
No, Mojo. But but to JD's point, that word is tainted. You sit here and joke about re-education camps. I'm talking about hitting the streets and doing real re-education.
I have no problem trying to convince people that socialism is good. I do that on a daily basis. That's hence the Mojo Marx. I am a fucking Marxist. I will do whatever I can to make sure that everybody knows what Marxism actually is, because the right doesn't sell it that way. They sell it as this fucking thing that's going to destroy the entire planet. And that's all they have to do. They don't have to have any real world facts about it at all. They just have to say better dead than red, and all of a sudden they get everybody in the middle.
And not just that either, but they also talk around it. So like they already got those bases covered where if you want to try to avoid the word socialism, they say that the left is going to tell you they're for the working people. The left is going to tell you that they're for the average person, but don't believe them. Basically, they're basically already taking the waters, even outside of the word socialism. They're basically making it so that way if you're coming from the left, trying to explain them how like how this shit can benefit the working class, they basically already tainted like the view of the left. So it doesn't matter how you try to frame it. People are already pretty much indoctrinated into this idea to fear not just socialism but whatever anybody from the left is trying to push.
You just contradicted yourself, Mojo. You just said that like if the majority of the middle doesn't vote, then how can you also say in one other cheek that they all went to the right? I think that's a nonsensical argument. The fact that you think the move to save people that have no intention on being saved, guys like Go Army don't even believe they need to be saved. Okay?
When did I say?
Why
did I say that everybody went to the right?
You just did.
What?
You just did.
No.
You just did. All they have to do is say better red than dead, and then all the middle goes to the right. You just said that.
Better dead. No, I didn't say everybody goes to the right. I said better dead than red, by the way. No, I didn't. I didn't say that. Better dead than red is better dead than. This is recorded on YouTube if you want to go back and try and find it and play it back. I didn't say they moved to the right. I said all the right has to do is say better dead than red. That's what I said. And that's all
I know
do.
is
They called me a red diaper doper baby when I was younger. They have been utilizing this whole fucking scare of socialism and communism forever, and it's super easy for them to do to make everybody fearful of this ideology, and that includes socialized healthcare, that includes free education, that includes making sure everybody has food. All the good things that we could do as a country is included under this fucking socialist banner, and if you don't talk about it correctly, if you don't have these conversations in depth, then they're just simply going to say, I don't want to be communist. Fuck Russia.
Okay, I think we're in agreement then. Like because I agree with you if we talk about it correctly. But there are people who do not have a political home right now. A lot of people are politically homeless. We've seen it all over TikTok already. Like Tumblr and guys like Tumblr and people like Natalie who were all like, oh, MAGA, and they were wearing the shit every day. They now feel disconnected from the movement that they used to be so passionate about. And I think that's happened everywhere for a lot of people. But there are people in the middle that are like viewing both sides and they're going, I don't know who to go with either because I have criticisms here about the left, and I also have criticisms here about the conservatives and Donald Trump, who had reneged on so many things he said he wouldn't do, but is actually doing. So I don't think it's idiotic to try to reach out to the middle. I think it's idiotic to try to save people who don't want to be saved. Let them burn their hand.
Again, I want to emphasize that we're in a position where I just think that Democrats don't have that much control. Like, I'm saying touch the hot stove because I think we did everything we could to stop from having a second administration of Trump, and it didn't happen. But Gabe, to give you another example of why I'm where I'm at, right? There's a woman, Jess Piper in Missouri, who has a phenomenal strategy, I think, to, just put blue politics and conversation back into Missouri, like red Missouri, ruby red Missouri, at least go back and talk about what you believe in, because the Democrat Party has abandoned or walked away from a lot of these communities that continually vote 60 points, plus red, and there's just no reason to spend money there. And I think it's valuable. I think there's work to do. And in the same vein, I have friends and they've told me they talk with their family in rural Missouri, and they will agree with them on every single point about why Republican policy is bad or doesn't work or has led to some of the issues they're facing and struggling with. and turn around and say, but I could never vote for a Democrat. And I don't know how you overcome that. I don't know how you can have what we're happening right now. Look at the last 30 years of policy, see the economic success dramatically between Democrat versus Republican, and still have 34 points believing that Republicans are better at the economy versus 33 that Democrats are better at it. Like, I don't know how you overcome that.
Well, is it all that better though? Like, I push on that. It's that the Democratic policies are all that better for the average American or low income workers. When I cite what I famously cite on this website all the time, that 60% of Americans can't afford a $500 medical bill, that's ever since 2008. So I don't know that the average American is feeling the quote unquote economic benefits of the Democratic Party. And I do think that Trump is a result, right? We come out of 2008 housing market crash with all of these people getting, with all of these banks getting these bailouts and stuff. None of the American people get bailouts. We don't see any real change when it comes to that. He ends up being the drone commander and chief.
That's not true. Americans got money. Americans got money after 2008. It was part of it. Americans got explicitly received fiscal stimulus from the Economic
Keep them from losing their
Stability Act.
homes. The government could have came in and regulated the market.
Then what
and
is the
kept them from
question? What
losing
is
their
the
homes.
ask? Well, the government could have done a lot of things to regulate, but to sit there and say they got nothing is not correct. They did an economic stimulus package.
That's true, Blossom. But
In comparison
Obama
to what?
appointed.
In comparison to losing your home. In comparison
get
to
that.
foreclosing on your home, there
I
could have been
understand.
a moratorium put in place. There are so many options that could have been given to the average American person that kept the fallout from what it was from
Keep the
happening.
fallout from what it was. They did, and they learned from 2008, and that's why the
They
fallout
haven't.
from Steam One Night. No, they absolutely did.
No,
They
I'm
learned
doing
from
detail.
that.
I'm
I
seeing
know you're
detail.
doing detailed analysis, but they learned from that, and that's why you had more stimulus under C19. That's why you saw inflation, was because they pumped the market with liquidity to keep the fallout from being as bad under
No.
C19 as it was, and they learned explicitly from what they did in 2008 so that they could stem it. When we were coming out of Biden's administration, our economy on a macro scale was the envy of the world because we were recovering better than any other developed nation. Now, there is a K-shaped economy, and I agree that that was not reaching average Americans in the way that it was the stock market, and I do think that's a valuable conversation. But if we're going to discuss criticisms of Democrats, let's be honest about what they did and what they learned.
Yeah. Again, the 60% of Americans who can't afford a $500 medical bill goes all the way out to 2008, and it doesn't change under Republicans or Democrats. It's just an actual fact that people are not
It
doing
changed
well.
because then we have the ACA as well. I get it. Medical is a problem, and it's something we need to attack. And I even get that Democrats have walked away from Medicare for all. But they did do something in 2010. They did the ACA, and it has been categorically chipped away at by Republicans since it was put in place. They did try and do something, and it was massive, and it did help some people because they combined risk pools and they refused to allow them to deny people for pre-existing conditions. This was something. This is why we can't keep, if we want to be progressives that are participating in the democratic economy, you also can't be coming in and saying Democrats didn't do anything.
No, it failed to meet the moment. Again, I'm happy that it gave people coverage, but it absolutely failed to meet the moment. 2008 was horrendous. Multiple people lost their jobs. People killed themselves. It did not meet the moment. And the Democrats could have met the moment. They could have, but they didn't.
I
They
think
didn't. So then what did you want them to do, B? Just
A
literally
moratorium,
buy all of their
moratorium
homes?
moratorium on foreclosures. Moratorium
They
on
did that.
foreclosures.
They did that.
Allow longer amounts of time for people to not lose their home. Regulate
to not lose their
regulate the
homes.
housing market properly. Because right now I'm doing DTIs for loans that are 60%, and they're getting approved by these loan companies. We're seeing, honestly, I think we're going to see 2008 probably all over again, honestly, much worse. But I didn't see federal regulations in place or whatever. Maybe the loan companies are finding loopholes to get through these things, but I'm seeing DTIs at 60%. That is wild.
Okay, but that's the thing, though. They did do something. We haven't had there are limitations on what you're able to do as a mortgage loan officer directly stemming from what happened in 08. Again, I don't think Democrats are perfect. I don't think that they're meeting the moment now, and I think that they have been lackluster in the past. But it is not, in my opinion, a position that we can afford to take, to sit here and say that nobody can do it, like that we would rather divest from the entire political process. Like, who are we putting forward if not a Democratic candidate of some sort in 2028 to take over, to at least try and stem the problems that are happening?
We tried that with Bernie, and then the superdelegates came in and essentially ensured that he wasn't going to be the Democratic candidate. So if you think that you're going to push them any farther left than Bernie Sanders, I mean, you're not. The DNC, all those emails show that they essentially collude to undermine his campaign every step of the way, and they're the ones who just decide the Democratic candidate.
Who's
the
they?
DNC? The
No,
DNC.
who's they? Who in the DNC?
Well, part of it was, I believe John Podesta, which was Hillary's campaign manager at the time, was giving ideas on how to undermine Sanders' campaign. He talked about trying to focus on, like, when they do their debates, trying to harbor in and focus on Bernie's religion.
I think Donna Brazil was also like looking for Oppo research on him.
Guys, the people that are part of that are people that are part of the octogenarian establishment Democrats that are actively being pushed back right now, that are the ones that backed Cuomo, but Mamdani won, that are the ones that are backing Haley Stevens, but Abdul El-Sayed is going to win. This is, and we cannot run Mamdani in rural Missouri. There has to be a combination here. Schumer is out. Schumer is done. His likability, his approval rating is worse than Trump. It's worse than Republicans. I mean, it is in the tank. So is Jeffries. The message is sent. They lost in 2024 because they did what you're saying, because they reasserted establishment politics instead of allowing the democratic process to bring in somebody that was more popular, speaking to the common man. And now they're seeing that happen at every stage of their elections.
And I guess that's what I'm arguing for, though. I'm arguing for what we're seeing, I guess, from the DSA. I guess my only pushback there is some of the rhetoric is alarming to middle America, in my opinion. But I think the DSA has the right model. It's a left populism in plain language. That's all I was getting at. And like, y'all might feel like I'm playing both sides or traitor, whatever. Zoran went to the Oval Office. He shook hands with Trump, and he probably got him to agree with things that Trump didn't even know he was agreeing with. He was probably co-signing socialist programs without fully understanding they were socialist programs. And that's what I'm getting at. Talking to people in a way that gets them, like you said, Blossom, to acknowledge, no, this Republican policy doesn't work for me. Yeah, that Democrat policy sounds good. And they don't even, like, before they know it, they're ready to vote blue.
I just don't know that that's like, it's not universally true all the time though. Like, I don't know. It maybe we're too biased based off of our lived TikTok experiences, trying to talk to people from the right and how it usually just goes, how it usually just fails every time. But I think both things could be true though. It's just what we're figuring out right now is that, well, is it the majority of the MAGA movement? Most likely, but if we can shave, I mean, if people, for the recently politically homeless people, if we can get them to come over here, then yeah, it works. And then, it's just not universally true. It's complicated, it's a long process, and I don't know if we can convince enough people in the amount of time that we need to win the next election, or if we're just going to get swallowed up by more partisan-led arguments. It's a scary time right now.
I don't think it's scary. I think it's wonderful. I think we have all sorts of opportunities to talk to all sorts of new people. I think it's wonderful that the DSA is out there, out in the open. I love these conversations. I love that they're moving toward. I love that the fucking White House is saying communism. In this day and age, the White House is saying communism because it's so easy to explain to people if you actually talk to them. But you have to go out and talk to people.
I listened back to the VOD for you, Diligence. Mojo did say it.
Bingo. It doesn't matter though. I think
play it.
we were
Then
we were talking past each other anyway. I think I think for the majority of that conversation we were in agreement. So
go ahead and
Yeah,
play
I'll go back to the. I'll go back to the part. Hold on. But the way you then framed it is the same way that he framed it, and he called you out on this, Mojo. He's like, you were talking about how all the right has to do is say.
Play it. I don't need your explanation of what you think I said or why I said it. I just need you to play it or shut the fuck up. A fucking weird thing to do.
The same thing she did this second.
Hold on.
Yeah, I looked at it is that Bernie is the one that reached out to the middle. Right?
No, that's too far.
Far left in the my point about the
Too far. Holy shit.
Well, here, okay. Then go on mute and figure out where it's at and then pause it. Jesus.
sometimes I forget what the sound of my own voice sounds like. That's crazy.
I hate it. Don't you hate it? I fucking hate listening.
Yes, I hate it.
Hold on, it's buffering.
It's socialism, man.
Oh my god, it's buffering hard.
Socialism.
All they have
I know,
to do,
but we.
and
but
all
to
they have to
JD's
do,
point-
and all they have to do is say it's socialism.
No, Mojo. But but to JD's point, that word is tainted. We have sit here and joke about re-education camps. I'm talking about hitting the streets and doing real re-education.
I have no problem trying to convince people that socialism is good. I do that on a daily basis. That's hence the Mojo Marx. I am a fucking Marxist. I will do whatever I can to make sure that everybody knows what
More buffering.
Marxism actually is, because the right doesn't sell it that way. They sell it as this fucking thing that's going to destroy the entire planet. And that's all they have to do. They don't have to have any real world facts about it at all. They just have to say better dead than red, and all of a sudden they get everybody in the middle.
So, see. And that's what Diligence was saying, was that you said that, and then
Yeah,
you
I
were like,
didn't say
well,
that.
I didn't say that.
say
In
what.
fact,
Wait,
I said,
I didn't. I absolutely did not say what Diligence said. I said that everybody moves to the right. I did not say that.
You said they get everybody in the they get everybody in the right. Like
Yeah,
I
not
don't.
that any. Yeah, not
Are we
that
splitting?
anybody
We're
moves-
splitting hairs right now, but
No,
it's
well,
I don't
whether we're
care.
splitting hairs right now, you can blame it on fucking JD for bringing the shit back up. But it's not that people move to the right. It's the Ronald Reagan mushroom cloud behind a little girl swinging on a swing. It's just fear. It's a fear tactic. They don't become Republicans. They don't become conservatives. They're just scared of communism.
so again, because I just want to be able to clarify this, Diligence was calling you out on saying that the right essentially does get people from the middle to move.
No, that
to the
is
right
not
by
at all
saying-
what he said.
By saying better dead than red.
Yeah, that's not at
which
all what he said.
You tried to say that's
not at all what he
I
said.
while
That's not at all what I
reformatting it
said.
to
That's
be
not
the
at all
exact
what
thing
he
that
said.
you said.
I'm sorry. Now you're just giving me your interpretation. It's fucking stupid. Stop, JD.
Well, we also agree on like the methodology. Like if we talk about it correctly, we'll be able to pull people either way. It's fine.
Yeah, and I agree with what you said after that too. I had to pipe up before Blossom or interrupt Blossom to pipe up and say I agree with that because I wanted you to know that I do agree with what you said. And then leave it to JD.
What's up, commies?
Good afternoon, comrade. Comrade porn.
Hopefully poor people.
Dude, it looks like you had a really shitty time filming the Odyssey. Like Jesus Christ.
Fucking terrible movie.
They barely kept you guys fed. It looked like.
Great. Everyone should watch it.
Right. Pretty sure I know why, but why is it a terrible movie?
I love it, but some people didn't like it because of how fucking loud it is. It is a really
Wait, stop!
loud
No, don't list off the list. It's a question to Born. Let Born answer it.
Warren, why is it a terrible movie?
I was just being a smart ass.
No,
I haven't seen it.
Okay.
Damn it, Born.
I don't have time to go to the movies. I have to wait till it comes on the tube.
Isn't it on the tube already?
I don't think so.
No. Yeah, I'm not gonna go sit in a theater either. Fuck that shit.
Agree.
I think I'm going to make a new game out of what just happened. Did Mojo say that? That's going to be the name of the game. Anytime. Two people.
Wow. Well, I'll just keep my box on lit.
He'll just make that part of the game too. Did Mojo do that? And then, yeah.
Yeah, Mojo booted him.
That was awfully authoritarian of you, Mojo.
It's on point.
I'm a commie. What are you talking about?
I will say I did just watch Disclosure, and that is a terrible movie. 2.5 hours of nothing disclosed.
It was all the same shit we already knew, right?
No,
Yeah.
they got to the end, and the whole thing. Well, I won't spoil it, but I was like, "What are we? What was disclosed?"
What is it? What is that about?
Hello?
UFOs, UAPs, and the government.
Aliens.
Yeah. I found the Bob Lazar documentary to be more riveting and full of shock value of shit I didn't know before. You guys should watch that. Yeah, they say a lot of crazy stuff. Like, he was like, yeah, dude, I worked on these fucking spaceships that they had, and it was over at this isolated facility all the way out in the Reno, Nevada desert. And if you try to Google Maps it, it's like kind of ambiguous. Makes you like. And then they point that out in the documentary too. He's like, yeah, I worked over at this location, and we worked on 3 different types of alien craft, and then he goes into his whole thing about leaking it out to the public and being
okay.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you all know who Leo is, right?
Yes. Oh yeah.
No.
We're very familiar.
Okay, hold on one sec. Gen X, can I get your age and who you voted for?
Yeah, I recently minted 60 and I voted for Kamala Harris.
Another wasted vote.
Leo, he's got a bunch of different accounts. He's kind of a wild dude. I'm pretty sure he's on drugs at all times. He tends to get really upset really quickly and yell over people. Kind of annoying, but
Sounds lovely.
Is a conservative and will argue like anything you want to argue. Would you like me to bring him back up? Because I've been booting him every time somebody brings him up because he annoys me. But would you guys like to be annoyed?
I'm down.
It's your panel. You decide.
Oh, I did decide like 3 times now.
I need one of my comrades up here. You know,
it's not really
It's
an
for you,
honor
Born.
thing though. You know, this
We
is
love
like
you, Born. It's for you.
this is blood sport at this point.
Yeah, I do what I want.
Yeah, so
Are you angry, Leo?
Oh man.
The only anger I have is being born in the generation with you guys.
This dude,
Are you an incel, Leo?
No. I don't know what an incel is.
Good. You don't live in a basement, do you?
No.
We're in good shape.
But what's wrong with living in a basement, bro?
Nothing. Just checking on you.
It's got spiders. Basements have spiders. Wait,
Bro, you
awesome.
never know. There might be a reason
You
to
jerk.
live in a
You said you
basement.
haven't talked to him, and then you friggin' leave when I bring him up, or when somebody brings him
Her
up. It
phone's
wasn't
gonna
even
die.
me.
Her phone's gonna die.
She probably brought him up too.
Yeah, I do have some socialist ideas.
I figured you did.
And
can I just say a couple things? So in your discussion about politics and the middle and how to get people to stop voting for fascists, I think I'm not sure why or if it was intentional or not, but I always in these conversations I always notice that there is people seem to not want to address the hardcore bigotry and racism that there is baked into.
But you don't want to address that though, dude. So I'll be that guy, and I'll actually.
Leo, I wasn't. Leo, I'm in the middle of a sentence, man.
I know.
Well, so why are you talking?
I'm one of my perks being ADHD.
I got ADHD too, but I'm not a prick.
Well,
I know how to. I learned how to take turns in kindergarten.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, so my point is simply this: that Donald Trump was only beaten by an old white middle of the road man, which plays into two things. Number one, the actual sexism against both Kamala Harris and Hillary Clinton, and the racism against Kamala Harris. Oh, stop! Are you serious? Are you seriously suggesting that there isn't a problem of sexism and racism in the United States?
Absolutely not. Not the way that you're perpetuating it, and not the way that you're promoting it.
I'm not promoting.
Especially not the way that you're making it out to be.
Now you don't want to be interrupted? Now you don't want to be interrupted?
Yeah, I can't do that. I can't fucking do that.
Oh, dude, we didn't even get to the best part of his crash out yet, man.
No, I can't do that. No, this is why I was putting him earlier. I can't fucking stand it. I can't stand it.
Mojo, JD gifted Born a galaxy, thinking it was born to me, so that I could freak out.
Thank you, JD.
That's rough.
What was he thinking?
He ain't getting it back either. That's mine.
Wait, hold on. What was he thinking? What did you say he was thinking?
I moved boxes. I switched boxes with Born so he could see his graphic. And when JD came back, he didn't look, and he gifted Born instead of me. But he was only gifting me to bribe me to bring him up, which I wasn't going to.
No, he gave it to me because he likes me.
Yeah, that's not what happened. But
let me ask him, JD. Was that on purpose?
That's wild.
Dude, JD's probably like punching 12 layers of drywall right now.
You know he is. Oh, shit.
I had Leo in my live yesterday, and he was in love with Europe then.
Yeah?
Like,
that must have been
he
Brian.
Was totally on.
It must have been his other personality, Brian Puckett.
Are you sure he wasn't just in love with you?
I think it might have put something into play. I'm not sure. Like, I don't know. But he was like full on. Like, Europe is the best. Denmark does everything right. We need democratic socialism in the US. You know, all that thing. Like, it was real odd. I've never seen him like on that side of him, at least.
It's funny, yeah, because he just yells at me all the time. So I don't know. It might.
It's because you're not on video, Mojo.
Yeah, that's what it is. I'm sure.
I think so.
I probably should start going on camera again at some point.
Just 2 days ago, Leo was like, they're letting all the Muslims in everywhere. They should just get conquered by them. Fuck Europe. That's what, he was in a panel with me in L's live saying that shit.
Leo, are you still here? What's going on?
He wants democratic socialism, but only for a certain demographic of people.
Oh, wow.
Oh, no.
Oh, okay then. That was an accusation right there.
I'm just saying, when I hear the right agree with socialism, what I end up hearing is they just want fascism. They want, the government to come in, work with corporations, give them everything that they want and need in order to survive, but only for a certain demographic of people.
Well, and that's why, the schmatzis weren't against social benefits. They actually had quite a lot of them. They just didn't want it for Jewish people. So like that's not it. They're almost worse, dude. They don't want anything for anybody.
Or gay people, or disabled people, or I know that's a bad word, but it's the word that was used about the Roma. They didn't want it for a lot of people.
But don't you think though, and maybe this is naivety on my part, but I feel like the economic argument is the harder argument to make. Because if you've got like an irrational prejudice, like exposure therapy can go a long way there. And like just seeing
I agree.
So yeah, like seeing a walking contradiction of your worldview does something to a person. But like in my experience, it's much harder to convince the wealthy capitalist, especially the one that has assets to protect. Like, you're never going to move that person. They will use the race card and everything else to sow division to stay away from the economic argument.
Right, but we're not trying to make the economic argument to the wealthy capitalists. We're not trying to get Elon Musk to vote for higher taxes for Elon Musk. We're trying to get the bigots and the sexists and the racists to give that up in their own self-interest, and we have another round of people who are regretting their vote for Trump because oh well, wait a minute, the big beautiful bill cut Medicaid and Medicare, and they cut SNAP benefits, and they cut WIC benefits, and oh my God, now it's affecting me. Well, we were telling you that was what was going to happen, and you looked at us and said, no, you're blue-haired lefties, we're not going to agree with you.
Yeah, but I feel
that's the difficulty.
But I feel like I agree with you that you're never going to convince Elon to raise taxes on himself. And what I'm saying is hit the blue collar Joe with the economic argument and you will melt his bigotry.
We do all the time is my point. When Kamala Harris says that she's going to raise the child tax credit twice of what Biden did, when she says that she wants to give $25,000 to first home buyers, she wants to protect.
Have a program for that.
I understand that we already have it, but that's actually. Thank you for pointing that out. Actually, you know what? Thank you for pointing that out. So the fact that people were screaming at her that she was a socialist and a communist for a program that already exists it is irrational, and that's literally the point that I'm trying to make. Is that these irrational hatreds and bigotries are the things that stop Americans from voting with their own interests in mind, because they're so worried about making sure that those people don't get the thing that they're willing to forego it for themselves until it hits them at home. Right? That's literally the point that I'm trying to make.
Hence,
it's not a coincidence that people on the left, and this is something that I am squarely on the left. Okay, I don't give a shit about the label of socialist, progressive, Democrat, whatever. I don't care. I'm on the left, right? My criticism of the left over the last three presidential election cycles is that somehow people on the left were convinced to stay home or vote third party or do whatever other than vote for a woman. Suddenly, Joe Biden runs and 88 million people vote for him, the most votes ever in American history. That's not simply a right problem. That's a left problem as well.
Yeah, but
all these lefties didn't want to vote for a woman.
Wait. I'm sorry. What did you say? The most votes for anybody? What? What was that statement?
I said Joe Biden got more votes than any presidential candidate in American history.
Oh, okay. For some reason,
why are you laughing?
For some reason, I thought you said Trump, and it was wild. I just
guess you haven't heard.
What haven't I heard?
Oh, the conspiracy theory.
Oh yeah, I'm ignoring that because that's fucking stupid.
Born, did you download the documents?
Hold on for a second. Trump's own Justice Department said that it was a free and fair election, and after they examined it, said there was no evidence at all of any widespread voter fraud.
Yeah, I went to the White House website and I reviewed the PDFs, and there's nothing there. So, Born, if you want to refer to something specific, I can pull it myself. What are you talking about? All right, then.
It's not something. Let me guess. It's not something you can talk about on TikTok, right?
Of course it is.
We all know.
There's nothing in the documents.
It's common sense, though. Come on, it's common sense.
But Gen X, to your point, I think the thing that doomed Harris was not the fact that she was a woman. I'm not saying that there's no misogyny, right? But the immigration policy. She did not differentiate at all. And the best answer she could offer was a root cause analysis on a trip to Honduras. That is not going to cut it.
No. Okay, so here's my counter. Right? I have a counter to that.
And she flipped on Medicaid for all.
Whoa.
Okay. And so my counter for that is your hand.
Mojo, you're really
Mojo,
low.
I'm sorry.
It's hard to hear you.
Yeah, that's because everybody's fucking yelling. Anyway, she didn't just go to Honduras on a fucking vacation. She went there because she was sent there to go see the Northern Triangle to make sure that she could figure out why people were coming here and help them out with their economic situation so they would have no reason to leave. That's why she went there. Now, as a Democrat, would you like to see the borders open? Do you like immigration, or do you want to shut down immigration too?
I'm asking you how you explain what you just said, which is 100% correct. How do you explain that to someone who doesn't know what a root cause analysis is?
I explain it all the time, every day. As a matter of fact, I even have a great solution. I have a great solution. The solution to immigration is to simply allow them to all be legal. Instead of spending money on ICE to round them up in the streets in unmarked vehicles with masks on their faces, you invite them into the ICE office, get background checks on them, make them pay $1,000 fine, and as long as their background check is good, give them a worker permit. And most people agree with that.
And I would point out, on top of that, that St. Ronnie did that, right? And it didn't collapse the... No, and my point is just that the patron saint of conservatives did exactly what you're talking about, and it didn't collapse the American economy. We didn't have, a collapse of the cultural norms and blah blah blah, all this other crap. The people who were given amnesty in 1983, I think it was 84, they just integrated into American society. That's it. That was the horrible thing that happened from giving people amnesty. I'm agreeing with you, Mojo.
Yeah.
And I believe in amnesty too. Like, I use Reagan as ammunition because he did grant amnesty, and you're absolutely right. The sky did not fall. But like at the same time, like as a soundbite, because that's the world we live in. A root cause analysis on a trip to Honduras, like materially, what can Joe Blow on the street do with that information? Right? He's seeing the videos on X, and then here comes a root cause analysis. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but now we get back to the conversation that you were having like 30, 40 minutes ago, which is that I'm sorry, but yes, there really does need to be some level of like accepting of new information, right? I'm not going to put it as a question of people's education or not education. It's a question of actually being able to be flexible enough to accept new information, right? And when I point out, I'm just trying to put it into the bucket of bigotry, the preconceived notion, the common sense, people who rely on their common sense as opposed to, no, these are people who are actually studied this problem, and these are the things that affect this, right? So with what Harris did, it wasn't simply going and doing a root cause analysis. There were actions taken, right? There was actually investment by American companies in that triangle region that increased the economic opportunity down there, which reduced the amount of pressure to move up into the United States. Like, it was actually effective.
She didn't sell it that way. She didn't say.
She did. Gabe, I'm trying to tell you, the only reason I know this is because she said it that way. Like, I didn't go and do my own research and all that other bullshit. I actually listened to what the woman said.
Okay, but
she raised millions of dollars too.
Regardless of that, it didn't produce any results because people were still jumping over the border and they still had something to attack her on regardless of that. I don't care that immigrants come into this country. I think they should come into this country if they're actually fleeing from local violence that's actually making it impossible for them to live. Like, I of course I want people to come here.
56.
But the problem here is that the argument being made that there are people coming over the border in massive numbers. It is unsecured. We're considering this a crisis, a root cause analysis. Even if things were getting better, it didn't happen. It didn't happen at such a rate that it influenced how many people were not coming here. People were still coming here in droves, man. And hold on, let me finish, please. And so the reason why her explaining this didn't work is because there wasn't enough to show for it. I'm not saying there was nothing, but there wasn't enough to show for it.
She was vice president. She wasn't president.
I know, I understand that, but
people act like she was.
She was asked questions about it.
Yeah,
but she was also under that she was she was still in that job. Her boss was still Biden. Like, how far away from her boss is she? Like, does anyone, when they're still in a job, go in terms of the current administration they're working in? I mean, like, I don't think anyone takes that into account. Like, she was still in that position, subordinate to the president.
But she was running to replace him.
And I would point out that there was a daily program of lies for the last decade about immigration. Did you watch Ted Cruz say that about 2 million people came in, not 15 million people?
Yeah.
Not 30 million people. But they were lying. But my point is that they were lying about that. And Ted Cruz is certainly not someone who's rooting for Democrats. He literally said, yeah, it was about 2 million people.
Okay, yeah, but they're not going to stop lying. They're not going to start playing fair.
Okay, all right.
And if you're a person who actually believes that, like, all of these people coming over the border is a threat to our national security and that it could destabilize things, that whatever their reasoning is, there's a lot. If you're actually concerned about these issues, you're not gonna blink over 15 million to 2 million because you already think 2 million is too many. They already think
the point that I started off with, which is the prejudice. Because what you're describing is prejudice.
Yeah,
that's what you're describing. That's literally what I started off with. That's the core problem in the United States, is people being so wedded to their prejudice that they will not listen to new 100%. Information.
100% agree.
But the thing is that if there's still that many people coming over the border, it is unsecure. That is their biggest criticism. And these programs that you said she mentioned, they didn't produce enough results to make a difference in the mind of a person who was already on the fence about her.
But I thought we weren't going to try to placate to them, though. Didn't we just have a conversation about that?
We had a conversation about not placating to MAGA, who were already committed and not voting for her.
If people are on the fence to Trump, I'm not fucking going after them either. If that pushed them over to Trump, then they're fucking bigots. I don't give a shit. You know?
Let me ask it. Let me ask it.
They're bigots because they chose somebody. What makes them a bigot?
Because of the immigration.
Because they chose bigotry. Because they chose a person who is a bigot. Like, the dude's got a lifelong history of being a bigot and a racist and a sexist and an assaulter of women.
Prove it.
And they chose him.
We're having a conversation about messaging. Like, I think
before you make a claim, I would like you to prove it.
Forget the ad hominems.
Yeah.
Let me ask you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me ask you this.
Because I think it kind of works. So Trump ran on bringing manufacturing back via tariffs and trade, right? And like, we know that's stupid and it's not going to work, but that was his platform, right?
No.
We know that you can't do that in a single administration, because you gotta get the stuff from overseas and then you gotta build the infrastructure over here, right? Like that's a long-term plan. So the root cause analysis and the investment in the Southern Hemisphere, that works on a 30-year time scale. But to Diligence's point, when you've got the videos being continually played of people pouring across the border, that infrastructure and investment in South America, that's going to pay off in 2035. What is the tangible result now?
And you can't tell. Thank you for agreeing with my point about bigotry. That's literally what I've been saying this whole time.
And
when
even
you
if it's
lie
only
to people about the bigotry part, you appeal to their bigotry, you appeal to their racism and their sexism. We have such a huge problem in the United States that wins elections. Trump's platform wasn't simply, I'm going to bring back manufacturing. It was, they're eating the cats and the dogs. They're poisoning the blood of the nation. There's hordes coming across the border, which are not true.
Wait, hold on. If that's true, what you're saying is that this is the reason Donald Trump won. Because we have a bunch of bigots in the country that are okay with electing a bigot. If that's true, the fuck the point? What is the point of talking about it? You think you're going to convince people to not be bigots?
There's still people that are not bigots. Yeah, there are.
But you said if they voted for Donald Trump, they're a bigot.
I'm definitely not a bigot. So
I would put it this way: if they voted for Donald Trump, they're definitely okay with bigotry.
Yeah, that's more of
then
what it is.
do you think you can win those people over?
Not trying to.
But
I'm not trying to win those people over.
Then why do we talk about it?
We talk to the people who are not voting in general.
Right, exactly. We're trying to talk to people who are sitting out.
Yeah, but why do you have to point to the bigotry of these people? Why do you have to point to the bigotry of Donald Trump? What is the purpose of that?
Yeah, because that's a constant, honestly.
It's the truth. I don't know why people don't want to face the truth of this nation. Literally, the
because you were doing nothing but harming your own cause.
That's what I'm saying.
They literally took the policies of our country and created Yahtzeeism. Like, that's literally what they created from the policies in our country.
Okay,
until
but
we face this, we're going to be running in circles pretending we're good guys. We're not.
Emma, we do not have those policies. Emma, like we don't.
Jim Crow, literally. Yeah, segregation.
Jim Crow,
yes.
yeah, and it's gone now.
It's not gone.
It's been gone since 1964.
It's not,
like
the bigotry.
Okay. You're talking about the social attitude. I'm talking about like, we can't fucking hang up signs in the public that says only white people. Like, we can't actually enforce Jim Crow old statutes anymore.
We're blocking up black and brown people.
Yes,
like,
these things still happen, but we do not have the same level of severity that we did in 1963 before the Civil Rights Act was passed. Those structures and those systems are gone.
There's not signs, but people are still hanging from trees. People are still unaliving on islands.
Hanging from trees. And they're going to continue hanging from trees, but that doesn't invalidate the very fact that we do not live in Jim Crow America today.
Emma,
it's relevant. It's irrelevant if we live in Jim Crow America. That doesn't really matter. We can have those conversations. We ought to change the policies. We ought to make it better for everybody. But you don't have those conversations with conservatives. You just don't. Because all you're doing is calling them a bigot, and you're never going to win over their vote that way.
Ever.
You're just calling them a bigot.
I'm not trying to
get well, then why the fuck are you on TikTok? Why are you in a political?
There's plenty of people that should be voting that aren't conservatives, that aren't going to the fucking polls. Like, everyone should be going to their neighbor and bringing them to the polls, like getting them registered, like talking to your neighbors, going to your local communities, sharing information. I'm not trying to convince conservatives to not be conservative. If they want to like, we used to talk to Slayer and he changed his opinion because of us talking to him. And is he 100% a Democrat? No. But he changed a lot of his mindset because of us talking to him. There's certain people that are not.
He
Slayer
has
goes
changed his
after
opinion.
Magnon. He
He has changed his opinion fucking 30 times over the last year. I don't care what Slayer. I don't care about Slayer
I'm
at
using it
all
as
in
an
any way, shape, or
example,
form.
though, Mojo. I'm
Well,
not
the
saying
example is
him
bad.
only.
The example is bad. The example
Okay,
is
so
bad.
you don't like that
do you
example, so you're going to throw it out the
stop.
window.
Just stop. Bourne is sitting on the panel right now. And when you start telling people that if they voted for Donald Trump, they're a bigot, are you telling Bourne that right now?
Gen X said it perfectly. I don't think he's a bigot. He's okay with bigotry because Trump is a bigot.
Okay.
He
What
literally is
purpose?
locking people up.
What purpose does that serve?
It's the truth.
I can tell.
I'm
I
not
can tell
trying
you
to
what
serve a
purpose it serves for me. I can tell you the purpose it serves for me. Okay, the purpose it serves for me is because I don't want people like Bourne, if they are not actually bigots, to be able to be comfortable in voting for bigots. I want them to understand that other people see that. We see that. And by the way, as a child of a family that came out of slavery, I don't want to see us sliding backward, which is exactly what we're doing in the United States.
You're not going to convince anybody with this shit. You're not going to.
Yeah, but Gen X, Gen X.
Y'all have a good night. Bye.
No, man. I'm arguing like if what you're talking about, I think, is implicit bias, and like I am fully in agreement with you that it exists and it is prevalent, but the implicit bias training that we tried, that's the wrong approach. Putting your finger on it and pointing it, putting a big red dot on it when someone is trying to suppress that or trying to keep it under wraps and hey, you're a bigot and I can see your bigotry showing. That's not going to do it, man.
Because if we want to talk about the truth, I'm sorry, can I just get this out really quick? If we want to talk about the truth, we can't speak in hyperboles. We can't say that like, oh, we're back in Jim Crow America when we're not. Like when we look around in the reality of the world that we live in, those same structures are not in place. And so what that does and why it hurts our cause to like constantly compare everything we don't like to the worst and most catastrophic events in history, it makes us look weak in that we don't understand how anything works when we're not even talking about present day America. We're saying this is what it used to be all those many years ago, but it's not. It still happens on a social level. There's implicit bias and there is inequality and zero equity being handed out everywhere. But if we don't acknowledge our own victories,
Get down. Oh, sorry.
if we don't acknowledge our own victories,
Call me a good boy first.
We ended Jim Crow. The Democratic Party signed the 1964 Civil Rights Law into law. That is a victory. If we're literally shitting on the own progress that our party ushered in. It's not politically strategic. It's dumb.
But diligence, it's not, history doesn't repeat, it rhymes. And that's what we're dealing with right now. There's still people, they don't acknowledge the fact that people are hanging out of trees.
And I'm not
but that's
fucking white,
happening.
Alicia.
No, but
shut your fucking mouth.
you know what I mean? Like that's they're not I think it was like the last time I looked up.
Hold on. What the fuck was that, Diligence?
He got called a white man. He's not white. That's why he was pissed.
Okay.
That
I don't know if you know, but I'm pretty sure you do know. You do not say shut the fuck up to anybody on my panel. You do not say shut the fuck up to anybody in the fucking comments. I don't care if you type it because most of the time I'm probably going to miss it. But don't say that on the live, please.
Yeah, all I'm saying is that I don't 100% disagree. All I'm saying is that like right now we're not acknowledging the reality of what's happening right now. People are
Holy fuck. What the hell is that?
Kids do exist.
There's people, there are people being found in trees, there's people being found on islands, and then there's recordings of what happened and people getting unalived. And it's the acknowledgement. If you look it up, people getting hung by trees, they said that hasn't happened since I think it was like the 90s or something, but it's happening. And it's the truth is that it's happening. It's just being swept under the rug.
Okay.
The coronary reports aren't telling the truth.
That's fine. No, stop. Just
so
stop.
it's a reality of what we're
Just
living in
stop.
now.
Just stop.
Why are you yelling?
Does not because it's mostly because nobody can hear me unless I fucking yell. If I speak in a normal voice, everybody just keeps talking over me. And Messi just told me that. She said nobody can hear you because you're super quiet.
You gotta yell or turn your volume up.
I can't. There is no volume for this. I don't know how many times I have to. I don't know how many times I have to go through this. When I'm on my phone, I don't get to turn the volume up. Don't really have a choice as to what the volume is. So if people are not hearing me, I'm going to have to be louder just to get people's attention, and then I can back off a little bit. I don't need you to go through this. I don't need you to explain it to me or anybody else on the panel. What I think Diligence is saying, what I think I'm saying, what I'm thinking the other gentleman was saying, was that this is not something that we want to run on. These aren't things that we should be saying to people. We're not going to convince Bourne to do it, to not be a bigot if he is a bigot. And we're certainly not going to convince him to think that he's a bigot by calling him a bigot.
I didn't call him a bigot, though. I said that he voted for a bigot.
That's fine. You're not going to do anything with that. That gets you nowhere. You're not going to convince him or anybody in the comments. No, not my opinion. You're not going to get anybody in the comments either.
Mojo, you think your opinion is like God? Like that's what you're acting like. You're like everyone on the panel agrees with me. You're just way off.
Wrong. Can I? Oh,
no. I just want to say that I was scrolling through earlier and I heard Key Lime, who used to be on the left, who's now on the right, but that's a whole other thing, saying that it was shame, like they need to be shaming people on the left to get them over to the right. So they think that shaming people is what they need to be doing.
Good, because that's a losing strategy.
It could be a winning strategy.
No, that's definitely.
Call these people out for some of their BS. You got to let them know how crazy they are. Like Emma came up here, was just saying something off the wall, talking about they deny people discs and trees, and they're talking about the islands and all this. She's talking about the Nolan case, and she just automatically assumes that this is 1950s, and this is what these people are doing all over.
Who was talking about the Nolan case?
Okay, so well, let me chime in here because, like, you know, as someone who's not white, as someone who's not white, a lot of people in Black brown communities deal with being gaslit a lot. Like we point out things that happen, and then we're gaslit being told that these things are not happening, right? Like for example, what Emma said, people be hung from trees. They're told like they're gassed saying like, oh, he probably did it himself, or then we say like, why are his bones broken and shit? And there's like so many excuses to like say like to basically cover up what's obvious, and then at the same time we talk about and then we also like racial profiling too with ICE and all that. We're gaslit at the total time being told that it's not happening. It's a frustrating thing that's like
It's
like we're being gaslit and
gaslighting you. It's not gaslighting you.
Does anybody hear me?
It's 550. Kind of robot.
Why are there people in trees all the time? Like, what are you guys getting this from?
Because they are.
That was fucking wild.
You know what just came out?
To say that that's happening today.
Are you serious?
But it is. There are stories and there are isolated incidents where it is happening.
There's been almost 20 people. No. There's been almost 20 people this year, 6 months. Or 8 month calendar year, almost 20 people have been
I'm
found.
pulling it up. You got to chill because it does occur. And see, I pity you all. Like they have no pity for you, but I understand what you're going through.
A young woman in Georgia was just found hanging in a tree in front of a church. Last month, a 17-year-old. I think she was 17
I'm
years
talking
old.
to you, Go Army. I'm talking to you. Messi has no pity for you, but I understand what happened to you. You were sold a vision of what America would be for you when you grew up. You were sold a dream of what your life was going to be and how it was going to unfold. But demographic shifts are real. Manufacturing jobs being shipped out are real. And now you live in a country that you don't recognize anymore. So I understand why you're so worked up, brother, and I'm trying to argue on your side here.
Can I perfect you? You're kind of partially right. And the people that know me on this panel,
I know
I'm
right, son. I know where I grew up.
Partially though. It's not like looking back at my life. My life is doomed, but just fine. I'm a warrior, right? I'm a warrior for Christ. So my life is just fine. Yeah, my everywhere I look around me, tradition, heritage, all these customs, yeah, they're all gone away. And it seemed like when my grandpa was alive, when I was a baby, and they were just like old in 70s and 80s, yeah, bro, everybody did a lot more culture and heritage and things like that in America, and things were more like happening now. Like neighbors don't even talk to each other. Yeah, I don't see that world anymore. We do live in it. So, but that's not my life. My life is great, bro. Like that's not. I wasn't sold something else. Like I deal with the cards that are being dealt, and we're gonna survive. You know, we're the greatest people in the world in history. You know what I mean? So.
May I be heard on this? Just. I get the whole thing that you don't, it's to just call out people and say, as you are a bigot, and that's not going to get us to having conversations. But I think it's very, very important to to understand that there is racial profiling. There is a rhetoric about Black Lives Matter. There is a Supreme Court shadow decision saying it's okay for paramilitary to be targeting people based on the color of their skin. So it's very serious, and it's very serious that people, the girl and the guy who were hanging from trees. This is all very serious, and we need to
Waiting on those cases.
No, those are I mean, dude,
Just like
these
you
are
want people to feel bad. I don't.
these
not-
are
this
well
isn't happening
documented
at all.
cases. No, it's not to make. We don't want to go backwards. You know, we fought hard
Okay.
for this in the 60s and 70s. Sorry, Mojo, you go.
I'm just trying. I tried to make a simple point earlier, and then Emma decided to tell me that I'm fucking God or some shit. I don't fucking know, or I think I'm God. I don't know. The simple point I'm trying to make is I agree with you. These are conversations that need to be had. These are things that we need to change. These are things that are absolutely wrong with our system. But this is not something that you do as a political ploy to try and gain people's votes. You just don't. You don't run around telling people that people are hanging from trees and this country's full of a bunch of racists in order to get votes. You're not going to be able to get votes like that.
Hey, Go Army, just
Are
for
you
your
fucking
edification.
serious? Yes, I can hear you, Brobot. What are you doing, Gabe?
I'm giving him the cases that he asked for.
I was, yeah.
You got to
heard
wait
me
for the host, though.
talking, right?
Oh, okay. Sorry.
That was wild. Fuck, I don't even know what it is. Whatever, go. Jesus
You were
Christ.
saying that we need
hold on,
to
before we go into
have-
that, Mojo, there's some kind of weird glitch on TikTok with audio. I just went through the whole thing of like resetting my headphones, turning off Bluetooth, all that shit. Like, you literally have to turn them off and back on before they'll work. Otherwise, you come in like super fucking quiet. Nobody heard me the first time I was up here.
He's just not a loud person. That's all. Like,
I heard him.
No, he was super low when I came back.
Anyway, but what he's saying, what you were saying, Mojo, to get you back on track is that these are conversations that need to be had, but we can't just go after people that they voted for a bigot or whatever it was that's not how we're going to have conversations about it. The way to have conversations about it is to talk about what's happening, right? That's what you're talking about.
I think what Mojo's trying to say is that the statement, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black, is not a winning argument. Which I think...
I think what Mojo's actually trying to say here, no, I'm just kidding.
Would you like more examples, Go Army?
For himself.
What's some of them cases?
Trey Reed, 21-year-old.
Okay. Yeah, I got him. Who? So, I mean, did you know that was just in the news just the other day? And you want to know why? Because there's a famous person in the news that's on that case named Mr. Ben Crump. And he just came out and said, oh, guess what they just released and found out? That he texted his sister and said, this is how I'm going to end my life. This is how I'm going to do it.
Okay, sure.
So
Thanks.
what is that? You're trying to make that to be like people are going around in white robes.
Thank you for the supplemental information. Javion McGee, 21 years old, North Carolina, found near his truck
in September of 2024. Trevante Schubert Helton, found in Georgia, February 2024. Denoris Richardson, Alabama, September 2024. And that's one search. That's one search in 30 seconds. If you wanted to know, you would. But I know why you don't want to know. It's easier for you to sleep at night when you don't know. But I'm telling you, sir, it happens.
Happens, you're telling me, because why? You gave me, well, for the first name, an important one that you all like to go to, the recent one.
No, that's the one you want to stay on because you know about that one and it supports your narrative. But you don't want to touch the other three because you never heard of them.
I haven't heard of them. I haven't. And all you've given me is a name.
You don't care because you're incentivized not to.
Yeah. Random TikTok internet guy named Gabe just read off three names and said, "Trust me, I don't know anything about this."
Hang on a second. Born. You just heard those. You just heard those cases read off. Do you believe that this is happening? Because when we said it was, you said it wasn't.
Oh, I'm asking, were those suicides?
No, people don't. No.
Yeah, people do that. People do unalive themselves.
Yeah, but not like that though. They have homes. There's plenty of other places that they could wrap the rope around.
Trey just did it. He literally is the last one to do it.
Some people don't want to do it in their homes. Maybe they don't want to do it then. Maybe they want to get as far away from their home as possible.
I know you want that to be true. I know you want it to be true because the alternative is horrible, but it's actually happening, unfortunately, in our country.
You want it to be true is exactly right, Emma. You want people to go around and do that so you can say, look, guys, I'm justice and this is it. But when in reality, it's really not happening. And what you're doing is you're making more people say, wow, the left is really getting crazy.
How can you prove that it's not happening?
Out there, the things they say. I'm just going to go ahead and keep voting, even though I don't like Trump or I don't like all the
You
politics.
don't even know about these cases.
Republican because they're crazy.
You don't even know about these cases and you're just saying that it's not true without even looking into them.
Literally just Googled him 20 seconds before he brought it up.
Every single name he gave?
It was a suicide, really.
Of course, I just Googled it. That's all you have to do. And if you wanted to know if it was real, if you wanted to do the research and have data to back your claims, you can find it easily. But you don't want it.
So that's the problem. You guys go on the internet and you just you go on the internet and at
That's
the
what we're
fingertips
doing now.
And they're like, I know everything. I know everything there is.
One at a time, please. One at a time.
I think he doesn't know he's on. I think he doesn't. He thinks he's on.
I'm sorry, my bad.
Yeah. So I just want to add to this. I mean, it just seems like looking for excuses or trying to look for doubt in what Gabe is saying is really it just speaks volumes to me. There's so many more problems that we're having. I mean, if you look at cases like Trayvon Martin and you look at the things that have happened, George Floyd, you look at all these things, you can't deny that we have some major injustices about race in this country. I mean, I'm sorry, but these things need to be discussed and not denied.
Discussing. The problem is you're going to call me a bigot and a racist when you disagree with me.
Well, I'm
That's
not.
the problem.
I'm not
That's why I'll
calling
keep
you
voting the way
anything.
we're voting.
I'm not calling you anything. I'm just saying, like, it.
A lot of people feel a certain way about George Floyd. Obviously, you know all the details about that. And Trayvon Martin, unfortunately, although most people agree, well, everybody agrees, you can't just approach people when you're on a HOA watch like that. But when the police tell you, you got to stop. But then he literally attacked him and started shoving his head in. So,
Go Army. I think that you are racist and a bigot. I've always thought that you're racist and a bigot, and you're not gonna change my mind on that. My entire purpose and everything that I said was to say that we're not gonna win on that message. I'm not gonna be able to run around calling people bigots and actually convert people to my side. So I would suggest that we shouldn't do that. However, you are a racist and a bigot. You are also a misogynist, and you are also very disgusting in so very many ways.
Yep.
Done? You feel better?
Touche!
I was also going to say when I first came up that Mojo would be correct.
Okay, we're just going to piggyback. Hold on. First of all, Mojo, first of all, you're wrong about the whole thing, and you fail to grasp the whole concept. You, for the fact that can sit back from your ivory tower and sit back and say, hey, you're racist, you're bigot, because I think so and I said so. So that must mean it's correct and it's true for everybody. And that's the way the world is. So when you have this type of attitude already, elitist, going into the picture saying, I think you're racist, you're bigot and all this, you're already failing. Like, this is why you guys are losing elections right off the bat. You don't get it. You don't get it.
Just
keep doing this.
Why are you so defensive? If you're not racist, you shouldn't be defensive, right? Like if someone calls you a racist and you're not racist, you shouldn't be defensive.
Hanging in the trees and things like that.
When you spent, the better part of 3 decades calling everyone you disagreed with a racist, the term doesn't mean anything anymore to those who actually are racist, because they just get called racist on a daily basis for things that weren't even
It
racist.
didn't mean anything to them in the beginning. It's not that it doesn't mean anything to them anymore. It never meant anything to them in the beginning.
Well, it may or may not have, but now that
we can factually say that it never meant anything to them. If they're burning crosses in somebody's yard, they don't give a fuck if you call them racist.
It's funny because
no, they don't give a fuck.
It's funny because Better Dead Than Red came out 70, 80 years ago. Better Dead Than Red. I was called a red diaper doper baby when I was a young man. I've been called all sorts of Marxist socialist bullshit names, and yeah, I did. I played right into it. I am a fucking Marxist, and I will defend it, and I will defend it every single day against all of you fucking people. So yeah, maybe you're right. Yeah, I'm going to call you a racist if you're a racist, but that doesn't mean that you're not a fucking racist.
Well, when you watered the term down by calling every argument that you disagreed with racist,
do you think you water the term down socialist? Do you think that you water socialism down by calling me a socialist? No, you make it more popular, right?
No,
so keep calling me a socialist.
Yes, absolutely. Calling a bunch of stuff socialist that wasn't actually socialist absolutely watered the term down. That's perfect proof to my point.
Yes, awesome. It's really great. Because the same people that are calling their opposition Marxists and communists and all that shit are the same ones that are amping up ICE and arresting people on the street or unaliving them on the street, occupying entire towns. Like, I don't need to fucking have a campaign for any of this. The people that aren't voting fucking see it.
I mean, I would agree, but saying something is authoritarian, that turning around and being authoritarian in a different way doesn't make what you said was authoritarian not authoritarian. It just makes you a fucking hypocrite.
It really doesn't matter what you say. And obviously you're not a politician, but one of the politicians that are up there is calling their entire opposition the problem while they have jackboot thugs on the fucking streets, and we all see it. That's what's happening to your party.
Well, that's because every member of the Republican Party has been a hypocrite, certainly since the Patriot Act, and most of them before it.
Gotta love the fence sitters. Oh yeah, I hate them for that too, but I'm gonna vote for Trump anyway.
Yeah, that's not how that works.
That's exactly what you guys do.
Except I didn't vote for Trump, so that's not how that works.
I'm gonna just call bullshit on
that. Okay.
Steve has always said he voted for Chase Oliver.
Yeah, I know. I think he's full of shit. I've always thought he's full of shit. I think all libertarians vote for Republicans every single time, and they say they don't because they want to be, pure in their ideology. But they all vote for Republicans. They all vote for their Republicans.
I just believe him and let him keep doing it.
You know no good comes out of fucking voting for Chase Oliver. You're not that fucking stupid. Yes, so you're not going to vote for Chase Oliver knowing that your fucking vote's going to get thrown away. There's no purpose in that.
First of all, if you vote for anyone but a Democrat in Illinois, your vote's getting thrown away regardless. So there's that.
That's hilarious. So the guy down here that is one of 100,000 voters for those libertarian candidates out of 220 million registered voters or eligible voters in the United States. Like, it's just fucking hilarious. Oh, you're going to throw your vote away too, because if you don't vote for X party, then it's a throwaway. Well, you do it every fucking time. You're one of 100,000.
Yeah, great. But again, in a presidential election, it doesn't fucking matter who you vote for if you live in Illinois. It's irrelevant. When was the last time fucking Illinois ever voted for a Republican?
It's
Or anyone?
irrelevant to vote for a libertarian anywhere in this country. That's how irrelevant your vote
Except
is.
it's not, because the whole point isn't to win. The whole point is just to get on the debate stage.
That's obviously not true. Did you like throw a fit when what's his fuck got thrown out because the Republican said nah, he's just a rhino?
You talking about Rand or Ron? I'm sorry.
Yeah, Ron Paul,
Yes.
Rand Paul, whatever his name is.
Ron Paul. It was dead. And in fact, yes, I did throw a fit.
Well, there it is. You're not winning anything, so your message isn't being heard by literally anybody.
Yes, Mitt Romney stole that. Yes. He won in Iowa. He had the straw poll, like completely dominated it, and yeah. So I remember that, bro. Bob. That brings back like memories. Bernie Sanders before Bernie Sanders, like as far as getting robbed and
Mitt Romney, that milquetoast fucking conservative.
Ron Paul, but Mitt Romney's the one who
okay.
stole it. Mitt Romney's the one who stole it. Yeah.
I have a question for Go Army. Do you have any concern at all that there are certain books that have been banned in this country in certain states that call out to the Jim Crow era that we lived in?
Yeah, they should. I think if you look at them, a lot of them should be banned. They're like disgusting. So.
I'm sorry, but the verdict. What about?
Let's do this. Let's do this real quick. I won't monologue. Let's put our thinking caps on. It would be just the easy answer to say, "Oh no, Jim Crow, that's racist and bigoted. How dare they ban that book?" But then when you go look at the books, it's like, "Hey, we're going to use Jim Crow, and then we're going to have the Jim Crow era, and in the Jim Crow era, we're going to make like some really like schmexual stuff involving like really like young people and stuff." But then when you ban it, we're going to throw our hands up and say, "Oh, it was Jim Crow, you racist." Like, that's what we're talking about here.
Okay.
Like, that's, you got to like look at these books and look at them versus, you know.
You're convoluting things because you're seemingly bringing in ideas of teaching trans issues or people about having like what they did in Florida with the books, right? With the gay issues, right? But I'm talking specifically about books that, like by Toni Morrison and To Kill a Mockingbird and classics like that document our history. Do you think it's important to document our history in this country? Maybe I'll ask Bourne.
Who banned? Absolutely. And To Kill him. That was a required part of
She pivoted to you. Yeah.
What?
Bourne is a New Englander, so I feel like I appreciate that answer.
Yeah.
True. I mean, history is very important.
But do you understand that there are? What would you speak out? Would you speak out about banning books like that in certain states? Would that be something that concerned you?
It would concern me.
Okay.
It's a part of our history.
Bourne is more reasonable.
Why
No, I know that,
books?
but you are you're conservative, and so I'm just wondering because I just think that when we have these conversations, rather than say, "Oh, you voted for this person, you're a bigot," whatever it is, getting very hyperbolic and not having conversations, I just think it would be helpful if conservatives, spoke up and spoke out about the idea of preserving our history, so that we know what it is. We learn from our mistakes.
Yeah. Tennis. Like, let's get down to business. Listen, tennis.
I'm talking to Bourne. I'm not talking to you.
I know, because
right
you don't
now.
want a real answer on this. You don't want the truth. You just want somebody.
I don't think that you have an answer that's helpful.
Army, don't you agree that they should not be banning books on history? Do you agree or disagree?
I do not agree with that at all. I think they should be banning certain books. And I don't care if they're history or not, Bourne. I don't agree with anything you said. Just because you're like them. You're just like, oh, look, it's a history book. Oh, that we can't do that. That's our history. When it's like, that's not really history, bro. Do you understand? If you go look at the books,
What's
they're
not history?
exploiting things.
What's not history?
Okay, Born. Okay,
The Jim
Born.
Crow era isn't history.
Okay, Born. Okay, Born. Let's just keep it a buck, bro. You went to school. We all went to school in public or wherever education, K through 12, whatever, right? What was the main source textbooks for everything? McGraw-Hill. And so it's a very one-sided narration of history. And I hear this all the time on TikTok channels. The history they teach us. Why don't they teach us the real history and all this? Why don't they do that? So I'm a firm understanding from an early age that the real history in this earth and this planet is taught from your families, passed down from family to family, not what you read in a McGraw-Hill textbook. That's a very watered down.
Okay, Go Army. Do you know where McGraw-Hill textbooks came from? Do you know who wrote those?
I think
Maxwell's daddy. But go off, King.
Who?
Be important to you. Have you ever been to Washington, D.C.? Go Army.
Before we continue.
Wait, mate. I was talking. Go Army. Have you been to Washington, D.C.? Have you visited any of the museums there?
I have. I did quite a few of the big ones for sure.
Have you been to the Holocaust Museum?
I don't think I have. I don't think that's one I have. I would remember. I don't think so.
Do you know? You would remember it. Believe me. Do you know what's contained therein?
That would give you fucking nightmares.
But do you know what's in that museum?
I don't really care. I mean, listen, without being
You don't care?
disrespectful or offensive, I really don't care to go. I'll put it to you like that.
Okay, so my next question is, are you aware of what's contained in that museum?
Somewhat, but on a scale, I really don't care what's in it or not. Like, it doesn't mean anything to me. Like, I think there's a lot of fake stuff in there, to be honest with you.
Oh, wow. Mojo, I'm telling you, this guy.
I mean, this is the thing. He doesn't appreciate history.
Somebody else take over this. I'm done.
RTC, you don't need to like history.
Hold on.
You don't need to like history. But let me just say this one thing. You don't have to like history. You don't have to like books. But you don't get to take that away from other people. Don't read the book if you don't like it. Don't go to the museum if you don't like it. The history still stands. It's still there. It doesn't go away just because you don't want the book.
At the same point, you don't.
It still happened. It still happened. It still happened.
No
matter what you do.
That doesn't mean you just get to do whatever you want in the name of it.
Before we go forward, let's preface something in this entire conversation. What does banning books actually mean? Is it being banned at a state level? Is a certain district banning it? Is it being like, what's the
It's
cause?
the state level. It's in different states. Okay, different school districts, actually. It's very localized. Texas and Florida in particular. I don't know about other states. I haven't done a deep enough dive. But the point is that children, I grew up learning about Martin Luther King. Okay, I grew up learning about the things that we used to do in this country that we should never do again, right? And that was an important lesson for me because I was a kid, right?
Yep.
And I do you think that's important, Steve?
Yeah, are they not still learning about? I mean, I honestly don't know.
There have been books banned that, with the whole thing about CRT and we don't want our kids to feel guilty for what their ancestors did and that kind of rhetoric. We need to teach history. We need to teach about the Holocaust. We need to teach about slavery. We need to teach about all those things. And I think that conservatives need to, even if they have conservative views, they need to stand up and say, yeah, no, this is important. This is an important concept, and not go along with this thing that Go Army, this rhetoric.
Banned a lot of that teaching in Florida, and I'll give you a specific example why it was happening and what triggered it, and a lot of made people upset. So what they were doing is you're getting like these hyper super liberal teachers in Florida that were teaching young kids simple history lessons about slavery. Hey, everybody should learn about slavery. Got it. But what they would do, Tennis, is they would start to role play situations. And they would take a white student and put him on one side of the classroom and take like black students and put them on the other side of the classroom. And they would have them shame the white student and role play he was a slave owner and all this. What you're doing at a young age like that is not, these kids are not like in debt where they're looking, like learning these kind of things.
Where was that happening?
Yeah, that was in Florida,
That's
Emma.
not
I
how
made
they
that clear.
teach.
So,
That's not how they teach history.
yes, it absolutely was, Tennis. Let me just finish.
Army,
And then what
those
happened is,
simulations,
y'all go ahead, bro. Y'all go ahead.
also include, white students being on one side of, the issue and white students being on the other side of the issue. It's not about like, okay, this black child is going to be rolling. Yeah, so yeah, I am. I have school age children. I don't know if you do. I don't know if you do. I have school age children.
Tell me what
I'm in Missouri. I'm a blue dot in a red state. So I know this.
Nobody cares. Like, bro,
I
we're
know
talking
that you
about
don't. I know
Florida
that
classrooms and what she asked.
you don't care, and you're projecting
you
onto
came up here to
everyone
get your
else that
attention. Go ahead. I'm
nobody
sorry,
cares.
bro. Go ahead.
No one's ever heard of the word groceries. I just invented it. Yeah, that's kind of the same energy. Go Army, but go off, Queen.
I think what's awesome. I think what's awesome is to have Go Army say the shit that he's saying in front of other conservatives, because there will be a lot of conservatives out there that disagree with the vast majority of what Go Army is saying here, and maybe embarrassed to be on the same side as this guy.
Yeah. So let's continue
Especially
back
Lincoln
to facts.
Republicans. Could you
Let's get back down to business. So as
could you
these
imagine
kids are
railing
separated
against
10
fucking
minutes? Yeah.
Could
So
you
as these kids are
imagine
separated
railing
in a
against
classroom,
Emancipation Proclamation teaching
nobody
in a school?
cares, bro.
Yeah,
Like,
you're
what do you mean
Republicans
nobody cares
damn
about
sure
the
care.
Emancipation Proclamation? What are you talking about? I'm telling you, like, shit. That reason why they banned it in Florida. This specific case outside of Tampa. Like, and you guys are just like, hey, imagine they did this, and like, bro, they were putting kids separate role playing like this, and kids were like crying hysterically. They were making them feel guilty. And then what happened?
I'd love to see this because this sounds a little fucking wild to me. You know,
And
it
then,
sounds.
all right, this
Are
is
you
happening
serious?
all over.
Listen, let me ask. Go Army. This seriously
I'm just
happened.
making
Where
this
they
up,
role
bro.
played. They role played this. It happened. You can prove this.
Well, yeah, Born. I know. Like, I get it, Born. You probably
They
can't
all
imagine
stood in
anything like this, but
litter
I'm
boxes when
in
they did
Florida,
it.
Born.
No, listen. Go Army. I'm on your side. So
I
relax.
know. But here's the difference, though, Born. And what Mojo said, conservatives hear this. Mojo, Born, I'm in Florida. Florida is a very, years ago we banned this, right? So we're very quick to, take care of our children and protect them and make these laws. I know up there where you're like he said, a red dot and a blue C, you're not used to seeing stuff like this. And you see, unimaginable. We are banning books because we don't
said
care.
a blue dot in a red state. There you go.
Well, I'm a red dot in a blue state.
A blue state, I know. That's the reason why I said that. Exactly. But yeah, so
school systems, public or private, should be able to teach whatever they want, however they feel necessary, and however they feel it best to teach it.
And
If you disagree,
there's the
leave the
idiot
fucking
libertarian.
school district.
There's the idiot libertarian.
There's probably 7 different school districts within driving distance from your house. Fucking leave. Go somewhere else. You don't get to change the curriculum.
What's the point of having a public school system if it's not public?
It is public. How is it not public?
Because you're telling people if they don't like what they're teaching, they can just fucking leave. That's
just go to a different. Just go to a different public.
I'm sorry, but poor people don't get to do that, Mr. Libertarian.
Well, and Mojo, aren't the the districts curriculum and all of those types of things? That's dictated by the state, right?
Usually, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it probably shouldn't be.
So if it's the state that you live in, it doesn't matter what district you move to. You'd have to leave the state. I guess everybody who is offended by history should move to Florida.
Well, that would be the case.
Problem solved.
The only books that should be banned is with sexual content to any juvenile. There shouldn't be any books like that in any library or in any school.
The Bible should not be allowed in school libraries then, because there's some gnarly shit in that motherfucker.
You must bust in your brother's
That
wife.
is true.
Read the Quran.
For
That's
if you
fucking
spill
immoral.
your seed upon the ground, that is a sin.
There is a lot more talk about dudes schlongs in the fucking Bible than there is about AB or trans or people being gay. It's a lot of stuff about dudes dongs, man. There's a lot of it.
Yeah, that's cute. Here's another instance in Florida.
It's true.
There was
That's
actually
the thing. The army is it's true. That's
yeah, I know.
It's
Everybody has their own
I'm not a
interpretation.
Bible
of what's
humper, but when I
It's a both and. It's a
Here
both
you go,
and.
right
It's cute
here.
and it's true.
Here you go, right here. There she lusted after her lovers, whose genitals were like those of donkeys, and whose emission was like those of horses.
Oh shit. Is that the Bible?
Yeah.
It's the Bible.
It's the Bible.
No.
That's the Bible.
This
Wait,
is
the Bible is smut?
Let me read
I
it to
didn't
you
know.
again.
This is how you get morals, you guys.
There she lusted after her lovers, whose genitals were like those of donkeys, and whose emissions was like that of horses.
There's a former
No
worship
wonder they're
leader.
chasing after
Who are they
There's a
talking
former
about?
worship leader who is like sings Christian songs in front of people, and he left the church, and so he takes like the gnarliest parts of the Bible and he writes worship songs, and he did one with this fucking passage. It's hilarious. Holy shit.
Okay, I know
I did-
how we can get a huge live. We'll just have Messi reading from the Bible. These
first, I didn't
passages
believe what
on
you were
camera.
At first, Messi.
Did I go
First,
put my
Messi, I
face
didn't
on?
believe what you were saying and the way that you were saying it, and then I read it, and I'm like, yeah, this really is 50 Shades of Hebrew.
50 Shades of Hebrew. Yeah. Want me to get one more time?
Yeah.
It was lascivious.
Oh.
What if the donkey was drunk?
Go compose yourself.
We're doing Bible study right now. We should do Bible study. We should do
It's
this.
Sunday. It is Sunday.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, when do you reach this part in the Bible study there, Go Army?
Yeah, this is
You
totally
notice
shit
she
posted,
hey,
right?
you guys noticed that she pulled it right up. It's like she has it right there. She was ready for this. Oh, wait a minute! I get to talk about this.
She's a very devout. She's a very
Jesus
devout
was a
Christian.
perv.
I'm a Christian.
Well,
I know
because
my
the
Bible.
Bible is smut.
I know my Bible, my holy Bible. And I got my paper
Jesus
one
was
right
a
here.
man.
You hear
He
them
had a
words?
beard.
You hear them words? Here's my real one right here. I keep it right next to me at night when I lay my head down.
Apparently, you were quick with that.
What if the donkey was guilty?
I gave you another Bible verse before.
Wait, do you
So
think
who are
that's,
they talking
is that,
about?
do you think that's in the Trump Bible? I wonder if Trump
Oh
had that
boy,
removed.
what the fuck?
Okay, Born, I will have you know that Go Army uses a Trump Bible. Like, for real.
No, I have a Bible. I don't have a Trump Bible.
No, but Go Army has a Trump Bible.
Go Army, does your Trump Bible have that verse in it? Just checking.
Go Army, does
Does.
your
Do you-
Bible
do you know
replace
what
that
context
verse
the story
with Trump's
talks-
name instead?
Go ahead. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry, JD. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll land the joke again. Does your version of that Bible replace his genitals with Trump's genitals instead?
Whew. The joke waiting to take off or what?
I mean, that kind of does sound like smut. Do you want to ban that
Yeah,
one?
sure.
or-
So who are we talking about? Like, what's it in reference to? And what book is it in, Emma? You just seeing like this is what the
Well, it's
women want.
Messy's
right?
verse. It's Messy's verse. I
Wait,
can look
did
it up
Messi-
if you
Oh,
want.
okay, the book
Did
of
Messi
Messy.
catch
Got it.
a-
The book of Messy. Got it.
Did Messi catch a nanner and get dropped?
Maybe.
Over the Bible. Like, over the
I know,
Bible.
right?
You can't say
Black
the Bible
God,
on
God
TikTok.
himself.
That would be hilarious.
Last I checked, the argument was, well, we don't care that the president boned a porn star. And then they're like, but sexual themes, we can't have those.
Wait, Messi's,
Make it make sense. See, you're-
Messi's still up
Oh
here?
my
What are you
God.
talking
Yeah,
about?
she
No, I
is.
just brought her back up.
Yeah,
But
she
anyway,
dropped
Steve,
down
you're-
for a second.
Steve, you're conflating because the Republicans, like Go Army, are saying that these books are being removed from schools because of a sexual nature. We are showing you what's in the Bible that they want in the fucking schools.
Yeah, so let's get back to business. Well, that's partly true. We do want the Bible in business. We do want the Bible in schools. Yes, correct.
Do you want
Would you like
the business?
would you like
Do you want? You want the business end of the donkey schlong? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, no, so let's get back to that. The reason why Messi's saying that, because early in the wee hours, there was a host on TikTok. She was on the panel that busted out his Catholic, his name was American or whatever, and he brought that verse up, and it's actually in the book of Ezekiel, and the prophet was sent there. Why? Because this is what they were all into. They were all into lusting and perversion and all this nastiness, right? Kind of like what you guys were giggling and into as well. So if you put the whole verse, like you read the whole book and the whole part, at least that chapter, you'll see it's not like this is what you need to go do. This is like what bad people were doing to pagans at the time. So
the book of Job is torture porn over a bet between God and the devil. I mean, this is not
you don't want to argue the book of Job. You don't want to argue the book of Job. That's one of my best knowledgeable books. That's actually what got me into the Bible. But we'll just leave it at this, Fee. I really don't care to argue with you because you said that the Pentagon deserved what it got.
I did not say that.
You said nasty
I
things
did
like that.
not say that. But
I knew that was going to cost you too.
Oh, it doesn't matter. You know what? I'll stand by what I said, and I will never feel bad for it.
And just Garmy, I agree with what she said too. So you can go after me as well.
What did she say?
You
I
like that's
said
knowable.
we were
That's like
talking about
knowledgeable. She is like.
You're talking about 9/11, right?
No.
Yeah, she said it to be
first
witty.
we were
Yeah, she said she was
talking
glad they did
Go
it.
Army.
She's happy
I
for
can
it.
say what I said.
No, we know what
Took
she
it
said. That's
completely
what
out of context. We were talking about October 7th.
Like the Bible
and
verse.
the issue I had with October 7th was that they hit a huge civilian population. And I think that was wrong. I think it was wrong on 9/11 for the towers to be hit. If you're going to try to hit the United States, you go after the military. So the Pentagon, to me, as horrific as it was at least the symbol of American military. So October 7th should have gone, and I still hold Hamas horrifically responsible for what they did. Civilians. Same with Pan Am 103. I don't think terrorists should go after civilians. I think it's abhorrent.
Thank God you said that, because
There's a ton of verses that are sexual. I'm like looking them up. It's wild. Like there's so many. Like Amon tricks and grapes his half sister Tamar, despite her repeatedly telling him no. Whoa.
There's one in there's a better one.
There's one start a campaign to tell the terrorists that they shouldn't.
There's one in Deuteronomy that I remember. I think it was like 25:11 or something like that. Back from when I was debating religion, that was like, and it's a really funny one. If two men are essentially fighting, and then the wife comes out, and the wife saves her husband by grabbing the other guy's balls, you should cut off her hand.
I'm going to go back. I'm sorry, I was multitasking. Wait, where was I and why were you stalking me?
You definitely were. You definitely know what I'm talking about. You definitely were
What?
there. You were reading it. You were in this dude. What's that guy's American stream this morning? American. He's like has a bunch of MAGA dudes around him.
Are you talking about America Amen?
Yeah, that's. I think that's him. Maybe. I don't know.
He's a fucking right-wing fascist Nazi. What is wrong with you?
No, because he had a bunch of like Messi and a bunch of these like far left, like white weirdo, liberals.
Gilligaff. Talking about
No,
you're talking
not
about
that
my
one.
man Pete from
His name
Australia.
was America, whatever. But anyways, in any case, he put on like a cat. So he put on the Catholic.
Yeah, it's fucking America Amen. That dude's a Nazi.
I don't know. I haven't listened to him long enough to hear.
You would
really
agree
anything,
with him. You would agree with him on almost everything he says, by the way.
No, he said he's not a Christian anymore, or something like that. That kind of
Yeah, but you would still agree with almost everything he says.
I don't know. Well, he had a bunch of like Messi and a bunch of people like that on the panel. So, but in any case, they brought that up about the Bible, and then he said the book of Ezekiel, and then they brought up that quote, and we're giggling about it, and here she is like rolling around with her picture. She was there. She was like,
I was up for like 5 seconds, and then
So
Penny
what if
said,
she was?
and then Penny said, "I'm not staying on this panel if she's here," and he kicked me because America Amen submits to women.
all men dudes.
Interesting.
Except JD and
Yeah. I don't remember the Bible verses being there though.
Well, you gotta this is like the difference. Like you're looking at something it's like a story, right? And you're saying, look, there's not like nobody, Jesus or Moses or any prophet saying that women they're lusting after lovers. There's donkeys. There's I don't know if you've ever read the Bible, but a lot of these books, there's a lot of bad people doing bad stuff, and God's reacting to that, right?
So we should probably ban it, right?
Excuse me.
Especially for kids. This should not be allowed until you're at least a junior or senior in high school.
But why do we want to relive this history, right? We should probably just ban it.
The Jesus story.
So you're admitting it is history, then, right?
Well,
No,
you're saying we should ban history. So if this is like really nasty history, why don't we ban it?
I mean, it's like the Tale of Two Cities. It's historical fiction.
Because the Bible's not in the school.
Good,
Oh, but
it shouldn't belong
Texas.
there.
It is in Texas, and I think by next year, Texas has to implement it into history and English or something. They have to implement it. Not only are the Ten Commandments in schools in Texas, now they are going to have to put it into their curriculum.
The fuck is
That's good. We'll be a better society.
No.
Once these kids
I want the
they
Muslim
get of
call to
age, they
prayer,
get 18 to 30. They have
played every 5 times a day.
No,
before
fuck
lunch,
no.
Get
after
overturned.
recess.
Fuck no.
It'll
No
get
fucking
overturned.
darker bullshit coming over a fucking mouth.
I do really like. Well, this is just a recap of how we got here, essentially. So we started out with saying the Emancipation Proclamation reenactments that are happening in the school. He wants to ban those outright because, I don't know, it's some kind of history that's morally offensive to him. But he wants the Bible in there because it's some kind of moral history that includes a whole bunch of Smiths and unalivings and everything else. Like, it even includes slavery.
His worldview.
The Bible literally includes slavery. But you want to ban the Emancipation Proclamation from schools.
Yes, so the Bible does include slavery. Does it say, hey, you need to become a slave? Or does it especially, well, now you can get into the Old Testament. The New Testament is saying the slave and the slave owner are no different. Same with anybody else. So the Old Testament did have slaves, yes, but no, God did command slaves. He freed people from slavery, Moses, and he also punished people for things like that. So it's a history book, bro. I don't know what your point is.
He gives direction on how much you can beat them.
I cannot wait for myself and all the other Gen Z to learn about the historicity of the fucking Bible. In 370 AD, Moses was a real person and set fire to a fucking bush and parted the Red Sea. Yeah, I can't wait to learn about that.
So
that was edgy, JD.
I just have a question, Garmy. Did God smite the Egyptians because they had slaves or because they were polytheistic and didn't worship the Abrahamic God? And then on the opposite side of that, did God save the Israelites and the Jews from Egypt because they were the chosen people? Or is he not liking the Jews, kind of like the Nazis said?
That was 5 questions in one. I've never seen that.
It is. I mean, it's kind of a complicated one because we are talking biblically.
Yeah, I know. I guess your question is but I don't know what I don't even know what what a bunch of questions. Were the Egyptians what? Freeing what?
So again, we'll just start with one question at a time. So at the first, did God smite the Egyptians
Just say you only
because
have
they
one
had
question,
slaves?
Robot.
Wait,
you have one question.
Didn't you want
pick
to
a
hit
good one?
Well, I picked that one from the very beginning. Let's do the first one. Did God smite the Egyptians because they had slaves or because they were polytheistic and did not believe in the Abrahamic God?
I believe it's how the Pharaoh acted. All right.
So you're going to go with neither.
All right. What was that? Did I just hear clicking? Some clicking in the background?
No, I'm not clicking. Messi could be.
Do you guys recommend, while I'm out here debating, do you guys recommend I get an iPad so I can pretend to be like that, or should I always sit in front of a computer?
You're pivoting.
No, I take that as a straight answer. He said neither. It's not because they're polytheistic, so God does not care if
I said punishing
worship
Pharaoh.
multiple gods.
Punishing Pharaoh.
Yeah, well, punishing Pharaoh, but still it's a neither on my question. It's not because he had slaves, not because the Egyptians had slaves. It's not because that the Pharaoh worshiped multiple gods and not the Abrahamic God. It's by the Pharaoh's actions solely. So half the Bible is bullshit in Army's opinion.
Okay, all right, you're great. Yeah. All thousands of years, you know better, robot.
I don't understand. I don't understand this giant bush for the Bible in schools when there's literally public Catholic schools in every major town in the country? Like, if you want your kids to go to
I don't
a
have a public
Christian or
Catholic school anywhere by me.
Catholic school that already fucking exists,
I don't have a public
You have to
Catholic school
pay for
anywhere by
them.
me.
of course you have to pay for them
Yeah, people can't
because
afford
we
to buy
don't
groceries.
put that. We
Okay,
don't
anyway,
put
yeah,
that.
that's irrelevant. We're not talking about that. Anyway, go Army. This one here says, happy is the one who
We were talking
seizes your
about exactly
infants
that.
and dashes them against the rocks. Can you
Jesus.
translate that one for me, please? This is
Which
Psalms
one is this?
137.
Oh, I'd have to pull it up. Let me give me a second. So,
I mean, it's pretty specific.
oh well, I don't know, like every single book, every single sentence of the Bible.
I mean,
like,
you
my
can just
goodness,
read it though,
memorize,
right?
interpret it. Well, that's not how the Bible works, Emma. That's how like ignorant this conversation is. Every time you just pull up a verse, like, well, what does this one sentence mean? Well, if you take that one sentence, it's not the Quran. You could do that with the Quran.
It says,
But the
happy is
Bible
the one who seizes your infants and dashes them against the rocks. What kind of context do you
saying
need
it?
for that?
Who's saying it, Emma? Okay,
Messi
that my
will-
point exactly.
Messi
My
will
point
pull it
exactly.
up. It's in Psalms.
You're right. My point exactly. Just be quiet
what?
if you got nothing really to say. Like,
It's in
hey.
Psalms.
Trump didn't literally say he was going to blow up all of Iran. You have to take in the context, guys.
Okay, now you guys are going to make me defend Go Army. You should stop. He could be talking. He could be talking about an evil person when he says that.
There are statements of slavery in the New Testament too. I have a whole list of them though. So even if we don't look at like specific verses, like I have all of them
Emma,
right here.
this
It's
is
in
the
the New
point.
Testament too.
Yo, hold on. Let me
If
just
you
make
look
this
at
quick point.
Exodus has
Messi got dropped for the Bible again.
Right, bondage is slavery, right? So the whole of Exodus is concerning slavery of the Jews.
I just came up here real fast because I need y'all to know, and then Messi can have my spot back.
What's up, sister?
Hey, how you doing? They are turning all the kids trans. They have hormones in the chocolate milk. It is no longer head, shoulders, knees, and toes. It's my neck, my pussy, and my crack. It's getting fucking crazy out here. You need to homeschool your kids immediately. It is dangerous out here. It is dangerous.
It's right before the midterms. Thank you for showing how Democrats act. Like it's very.
I mean that was
Hide
amazing.
your
But
kids,
Mojo,
Go Army.
we aren't attacking Go Army specifically. He has said that he has nuance to the Bible, and he, on multiple occasions, has given us his nuance or take from different parts. Even though they don't say anything what he's saying, he's deriving lessons. And that's what we're asking about right now. What were those lessons and what he is taking from them? And like when I read, the situation in Egypt with Moses and the Israelites leaving, this was all his take. I don't think there are any theocrats out there that literally agree with anything that Go Army said so far.
I don't think you'll find
Absolutely
two
not.
theocrats anywhere ever that agree on anything. So
I hate talking about religion, but I do have a question, and I've asked it since I was a kid, I suppose. Why is there a difference between the Old Testament and the New Testament? I thought God was omnipotent and all-knowing and everywhere and all the time and whatever. And he's never wrong about anything, and he understands everything, and he knows what the future is going to be because he created the future. All of this shit, right? Why is it that he changed his mind?
It's a great question.
What's his question, Emma? If that's such a great question,
You want me
repeat
to
it
know
for me.
that?
No, hold on.
Did you not listen to him?
You're not even a Christian. God bless it. Everybody's got to jump in every time.
Oh my
somebody,
God! I do know the Bible. I can answer it.
Oh, goodness. Fee,
No,
I know
let
you
Go
guys
Army
want
answer.
to.
Let Go
Yeah.
Army answer first, then you guys can give your interpretation. I've asked preachers this, and they just said you have to have faith. I mean, that's always the answer, right?
That's crazy. So basically, if you know how God created us in His image, He made us for the reason of having fellowship with Him and serving Him. So what happened is we went astray from that. We've developed a disease called, sin. I'm not going to go into the whole spiel. But
Wait,
what happened
wouldn't he
is
have
in the
known
Old
that ahead of
Testament.
time? Wouldn't he have known that ahead of time?
Possibly, but here's how I've been explained to it. You're thinking in terms of like a human. Well, shouldn't he have known this? Shouldn't he know
There
that?
it is. There's that.
And
answer.
he's the all-knowing. Well,
Just gotta
because
have faith.
because I know I didn't say all that. I'm just hold on. Your little snippet. He's outside of time, space, and matter. So the way he operates is completely different from our small brain little thinking, right? So that's first and foremost. But second of all, the Old Testament, New Testament. Well, God would not be just if he just snapped his fingers and said sin is forgiven. It wouldn't be just if he did that. It wouldn't be real. Just like
way to play that mysterious ways and means.
So then what happened is what happened is he came down in the form of man and gave his only begotten son up on the cross to forgive or wash away the blood for our sins, and that we may have a chance to go to heaven. And because Paul said in his letters, the wages for sin is death. And we look around, and Jesus said the only way into heaven to the man who asked Matthew, he said how? He said the only way into heaven is being sinless. So when
he already
came
knows
on that
what we're
cross,
gonna do. He says he gives us free will, but he already knows what we're gonna do. He already knows how we're gonna live our life. He already knows how our life is gonna end. He already knows whether we make it into heaven or not. So what's the purpose of creating this?
Well, that's why
chase?
people call this a testing ground.
What's the purpose of having this goose chase if he already knows the outcome before it ever starts?
It's a great question.
Well, that's a great question.
It is.
Anything Mojo says about religion, you're mad at me.
I don't agree with Mojo we argue all the time. What are you talking about?
Can you please?
Okay, sorry.
Like what?
Hey, let's start with Go Army. Then please explain the Old and the New Testament. What is different? Why are both in the Bible? Go.
Well, the Old Testament is like Judaism, and then the New Testament is the New Covenant. The time, you're like, duh. It's the Gospels. It's the story of Jesus, basically.
Well, why did Jesus come?
Did you not just hear the whole thing I said? Like, if God said, man's imperfect, man has sin, and if God snapped his fingers and said, all sin is forgiven, you are all perfect again, you're all sinless, you're living in a perfect world, there's no problems, there's no issues.
I thought
if
that
he
was the
did
whole...
that, he wouldn't be just, it wouldn't be fair. So
why Jesus come down?
Exactly. He has to give some kind of not sacrifice.
Why?
For that. Well, he does. That's the lamb. Because
he does sacrifice his beloved son.
For instance, if you have a child and you say, hey, stop doing that or you're going to get in trouble. And then he does it and you just say, well, I told you stop doing it. So, and you don't punish him. Sometimes you have to punish you. Like you have to do it.
So Jesus needed to be punished by God?
What?
Yeah, so Fee, I know you.
You do not know anything about religion.
I know you're Taliban-y, Fee.
You know nothing about religion.
But excuse me, Fee. But Jesus actually, like I'll go on and explain, Jesus couldn't snap his finger. So what? Or God couldn't snap his finger. So he sent what? His only begotten Son onto the cross to go into the new covenant, fulfill the law, and what? Fee. And you claim to be a Christian.
So why? No, I know all about Christianity. Stop bringing up Paul. He never met Jesus.
You just want to be a center of attention. Like,
you know what? I'm sure I will get to heaven before you do. So
talk about what you think. That's exactly why you're not going to get in. Exactly.
Oh my God! Right, judge not, lest you be judged.
Okay, well then don't say stuff to me like that. For sure.
Well, I mean, for sure. Do you live in a glass house and going to continue to throw stones? Do you want me to go on quoting other stuff in the Bible? Just stop it. The Old Testament was the history of Judaism and the religion, and part of it is supposedly a historical book, not based on any facts. They don't even think Moses or Abraham were real. There's no evidence of like a mass exodus of Jews from Egypt to through the Sinai to the Promised Land. So historically, it's an issue, but getting back to the Old Testament, it is the promise of a Messiah to come. It is the promise of fulfilling and for his chosen people. And then the New Testament is this Messiah is born. And through his sacrifice, he's supposed to wash away all of our sins and fulfill that covenant he promised in the Old Testament. and then build a church and religion. I still don't get the kind of idea that somebody, God himself, had to come down and die in human form as part of a human sacrifice to wash away our sins. We should all be sinless, but I'm not going to get into the logic of it. But the whole
Garmy
point,
likes Paul. He doesn't like Jesus.
Of course he likes Paul.
He loves
Of course he likes
Paul. He doesn't like
Misogynist.
Jesus.
Are you gonna be okay,
Can we
Garmy?
not just?
I just wasn't
can we
trying to
not just-
interrupt.
Can we all just agree that
So that's
cannibalism is weird and move on?
Repeating 90% of what I said, V. Like, thank you for everybody. Like, I'm just, as long as we
You
get
didn't
Jesus
say
out there
any of that.
in the story of Jesus, I'm
But okay. You didn't say any of that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
I'm
Jews...
saying I didn't say any of that. Is this like real life right now, bro?
It
Is this
is.
real life?
Do not
She's a
judge
troll. She has to be
hypocritically.
like a troll. Like her
Do
husband's
not judge
I know.
hypocritically.
Stop
That's
bringing
Jesus.
up my
That's not
husband.
My
hus-
I apologize.
My husband's one of the bravest men I've ever met and
not
walked out
saying
of
him bad,
tower
just-
once. Just stop.
Oh, and you said that about the
And he'd
let's-
say
I
the
wonder what
same
his
thing.
opinion if he heard what you said.
Okay,
And this is
let's
recorded.
bring this
too.
back. Let's bring this back to politics. I'm sure this
It's
is fun.
forever.
So go Army. Do
He's
you
a
have
disgusting
a
human
church
being.
or a, okay? Do you have a church or some kind of authority figure for your religion?
Yes, I do.
I do have to
Who
say,
gave them that authority?
I do have to say, Garmy, you can't do that shit. Don't go after people's
I know.
families.
I know. I wasn't even gonna say nothing bad, but it was just wrong.
You
even
did.
bringing it
I
up.
don't care. Just don't do it. I've protected you and other conservatives too. Don't fucking do that shit.
I agree. I stopped. I apologize. I did. Other conservatives wouldn't even care. They would just say awful things, bro. At least I stopped. And I wasn't gonna say nothing bad. I was just gonna say like, he
Don't say it.
sends
Don't
you over
say
to
it.
us
Just
to
stop.
argue. Like,
Just stop.
Okay.
Okay, so back to politic time. Go Army. Who gives them that authority?
Who?
Who the church? What are you talking about?
Well, remember the first question. I asked if he has a religious authority figure. He said yes, like a church or whoever's in it. Who gave them that authority?
Everyone that put their $20 in the jar.
I'd say he has authority or something like that. But I mean, it's a leader, maybe an advisor, a guidance. What we call as mat carriers, robots. So you have a mat carrier. Jesus says you have to have a mat carrier. People on 4 inches of your corner at all times.
This is insanity.
That's fantastic.
Move on from religion.
So are they deriving that from Jesus?
Yes, so purely the gospel, scripture. Yes, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, for sure.
So your book bannings that we were talking about before are coming from people that literally said Jesus told them to.
No, what are you talking about? Now you're getting weird, bro. You're just getting crazy, dude.
You just said that they derive their authority from Jesus himself, and we were talking about banning books. Those religious authority figures of yours are saying that they were told to ban or burn those books because Jesus told them to.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, but I think if you're getting down to the argument, nobody, I don't even know what you're saying, but people, Jesus told them to ban books. Nobody, who said that?
If you get enough non-tax,
That was the politics we were talking about, was the banning of history and books in schools.
He's
Where now it's first it turns into like we're banning history. Now you guys have turned into, well, Jesus told people to do it. Like, where are you guys getting all this from? I've never said
Wait,
that.
I got it.
No,
Hold
he's
on,
not
Dennis.
saying that.
I got it directly from
What
you.
did you
I
say?
asked you those questions. Your religious leaders were appointed that authority by Jesus himself, and your religious authorities are the ones that are saying to ban the history and ban the books. So you just said, putting all that together, that your religious
I don't think
leaders,
you're
your
tracking.
authorities, got the word from Jesus to ban the
Bye-bye.
history and the books.
Yeah, no, you're a little confused, buddy. Let me help you out there, little buddy. So like we
Little
go to
buddy.
a church. We go
Don't
to
do
a
that.
church, right? Excuse me, Emma. Hold on, we're talking.
Don't call him little buddy.
Excuse me, Emma. We're talking. Thank you.
You're not supposed to call people names like that. Just saying.
Wait, yeah, don't say that. Wait, hold on.
What?
Are you trying to say that men are talking? You should shut up. Is that what you're saying right now?
Well, I mean, she just is like she's not contributing to the conversation. She's
You
just
called him little buddy.
Yeah, that's a good question, Mojo. Yeah, that's a good question, Mojo. And then it's like, yeah, don't say that. She just like that's all she does up here.
Hey,
So,
Emma.
She yelled at me earlier. I kicked her off the fucking panel. I don't know if you remember correctly or not, but what the hell? She doesn't go abide by everything I fucking say. But what you just said is that the men are talking. It's time for you to hush. That's what you just
I've
told
learned
me.
nothing in the past like hour and a half about how the Democrats are like what you guys are doing right now. The elitist mindset. Like, who said that? Who said that? I'm basically.
Hey, you know what? I didn't hear someone say, Hannah. What did? Never mind.
Sister,
Is that the church you go to up there, Messi? You're bragging to everybody.
Yes,
you're
that's
Christian
where I
and all
go.
that?
Can we be
Is that part of
serious?
it?
Go Army. Have you read the First Amendment of the Constitution of the Bill of Rights?
Have you read the fourth one?
The Fourth Amendment? Yes, I hope I had. But I just want to know that.
All right,
I
well,
want to know whether
hope I have too.
just have you? Do you know what that? What is the First Amendment basically say? It says a lot of
I
things,
don't know.
right?
Listen, that's a whole nother topic conversation. Like, what
No,
are we doing here?
It's actually not. I just want to
Just
know.
see what throw at Go Army and see what sticks. Like,
See,
let's
this
get
is
back
about
to,
freedom of religion. Okay,
well,
so it's
I'm
on
not like
topic.
going into the tennis love courtroom for the next 10.
I don't care. You can say whatever you want and you can be snarky like you always are. Okay, so just lose the snark for a second. And I just want to know, do you think that the First Amendment, what it says about that there shall be no religion, one religion for this country, that we have freedom of religion in this country? What do you think about that?
Yeah, I don't like that.
You don't like that. Okay, so you are anti-First Amendment.
Sure, whatever.
Go on.
He's not American.
Do you believe
hold on.
that the Muslims can be part of America, or do you want to get them all out of America? Like, put them in a state of their own?
No. That's not fair nor Christian. I believe that a very small number, like, for instance, when you go to like Iraq and Kuwait, the countries I've been to, there are actually churches there. And it's like, but you would never guess that. And you would think, oh, it's a Muslim country, which it is. And it's all about Muslim. But they do have a couple Christians here and there. So we should be the same way. We're Christian, all about Christianity. And then there's some other religions, tiny little ones here,
Lots
one
of
maybe in the whole
religions.
city or something.
Go Army. There's lots
hold
of
on.
religions in this country.
I think
Lots
You think
and
that they're?
lots.
Yeah,
you
I think there's a
that
funny
the Muslims or these
understanding here.
other
Like,
religions are?
the First Amendment. The
What,
First
Steve?
Do you
Amendment and
think
the
the
freedom of
Muslims
religion
are
is
the?
literally what gives you the right to be a Protestant.
Steve is cutting
You're
out.
breaking up, Steve.
You're cutting out, Steve. I don't think he can hear us. But anyways, Go Army. Do you believe that these small other religions throughout the
You got it.
country, or especially the Muslims, are they poisoning the soil? Are they like against Western culture and ideology? The other little
Muslims.
religions
We
that
went
you
through this
mentioned,
yesterday.
Muslims.
We did this yesterday with him. He doesn't like Muslims. He thinks they're evil.
No. That's not true.
This doesn't
That's not true.
necessarily
That's
have
not true.
anything to do with.
They don't like
I'm
us.
sorry. That
They
was
don't like
somebody
us.
else.
All right,
Apologize.
hold on.
That was Donovan.
Hold on. Steve, is your phone working?
Yeah, I'm here.
It doesn't sound like it's working.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. What I was trying to say is that the First Amendment and the freedom of religion in this country is how you get to be a Protestant. Like, a lot of the Protestants and evangelicals, they don't understand this. But if it weren't for that, you'd be Roman Catholic or you'd be nothing. Like, that's what gives you the freedom to be a Protestant.
Yeah, you can be any religion you want to, right? Because the law shall not, establish. There is anti-establishment of religion clause in the First Amendment. The state shall not establish any religion in any state government or the federal government.
That's not what the First Amendment says.
There's an anti-establishment clause.
Yeah, but that's not what the First Amendment says.
It says a lot of things.
As a matter of fact, states, most of the states that existed, the 13 colonies, had strict religious practices that they instituted in government.
Well, that was the colonies.
Well, no, it was the states.
When the Bill of Rights was adopted.
No, it was
not the states.
It was the states.
Mojo?
The states that thereafter adopted their own anti-establishment clause.
12, at least I think it was 12 of the states actually required you to be a Christian to actually run for public office.
But that was abrogated.
What do you mean by the 14th?
That means that, by every state constitution in this country, there is yes. The states all adopted their an anti-establishment.
I don't know when that actually happened, but up until the Civil War.
Yeah, but does it matter?
That was Thomas Jefferson in the 1780s in Virginia.
I'm talking about 2026. That's what I'm talking about.
What Mojo's talking about is 1780s.
No, I'm not talking about 1780s. I'm not talking about 1780s. This was going on until the Civil War. At the very least, there were a lot of the states that had individual religious tests that were applied to them because states were allowed to do this. The federal government wasn't. The First Amendment only applies to the federal government, does not apply to the state government.
Okay, so can you name a state today?
Yes.
Can you name
I
a
said
state
this on this
today that
panel about the 12
doesn't have a prohibition of establishment of religion today?
So it was Article
Pennsylvania.
5, or what is the V in V1? What letter is that in Roman numerals?
6.
V1?
5?
Oh, V1 is 6.
6. Article 6 of the U.S. Constitution in 1787 says no religious test shall ever be required as a qualification to any office or public trust under the states. But before the Civil War, several U.S. states had religious test requirements that a person had to belong to a certain religion or hold a certain religious belief to hold public office, or in some cases, vote.
Yeah, that was.
What I would urge that is no longer.
Apologize to Go Army, please. You guys are welcome. Thank you. I've been saying this up here.
You know what? You don't dictate this panel, Go Army. I just want to say it. Mojo does.
We have a new panelist.
And
Spinach?
I just wanted to say.
Nessie read it at the first.
I just wanted to say that it was the 14th Amendment that actually extended it to the states. So the First Amendment does give that, but the 14th Amendment passes it down to the states.
Okay, fine. But so
I'm just a smart ass. I'm sorry.
You're being a smart ass, but we have a new panelist, Mojo.
So, hi, Spinach. Can you give us your name, state, and who you voted for?
Yeah, I voted for Harris. I'm Spinach. I'm not giving my actual name. I mean, I'm from California. And I hear this First Amendment talk, and I'm going to be honest with you, this is going to ruffle a lot of feathers in here, but I don't agree with the First Amendment. I'm just going to be honest with you. I think the way that Germany is doing it over there, I believe that's how we should implement it. I think you should be prosecuted if you're spewing Nazi bullshit. If you're in a beer hall trying to spew some Nazi bullshit, then I think, I think you should go to jail.
I'm okay with
A lot of people think that. A lot of people think that, actually.
Yeah,
So you're for
anytime I hear
the,
about the First Amendment talk, it's like one of the. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah,
you're for the hate speech laws.
Yes, absolutely.
I am not for that at all. Free speech is
Putting people in jail over tweets doesn't work out very well.
Free speech.
How about this, though?
What free speech is one of the things that makes this country great.
Yeah, how's that working out?
I don't know,
Right.
but if we don't have the First Amendment, the Go Army gets to burn whatever fucking books he wants.
Yeah.
Yeah, starting with To Kill a Mockingbird. No, excuse me.
Did you read that? Did you read that, Go Army?
You know, I read it when I was a child, but I don't remember much, to be honest with you. Can't really remember.
So you object to that book?
No, I was just joking. But yeah, sure, I would. If you oppose it, if you're for it, I'm against it, because at this point, you guys have gone like so far, like against Mojo's point, against Gabe's point, that like at this point, I would vote. A lot of people in America probably feel this way too. They just vote to despise you guys. That's it.
Yeah, but you're gonna vote that way no matter what we say, so I don't care about you.
Imagine, imagine
Gross,
being
gross,
I'm
oppressed.
gross,
for the
gross,
Bible.
gross.
Are you now
Imagine
against the Go Army?
imagine being oppressed by an entity that has a monopoly on violence, and then you're just like, nah, I don't want the right to say whatever I think. That's fucking wild work.
Yeah, are you referring to me?
Correct.
Yeah, I am very much for imprisoning people for hate speech. That is considered detrimental. That can, cause bad things. Once again, if we would have, if not us,
Donald
but if
Donald Trump
Germany would have
called
had, if Germany would
Donald
have
Trump
had these,
Donald
sorry,
Trump called you the enemy of the state, the enemy of the people, the enemy within, and he
yeah, he
would
should be in
jail
prison.
you if he could. Do you think
Yeah,
that's a good idea?
yeah. Well, it would have to be proven that that I'm actually like truly an enemy. Then, yeah, I think he would be able to do that.
Why would
But
it have to be proven? If you just by saying you don't like the First Amendment and you want to get rid of it, that's enough to throw you in jail.
I
well,
don't
once again, just
think.
hate speech.
Yeah, but you
I,
It's a
realize you're
slippery
dealing with an
slope.
entity.
It's a
You're
slippery
dealing with an
slope.
entity that has a monopoly on violence, right? You get that?
Yeah.
Okay. So then, how could you think that it's not at any point in time it's a good idea for said entity to put whoever they want in jail or unalive them or whatever they deem fit for their words? Like, what is this? What the fuck are we even talking about
Yeah,
here?
yeah. I think if
It's
you're once
absurd.
again, if you're going out promoting Nazi bullshit, then I think you should go to prison. Yeah.
and
Right.
Garami
So it's
thinks that if you're promoting leftist bullshit and talking about trans people and sodomy and all this other shit, then you should be thrown in jail too.
I mean, once again,
so
I would do exactly what Germany is doing, how they
we're
handle their hate speech laws.
we're going back to pagan tribes where you
I
get to
don't know if I'd
cast
give you,
someone's
I'd throw you in
net.
jail, but I'd definitely fine you. Like if I saw JD smooching with like a dude, I'd be like, that's $1,000 ticket right there off the bat.
Wait, what?
So what we're doing is going back to pagan tribes where you get to smash each other's heads in with rocks for saying the
That's
wrong
what we're
word.
doing now.
Yeah,
That makes sense.
basically.
Like, are
I
you
mean, it's
serious?
working. It's working in European countries
Like,
right now. Why can't it work here?
it is. They're putting people in jail for
Yeah,
mean
and
tweets.
rightfully so.
No, not rightfully so.
So
That's
Nordic
absurd.
Nordic
Jake Lang
countries.
should be in prison right now.
So I just want to point out something that I learned recently is that Nordic countries do ban certain forms of hate speech. So
Again, you're
I'm
dealing
just
with the entity that gets to, you and I don't get to decide what hate speech is. The entity with a monopoly on violence gets to decide what hate speech is. So they can just up and decide someday what they deem as hate speech, and now you're in prison for simply running your mouth.
But I'm just saying,
That's
and they
absurd.
do this right now in Nordic countries. So they prohibit public statements that threaten and show contempt for individuals based on skin color, ethnicity, religion, sexual orientation, gender identity, or disability.
Exactly.
So
Yeah,
this is
I would
something that
implement
they're
that.
doing right now.
if there's anything on earth that proves that the slippery slope is not a fallacy, then that's it.
They're some of the strongest economies and happiest like countries, though. Like right
The
now, the
strongest
Nordic.
economies.
I
Yeah,
think Jake
they're
Lang,
doing very well.
Jake Lang would not be able to walk around promoting Nazi bullshit out there.
Like
I'm just saying. I'm not.
you're advocating for in jail for any reason they see fit at any given time,
No,
without
like
even
what
so
Emma
much
said.
as giving you the right to voice your opinion about it. Think
No,
about
what
that for a
Emma
minute
said.
before you
Literally what
advocate
Emma
for
said.
it.
I'm just saying that it's working in other countries and that they are coming to a consensus that hate speech is bad.
When
So
did they
they have, you know.
when did they put these laws in place?
Let me look it up. Let me look at the link.
While you're looking it up,
They just don't have a First Amendment.
while you're looking it up,
Yeah,
Spinach,
they also
while you're looking it up,
1939,
while you're
1939 for
looking it
Denmark.
up. Okay, cool.
Really?
Spinach, do you know who Francisco Franco is?
He was the dictator in Spain.
Okay. Whenever you posit something such as, and I'm not like too far off with disagreeing you in some aspect, I think we should have some sort of fucking notion on how to judge like fucking people who are clearly just being racist as fuck. When you start to open that trench, you lead to like shit like Francisco Franco or like the friend-enemy distinction. And that's just a fact. Like that's not something you're going to be able to avoid.
Wouldn't you rather know who those people are as opposed to having them do it behind closed doors and not knowing who they are? Doesn't that make more sense?
Wait, say that again?
I said, if those people are saying those things, wouldn't you rather know who they are as opposed to them doing it behind closed doors?
Sure. That's why I love the First Amendment, because I want my Nazis to be in uniform. That way I can easily spot them.
Yeah, preferably red uniforms. They're easier to spot.
Yeah, I just don't think you should be able to wear an SS uniform out in public with our children and everything, you know? I think that should be illegal as well.
Well, that's who we know to beat their ass. And that's also so the cops don't shoot anybody that's, serving justice.
We can encourage people not to do it and like forcefully.
That would be
like,
the
mind-
prince in England, the young one.
I want to bet. I mean,
Zicka.
Wait, what do you do? What do you do? It's when you set up all the squares and everybody gets to pick a square and you bet a certain amount of money. Not bingo. Yeah.
Yes, squares.
Hollywood squares?
Squares.
No. Never mind. Anyway, I think we should bet on this.
Yes,
God
that's
damn
what
it. Now you guys.
It's called squares, Mojo. You make a square.
No, it is not. It is no. I'm not talking about any of that shit. Shut the fuck up.
For betting on like the Super Bowl, you pick a square and you buy that number square, right?
That's not what he's talking about. If you just let him talk.
Well, now I can't. So all that shit made me stop, or made me not remember what the fuck I was saying. Go ahead.
You said we should bet on something.
I know. I don't know what it was now.
It's a game about squares, Mojo.
Stop it! Jesus.
Mother of God.
Yes.
Don't be such a
God.
Don't be such a square, Mojo. Go smoke a square.
You guys are jerks. You guys are all jerks. What is wrong with you people?
We're a bunch of dipshits.
Wait, now I remember what it was. I remember what it was. I wanted to bet on his age because I'm going to bet that he's like 19.
No, hell no. That's way too.
Huh?
You're way off. I'm 30.
I was going to say 33.
You're 30 spouting this nonsense?
Yeah, I used to be super pro First Amendment, and then I realized over the past couple of years that's bullshit.
Look,
in other words,
we're fucked as a country.
You got to look at the cost benefit analysis of certain laws. Yeah, I mean, it means that you can, call somebody, a racial epithet. You could do that, and you could do it with a full chest. You can't be prosecuted for that, right?
Could be.
But, on the other hand, you can speak out against anything, against the government. You need to have that. That's one reason why we are considered to be one of the freest countries. It's because of the First Amendment.
We ranked 54th
So I just
on the Freedom Index. by
Wait,
the way.
I'm sorry.
Not that free.
so I was just going to say the dates real quick because I looked it up. So all 5 Nordic countries have criminal laws against certain forms of hate speech. So in Sweden was the first one. It was 1948. Norway was 1970, Finland 1970, Denmark 1971, and Iceland 1973. So
I thought these would all be relatively new. But that being said, if you want to bitch about Israel, then all you have to do is say "is not real" or something like that, right?
Mhm.
Because they're going to have a specific term, and you can just get around it the same way you get around it on TikTok.
True.
I think the barometer that I have, or the standard that I have for this country, is not that much. All I'm asking people is to be respectful, and if you are promoting, anti-Semitic or racist things that could be considered detrimental and lead to the unalivings of millions of people, then you should go to prison before that happens.
So
Spinach. Or what
Can I say something real quick?
actually leads to the unalivings of millions of people is authoritarian regimes controlling what people say. crazy.
You know what it's like
Really?
being a white
So
dude up in
Sweden is
America
wait,
growing up?
is Sweden an authoritarian regime? Do they have that over there?
Wait, Go Army's gonna bitch about being a white person and how he's segregated from society because he's white. Come on, tell us about it. Tell us your pain, Go Army.
Listen, if you're spinach, I don't know what race
you
creed you are,
oppressed? Are
but
you oppressed,
white.
Go
If
Army?
you're a white person growing up in this country, you're first of all right off the bat, you're told you're racist because of the color of your skin.
That is
That's
not
why
true.
we grow up. White people come in some spaces. White people are told that you have a gene that makes you a colonizer. White people have taken over the whole world and exploit. All we do is exploit brown people, and this is just based on the color of your skin. So I would say these days, we're the most oppressed people, bro. So I like how you talk, spinach. I'm ready to protect us with laws.
Dude, yeah, no, I would argue that white Americans make up for over 90% of the the money or make 90% of the money in the net worth of this country. I don't understand how that could be so oppressed. I think they also own over 80%, or sorry, over 90% of the land that's in this country. I don't understand how they can be oppressed when land ownership is the number one way of power. I just think you're mediocre, my friend.
You see, just because I'm white, you see how easy that was to sniff these people out. Like they all hate white people. That's how it is. This is how it is. This is how it is right here, growing up in America. This dude thinks all these things just because I'm white. That's it.
Well, you don't own anything. You're a loser compared to the rest of the white people that are actually winning.
Wow, I thought that was a wild number, but white Americans own approximately 98% of rural and agricultural land in the United States of America.
Yeah, and he doesn't own any of that because he's a loser.
All he does is brag about how well off
Excuse me,
he is.
I do own land.
Wait, you don't.
I do. What
I
are you
was
talking
talking.
about?
You talk about how.
I'm sorry.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I was talking to you.
No, I was.
No, I was talking first.
Let me go, please.
Well, okay, all right. I'll be nice since you
Thank
asked
you.
me.
Yeah, but I mean, I've heard you talk about how, you have a really great life in your landscaping business, et cetera, and it doesn't sound like you're so oppressed.
Oof.
There are
when you
five.
see me,
There are 5 white people in the country that own more land than the entirety of every minority in the country.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? We're a predominantly white country. Like, well, duh.
5 people.
Is one of them Kevin Costner?
5 white people own more land than every minority in the country. What the fuck is wrong with this country?
I don't think that's necessarily true because I think I think they're counting quote unquote owners of publicly traded. No offense to Sam
Okay. Well, Go Army, I don't understand your point, my friend.
You broke up a bit there. What was that?
Can we have your age and who you voted for?
Yeah, well, you broke up a little bit there, Steve.
Oh,
Simpin.
I said I think that they are counting the quote unquote owners of publicly traded companies, i.e., BlackRock and others. As most important would be Bill Gates and Microsoft. So,
Microsoft.
I'm not sure that that's
Microsoft doesn't own any land. Bill Gates owns a shit ton of land.
Okay, all right. I hear you. Yeah. Okay, so you guys want to know like who I am, where I'm from, who I voted for, help.
Your age, state, your how you voted, and your age, and for TikTok purposes. Thank you.
Right. Yeah. So I'm 36 years old. I live in California. I voted for Donald Trump, and I'm a believer in freedom. That's about as far as I can go. I think
freedom.
Wow.
Freedom in Jesus.
America.
You got it. That's right.
Hell yeah, brother.
Yo, Army, what's your excuse, bro? I'm serious.
Excuse for what?
Like, why are you oppressed, bro? Like, why can't you make it?
I'm
Like,
oppressed
people used to
because,
argue.
yeah, simply because I was just born this way. It sucks, man. Because I was born white skin. My path is a lot.
Don't you
harder.
dare
Like,
steal Lady Gaga's phrase.
Hey, I
Jesus
don't
fucking Christ.
Are
I don't
white
have.
people oppressing white people? Are white
I
people
don't have like
oppressing?
there's no DEI for white people. There's no affirmative
Is,
action for white people. We're
is it
always
because of
last
white
and we're
people?
always considered mediocre. We're
White
bigots,
women were the biggest
colonizers.
beneficiaries of
No, you just
DEI,
have to
by the
compete at a
way.
higher level. Is really what it
Wait,
is.
hold on.
I
Go
know.
Army.
I do.
White women were the number one beneficiaries of DEI. What are you talking about, bro? Your mom was a beneficiary of DEI, probably, bro. Are you
My
gonna tell
mom's
your mom to
retired.
Yeah,
My
give up?
mom's
Are you gonna
retired.
tell your mom to give up her job or her money that she's made to the more qualified white men that she got it over?
but he
Wait,
went
what?
to college. He got a degree. He got an office job somewhere. He was making good money, and then he kept getting passed up for promotions, and they always put minorities in the place instead. So because he was white, he got passed up for promotions. So he
Well,
quit.
people like
So he
spinach,
quit.
Mojo. Yeah.
Yeah, so he quit, and then he started mowing lawns for a living.
Dude, that's a good business though. Like,
Probably why he hates
yeah,
me.
I make good money doing that.
So yeah. I mean, so I make 3 times what I made, and I make more than doctors. And I mean, you got to look at if you know about business, you got to look at your man hour and how
Why
much
are
you're
you
making, and
complaining?
you know, if it's
Okay,
close to $200, that's pretty solid.
real quick. I'm really kind of tired of centering Go Army, especially now that we have Simpin, who's also a Trump supporter on the panel. But did you guys hear about the mass shooting in Idaho yesterday? Killed 3
Yeah,
people.
at the In and Out.
Yeah, I was trying to talk about that earlier, but it kind of got 3 people unalived.
In and out.
You don't run this panel. This is Mojo's panel.
Can you grow up?
No, I mean, why are you talking like that?
Can you just
I
go?
swear to
Why are
God.
you being such a bad word? Why are you talking like that? You know what I mean?
I hate
grow
this.
up.
I hate this. You know, I was told the other day that Gormy was this misogynist and he was unsavable and he was just a disgusting human being. I should continue having conversations with him, but he's never going to change his mind and he's always going to hate women. I'm like, that's not true. There's no way that's fucking true. And I'm all defending myself and shit. And then between yesterday and today, God damn, was I ever wrong.
Yeah, you shouldn't listen to the like palate
Brendan
jack.
also disappointed you too, huh?
Emma, or excuse me, she needs some attention. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh my
I
god.
I do need attention.
Simpin.
Yes.
So, what do you think about the mass shooting? Messy brought it up.
I'm a little late to the party on that one as well. So like I can't really speak on it.
Well, we don't really have many details for anybody to speak on, but my thoughts are: what are your thoughts on 2A?
Well, I mean, if somebody's gonna like shoot a bunch of people, they shouldn't be allowed to. It's that simple, you know. But I mean, okay, the Second Amendment is a little bit different. It doesn't say you can go just shoot everyone.
People.
It's not like an exclusive like permission to just go take it advantage of like firearms to impose your will on the defenseless. I don't think that's okay.
The one universal truth that'll never be untrue is that Mojo somehow seems to always fucking attract the drunks to his panel. I don't know how it happens. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say that wrong?
I think it's because JD's here. Like they're all macking on JD. That's what happened.
Well, yeah, earlier, fucking Go Army was fantasizing about me kissing other men.
Definitely not.
I'm just
You'd
gonna
be
give
in
you a ticket
jail.
for
You'd
it.
be in jail for sure.
No, you said you'd just fine him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's right. I did. I'd be nice and fine. That's right.
You realize, Go Army, that
$1,000.
the Supreme Court has upheld gay marriage, right? So,
Yeah, Roe versus
are
Wade.
you
too.
against that?
Roe versus Wade too. I just follow the law like Roe versus Wade, so I can't. I'm just joking. Like literally, like this isn't a perfect world, you know.
Like, are you Ice Spice?
Yeah, I am.
No,
How about you just
nothing's
allow
perfect.
honesty?
Nothing's perfect.
Do you like my meme? ROTC?
I am. I'm perfect.
You're perfect.
In fact,
God bless you.
Simpin, do you believe that they should put the Bible in the schools?
No, because like the Bible is only one of however many religions that are out there, and we have freedom of religion. So this should not be put in schools.
You say if I said that Christianity is not a religion. It's not a religion at all. It's just followers of Christ. Everything else is just like a religion. That's their religion. You can make up a religion, but we're followers of Christ. Christians, followers of Christ.
Wait, where can I meet Christ?
Generally, he meets you at your lowest point. He's a savior.
Well, I think
That's not consensual, though.
I feel like if you met him, you would call our
No, Mojo, you have to ask him to come into your heart first. You have to ask him. He won't come in uninvited. He's like a vampire. Vampires can't come in unless you invite him. That's like Jesus. He won't come in your heart unless you invite him.
So
vampire?
What if I don't
does
want
that
him
make
coming?
us all
What if I don't
kind
want
of-
him coming? What if I don't want him?
Yeah,
coming
that's my
anywhere?
problem. That's my problem, Mojo. Does that make us all at least a little gay if we're asking Jesus to come in us?
In your heart specifically.
You guys are gonna pay a big price for the stuff you say. Judgment Day will come one day. It's crazy.
Go Army. What is your nomination, dude?
Personally speaking, I want to be baptized in the Holy Cum.
Oh my God!
JD will be down on his knees. Let him take us there.
Go Army. What's your nomination, bro?
It is Sunday.
Lord's Day.
Evangelist, yeah.
Church of Mojo.
Religious is the best thing to talk about, and theology and all this kind of stuff. So, it's the only real thing. Like, why do we exist? Why are we here? These are questions we should be talking about and debating, not about the laws. And Emma said the islands are racist and all this, and it turns out we know what's going on.
What are the three branches of government?
Liberal, and you're going to get the executive or whatever they're called, right?
Yeah, you don't have to do that on this panel.
We asked him a long time ago, and he didn't know.
Senators do you have how many senators do you have, Senators?
Messy. Messy, I can't with you.
Yeah, we'll go on. We got 5 senators, and 2 House representatives.
Y'all stop talking like that. That's not cool.
That's not very liberal of you, JD. How dare you?
It's very conservative of you.
Well, you already expect that because we're bigots and all that. You say so.
You are bigots. You prove it in real time.
Oh yes. Let's get back to business, though. Anyway, spinach.
Let's get back to boobies.
So you continue to do it. Thank you for proving in real time what a bigot is. Thank you.
You're the one that did it.
I can't.
Back in the day, we would say, "Prove it." You just did.
Oh no, the boobies.
Are you guys
They're all getting their accounts flagged?
We're just trying to desensitize him to the TTs.
Are those holy boobies?
Yeah, that's just a big picture of, hey, let me get my account flagged for posting stuff like that in TikTok. That's what that is.
They are if they're pierced. That would make them holy boobies.
I have chat turned off right now.
Wait, they're gonna be holy anyway, right? Because there is a hole that milk comes out of.
It's true. 2, 1 on each boob.
Striker, if
actually,
you're in
there's
the room,
multiple.
Yeah, double.
If
time.
Striker,
Does
hang on.
only one hole constitute holy? I mean, I would think 3 would be far more holy.
Yeah. Striker, if you're in the room, can we have a revision to this meme here about the boobs? And can you put ROTC into a t-shirt that has the Bible verse about the big donkey dongs, please?
Can you put the Jesus?
Do you not pay for chat GDP?
There's a Bible verse about boobs.
Also, too, while you're doing that, can you put the Jesus meme in the background of that, where Jesus is pointing 2 fingers with a smile on his face?
Messi, why can't you do it, Messi?
Because I didn't make this.
You don't even pay for the subscription to Chat GDP, do you? $20.
Wait, hold on. Ibanez is a real life artist.
Mm-hmm.
Dude is excellent. So he makes some great images.
Right? He's okay. He's okay.
He's all right. He's just a
Dude, if you're making images with like hashtags and colons and semicolons, it's kind of cool.
He like 4 a.m. like rants to nobody. I mean, and like random pictures. Yeah, great artist.
I mean, it made my eyes wet.
I'm sure anything that with 2 legs walks by does that job for you.
You're not supposed to make our eyes wet there, Go Army. Think you fucked up?
Crying?
Okay.
Like crying?
What the fuck is going on right now?
Do you think that's what is when it's crying? I don't. Okay,
All
I'm
right.
not gonna.
All right. Simpin, why are you a Republican? Why are you a Republican? Wait, why are you a Republican living in California?
I'm not. All right. I'm a registered Republican. Okay, but I'm a libertarian. Okay, I don't want the government or anybody in my business ever at all times. Does that make sense to you? Do you want somebody in your business at all times ever?
Do you want an anarchy? No government at all?
I probably would survive much better in anarchy than I do and we live in a republic, by the way. But someone says we're
I hate people. I fucking hate people.
Is it kind of like a Roman republic?
Wait! You guys got to let me do this. I'm sorry. I just fucking hate this nonsense. Do you know? Go ahead and tell me what a republic is. Well, here, let me just not beat around the bush.
I pledge allegiance
to
the Republic of the United States of America.
Hold on, drunk guy. Can you tell me why England is not a republic? Is that a no?
Unmute yourself.
Listen, Simpin, okay, you're probably not a terrible person, but I'm going to say this anyways, and I hope you don't take too much offense to it. Are our 2 options really either the fucking drunk or Go Army to talk to today? Is that really our options today, Mojo?
And then we've got Steve.
Yeah, I'm just saying, Mojo, is JD like literally the only liberal? Like all the Q liberals coming up here waiting and drooling to say something to me. This is the best you can put up here, JD.
You shut up.
We weren't even talking to you. We were talking to the drunk.
Shut up or I'll ask you in holy cum. All right? You shut up right now, sir.
Oh my God. Anyways.
Hang on.
If you're going to tell me why.
Hang on. Simpin found out his mute.
Who said I was drunk?
Simpin. Mojo was talking to you. He asked you, do you know why England...
Yeah, but that just because I don't know doesn't mean I'm drunk. He wants to talk about me being a drunk guy. That's not fair.
I think we could be embodying the spirit of Christ or whatever.
I think we should trigger JD over manga and anime again, so Mojo drops it.
I think we can't hear anything you say. Mojo?
What?
Did you have anything else for Simpin?
I don't. I'm good.
Is it Simpin or Sippin?
Simpin.
Well, Simpin, can you tell me why Rome was a republic?
Ooh, good
Why
one.
was Rome a republic? Because Greece failed.
So why did America become a republic? Is it because the British failed?
No, the British wasn't a republic.
Okay, so why was Rome a republic?
Yeah, you guys really want to go down this road. Okay, all right. Well, here's the thing. Who was the first Republican president?
That doesn't matter.
I know, but I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Like republic versus democracy are very similar.
No, they're not.
So, are you saying that we're a republic because we have Republicans?
They choose based off of voting, right?
But are you saying that we are a republic because there is a political party called the Republicans?
No, I'm saying that we just are a republic.
What does that mean, though?
It means that we are a republic.
What does being a republic mean?
Robot, you know what it gives off?
I mean, being a republic and being a democracy are very similar, but people like to...
You know what it gives off? Robot, you remember when Todd Howard was at the Bethesda presentation, giving out the presentation for Fallout 76, and he went, It just works. That's what it feels like.
Just like when Fauci was taking the fifth for 111 times in a row. Yeah, it just is.
It's actually giving off the CEO of Rockstar Games when he was talking about the required microtransactions. It just is. It just is there.
It is.
Yeah, exactly. You know, but I'll tell you one thing. I'd much rather like be a friend of a guy that owns a gaming company than the guy that duped the entire country into thinking that they were all going to die.
I'll tell you what.
Wait, that's the same person.
Okay,
it's the same
right,
fucking person.
Let me ask you this question. Like, does anybody know a hospital manager?
Sir, Fauci was an advisor.
No, we're not getting off of this. He voted for a guy instead of voting for the guy that fear-mongered the entire country's gonna die. Like that those are your words. I am not even paraphrasing. You do realize those are both Donald Trump.
You own the gaming company.
I also said that I voted for myself, but
No, you didn't. You said you voted for Trump.
Yeah, twice, and the third time I voted for me. But I'll tell you right now, I have an uncle who is a wonderful guy. He manages like three or four hospitals in Georgia, and you know, they got more money if they said COVID death. So the more COVID deaths he reported, the more money he received from the federal government, which is not a good thing, in my opinion.
How is this?
But this
coming
is
up
just the
again
truth
right now.
I don't know.
This is what happened.
Dude, who gave you this talking point?
Talking point. I'm talking.
Did you read this on OK Awesome 365? I'm just wondering.
When is that?
D-cuts.
Sorry, guys. I just couldn't help it.
What is okay? Awesome?
So much.
And
what is a republic?
Where do I find it? Because it sounds like
I swear to you, they all watch, they all listen to, they all read the same things every fucking morning because they all come in these rooms saying the exact same bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
they're so blue-pilled.
Well, just because I have a family member that like really he didn't like the way
it's always a family member.
COVID was played out, but he manages hospitals. He manages hospitals, and
what hospitals does he manage?
For his hospitals,
what hospitals does he manage?
He had to report more COVID deaths.
Yeah, what hospitals does he manage?
It matter?
No, it does. I want to know if this is a real thing.
For what?
Yeah,
I don't care about
it.
I'm asking the question.
When you say you're an attorney, we're not like, what a law firm? What law firm? Prove it.
I'm testing out this whole thing. What hospitals does he manage? His family member.
Well, I mean, like I can never tell you.
Oh, okay. Why not? Why not?
But I will say it's from Georgia to North Carolina. Georgia to North Carolina.
How is he going to dox himself? It's a family member.
That's right. I've got an uncle. I've got an uncle who was an astronaut and married an alien. So it's okay.
He flew with Mary to the moon.
No, I've got a friend of a friend
and I'm Bugs Bunny.
that glad hands a senator. Like it's just a fucking urban legend.
Oh, not really.
Did you say?
Yeah, that's why I always ask quickly because they never have an answer to that kind of thing. They manage it to a bunch of hospitals.
I mean, like, do you want his name?
I don't want his name. I don't want his name. I want you to name the hospitals he manages. If this is such a thing,
I don't know what fucking hospitals he manages. I just know his name because he's my uncle.
Okay, I don't really care. I don't really care. You live in California. He lives in Georgia.
He's my uncle. That's fine. He's not a guy that manages these hospitals.
Yeah.
And your claim is that he told you that if they put down the cause of death as C-19, that they would get extra funding from the federal government? That's your claim. Unmute again. I muted you because you have no self-control.
I Gewalt.
What is that?
He's trying to find it. Like
What?
he tries to find a clitoris.
I'm trying to find the article, or
Boy,
it was on a
Mojo?
podcast or something that all of them are repeating the same
Yiddish.
bullshit. You know,
Yeah.
like they had to have read something or heard a podcast or something, and they're all just parroting it.
Had to have. It had to been on Twitch or Twitter or something like that.
Yeah.
Who else brought this up?
Heard what?
Well,
Someone said in the chat he's had too much box wine.
Go Army didn't get it because he doesn't read.
Yes, that's correct. That's correct. I don't believe in reading. I don't believe in reading anymore. Yes, that's correct.
He failed the update.
I don't.
They all plug in. I swear they've all got a plug in the back of their heads, and every morning they wake up and they plug themselves in for an upload every single day to get the bunch of
They
little.
get the
automatons.
narrative. They got to get the narrative down because we'll start talking about a controversy, right? And literally, like a period of time goes by, and you get up on the panel, and all these red-pilled people are like saying the same thing.
Oh, remember?
I mean,
Hey, hang on, Steve. Okay, you know how
If
the
that's the case, a firmware update from 2009 where they think it's acceptable to call everything they disagree with racist.
So I saw somebody put in someone's chat today that Millie was talking about ideological subversion back in April. You can go on YouTube and watch her live back on
That's
April.
a famous video in conservative, like Trump's election, like the Russian KGB member Yuri something. He talks a whole speech about that, and it was like the most famous clip. I'm pretty sure Trump's retweeted a couple times too. Inside knowledge from MAGA right there.
Is this one of those things where they're getting paid to do this? So now, like, all of them are pushing a talking point because they're like,
There is no way that these fucking people get paid to do anything.
fair.
It'd be a terrible waste of money for that.
That's what someone that was getting paid would say, but yeah.
What the fuck?
God, I wish I was getting paid for this. Oh, please.
Me too.
Me too. By the speaking of that, everybody tap the screen, share the live, give the host, give the panel list.
We're almost to 100K.
Repost the live, add it to your story. We're almost to 100K. Tap, tap, tap away.
Don't forget to get on your knees for Jesus.
Down on my knees.
I'm going to boot
Jesus
you.
come into your heart.
This lady's
Robot, I'm going to boot you. Fuckers.
The Democrats saying that, by the way, Democrat member party members, yes.
What?
The nasty things you guys, like the Brobot and JD just said, like I just trying to, for the record, I want to submit my thing for the record that I'm not associated with that and they're Democrat members.
Denied. We're denying it automatically. Your fucking complaint or whatever the fuck you're trying to file, denied. Move on.
Yeah, we're kind of over your blood and soul arguments there, Go Army. We'll just make fun of you for them.
Dude, don't make fun of Go Army. Come on.
Simpin, they're liberals and Democrats. They'll make fun of anything that like.
Simpin, don't worry about him. He's just a Nazi trying to get more support.
Emotional support?
Do Nazis need emotional support?
Beatree down in the comments says maybe you should respect women as much as you respect Jesus fucking Christ.
I mean, typically the Nazis believe that they are being persecuted for their whiteness, which Go Army says on a daily basis. So yes, he does need emotional support.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's hard growing up in these streets and being a white person these days. It's hard out here living this life.
Wait, do you know why?
Like,
Because
do you
he
think
never.
that fucking white people are out in the streets dangling a fucking cup going, please, money, please?
No, look at my picture. He never
White people
left
ain't
the
on the
police
streets
nest.
doing any of that.
He never left the police nest. He's still sitting in
You
it,
guys are so easily
lopping up all
raging.
of Trump's
I'm just
regurgitation.
talking about simping when I'm driving. You know how hard it. The only crime I'm ever committed is white and driving. And
White
I
White
would
while
pull
driving? Are you fucking
convinced.
kidding me right now,
I'm convinced Go Army is a
over for
leftist
that.
cosplaying as a right.
Mojo?
He's literally
He's definitely a
raging,
leftist.
That's
He's
wild.
definitely left.
allowing him to do it.
Again, I'm getting warned by TikTok telling me I'm all left or bright face, whatever. So
What?
Go Army is
I don't know what to,
What
I
did
don't
you
know what
just
to say
say?
now.
What?
I just got a
What?
warning. I just got
Who
a
got
warning
that?
on my phone. Like it's like you're too far.
You got a
this way, too
violation?
Did get a
Yeah.
violation.
Oh my gosh.
UWW.
Progressively, steadily.
For so many people in TikTok land, just follow simple directions and follow. They can. I've never been banned, never been flagged, nothing like that. And I speak.
Go
Oh,
Army.
wait, I thought you were a white guy. I thought that all that persecution would come straight for you, though.
Go Army, why aren't you married?
He is.
I am.
Oh, you're married? Okay, cool.
He's on his second marriage.
I'm actually surprised he is, to be honest.
My condolences.
His first wife got free.
His wife makes him
They're
triple
so
decker
nice, aren't
peanut butter and jelly sandwiches.
Rocket surgeon. Try that again, babe.
Yes, she's my queen. Yes, absolutely. I love her to death. Very, very, today at church, I thought about this sermon. I'm just very thankful, very thankful.
Did you take her out on a date yet? In 10 months yet?
So
Or
I got these magic. So they talked about they got this magic bin. You just throw your clothes in, and oh my gosh, they come out cleaned and
What was-
folded.
what was the sermon today about?
I got this thing in a fridge.
What was the
It just gets
sermon
filled
today
with
about?
food. I never have to worry about that.
What was the sermon today about?
It's about Matthew 20.
So so that's a name and a number. So what was the sermon about?
Yes, I know. Relax, man. You come up here so zesty,
I'm,
bro.
I'm literally leaned back.
Can't you just
bro.
be like
I'm
JD and be funny?
I'm on my knees for Christ right now. I'm on my knees for Christ right now. I'm
Don't
so
be-
relaxed.
It's not funny. I guess it's not
There are
funny,
so few muscles working except for one, apparently.
Don't admit that JD's fine. He's gonna let that go to his head.
Sometimes he can. He can be, yes.
So the sermon, back to the sermon or the semen. Wait, shit. I don't know. I think it's called something different. So the sermon, what was the sermon about today? Like the overall message.
How much
You don't
money
have to give it word for word.
So-
No one expects
I'm trying to
that.
put into words. I'm trying to put into words. We also had like a toddler we juggle, so it's hard for me to 100% pay attention all the time. But basically, it was about.
I get that. I'm that way in church too.
Yeah, the part where Jesus is. Man, I'm trying to think now. It's like he goes to.
Use too many of your brain cells.
Yes, please.
Yeah, he's got this. Hey, guys, everybody just let him cook. Let him cook.
Please, I'm talking. Your words are touching mine. Okay, so it was about. I'm trying to think what the parable was. It was a lot of like. What's the okay, so it's about labor, right? Okay, so it's funny, it's like we talk about this is about labor and stuff, and it was about Jesus coming up to these laborers, and he said, I thought about Mojo during this, actually funny, because he's gonna like this, and I know what y'all are gonna say. So he came up and said, Jesus said denarius, when he paid out the denarius, the story of that, the parable of that. So he said, you that go to work, right? You're grateful for that. Hey, I get a chance to go to work. I'm paid. I can feed my family. And what you need to do is hold on to that. And a lot of people, and what the thing is like, so Jesus basically paid them at the end of the day, all those people that had been there from the start of work and clocked in, he paid them at the end of the day. Well, the problem is he hired people, where do we get the saying, high noon? Or something like that, or meet up or something noon, or 12 or something like that. I can't remember. What is it?
This is a very, very good explanation. I'm
So
really
he goes.
thankful
So,
for all
anyways,
this.
let me finish. So he goes. I'm also going to pay the same amount.
Have you
to
ever
the people
had
who
a
just
dream
showed up.
where you would and then when you
change the
Stop,
whole
and then you were
stop. I mean, I don't know where you're going with this, but can you
I'm going with this. All right, I'll sum it up real quick. I don't wanna, okay, so then he also paid the same amount to the people who just showed up to work, and what happened is the people got mad. The people got mad that had been working all day. Said, "Why did he get the same amount I get?" And Jesus said to him, Matthew, he said, see, you were all grateful for having a job and working all that, but look how quickly it turned into an entitlement. And so then
Oh, sorry. Keep going. Keep explaining.
Stop.
So it's just record stuff. Yeah. So that's cute, but
fuck.
So
yeah. So
was
it's basically
Jesus
like that? That's what it was about, Andrew. Yeah.
So Jesus was the one that hired the workers, or was Jesus the one like talking about a parable of workers that was recounted by Matt? Like, I don't remember a time where Jesus ever hired anybody to do some shit in the Bible.
Why did you say that?
Because I'm a Christian and I'm happy to call you on your shit.
You calling me on? What did I get wrong?
I'm calling you on the fact that you didn't pay attention in fucking church today, dumbass.
You just not say anything. Obviously, I paid enough to tell
No,
you.
I don't think you did. It's okay. You came up with like a very.
So, bro, you're just
loosely
gonna
and
be like every other
terribly
liberal the past 2 hours. Like,
it's fine.
Bro?
We all suffered
I'll
through
be
whatever
cleaning out
that
a garage.
fucking that stroke.
Just stop. There's no reason for this.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fair.
Okay.
My favorite part of the story was when he told me that he was dreaming about Mojo at church.
That is probably the most real thing that actually happened. Even though he probably wasn't at church.
Socialism and okay.
Even though it wasn't at church.
You're right, man. You're right, bro. What do you want? What does your zesty self want, bro?
What? What is my what? What? You kind of trailed out there. Are you calling from a walkie-talkie?
He called you zesty, which is okay because I love you when you.
Oh, I love
In fact,
being
I wanna
fucking
kiss you right
zesty.
now because you're so zesty, my little zesty buddy.
I fucking love being zesty. That's a compliment. I appreciate that. Thank you, Go Army.
Now you see why we ban stuff.
What? Oh, you ban stuff like the Bible so that you guys don't read it like you would anyway?
We're a Christian.
I am Christian. I went to Catholic school. Yeah. Yeah. I grew up Catholic. Went to Catholic school. I am a musician. I play in a worship band every week. Yeah. And I call Christians call fake Christians on their bullshit. I think if you are able to,
So what part of the story did I get wrong?
I think if MAGA is able to, talk shit on people who are transitioning from one gender to another, saying like that's not real, then I get to call bullshit on you calling yourself a fucking Christian when you're not. So there's that.
That's great. Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Remember, it's protected by the First Amendment.
Are we arguing about who's a better cannibal right now?
Something like that.
He's just very mad and going crazy.
No, I'm super chill. I'm on my knees for Jesus right now. God damn it.
Like he's just a weird, like angry little guy.
You're giving off 5 of energy. You're giving off 5 of energy, Gormy. So
this conversation is pretty boring though.
That's fair.
Yeah,
I told you that when he started asking me stuff and y'all went with it. I was like, man, this is another dude coming up here. Like, well, I don't know what your gender is. Sorry, I didn't mean to pre-gender you or whatever.
I haven't figured it out today. I change it every day. It's so confusing. But yeah, I was just making sure that you had a grasp on the sermon that you said that you attended today. I just was curious if you had a grasp on the sermon, like a real firm grasp on that sermon. Just like both hands, firm grasp on that sermon.
Yeah, it's funny, man. You guys a lot of like mocking Christianity and Jesus. It's like disgusting, dude. Like, how lower can you get?
Oh, I can get much lower.
I mean, I'm on my knees. I can still go lower. I mean,
Which one are you
MAGA
at the
saying
bottom?
that, MAGA asking that of another person is pretty wild. It's like, hey, can you lower down a bucket so we can have a conversation?
Drew, I don't know if you've noticed this, but since you've joined the panel, you just like completely wrecked the whole conversation and ruined everything.
Would you say you're a spitter or a queer? Which one are you?
Oh, fuck. You know,
we can change topics. Let's go ahead.
Actually,
This is all Jimmy's fault.
I think it's about
yeah, if we can't have a conversation, we're just gonna say stupid shit like that. I'd just rather quit for the day.
W Mojo, we can go back to politics now.
Thank God.
I'm looking at the news right now. I'm trying to find stuff.
Mojo's the one that managed to make this happen, so thank Mojo.
Don't fucking do that. Jerk. I can't live up to that shit. What are you doing?
Who gets angry at an In-N-Out burger? I'm just wondering. Like what?
What happened?
You're talking about that shooter.
It's apparently 3 people were unalived and 7 people were injured. Someone brought a pew-pew to an In-N-Out burger in Idaho.
Idaho?
Yep. I'm starting to fight with you. No, it's like seriously, there's like footage of this dude just like coming up with a pew-pew.
This is what you guys were talking about earlier, the mass shooting or whatever?
Yeah, he gets out of a white Toyota Corolla, and the firearm is in his trunk.
So it's like something personal then, it seems.
He looks young.
The police already have the remains of the Pure because he was unalived on scene, but there were more than one Pure. Like there's multiple videos out there with at least 3 or 4 people engaging with this dude. So, I mean, they haven't given any like mention of what it was over, and that investigation's coming throughout the day. But a lot of the media is saying this is possibly tied to organized crime, like street gangs.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me. I mean, just from the limited information they gave already. Or you gave already. Of course.
Sounds like Nissan will work.
Oh, see, Gormy left. I cleared the panel off for him and he leaves. What do you know? What's up, Adrian?
Hey guys.
Hey.
How are y'all? Sounded like y'all were having some spicy combo.
It was something for sure.
So I had a question, and we don't have to do it today or right now if y'all don't want to, but Crosstabs is in pennies right now, and
I saw that. What's going on?
They're talking about the DSA, and Crosstabs repeatedly has said, like, I haven't read it. Let's go line by line, and we can discuss it. And there was a lot of, I guess, line items. Or first of all, they won't do that. They just keep saying how bad it is. And I was curious if y'all would want to do that either like right now or another time, because they were saying a couple of things that I actually didn't know, like they want to abolish the Senate for a larger house and kind of discuss like why they want that and like what the benefits are and what the cons are, because there's a couple of things that I don't understand.
Where is CT? He did this a couple times.
Well,
actually.
While you're trying to find CT, I know about that particular bit. I did the research into it.
Yeah.
And I do tend to agree with them. The Senate doesn't actually represent us directly because the whole state votes for them. What they want is a more direct representative democracy rather than a more, what do you call it? What's the other one? More populist democracy. Because senators are populist, the whole state votes for them.
So when I was doing a little
why
bit
not just burn the entire representative system to the ground and have everything voted on as ballot initiatives?
You're cutting out, Steve.
Steve's connection has been I think he's like plowing the fields right now.
Is that a euphemism?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the proletariat at the moment. He is not only working that field, but he also has the communist viewpoint. They want to get rid of, well, not the DSA, but the communists and Steve want to get rid of all of the legislative body because that should all be done on referendum. You get to vote on every single thing that goes up before the public.
Wait a minute. I didn't say that I support that. I said if that was going to be the plan, then why not just burn all of that to the ground and put everything as a ballot initiative instead of making the House 17,000 times bigger and abolishing the Senate and whatever other stupid shit we can think of for the day.
Okay.
Well, because that particular notion is actually on your side of the fence. They want more direct representation in our republic. Are you not catching that?
Yeah, but what's the point? Like, why? If that's the case, then just put everything as a ballot initiative and go on about it. Like, you're going to get way more support for that than you are fucking deleting the Senate and packing the House.
Well, going to the ballot initiative is on my side of the fence. You are agreeing with the communists at that point. They want each individual to be able to vote on everything that's up there.
I mean, that's fine, I guess. It's not going to last very long because most people aren't smart enough to vote on everything that's up there. But yeah, we can go with that. I'm good with it.
Well, then you agree with the communists.
Okay, I have not actually read the DSA either. My excuse was that I'm sure I'll agree with everything that's in their charter. So I could, even if I don't agree with it, I could certainly justify the reasons that they're doing it. So I have not read it. I did I did send a message to CT. CT has read through it, and he has done this a couple times now where he's started going through line by line what the DSA says and started talking about it. That's why I asked for CT, or I said something about CT.
I looked at it the other day. It was kind of vague.
It's vague.
Well, that's how all governance is because they're trying to cover a multitude of situations and garner the largest tent, if you will, for people.
Yeah.
But specifically, the whole point of getting rid of the Senate, that's coming from the conservative side.
Well, what they're trying to do is use mob rule, but if that's what we want to go with.
No, sure. They want more representation, not mob rule.
That's the same thing.
When he says mob
it's
rule,
not.
When he says mob rule, he simply means 50% plus one.
No, he means a government run by morons and clowns. Which, by the way, you know what else goes with a tent, right?
Clowns.
Stakes.
Exactly right.
Here's the thing, though.
That's where all the stakes are.
I see CT up here. So the only thing, CT, that I'd ask when we are, because I know you are probably the one that knows the most about all of this, is I would rather have a discussion in the sense of maybe you not trying to push the DSA, because I know you're for it. I guess more of a neutral, educational sense.
Yeah, for sure.
So the background, CT, is that Crosstabs is on pennies, and they were talking about the DSA, and he was like, I haven't read it, and he was like, I am happy to sit up here in good faith and go line by line and discuss each point, but they really didn't do that. They just kept saying how bad it was and why it's just terrible and all that, and so I was curious if Mojo and everybody wanted to do that, and then they called you in here.
Let me guess on pennies. It's something communism, something burn the Constitution, Marxism, bad, MAGA.
There's a little bit of that.
About summed it up.
And people aren't smart enough.
We need a place to put criminals other than, like, I don't know, the street.
Well, you wouldn't have as many criminals if you had economic opportunity for them, right?
Oh yeah, that would be the part I disagree with on the DSA there, Brendan.
Right. Well, I mean, I'm not surprised, but I mean, this is really funny, CT, because what you're essentially saying is that our political ideology is so good, no one will ever want anything again, and there won't be any crime. And you don't think you sound like a child.
No. Okay. Well, I think the thing with a lot of these like platform too is like, again, the DSA is a political movement. It's not a party. It's no different than like Turning Point or the Heritage Foundation. It's a think tank of people with different ideas that, push the bounds of some things of being progressive or being extreme. Not every person that either runs as a Democrat or even a Democratic Socialist are going to be behind every single piece of every single platform. Like, I mean, trust me, MAGA did run on like abolishing parts of the Constitution. Nobody seemed to give a shit about that. But I promise you what they're not going to do is take Turning Point's education platform of making God the center point of all education and run on that, right? Because it's not a good thing to run on. The DSA is no different.
Jesus.
Yeah, I'm okay. I say I could probably fuck a guy named Jesus if I wanted to, but I'm good. So yeah, I mean, like again, some of the messaging for the DSA stuff, not great, but I think that at the very core of everything that they want is they want better representation for the American workers and the American people. Mean? So
Wait.
Adrian,
have you kind of just gone over it, like skimmed it or whatever?
So I had ChatGPT pull from their website and make a bullet point of each line item. So I've only read like the sentence, not the reason why.
I mean, well, you're not
going to is there any bullet point you want to talk about, or do you want to just go one at a time, and maybe we can give some explanations why we'd agree or disagree?
That's what I was thinking, because like with the abolishing the Senate, politics isn't my background. So I could see why that's bad, but I also want to understand why they wanted to. And Brobot was kind of explaining that.
He was.
Yeah, and kind of like that, because I want to know the cons and the pros so I can make my own decision, I guess.
For sure.
Makes sense.
Yeah, he was explaining it well too.
Why don't we just go to the actual website? Why are we using ChatGPT?
Well, because it's a long website. There's a lot of stuff on it.
Their about section is literally 3 paragraphs.
Yeah, on my ChatGPT, I put in the website and had it pull each line item and put the source afterwards. But we can go to the website if you're not comfortable using ChatGPT. It doesn't matter to me.
Well, I mean, if you look at the website, it's not a lot.
Well, it's not on the direct website. You need to look at the new program they released a week or so ago.
The source is program.dsausa.org is where it pulled from.
Yeah, it's on a different website, because that's the thing too with the DSA is not every chapter has the same viewpoints either. The DSA in Colorado is very different than the DSA in New York. They have very different ideals.
In what way?
So like abolish the Senate, that's more for the national DSA registry, but I don't think that it's in the one for like Ohio has a DSA. It's not in there. I think Colorado, it doesn't have anything about abolish the Senate. Again, it's not a monolith. These are political movements. So
I understand, but if like if the national chapter, for lack of a better word, does believe in that, wouldn't you think that the smaller chapters would believe in that too? I don't understand how.
Nope.
How they don't. Okay.
No, because they vote too. They have their own representation that goes to the national DSA conventions. They talk about ideas, and then that's where they make the decisions.
So it'd be like neocon and MAGA, kind of.
Yeah. Like some people believe in abolishing like the 14th and the 19th. Some Republicans are like, what the fuck are you talking about? So this is no different. That's the problem. We've allowed the right to paint this like it's a political party and that these are platforms that like people that are going to be running for seats are running on. It's not what this is.
Okay. I also want to say that this is like a grassroots organization, so it's starting at the bottom. So they are not just running for president every 4 years. They are trying to get mayors. They are trying to get city councilors. They are trying to get boards of education boards, stuff like that. They're going to try and put these ideologies into place anywhere and everywhere they can. So, like Colorado, maybe we want some of our education board to be taken up by some of these ideals. And maybe another state doesn't want that. And obviously, the national charter is not going to have that because each state's going to run it a little differently because each state taxes a little differently. Each state runs its education system a little differently. So it's better to have the individual chapters as well as a national chapter that has an overall overview of everything, I guess.
To put it in a bit of a perspective, the opposition to the DSA, probably a little more directly than indirectly, would be the Christian nationalists. And they have to appeal to like 3,000 different sects of Christian.
Yep, DSA does the same thing. You have people that do have probably more like American Communist Party ideas, which are more extreme, and then you have people that are probably like mid to left liberals, where they're just like, wait, universal healthcare sounds kind of cool. So, depending on the demographic that you're around, you're going to try to appeal to people that have your same common goals.
And do y'all, with it being a grassroots whatever, do y'all see it eventually maybe becoming a party?
No, it would take drastic changes to it would take drastic changes to the Constitution because the Constitution has protections for a two-party system.
Does it have to be though?
They would have to get, I believe, to establish
Saying, does it have to be a party?
No, I was just curious.
It could. I mean, much like the Green Parties tried establishing themselves for years. RFK Jr. came really close to establishing a third party if he would have stayed the course. I think you got to get a percentage of the votes to be considered, but it's a hard thing to do. So, I mean, maybe, but we're talking, 20 years maybe.
Well, I also think the Heritage Foundation thing is a good idea too. So create a Project 2028 or something.
Yeah.
And is it y'all's contention that this is not a communist movement? I'm assuming.
I think that there's ideals in there from people from like the ACP that probably have, I guess you'd say, communist ties, but I don't think it's a communist movement as a whole.
I'm trying to figure out whether
Much
or not
like the same that MAGA wasn't a Christian nationalist movement.
I'm thinking he's lying.
Well, would you say that, again, the Heritage Foundation wanted to do things that were unconstitutional? Would you call that a fascistic movement?
Why don't you answer his question?
I said no already. Oh. If you weren't just waiting to talk and listen.
Oh no, I did. I heard you say no. That's when I called you a liar.
So what was the other question? Or are you just making shit up to hear yourself talking?
Okay, so I'll interject here. So, and y'all can correct me if I'm wrong because I don't have a good understanding of this, but whenever we're talking communism, I think what a lot of people think of is, say, like Russia, and that's not what it is, correct? It's different but the same. I don't know how to explain it.
Much like every other kind of political ideology, there is a spectrum of different beliefs of different people. That's why you have people that are like democratic socialists, social democrats, liberals, progressives. You've got, what are the old, I can't remember, the tankies. You have different people that have different ideologies. It's not all just one thing. The one thing that MAGA did really well was they took a plethora of a bunch of ideas from a bunch of different people and just said, yeah, fuck it, we believe in all this. And they just let everyone feel kind of like they were under one tent. But truth be told, you had neocons, Republicans, you had neo-Schnazis, you had white Christian nationalists. They really grabbed the best of the best for that party, but they did get them to collectively come together. This is no different than that.
So I'm reading through this. I mean, people actually want to implement this.
They're fucking dumb.
Yeah,
they're dumb as rocks.
When you say this,
but they signal their virtue when they think.
Well, that's fine. Hold on. Yeah. So, do you want me to just read through it real quick, or
read something that you're upset with, and let's talk about it?
Okay.
Isn't that the whole point?
Okay, so imagine taking a day off from work in a future without capitalism. It might not feel as badly needed as it does now. You enjoy your work. It's interesting to you and you're well trained for it. You work as much as you are able and no more than needed, and you would control your own labor and see it going to good use. It's not just a job to pay the bills. Speaking of bills, you don't really have them anymore. You have no debt. You don't need health insurance. You don't pay a mortgage or have a landlord because comfortable housing is a human right. Your retirement is publicly funded. Food, education, energy, medicine, and transportation aren't for profit. businesses, they are common good. Like, I don't understand why people would get out of bed in the society. And if people don't get out of bed in the society, how are these things going to be provided?
They're not.
So wait, before you try to project that out, TJ, all you are saying to me is you don't find a way to get out of bed in that kind of system. And I'm challenging
that's an
you to
exaggeration.
come up.
You get the point that I'm making.
Because that is a projection. You are saying that you do not find any willingness to go out into the world in that system the way that you read it. I'm challenging you to come up with a reason for you to get out of bed. Would you get out of bed and go do something that you love that also helps society? Like, I don't know, woodworking or metalworking or welding or scuba diving. I don't know.
And what are you going to do when
Is
people
there
get
anything
burned
that
out?
you would get out of bed for?
What are you going to do when people get burned out?
Burned out on what?
Once again, you read that yourself. What happens if you get burned out in that system? You can take several days off.
So
Okay.
how are people going to?
Wait,
So
I want to ask a real question.
Oh my
'cause
God.
TJ, well, you're not asking real questions right now. How do you provide housing? How do you provide food? How do you provide anything that anybody needs to have sustenance and have their basic needs met? How does the DSA plan on providing that?
Let's keep reading. Okay, enough about bills. What do you?
No, I'm not asking you. I'm asking everybody else. I'm asking CT.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
sorry.
what he's reading from isn't even like a platform piece. It's an introduction to the workers deserve more actual platform. This is an introduction thing. Like, could you imagine where we could be in the future if we started making the right policy changes now to where we can lead to a world of blah, blah, blah and get, doing the things you love and not having to worry about police brutality and all this shit. It's more of a like intro story that they put at the beginning. It's not an actual platform piece.
Yeah, because
Do they have
communist
a- do
countries
they-
never have police brutality.
Do they include a roadmap there to get to that point, or no?
Kind of. It talks about societal changes that would need to happen. The fear of not having capitalism in the United States after years of being impounded into our heads would have to change. It's more of just like a dreamer's idea of like, could you imagine a future like this? Pretty much.
So it says higher taxes on wealthy individuals, higher taxes on large corporations, tax real estate wealth, shift federal spending, public borrowing, and keep rents in the system. So meaning residents would still pay rent, but the rent would go towards maintenance operations and future construction instead of generating profit for private owners.
Yeah, it's how like nationalized energy works, like the TVA.
Okay.
They don't chase
Okay.
property values.
Immediately, what happens is every apartment building in the country goes to complete disarray and shit because there's no profit incentive to maintain
Okay,
You're
this is-
fear-mongering right now.
Yeah,
Wait,
that's
yes,
true.
wait, hold on. Stop. This is stupid. That's a stupid way to argue it. I would ask in the beginning in that first statement that TJ was reading, it did say that you will live in a community where all the housing is provided to you, nice housing without mortgages, without insurance, without any of that stuff. Yet what she just read off was that you would have low cost, the rich people would be paying taxes, but who are the rich people? And who's paying the mortgage or who's paying the rent or who's paying for the fixes on the properties? And who owns the properties?
Well, to be fair, if we had a stateless, now I'm losing the fucking, like I said, like this is where you get like communism light. But yes, if everything was owned, right, by the people, you wouldn't owe money to anybody. You'd all just own it.
Okay, but that's conflicting in that same document.
Can I respond to that?
So it's like co-ops, kind of.
Can I respond to
CT's
that?
political manifesto was written in crayon. Please, ask your question.
So, CT, you're saying that you don't owe anything to anybody, but you do because you're providing everybody with their basic needs. So if there are people who don't have their basic needs met, then in your society, you have to provide that to them.
No, I think that you're, like I said, you're taking this little intro story of like, man, what a great world we could live in, and you're trying to turn it into the platform of what the DSA is, not even the people that are running on it. If you want to get down to the actual platform things that they're proposing, we could do that. That story at the beginning, I just thought was kind of a cute, like, oh, that would be fun, wouldn't it? Just to wake up one day and be like, hey, like personally, I like working on small motors, right? Imagine that was my contribution into society. Or Emma could do art design inside my house. Like it's talking about like having more communities and community thriving. But again, I read through the story once. I didn't fucking mull it over to be like, how are we going to make this happen? In the same way that when I went to Turning Point USA and they talked about how the center of education has to be God, I didn't sit there and be like, well, how are we going to do that? I was just like, oh, okay. Yeah. They like God. Got it.
It's kind of like a story of what the world could be.
You do realize that there's people
I don't
that do
think it
both
can be
of
that.
those that are very successful doing that.
But wait, I think it's just a story of what the world, what our reality could be, and you don't get to a reality unless you start talking about it. Like we don't talk about unless we talk about it like aggressively more green future, like the Green New Deal or whatever. Everyone freaked out, but it was supposed to be pushing the boundaries to make people uncomfortable because you can't. It's like if you don't speak it, it will never happen. So. I don't know. It's like bartering or like haggling, right? You ask for less than you want to pay, or you're not going to get to a certain amount in the middle, right? I don't know.
So it even talks about it further in the story that they said, like, hold on, my kid has a knife. Hey, can I have that?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Thanks for
the fuck? That's fucking wild.
Well,
which is exactly how policing is going to sound in CT's new world.
Exactly. You'll give the kids knives, let them defend themselves.
No, I'm saying you'll just ask them for their weapons.
So Mojo, to answer your question, it's saying that the ownership would be a city, state, or public housing authority or social housing authority that owns the building. You have the right to live there and pay rent, but you don't own it. Tenants typically have a role in governing or managing the property through elected boards or councils. And the rent, obviously I already said this, but the rent is intended to cover maintenance, operation, and future construction.
Yeah, which we already have state-funded housing. Like, this isn't like some fucking crazy ideology of things that haven't happened before.
And it's
you do have to
state-funded housing before. It's fucking atrocious.
Okay, this is stupid. God, you were saying such stupid things. They're irrelevant and stupid.
Am I wrong?
This is fucking idiotic. You're not putting up any real arguments. You're just bitching. Well, you libertarians do nothing but bitch.
The argument is that when you take the profit incentive out of these things, the conditions of them go to shit. That is the argument.
Yeah, again, you're just bitching. That's
TJ, read the last paragraph of that.
I'm not bitching at all. That's just
Hold on 1 second. I gotta wait for them to.
Yeah.
Sorry, the last paragraph of what again?
The last paragraph, the little story section at the beginning where it says, like, it's been said.
It's been said that it's easier to imagine the end of the world than to imagine the end of capitalism, but just because it isn't easy to imagine now doesn't mean that we shouldn't try to make it. Okay, so this is just I'm going to put on just my economist hat. Like, so if you have,
why'd you read it all fast like that?
I'm just used. I'm sorry. I'm used to reading fast because
it literally says, like, hey, this story is obviously like a fantasy land, but wouldn't it be cool? How are we ever going to get to fantasy land if we don't start making changes today? That's all that beginning section is. It's not a platform.
Well, but it says just because it isn't easy to imagine now doesn't mean we shouldn't try to make it happen.
Yeah, there are people that understand like the shortfalls of capitalism and how they harm people. There are people out there that do believe that capitalism needs a poor class to survive, and they'd like to see the end of it.
Well, yeah, but this is saying that they want to try to make that world they created, this marketing story, they want to make that a reality. That's what I'm taking away from it.
Right. Listen to the words he just used. He says that there has to be poor people in order to survive. So CT's solution is to make everyone poor.
No, the solution is give everybody fucking opportunities and then protect the working class. That way nobody has to be poor, which will lead into, again, the actual platform pieces we're going to hopefully get to at some point tonight.
Yeah, and it's basic needs getting met. It's so that people don't have to be struggling and poor. That's the whole point.
But again, if people don't have a job that they're obligated to, how are you going to provide people's basic needs?
No, again, the world that you're talking about right here is it would be a moneyless system. It would just be about the upkeep of things.
But that's still a problem whether you have a currency or not. If you don't have a currency, you still have that problem.
You're going so far forward, again, to CT's point. We haven't even gone through the different implementations that they want to set set forth in the policies. So why don't we look at that? This is like a society in the future, way in the future. It's not for us. We're probably not going to experience that, but the future maybe possibly could, but we want to look at the details now, right? Like
And
the road to.
if you need an example of it, like again, Star Trek is the representation of what like people that dislike capitalism want to get to. They want to get to a point where people have innovation and they have their needs provided for them and met because people innovate and they do changes and they provide things to the world because they want to help the community that they're a part of to grow and become better and prosper. I think that was even part of the show, I believe.
Well,
I
here's
believe
another.
I
Here's
was never a Star
another.
Trek guy.
Here is another example. Sensei in the comments wanted me, and this is just a quick Google, so I haven't really looked into this in depth, but in Vienna, it's ranked one of the most livable cities, and 60% of their residents live in subsidized municipal housing or cooperative apartments.
Yeah, like I said, it's not like crazy extreme ideals. This is a imagine utopia in the future. Let's start making some changes today to get there. That's all that beginning part is. But if you want to get down to the things that they're advocating for today, let's get for it.
Love to keep on digging. I think this is super productive.
Yeah.
So what's the big question that the, I guess, quote, opposition on the panel has, that it's not affordable or that they'll get run down?
You have a so, and again, this is me just putting on my economist hat. You have a conflicting scenario where people don't have to work, but you're telling everybody that you're going to provide for their basic needs. In order to provide for people's basic needs, you have to work.
You're trying to argue against a fucking Disney story right now. We're not even getting to the point where the DSA is pushing for today. We're talking about a 100 or 200 year future where everybody gets to wake up in fucking Narnia and live happy. That's not what the fuck they're running on.
Hang on, CT. So TJ, so what you were asking there is, I guess, a lot of line items put together, whereas I think maybe Emma and I we're on housing right now, and I'm just curious about just the one line item with housing, what the biggest, I guess, concern is.
Wait, I'm sorry, you're talking about with this program that I'm reading?
With the DSA, you were saying, how do you get people to go work and all that? I feel like that there's going to be several line items put together to answer that question, but with specifically housing, do you have any concerns?
What happens to all of the landlords? Do they just face the wall?
Oh yeah, if it was up to me, landlords would actually have to get real jobs and stop fucking thriving off the fucking backs of people that actually provide for this fucking country.
You mean
if it were me, they get
landlords are the worst, but y'all aren't communists. No, absolutely not.
Well, they're all slumlords. That's okay.
Wait, you're calling them slumlords, but you don't think it's going to be a slum when the government or whatever other entity that they create now no longer has a profit motive to make the place nice or even mow the fucking grass to get new people to move in and pay higher rents? Like, is that your assumption here?
The problem is you're talking about ownership of the state right now, today, in capitalism. You don't even know what the fuck kind of future this could be or how things can be taken care of or where funds can be allocated or resources or anything else. Again, you guys are wanting to fucking argue Narnia when there's literally political fucking platform pieces 10 fucking spaces down.
All I'm hearing you say is that this is all a pipe dream. So then what's the actual platform? If this is all fucking unicorn farts and rainbows, then what is the actual platform?
We should get down to that.
So Steve, just hold off on your question for a second for Brendan's. So this is housing.dsausa.org. Social housing must first be a redistribution of land from landowners to the landless. This means that social housing cannot simply make housing available and affordable, though it must be both of these things. Social housing must expropriate property from capitalists and deliver it to the working class, through which it may be sustained and rejuvenated. Capitalism requires the private ownership of land upon which the very possibility of surplus value extraction is based. A definition of social housing must challenge this fundamental relation of the capitalist mode of production. That didn't really answer your question. I'm sorry. I thought it would.
That's why I said what they'll do is face the wall. This is also why CT had the reaction that he had, right? The landlords are bad. They just exploit the people, right? There you go. So yeah, they'll face the wall. So any of you considering this fucking nonsense, and it's funny that he thinks we're talking about like our heads are in the clouds and we're the fucking Narnians. No, you guys are advocating for destroying the system without having a system in place. You sit here and say, oh, maybe 200 years in the future. Now that we're talking about elections now. You're electing these clowns now, today, and
You're
saying, well,
arguing.
maybe it'll work 200 years in the future. No, it's fucking not. You're going to destroy the entire country, and if America falls, so goes the rest of the fucking planet. But that's really your fucking goal, isn't it, CT? That's why I constantly ask you for your opinions. You hate this fucking country. You
can
hate
call
this
your
fucking
fellow,
country,
you can call
just
your
like
fellow,
most of the other fucking
you're
twisted
crashing out so
leftists
hard
do as
right
well.
The communist
All right.
aliens are going to come from
on,
outer space and just destroy the planet.
Hold on. Donovan, I need you to not crash out. Just be a normal human being.
I'm not crashing out.
Stupid. You have
You're
been crashing
crashing out
out.
hard.
Stop, JD. You've been crashing out for weeks now.
So
I don't know what the fuck's wrong with you, but whatever. Yeah. Either way, there are things we can implement today. We can start working on securing the homeless problem, making sure that nobody goes unfed, making sure that there's no food insecurity. We can make sure that everybody has health care. We can start making education cheaper and even free, higher education included, trade schools included. We can start working on these things right now, and this would be a move toward the future of what you're looking at or what they're looking at.
Yeah, and again, I just want to reiterate this. This is a political movement. This is not a party. This is not the platform of people that you're going to be voting for, as Donovan said. This is, again, a platform of people that go, again, very far, far left, and there are some that are moderate left. It's a collection of ideas and ideals that people would like to see in the future, and a think tank of like, how do we get to a utopia one day? But yeah, again, even what you're reading from isn't necessarily from the straight constitution or bylaws of the DSA. It's a program they came out with that were just like, man, wouldn't this be cool to see? Because they are getting a foothold. Well, I'm half concerned if they're not getting a foothold just because there are Democratic Socialists running and it's in their name. And so people have kind of latched onto the DSA stuff because the DSA, like they back candidates, they fundraise for them, they do all these things, but it's not like you're having a DSA member run. Like it's weird. It's a hard thing to, like I said, you never get any of this on the right with all the crazy shit that they push for, get all their funding from. Nobody complained when the KKK gave money to people, and nobody that ran for fucking office was like, by the way, the nation should be white. They never had to defend anything like this. So it's kind of crazy.
You mean the
What
SPLC?
he just said is that Project 2025 isn't Trump's platform. That's
Yeah, what I'm
he-
going to say in my response is, Donovan, you can call fellow Americans clowns and say that they're advocating for tearing down a system without replacing it with a new one or having a system in place for it. Not only do you not realize how ironic that is because the biggest clown of them all is sitting in the office right now, but that was literally in some capacities what he was trying to do. If you want to talk about medical health care, he opted to take down all fucking healthcare systems. But when asked about what his system would be, he said, well, I have a concept of a plan for the system.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's funny about that is that's exactly what I was going to say to CT, because that is essentially what he's doing. He's not saying that the DSA has a plan. He's saying that we have a concept of a plan that might work in 200 years. I appreciate you underscoring that, JD. Good job.
Well, the best part is that you didn't ask about any person's.
I'm sorry, CT. I don't think you just don't understand the irony in your criticism. You're coming from a moral high ground here when you're backing the fucking president who is verbatim doing the thing.
This is doing nothing to help Adrian or anybody else.
Yeah,
Just arguing.
we're just dick
CT,
swinging
does
right
it
now.
does it actually say that there's
I
no
have
currency?
stayed quiet.
Sorry, what was it?
Does it actually say that their goal is not to have a currency?
Yeah, I think so. They want to get away from capitalism. DSA's plan.
Moneyless, classless, stateless society. That's why
Instead
they have
of-
no borders either.
Instead of freaking out, maybe say things that you want the future to look like instead of just like basing it on what we have right now and what you're fear mongering about. Like, what would a better America look like without just saying socialism bad, capitalism good? Like, what can we just say the things that we want and like how
Calling
we
it-
want the country to
calling it-
look like?
Yeah, calling a spade isn't me being afraid of spades.
Well,
All right.
why
Well,
can't
let's
we
find.
just talk about what we like and what we want? Like that's
Okay.
what they're doing,
Well,
right?
I'm with Mojo on this.
CT?
I want to get to the platform. So,
Exactly.
Donovan, which Democrat or Democratic Socialist is running right now on open borders as on their platform?
The entire DSA platform says open
Nope.
borders.
DSA is not a platform.
It also
Which candidate?
says amnesty, doesn't it?
Which candidate's running on that on their personal platform right now? Like,
Chevalier. Matter of fact, she
nope.
won the primary.
Yeah, and she didn't run on that. It's not even on her platform.
Yeah, she's a member of the DSA, isn't she, CT?
That's okay.
Did you let me
Trump's
ask you, did you ask me that question just thinking I couldn't think of anyone in the fucking DSA? You think that's a good look?
Yeah, you think because somebody's a member of the DSA because they get funding
You
from them,
even
they
had
carry
to
all their
acquiesce to
platform
the
fees?
idea that's exactly what Chevalier ran on.
Donovan, we can always tell when you're not doing
Right.
well in an argument because you overtalk, right? So again, as Turning Point was giving money to people like Trump, who in the Heritage Foundation that actually wanted to cut down things much like JD mentioned, like healthcare without having a plan, you didn't care. When they said they wanted to repeal the right for women to vote, you didn't care. But then you go, well, they didn't run on that. Tell me a time Trump said that.
You're telling me what I care about now,
others.
CT? That's
Again, when you're
adorable. You know, it's
Donovan,
funny too that
when you're
we
interrupting,
always
we know
you're
that you're
you're
freaking
doing
out.
bad when you're interrupting, right? You
Buddy,
asked
you
me a
are.
question.
I
I'm
was
trying
in the
to
middle.
address you.
I was in the middle of fucking talking. You've been doing this.
Maybe don't ask a question
What
in the
in
middle
the
of your
fuck?
diatribe.
What
How
in the
about that?
fuck broke in you, dude? Are you okay?
Yeah,
You've
I'm a
been
little
fucking
worried.
crazy for weeks. Like, are you good? Is home life good? You okay?
Yeah, just listening to you clowns blather on about
Can you
nothing in
act like it
particular.
then? Can you put your best face on?
I am.
Okay. So let me just finish again what I'm saying. The
Let's
hypocrisy,
see if you repeat yourself or not.
Jesus Christ. Nope, you go ahead. I'll wait for you. Adrian, when you actually want to talk about the things that the DSA is pushing for, the things the candidates are latching onto and why they're rising so much, let me know after Donovan's done spurging out.
Yeah, I'm spurging out. So what you're doing and what other chuckleheads in the DSA are doing is they're playing hot potato with their policies, right? They have to justify all of the nonsense that they are saying. So what they do is they come up here and they attempt to put it up on the flagpole to see who salutes it. When really all you're doing is you're doing the best you can to not be holding on to that potato when it explodes in your fucking face. And I think it's hilarious. I appreciate that you're doing it, but you're not doing yourself any favors trying to defend this nonsense.
Donovan,
because that's
All
what
right,
it is.
hold on.
It's nonsense.
I'm going to leave it up to you, Adrian. You're the one who asked this question. I think it's probably an important topic. Do you think that it behooves us to keep Donovan on the panel?
Oh, I don't want the choice. Don't give me that.
Don't worry about it then. Okay. Don't worry about it then. I'll take care of it.
Yeah, I think there's a time to have the arguments. They're out there. But if you're just trying to learn what this is, we haven't got to the policies that he was complaining about yet. Just so you remember that. He was arguing over this like fun little introduction story they did on this program of like, man, imagine a world where we didn't have people with crippling debt.
I get
Just
it.
wake up. Like that's it. That's all that thing was. We never got to the policies.
It's
Well,
a
his
drama.
outro comment was literally just about the e-files and the whole Trump administration boggling the hot potato. Like, I don't know why we would have that conversation with somebody that is that obtuse.
So I was reading while y'all were going back and forth. So you said this wasn't on their like, I guess their main thing, and I will say that their platform is not very user friendly on getting to exactly what they think or want to do. But this is on housing, dsausa.org, and it said the immediate aim of a socialist movement in housing should be to build powerful organizations of tenants. So any activity around social housing should focus on this task. The main way to organize tenants who would fight for social housing is to build militant, anonymous tenant unions with a dense enough network of coordinated tenant unions in conjunction with an organized working class more generally. Like, that's a bunch of words put together, not telling me how they're going to do it.
So if you were to put it in today's understanding, let's say you were to have a community project. They do this in bigger cities when it comes to apartment buildings. A bunch of people will pull their money together to not only collectively buy a building to live in, they live in it together. They take additional revenues they get for improvements. They do all these things. This is all a lot of co-op stuff. If you haven't looked into a lot of like co-op things when it comes to ownership of corporations, buildings, things like that, definitely check it out. It's very feasible. Again, bigger cities, it's easier to do with buildings that are run down because they haven't been taken care of properly by their previous owners. So you can buy them fairly cheap. Well, you used to be able to buy them fairly cheap before corporations were able to come in and swoop them up. But they are still happening. I know they're really big in Chicago. I've heard Blossom talk about it. I'm sure New York has some. But that's it. It's a way for people that aren't the richest of the rich to take their collective money they have now, buy something, own it, improve it because they live there. Where there have been shortfallings before is things like the projects, right? Where the city or the state comes in, builds something, lets it go to shit, and then the people that live there have to live there for low income. Because again, you need that low income class, but they got to survive somehow. As long as they're there, capitalism keeps thriving. Again, we're talking about a political movement that wants to move on past capitalism. It's just their ideals. These are not political platforms of anybody running for office.
Right, I know. So, okay, let me explain it to you like I'm 10 and see if I have it correctly. So, what they want to move towards is no ownership, no land ownership, no building ownership, and everybody in the community, say everybody in the apartment complex, pulls together and basically say, let's say, pays 2,000 for a 2-bedroom and 1,000 for a 1-bedroom. That all goes into a pool that's kind of handled by a board or, like a council of, I guess, maybe elected tenants. And they choose where to put it towards either future building or utilities or repairs. So that's where, is that correct?
Yeah, not much different than like an HOA or I can't remember what they're called in condos, but like housing committee boards, I think.
Everybody loves HOAs.
Well, the problem with an HOA is that they have direct leadership. And this one, you would have direct democracy where everyone has a vote to decide. So if you, for example, shared an apartment building with 20 other people and the outside looked bad, but also the hallways had bad carpet, you would vote on when you had additional revenue where that goes. Because again,
you should be going the other way, Steve.
Specifically a board of directors.
You should be going the other way with that. The Senate would be like an HOA. That is representative democracy, much like an HOA. You elect your board members in the HOA, they elect the president, and they govern in representation of your property, much in the same way that the Senate works.
And make up a bunch of bullshit that no one cares about.
That's why
the federal government does.
That's why they want to get rid of the Senate. Correct.
So what are the cons of doing this?
The cons is it's going to be a very difficult thing to do in the world of capitalism because the bottom dollar runs everything. And it's very, very easy for people that already have accumulated wealth to keep people that don't have it out of that circle. That's going to be the hardest part.
Well, can I ask you something, CT? I want to know, like, how is this functioning properly in cities where there are co-ops right now? Like, we're already like just moving towards more co-op ownerships and more co-op businesses, people. Like, how is that helping people in the community and people involved in the co-ops already right now?
The biggest co-op I can think of right now is Mom Dragon, which is a collection of 93 different companies that started roughly 20 years ago. How I can tell you how it's benefiting the employees there is that they do select their own leaders, but those leaders have an equal and fair share in where the spending goes. The biggest change they made that actually had the greatest representation was they really thought that their cleaning team didn't have enough of a voice, so they actually made sure that somebody from the janitorial crew got to be a part of the board meeting. And all 93 companies are doing this. Not only are their profits gone up, they've been able to take those revenues, reinvest into getting other companies to join up with them, and improve the wage increases for all their employees. This has also happened with another company. I have to look up the name again, but the gentleman that owned it decided to give everyone equal representation in the decision of where profits went. And he went from having 13 people in his organization to having over 2,340 something. I've looked this up before. Because he actually decided to start listening to his workers, get them involved. His retention rate stayed, their wages increased, they got the best healthcare plans. He just made sure that he made enough profit to also, be living and survive along with the people that he worked with every day. and you want to make sure their lives all improved. Anytime somebody has the self-control to not have greed, it's been beneficial to everyone attached to it.
Except it doesn't work on ag co-ops because corporate still beats their price every time, everywhere.
Name one.
Nutrien beats the local fucking ag co-op's price on fertilizer and on liquid 28 every fucking time. It never fails. Check.
Ag co-ops are one of the largest growing things in this country. I know. I live in Ohio. And in fact, Bayer got banned and restricted not 30 miles from the area I live in because they got tired of not only price gouging, but the fact that they hold on to hereditary seeding and they don't allow any change. And what really fucked them was they started doing this thing called seed flowing, where as they would be placing seeds, some of those seeds would land on other people's land. And the courts upheld that was illegal because they were trying to own claims to the product. So now they're banned in at least 2 counties in Ohio that I know of.
It doesn't have anything to do with the seeds flowing on other people's land. That's not even fucking possible unless you're a moron. It has to do with plants cross-pollinating into other fields. It's not the same thing at all.
Sure, but you are also complaining on the side, like against Walmart, because the big corporation comes in and undercuts all of you little guys that got together to price set so you could make a profit and a living.
It does. I mean, Nutrien does the same thing, and they still kick there's like, I don't know, 7 or 8 different co-ops within, a reasonable drive of here, and Nutrien still kicks their ass on price.
No, they make a lot of money because they have the ability to do that. That's literally how monopolies work, bud. That's what they're trying to stop.
Monopoly, because I just told you you've got 9 options.
Right, and why don't people go to those options, as you say, because they're kicking their ass with pricing, right?
Yeah, on price.
That's how you drive those out. That's literally how monopolies are formed.
Didn't you just tell me how that they were growing? How are they driving them out if they're growing?
Co-ops are coming on a lot more. You're watching people even say things like "Buy American." Bayer has taken huge losses in the last 5 years because people realize that shit sold from overseas. It's not American at all. It's German.
So I'm failing to follow the logic here. If the co-ops are growing, but yet how is the monopoly growing if the co-ops are growing at the same time while the supposed monopoly is kicking their ass on price?
Because the co-ops are foregoing profit in order to buy the local. They're growing their own crops by crossbreeding with other crops that are offering the products. Now, they're not on the price like you are. They're not just trying to get the cheapest thing. They're actually willing to pay to have other co-ops flourish. That's the difference.
We're not talking about crops or for any of that. We're literally talking about fertilizer, straight up purchasing inputs. That's it.
There are co-ops here for fertilizer. I live in Texas. I drive by them damn near every day.
Yeah, I told you there's like 7 of them within driving distance of here. But again, Nutrien still kicks their ass on price. So when I'm supposed to go shop inputs in the spring every year or in the winter, why would I go to the co-op when even when I factor in the kickback at the end of the year for being a part of the co-op with how much money I spend, why would I not just go to Nutrien and buy my inputs for like 20% less money?
Because that particular mentality is going to Walmart. You are willing to just get the lower price now and get fucked later on when they raise the prices.
Yeah, when they drive out every co-op or every small business that is around, you think they're going to keep that low pricing for you?
Yeah, because if they raise prices, other competitors will come into the market.
How? They'd have cornered the market at that point.
Because the prices are higher, so they can afford to come into the market.
Is that why you see so many mom and pop grocery shops popping up in 2026?
I was going to say that's not what happened with Walmart.
I mean, yeah, there's definitely small where I live. There's small food stores.
I'm sure you live in a small place, right?
I live in Jacksonville, Florida. It's not like,
What's your So hold on. What's your smallest grocery place? Because I'm not talking about bodegas, right? We're talking about grocery stores. It used to be a time when it was like Dan's Auto Shop and Uncle Bill and Ted's grocery store. Those fucking don't exist anymore.
Well,
they got ran out by pricing.
I mean, you're also assuming that people are always going to want to buy the product that's the lower price. And I mean, if that were true, then there wouldn't be like a Louis Vuitton.
Steve just proved it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, you'd have to be, in the case of Louis Vuitton or whatever, you'd have to be talking about two different things. Like, obviously, people are still going to have a taste for luxury items and a taste for luxury things. But if I'm just buying fucking Chemical 28, 28%, it's the exact same thing no matter where I fucking get it from. Why would I not go to the guy that's 20% cheaper? I'd be insane not to.
Because what you're doing right now, you're going to drive those co-ops out of business because they can't compete. And when you do have that monopoly of Neutrino being the only one that offers it, they're going to jack the price 100%.
Right,
And then you just have to pay.
when they do that, other competing businesses will come back into the market because now their price is 100%, and they can afford to enter the market at 80%.
Just gave you an
You're
example of
talking
how
about
grocery
people
stores
trying
aren't.
to restart what just closed down. That's
Yeah.
not going to happen. It hasn't
You
happened with
guys,
Walmart. When
you guys
Walmart
are.
comes in, it drives them all out of business. And when Walmart doesn't make any more money and they close the doors, there are still not any mom and pops. It just becomes a desert.
Then why hasn't Walmart drive the price through the roof?
I don't know if you've looked recently. They do.
They do. Yeah.
What were you saying, Mojo?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, I thought okay. Sorry. You do have somebody in the queue too. So
Oh.
I think you guys are assuming that Walmart's going to just like jack up prices,
They
aside.
do,
I mean,
though. And Amazon.
if that were true, like, how do I want to say this? Walmart's been around since what, the 50s, 60s, and they've never been a premium store. Like they've always had low prices. That's their shtick.
Thank God you've had union-driven places like Aldi to give them some kind of competition while having large funding backs. But again, the thing that you guys are advocating for is crazy. You're advocating for the idea and the shutdown of small businesses, which is the exact opposite of what the DSA is advocating for.
Again, we're not talking about your boutiques and your luxury items. Look at grocery stores because that's where Walmart does compete as well, not just in the general store sector. They drive everybody out of business because they have the lowest prices and they operate at a negative. They have no profit. And then once all those people are gone, then they jack up prices and make insane profit, and nobody can compete because you cannot start or restart those businesses that were just shuttered. They're already out of business.
You're describing you're describing a scenario that doesn't exist.
Yeah,
like Walmart has competition.
Operated at approximately the same net profit all along. So
hold on one second. Mojo tried to self-correct and we just dove back in, Dick swinging again.
Yeah.
Adrian, let's get back to the points of the DSA from this new program that came out called Workers Deserve More. If you just type that into your Google bar, it'll take you right to it. It has that cute little fucking story of Narnia at the top. If you scroll down, there's a hyperlink where all the things that they're proposing on, that's where you're going to find like abolish the Senate, replace the Supreme Court, replace all that shit. It's all in there. Let's get to that and go through these because yeah, I know Crosstabs tried to do the same thing. We tried doing it. Apparently it's fucking impossible. I'd like to get to those.
Where did you say I'm on Workers Deserve More?
Yep. And then just put DSA. It should take you right to it. It should be the first link that pops up in Google.
Yeah, I'm on there, but where?
Just keep scrolling down. You'll see hyperlinks for everything.
The what we fight for part?
Yeah, I think there's like 4 categories.
Okay. So I'm going to go back to my chat GPT where it had the line by line because it's just easier to stay on track. So, and I had him.
Yeah, fuck TJ.
Wait, what happened?
Nothing.
You're getting late, TJ. Just take it.
That happened right there.
Okay.
That's what it was.
So I'm going to skip they want to replace capitalism because I think we've heard that one over and over again. But then the second one is they want free healthcare. By free healthcare, I'm taking it universal healthcare, and I think we've already been through that a million times. So the third one is the housing. We've already went through that. So, okay. They want a 32-hour work week with no reduction in pay or benefits, paid family leave, and a higher living wage. And
correct.
They believe workers create society's wealth and should have more time, higher pay, and a better quality of life. Okay, so talk me through those points.
For sure. So I'm actually a person that works one of those schedules. They're called a weekend warrior program. So I work Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, 11, sometimes 12 hours, but I still get a full 40-hour paycheck. The productivity of my team is no different than that of the people that work 40 hours. They work 4 10s. The expectations are the same, even though the hour requirements are different. It just needs additional labor. The reason they're pushing for something like that is to work less hours and have the same productivity means you need more workers. Everything about the DSA cares about the working class. If people cannot have a good work-life balance and be able to take care of their families and have time for themselves, they're less productive. I know this because I used to work 7 days a week, 10 to 12 hours a day. It was terrible. When my first kid was born, I missed everything. And I missed the first steps, the first words. My wife took care and pretty much raised that child until I no longer had to do that schedule. And then I got more productive. I cared more because I actually came back into work excited to work again. They want to push towards that. Since I've been on this schedule, I can't say that necessarily and trust me, my wife will tell you my productivity has not gone up, but my interest in having time to do things, hang out with my kids, do more family time stuff has been great. So every time that my 3-day work week does come up, I never bitch. I just go in, I do it. I'm like, this is fucking awesome. And then I'm off for 4 days. I think it's a great fucking model. I used to too think, I'm like, how would you do that? It takes additional labor and it's okay to do that. I think if you got to get more people to work, together at a lot to get more done in the same amount of time to make sure they have a good work-life balance, absolutely. Fuck yeah, they should be for that.
Well, let me give you a scenario. So say you're a small business owner, you employ, say, 10 people right now. You provide their benefits, all the good stuff, paid leave, everything like that. So they move to this 32-hour work week, and you have to now employ, say, 15 people. The small business owner is now going to have to provide benefits and all that good stuff for those 5 extra people. So they're going to be out money. How, if they can't afford that, do you understand where my con is there, I guess?
You're talking about loss of revenue at the very top. And I can tell you before the job that I took now, I was a co-owner in a company. And I promise you the profits are there. The hours that we worked were also crazy. We did road construction stuff and we'd get up at 3 a.m, not get home till like 10 o'clock at night. People decide they can choose to live that kind of lifestyle. But even as I came on and bought in my share of part of the group and got involved in things like that, my profits surged. If the profits they had to share with me to come in to, honestly, I didn't add to the productivity. I added to the marketing and the ability to reach new contracting. Those profits are there. I've done the P&Ls for even smaller companies. The one thing that you're not thinking of, which again, this was another part of the company that I work for. Once that part of the job was open, it actually did open up again the other 4 days that are there. So it actually gave them the opportunity to have 2 different businesses. So it increased the revenue stream by having more availability for it while getting the same amount of productivity out of the same work time.
So basically, in this situation that we're talking about, it's that hypothetical here. You just upped the largest input for every small business in America by 50%, and then expect to not fucking drive prices through the roof while you're at it? Yeah, that doesn't work.
No, I don't think so. I don't think that, obviously labor costs are one of the more expensive side of business ownership. But again, when your profitability is outsurging the amount of wage increases that we've seen in the last 50 years, I'm perfectly fine if business owners have to go from taking 200% fucking income to 150. I'm cool with that. I'll survive.
How,
So are they.
how do you regulate that? How do you regulate that though?
You just
How do
make a man.
stop?
What's that?
Well, how do you stop a business from just charging more for their products to cover the cost of any other stuff?
You don't.
I don't think you can. But much like everyone always says, especially our libertarian friends, if people stop buying your shit, then you go out of business if your pricing's not right. So I guess let the free market do the free market, right?
Yeah, but nobody's pricing will be right. The CPI will go through the fucking roof, and everybody will be broke. But then again, that's what they want. So
wait, he's right though. I mean, he's fucking right. So if that happens, then yeah, it might take a little bit of time to find an equilibrium, but an equilibrium will be found. And if pricing goes up and some companies price higher than others, those companies are going to go out of business. So they're going to have to lower their costs, and you're going to lower, each business is going to lower their cost or their price until there's an equilibrium where nobody can lower anymore.
Fair enough, but the equilibrium will be undoubtedly higher than it is now, and you'll be broker than you are now.
I disagree.
Can you prove that mathematically?
Yeah, I was going to ask that. How do you prove that?
How do you
that claim?
Okay. So look at all of your nets on anything you want to look at right now. Now add 50% to your labor cost and pretend like prices aren't going anywhere. Pick any business in America, add 50% to the cost of their labor, and then assume that they're just going to fucking operate at whatever given value that is without raising prices. You're insane.
Yeah, but again, there will be a raise in prices to start out with. Of course, that's going to happen. But over time, with the free market, it will adjust and you will find an equilibrium price. And that equilibrium price can be affected too by the willingness of a business to actually take a lower profit margin. So they're going to do what they can to keep the business going, to be pulling a profit out of the business, and by charging as little as possible.
Sure. So instead of having
can we actually get some example here?
So instead of having a 30,
instead
of having a 30% net profit at the end of every year, they'll end up with a 20% net profit instead, and prices will be 15 to 20% higher than they are right now, and their labor costs will be 15% higher than they are right now. Somewhere in that ballpark is where your equilibrium is going to end up at.
No, that makes no sense.
They're going to eat some of it on the input cost of labor. They're going to eat some of it on the profit side, if you even think that'll happen. I'm not even necessarily sure I believe that'll happen, because there is businesses that operate at like 2 or 3 fucking % net profit. So where is it going to?
We all know that's bullshit.
The free market would take over.
I have an example that's dumbed down. So, go ahead, Robot. You've been trying to speak.
Well, I was just saying like that. None of that math makes any sense. I mean, right off the bat, you just said like, let's look at the prices staying the same, but their labor value goes up 50%, or their cost for labor goes up 50%. If we look at the S&P 500, like all the top 500 companies are making like 30, 40, 50% margins, if not higher. I mean, some of the bigger ones, they make like hundreds of percent in the profits. So a 50% increase on their labor, I mean, this is only shaving like, 4 to 5% on some of the biggest companies. So they're not even going to fucking feel it.
Yeah. At best, they'll pull the fucking corporate bonus they give to the CEO. Oh no.
You're talking about the Fortune 500 companies. You're not talking about the fucking lion's share of American business that are small businesses. That is what the lion's share of.
That's why I asked for a specific example, because all you're going to do is try and use the smallest profit margins like a grocery store, like fucking Walmart's already taken over, dude. And they damn sure have higher than 3% profit margins from a grocery store.
So a dumbed down example, and y'all can explain it to me like I'm 10. Okay, so say I have a lemonade stand. I have 4 friends or quote employees. They all work 8 hours, and I'm paying them $10 per hour. Then they implement this 32-hour work week, so everyone's only working 6.5 hours. So I am essentially paying them more money per hours they work, and then also the sick and vacation that we're going to add on to that if they didn't already have that. And so I see three outcomes. So I'm either going to have to raise the price of lemonade to recoup some of that operation money, or that, I guess, what I'm getting paid. I'm going to have to fire somebody, which that means they lose their job, or we're going to have to close.
Adrian, think about this. Why is 40 the magic number?
No, I get that historically they've pushed that, but but with my example, can you explain to me about the better outcome for, say, small businesses? Because I only see the pros for the employee, the workers right now.
Which, absolutely should be for the employees. They're the ones getting fucked right now, and we're trying to balance that. The reason that 40 hours got set is because Yeah, right after I'm done talking for sure. The reason it got set at 40 hours is because insurance companies said, hey, we'll do coverage if people work these hours and they cover this amount. They at least, it's the at risk, right? If they put themselves at risk this much time, there's a good chance they won't have to do 60 hours, definitely get hurt and won't have to do payouts. Much like Mojo was saying, markets will have equilibriums. They will find balances. If you're increasing productivity in a shorter amount of time, you know what that also means? You have lower costs for having to have the lights on, transportation. There's a ton of things that balance out. It will all balance out. Again, I'm part of that program. But before, when I worked at this place 10 years ago, we just worked 6 and 7 days a week. So when they came back and they're like, how do you feel about working 3 days a week? Because we realized we get the same amount of output with more people and it's more efficient. It's better. It pays off in the end.
Happier workers are better workers. And again, this is already working in co-ops. So a more balanced distribution of wealth and profit in the company. Everyone's invested.
And higher prices for the rest of us because we already went up to this point.
TJ, were you going to say something?
Well, first, Brobot, did you say Walmart makes more than 3% profit?
Yes, they have a higher than 3% profit margin.
No, they've averaged 2.5% over the last 10 years.
Yeah, that average is off groceries versus their electronics section that has like 130%. So when you break it all down collectively, that's a great talking point they've used to be like, we don't make no money. Why they make hundreds of billions of dollars a year.
Well, yeah, but the hundreds of billions of dollars is, I mean, you're talking.
They don't even make hundreds of billions of dollars a year, which is not fucking
The
true.
Walton family themselves make hundreds of billions of dollars a year.
They're like the wealthiest family in the world, aren't they? Like the collective siblings.
They've been the wealthiest people in America for decades. But I mean, specifically, they're trying to like say, nah, that Walmart doesn't come in and operate at a loss to literally bankrupt all of their competition and then turn around and say, see, we have really low profit margins. I wonder how that's possible.
Well, then if they're going to
Because they sell their products at a low price.
Yeah, if they're going to
Also, the government's paying,
around and
subsidizing. The government is subsidizing the workers.
The government gets their money from businesses making a profit, like Walmart.
They make a profit because the government picks up the slack from them.
The government gets its money from us off of income taxes. What
which
is wrong with you?
people working at companies and
Corporations pay taxes, Brobot. What's wrong with you?
What is the corporate tax revenue for the United States government?
I don't know.
There is a breakdown on the IRS. It's $500 billion. Do you know how much the income tax revenue is?
I don't know.
Or what the fuck is our budget? Our
where does
budget's $5.5 trillion.
come from, Brobot?
It's obviously not coming from corporations if they're only getting
I'm sorry, you just said there's $500 billion coming from corporations.
And we have a $5.5 trillion budget. What on earth is wrong with you? It's not even a measurable portion of our fucking budget.
Okay, yeah, but there's different types of taxes.
You just said that it's all coming from corporations that are
No, I didn't say it was all coming from corporations.
It's
See,
not.
there you go.
It's
Steve's
not
saying it again.
Yeah, it's not in the
Did
form
y'all
of
like
the
get it
corporate
together?
tax rate, but in the form of everybody's W-2 income. That money came from a business. They didn't just
Yeah, it
create
is.
it
It's a
out of
really
thin air.
stupid fucking talking point.
It's just a fact.
Brobot,
I don't know what part you don't
it's not a
understand.
fact. The fact is we pay
Where the
income
fuck did it
taxes.
come from? If it
Brobot,
didn't
let's
come from
assume-
businesses, where the fuck did the money that a W-2
Steve, hold
employee
on.
makes
Steve, hold on. Steve, hold on 1 second. Brobot, let's assume that no company in the United States makes profits anymore. They're all operating at a loss. How are you going to fund the government?
We're funding it off of income tax.
Okay, you can't pay people income if you're not making money, at least not sustainably. Where do you think the
that's
income
a
comes
fantastic
from, Brobot?
hypothetical.
Where do you think the income comes from?
You think
It's a
Walmart's
fantastic hypothetical. It obviously doesn't exist like that.
No. Income. Me
absolutely
asking you
exists
where
like that.
income comes from is not hypothetical. That income comes from the business. The business cannot continue to pay you an income if they're not profitable.
That's not true at all.
Yes,
Again,
that's absolutely true.
No, the TVA would disagree with you, which is why we need to nationalize certain things, right? And I'm not talking about grocery stores right off the bat, but I do think that we need to nationalize oil. We need to nationalize energy. We need to nationalize housing. I think that there doesn't need to be a for-profit for goddamn everything. But we live in a
municipal
capitalist
electric
fucking
already works.
society.
Yeah.
Well, this is
Yeah.
exactly how the libertarians work. They go around saying that everything is really bad. We need to cut funding for these government programs. And then when quality goes down because funding was cut, then they say, well, we're going to bring in private industry and make a profit on this. And when the government program's finally gone, then they jack up all the fucking costs because now they're making a
Well, I
profit off of
mean,
your air,
We're
your
not even
water, your
talking. We're
food.
I
not
mean,
even talking about government
Happens every
funding
time.
or government programs.
yeah,
We're
that's
talking
not what we were
about
talking
your
about.
fundamental misunderstanding of where people's paycheck comes from.
Yeah, that's
How,
Robot.
Well,
You just need to
obviously,
stay out of the
so there are
conversation.
no paychecks coming from the government itself. There
Where's
are
the
no
government get
government
the
funded
money for
I
programs.
those
mean,
paychecks, Robot?
obviously there's government employees, but they're not
Oh
the
my
fucking.
God.
I can't
I'm
believe
gonna
we
I
start
have to
don't
drinking
know.
some
explain
You
you
beer
guys
tell
how
me.
later.
Where
tax
does the
works.
Adrian?
government get the money for it? Where did we get the money to even print the fucking money? It didn't always exist, did it?
You don't.
What did we used to do? Trade before,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah,
feudalism.
and then they decided to inflate all your money out of your pocket. We know. We don't have to go
See,
down that
there they
road.
go again. Then they say, oh, well, it's all inflated and stuff. It didn't even exist before. And you were just bitching at where we got it. We got it without even fucking having it.
Okay, you're talking about monetary policy now. We weren't talking about monetary policy.
I'm not even talking about monetary policy. You were asking where this stuff comes from. And I am telling you, it didn't even exist at one time. 250 years ago, none of it fucking existed. Not the taxes, not the government, not the fucking money. So
My
where
point
did it
was
all come
No,
from
you
my
then?
still
point
you
was
still had
simple
you
in
still
that
had
all of the
banknotes.
with the
When did
exception
banknotes
of
come into play? The fucking 1850s with Lincoln when
Okay,
he stopped the coinage act.
regardless, we're not talking about
yeah
1850.
with the
We're talking about the
exception
It
system
of
didn't
currently.
exist.
All right, we've gotten
I'm
completely off.
asking you
Fine.
where
What
it
does that
came
have to do?
from.
What does
We're
that have to do with
completely off
anything?
the fucking rails.
Hey. Can we chill? Okay.
with the exception of
Wait,
small
Steve,
businesses.
this is not a chance for you to talk.
Well,
We're
no
off
one
the.
else was.
Wait, just
So
well,
that's exactly what
stop.
you're supposed to do.
I don't know what we're looking for here. Do we want opposition to this, or do we want to just talk about it? Adrian, you said that you wanted like from a neutral stance, but this is obviously not a neutral stance. This is all the negatives and possibly some positives. So I don't know what you want.
I just want to say, in all the time,
I'm not talking to you either. The fuck?
I just really wanted to say, I've never seen Robot in the.
Oh my god.
W Mojo.
It's completely up to y'all. We can put a pin in this and do it some more another day.
No.
No,
I
Adrian.
want to do this.
We haven't
I
even
do
got to the
too.
good stuff.
Yeah, I want to do this, but I'm not sure if it
Same.
behooves us to argue about every single point from the absolute negative side and the absolute positive side, or if we can go through it. I don't know. I mean, or just go through it. But then you're not going to get the negatives out of it if we don't have somebody here that's opposition.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah.
Can we do what we were doing when it was actually going through the policies or the steps, and then people can ask questions, but not just hound on it? You know what I mean? Like ask questions to understand more, not to tear it down. And if people do that, then it's not constructive, right? So
I'd
maybe
say, 5 to 10 minutes per point. There again, there's I think 17 points through this new program. So if you want to get through all of them, that'd be the best way to do it.
Yeah.
The easiest way would be to make it as an interview, or basically CT is asked questions. Anybody on the panel can ask questions. You don't get to pontificate or otherwise comment on anything about what's being said.
Yeah, but then
You
we're
can
not going
only
to.
ask a question.
We have to ask questions about the negatives, though. I mean, those have to be able to be asked, and somebody has to be able to adjust them.
Yeah, and I'm saying you can ask questions, but you cannot otherwise comment on what's being said.
Yeah, we don't need a back and forth on every fucking point. If you got a couple questions, we get through them. If there's something, write it down. Maybe afterwards, we'll treat it like the old school debates. We'll go back and be like, you said earlier this thing, but let's just get through this shit because we've made it through three fucking points.
Yeah, that's cool. We can do it that way too. So we'll try and go 5 to 10 minutes on each one, and then we can go back if necessary. And if you do have a question, write it down. Pull up a notepad on your PC. I don't care what you're going to do, but just write it or remember it. If you can do that.
can everyone gift the panel? Not you don't have to gift me, but gift the panel, and then also tap the live because it's been at 100K for a while, and we should be at higher than that. So send it out, repost, share.
I think a lot of people have questions about the DSA, and I think there are a lot of people that haven't read a lot of any of the platform, their establishment, what they stand for. I think the DSA, again, I don't agree with every single thing that they're doing, but I do like the fact that it's thought provoking. It's getting me outside of the norm. And I think getting outside of the norm is good, because anytime that we have somebody that I think has progressive thoughts in their head when they're in office can change and adapt to the times. We watch Obama do this with gay marriage, and that's a good thing. You don't see conservatives adapt and change. They usually just get more restrictive. So I'm completely fine with getting the idea of a free thinker into office, that even if something at the time doesn't make sense, they get in there and they go, yeah, this wouldn't work. You know, we talked about it, we ran on it. Just in today's world, maybe not possible, but we need that honesty about people.
Okay, so the next one after 32-hour work week is number 6. They want the largest corporations and essential industries to be publicly owned rather than privately owned. And this is basically going back to the housing, the same kind of model, correct?
No. Well,
Okay.
somewhat. Yeah, they want to nationalize all natural resources, which I 100% agree with.
Well, public owner. Okay, never mind.
No, not public ownership. They want to nationalize it, which I think we should. You know why? Because every time any other country tries to nationalize their oil or anything, we go fucking invade them, which tells me it's a pretty strong point and good revenue stream. If we were to nationalize oil, energy, what did we look at? We looked at 5 things.
Nationalize their oil, and we didn't. Oh, never mind. That's off topic. Anyways, go ahead.
Fine. Yeah. There's 5 things I want to nationalize. Again, I got to get back inside, but the kids are in there screaming their heads off, so you wouldn't be able to hear me. But if we took, because here's my thing, I think that anything that's part of our country should not be privatized, right? When Mr. Global went in front of Congress, he said, when we talk about Saudi Arabia's oil, that's actually Saudi Arabia's oil. When you talk about China's oil, that's China's oil. When you talk about American oil, we don't see the profits. Those go to private companies like Chevron and BP and Vizian. Like, they are owned by private companies, so they get to actually see the main profits of those things. If we were to actually nationalize all of our natural resources, which we should, because nobody should own our natural resources, it'd be an additional $1 trillion of revenue for the government.
Well, the government does tax the profits, so in a sense, they do get a portion of the profits.
Cool. They get 1/5, or not even 1/5. They get one. What would it be? I think 1.2. So yeah, they get 1.2% of the profits when they could get 100% of the profits. Lower people's fucking energy costs, lower the price of fucking gas. They'd be able to lower everything, still take their 24% that they need for maintenance, upkeep, and fucking paying the people to run it. And we'd still have lower every goddamn thing. If you weren't running for profit for your shareholders, you can just make people's lives better. Sounds like a good fucking plan to me.
I mean, you also have no incentive to operate more efficiently.
Why?
Because you're not trying to earn a profit. The way you earn a profit is by reducing your well, I mean, there's a couple ways, but one way is by reducing your costs. And the way that you reduce your costs is to operate more efficiently.
That's not
so
true.
If you have no profit incentive, you have no incentive to reduce your costs.
I'm sorry, but even in communism, the USSR disagrees with you. They wanted to get to the moon first because they wanted their country to fucking be the first country to get there. They wanted to make sure that they had the most they wanted to make sure to take care of people there. Before the USSR fell apart, they're the perfect example of making people's lives better. They brought like 30 fucking million people out of poverty. China's done the same fucking thing. And they didn't do it for fucking profits. They did it because they understood that the people are the ones that actually...
But they fell apart because the United States built up their military knowing that the Soviet Union's economy couldn't keep up with the economic engine the United States had. That's why they fell apart.
No, that's everyone's view of why they fell apart. They fell apart for multiple reasons. One of them being that some parts of the USSR government were corrupt because they were not cadres. They were not committed to theory. They were not committed to communism wholeheartedly.
All right, hold on.
It was only from war is just completely reductive.
We didn't even make it 5 minutes to stick into the new layout we're trying to do. We made a debate point. We didn't even ask a question. So.
I want to point out that municipal electric is in the town next to me in Peabody, Mass. And they have very low rates for the electricity. It brings jobs locally to like linemen in the community. They have great healthcare, and the business runs like its own municipally. The city owns it, and it functions perfectly fine. And they're not just focused on profits. So.
Yeah, and Adrian, I know we're mainly here for you. I want you to do me a favor because I know you're near a computer. I'm not currently. Look up what the TVA provides versus, we'll say, like AEP. They're a pretty big provider. Look at the lower costs. Look at the amount of people that they connect to. I mean, there are people that borrow energy from the TVA. Oh man, I wish Pallet was here and not at work. There's another one called like Memphis Coalition something. They provide to hundreds of thousands of people energy at the lowest cost. I mean, it's like a 30% reduction because they don't have to go to a shareholders meeting. They only make enough money to make sure that the people that work for them are paid and that they have enough to do innovation and upkeep.
This might be a little off the topic again, but still wanted me to ask, with your resources, why don't you do rubber or steel or aluminum or copper or sand or concrete?
No, any natural resources that are in our country should be ran by the government for nonprofit. It should, or if they need additional profit, they could do that, right? They could change it and be like, hey, we're going to go from a 17% revenue this year to 23% and give ourselves an additional $500,000 this year.
Well, but all products originate from natural resources.
You know what? I'm going to side with the socialists here. I think we should nationalize the condom industry, and then we'd have to deal with a lot less morons in government.
Well, this is why you should be for ABs, because since only liberal women have them, you can get rid of all the lefties.
Don't respond to that shit.
Comment. Stop.
Fucking stupid. Well, okay. So if you get to a point where this isn't about money anymore and it's just about resources, then the amount of money that it costs to run a public utility is nothing. It's just labor. That's it. It always breaks down to labor. And as long as you can get the labor, the cost is irrelevant. And yes, there's always a motivation to decrease the amount of labor to actually run a particular mill, product, service, whatever, because the people that work there, the people that are providing the labor, are going to want to work less hours if at all possible, or get more done in less hours.
But it's not just labor. You can't generate power out of thin air.
It is only labor.
No, there's still input cost. Solar panels aren't free. Wind turbines aren't free. Hydroelectric.
No, it's all labor. I'm sorry, but a fucking solar panel is just labor.
No, it's not.
Put together. Yes, it is. It is put together by labor.
So all of the materials that went into building it are just labor.
That's all labor. Yes.
No,
they had to be extracted they had to be extracted out of the ground by labor. They had to be molded into whatever fucking shape they need to be molded in by labor. They had to be put on the fucking roofs by labor. Everything is just labor.
Yeah,
you do
realize all the capital that went into paying all of those people to do it.
There's no capital. It's everything's labor. Now you can pay the capital in whatever fucking way you want, but it's just labor. Everything breaks down. All value is created by labor. All of it.
Yeah, Steve, you do realize that, like, part of the profit that you have to pay for on every service that you have, right? Whether it's your cable, whether it's your energy, your air conditioning, whatever it is, there is a markup for profit. You're paying for profit.
No shit.
If you nationalize it, you no longer have to pay for that for profit.
Yeah, and in most instances, you probably don't get what you pay for either because it fucking sucks.
That's not true. Again, I mentioned the TVA. I mentioned Memphis Municipal. Like, there are a ton of energy companies that are either state or city ran that provide even better outcomes because they live and work in those communities. They care more. That's what I wish I could get you guys to wrap your head around, is that we've gotten so big as a nation that we just think that, oh, I have to go with the largest thing because it's the best provider. Cell phones used to do this. Verizon. That's why they fell apart. When they started focusing more on like smaller municipalities and like tying in together with other networks, that way people in rural areas had better outcomes, better service, they got more profit. They got more people involved. When you start caring about fucking people, the money and the revenue comes with it. That's why I think we should nationalize it. That way, if there is a profit, we could put it towards things like universal health care or affordable fucking daycare.
Yeah, except there's no incentive to do any of those things because you just took the profit out of it, which is why, in your example, exactly why Verizon did it. There was no other fucking reason that they didn't. They didn't give a shit about it.
All right, we're off topic again. Adrian, go.
All right.
So I do have a question, though.
Yeah.
So on that one, there's a lot of problems that I see, and without getting too far into the weeds, problems such as, like, who holds, say, the like the managers and the heads of these companies accountable, say when quality decreases or when they're not productive? How do you hold somebody accountable if it's owned by those same people, I guess?
It'd be, well, here's the thing. You have zero accountability to holding any of those people accountable now. If AEP provides me bad service, or if I have to wait in my house 24 hours for Time Warner to come out and fix my internet, there's not a fucking thing I can do about it because it's a private company. All I can do is end my service. If those people work in the government and it affects hundreds of millions of people and hurts them, you know what you just lost? Votes. You at least have some kind of representation. You have some kind of voice to make a difference of being like, hey, our energy costs are through the fucking roof. What the fuck are you guys doing about it? And every time I put Democrats in office, my energy costs go up. I'm not voting for a Democrat anymore.
Well, but
you have a voice to say something.
You gotta wait 2 years to hope that the general consensus is the same as yours in order to do anything about it, instead of just switching your fucking provider and using someone else in a day and a half.
Again, nobody's advocating for, again, like when we talked about energy, right? TVA is state ran. I would like to see some more state ran things that then they can pay off if they have any profits back to the federal government. But I personally think that if they're paying the workers, which has increased the amount of workforce that they have, and they're making enough for upkeep and innovation, then I'm fine with that. That's cool. I'd rather it be state revenue even than private.
Is there anything you wouldn't nationalize?
Yeah, I think that I'm okay with the private market and a ton of shit. And again, if I can hear my kids outside in my garage right now. They're just wilding out. It's that time of night. They'll go to bed soon. I have a whole thing of the 5 things I do want to nationalize. And again, it's energy, telecommunications, oil. Oh, somebody's echoing. And I cannot remember the last 2, but if we started there, again, we're talking about $1 trillion that could be put back into the American people so they could actually pay for things that are increasing out of our control right now, like housing and fucking grocery bills.
Okay, so next point is higher taxes on wealthy. I think we can skip that one because we talk about it all the time. Stronger unions and more worker control. I haven't read about this one, so I don't know anything about it or even what to ask. What does that mean exactly?
Unions have representatives that ensure that the workers have a voice. Even just union workers in themselves. I don't want to talk about just protectionism because here's an example of how unions benefit the workers and not in a good way. So police, for example, have unions. So when a cop fucking breaks the law, they do have an IA, internal affairs commission department, but the union gets extremely involved to make sure that they protect the worker. That's where I disagree with strong union protections. Because again, I think if you break the law, you should have the same representation as everybody else. But when it comes to like, some grocery stores around me, for example, I'm sure everyone's heard of a Chief. They're actually union. Aldi's union. The unions push only for the betterment of the worker. They do not care about the profit of the company. They do not care about the profit for the shareholders. Their only point in representation with having a union is protection rights, better wages, and better work environment for the workers. That's their job. That's why a lot of people on the right dislike unions, because they want to find the lowest pay that they can give to people. They want to find the worst conditions to increase profits. Unions do not care about profits. Union reps do not care about profits. Their only job, the Teamsters' job, is to care about the worker. So, of course, the DSA would be for that.
Okay, so I had a question on that.
But they'll literally not care for profits to the point of unaliving the very company that they work for. And historically, this is true, where union companies, without the bailout of the government, will literally go bankrupt, and somehow no jobs is better than having a job.
Okay.
Because they don't argue for better. Well, they don't argue for better equipment.
I don't know how you thought this was going to be a good idea.
Yeah, that seems more like a comment than a question. I just have a question.
For sure.
So, CT, you said that the police unions were protecting police officers if they committed a crime. Where did you get that information from?
I mean, it's very well known the entire process whenever a conflict happens, right? You have to have a union rep in the office for you. We obviously know that in any union, by the way, this isn't just to police, teachers unions, oil, electric, like unions jobs are to protect the worker. The only problem that I have with it in police work is, again, most of the time with everybody else, it might be negligence or loss of productivity. In police work, it's about loss of life. And that's where I just have a hard time getting behind it. But I mean, you know that as well. You worked in law enforcement. Like the police union will represent you, will make sure that different things that you don't have to be a part of. And again, that is the part of a union, is to collectively, we will make sure to defend you. I just don't think that should be in police work, because that's a very, very delicate kind of fucking work that fucks with people's rights. And so that one I'm iffy about. I'm still kind of working out in my head.
Well, this goes along with my question, even though it's addendum to the question. So for like a teachers union, if those teachers commit a crime, are you saying that those unions protect those teachers?
Possibly.
Not as strongly. Not as strongly. The police union is the most strongest union in the entire United States. That you can get your union rep and speak to a union rep or maybe a union attorney, but it's just not on the same level and access to funds the way a police union has.
Can I bring up a point?
Strongest union is the UAE.
Well, I would say a couple examples I could give is like the UAE, for example. If wage increases aren't matching, the growth of the country or the pricing of things, they will go on strike. And then you have scabs. And again, Adrian, if you don't know a lot about union stuff, you should look into it, because what they do is they collectively come together and say, we're not working for you anymore, and we're not quitting. And you can't fire us because we agreed upon that we have the ability to strike and tell you that we want better work conditions. Teachers, for example, may have a piece of literature that they feel very strongly about. And if other teachers agree, like, hey, this is a good point, we should do this, they can go on strike. You can't really get scab teachers. It is a way for the working class to have an ability to say the labor that you need from us will not be provided until the conditions that we think are a necessity, we're willing to lose out on cost on, because we care that deeply about it. It's a put your money where your mouth is kind of situation, but at least the workers have a fucking voice to say something.
Go ahead.
The way I like to put it is, unions came about because the companies treated their workers poorly, and they decided they weren't going to put up with it anymore. Any company, say a lot of American automotive companies, have unions because they treated people poorly, and that's their punishment that they now have to live with. To sit there and cry as the union's going to put them out of business without subsidies just means they did it to themselves.
Yeah, the launch of the union force. Oh, sorry, go ahead. I've been talking. Go ahead.
I was just going to bring up a point of like something that happened near me where the teachers protested. Well, not protested. They went on strike. In Massachusetts, they're like not allowed to go on strike. It's like this weird thing that they can't do it for a certain amount of days. So they did, and they broke that, and they got fined. And so the teachers union got fined, and now like they don't really get that much money for the union, and so now they're trying to get like they're trying to get it waived. And so it's like this whole argument. But like my point was that the laws have to coincide with like helping the unions, not harming them, because that makes a big difference in states too. So I just wanted to bring up that point that has to coincide with that too for it to work.
Yeah, and Adrian, think about this. We have
trying to avoid commenting, but I mean, specifically when I was in the police union, it had nothing to do if you committed a crime or anything like that. It's specific to police officers are exempt employees. They don't get lunch breaks or any of that other shit. And if you need to be on service for 24 hours straight, you have to be. You're an exempt employee as a public servant. And that's what the unions were for like actual workers' rights. And it still boggles the mind that y'all are like union busting with all that rhetoric just because you don't like police. I mean, that's my problem with the DSA.
That's not true. We know exactly how police unions work. And police unions work in that they can even determine what punishments are given to officers that go beyond what the state has or the city has designated for them, given that they violate some sort of line. Unions absolutely abdicate for officers all the time in the face of crimes. They supply them with almost an unlimited amount of wealth and legal aid. This is just completely untrue.
Yeah, I mean, we can look at, what was that guy's name, Kavanaugh? Like, do you remember how strong the police union came out for him and saying he's just doing his job? Like, the only reason people have an issue with police union is because who they've historically backed when it's been very open and clear to the public, like, this guy broke the fucking law. Which, again, that is the purpose of the union. But, again, it's only really with ones that can fuck with people's rights I have a weird issue on. Most of the other ones, when it comes to unions, again, don't forget where it started. It started with, I believe, Ford and the motor line. Unions fought to get us down to a workable hours per week. They fought to get us weekends off. Unions have always been good. They've always cared about the workers in a world where not a lot of people do. So I'm always been.
Adrian has a question, by the way.
What's up, Adrian?
Yeah. So I'm sorry, this is going to pivot just a touch. So if all the companies are owned by the public or by the workers, are we still going to need the unions?
Well, it depends on the industry. Or sorry, I heard somebody else start up there if they want to go.
I just said that's a good point.
Yeah, you may not. You'd have to talk to.
I would think that you would have to have some form of separation between management and the regular worker.
No, that's awful. That is completely antithetical to what a worker-owned co-op is. The point of a worker-owned co-op is so that there is not that separation.
Yeah, and then nothing gets done.
Yeah, how are you going to handle
No, they
disagreements
do it all
among the
the
workers?
time.
Wait, B, how are you going to handle disagreements among the workers?
You can set up if you want to go about the legal way, you could set up legal documentation that sort of pens everyone to this agreement, similar to something you set up when you go work for some CEO, right? You can just make it a legally binding document between all the workers.
A workplace that
You guys don't think. You guys aren't innovative, man. It's
a
weird.
workplace that has
That's how it is now, and you're not satisfied with it. You don't like it.
Yeah, a workplace that has no hierarchy of any sort is just an ineffective workplace. Because who tells who to do what? Where they just all sit in a boardroom.
Well, CT's short for time, so let's just let him go through the rest.
Patriarchy mindset.
For the day.
Wait, hold on. When you say like nothing will get done, I don't know what you're talking about. Like General Motors has a union. Fucking Ford has a union.
Wait, I didn't say that about unions. I said that
Boeing, AT&T,
no
the largest companies in our country have union representation.
That's not the argument.
And even those unions have a hierarchy.
Okay, pause. So he's saying something else.
Nobody's arguing against a fucking hierarchy. It's about
he was.
Well, B was.
No, Steve's arguing against worker co-ops. If he actually listened to CT earlier, he brought up the largest worker co-op on the fucking planet, the Mondragon Corporation, a very successful fucking worker co-op, may I add. Please look into it, Steve, before you just ramble on.
And I guarantee they still have a hierarchy, because if they didn't, they wouldn't fucking.
Never stated they didn't have a hierarchy.
Well, that's what I was arguing for. So what the fuck is your point?
Workers have input. Workers have votes against management.
One more time.
So yeah, with Mondragon, Adrian, just so you know, like the way that their like layout works, yes, they do have a hierarchy. They have managers, they have supervisors, they got engineers, all kinds of things. It's a huge company, huge co-op. The difference is the employees can actually become worker owners after they've been there for a little bit. So they actually buy into the company. They get a decision, they get a vote when it comes to things about spending, when it comes to about raises. They take the time out of their very, very busy day to be like, hey guys, the reason that we want to make this decision to, increase hours is because of this. This is what we're seeing. This is our outlook. This would be our profits. These would be your bonuses. These would be your vacations we could provide. Imagine if you actually worked at a place that explained all those things to you, and then you actually got a decision on like how you should move forward. Because there have been large decisions in a place like Mondragon where they decided not to grow for a year because there were large increases during COVID. They actually put their investment in They wanted to actually build a new building, I believe, in Spain. All they said was, hey, we're going to put it off for 4 years. We're going to make sure that people get some decent bonuses to help them through hard times right now. Because that's what the people of Mondragon wanted. That, to me, is a really cool concept, and I think it's very doable.
So in having a hierarchy and like having management, you're ultimately in charge or have more responsibility, I guess. How does that offset, say, in the weight of your vote, or does it?
So what they do is they actually elect like a governing council, right? Like an actual direct representation. And then I believe they vote on it every year. And I believe there's also emergency injunctions they can do to where if somebody they voted for representation, they don't feel like they're representing them well, they can vote for an emergency injunction to be like, hey, we put this guy in because we wanted to make sure that he was representing the issues that us, the workers, were having. He's not. We'd like him to be replaced. And they take a vote and he can be replaced. All the hierarchy needs to be is like, overarching. I'm a manager. So, right, my job is to provide, this is how I at least look at it. My job isn't that people that work for me. My job is that I actually work for them. I provide them with the tools they need to succeed in their day-to-day operations. If people could get that mindset into managers' heads, you'd have much better fucking managers and not power-hungry fucking bitches.
The key difference of what we were describing is I, as a worker, I have no power in the workplace. But when my vote and our collective votes, as workers, it democratizes the workplace. We don't like management, we get the fucking rid of management. We can't do that as in our current system, right? The board of directors can, but I, as a worker on the shop floor, cannot.
What if workers don't want to have an ownership stake in the company?
It's stupid.
Well, then
that's
go work.
The biggest.
Well, no, go work in a different company.
Incentive. That's the biggest incentive towards efficiency. When you have vested interest in any company, guess what? You're willing to go the extra mile because you get something in return.
Okay,
but maybe we understand that. But what if they don't want it?
Then why would you work there?
Well, because they're getting a paycheck for one, but you could also, they also may think that the company's going to go downhill and don't want to have an ownership stake and they'd rather have the cash instead of the ownership.
Okay, then leave.
Why should they have to leave? Why can't you just have a free society where they can choose?
You still can. We're not advocating for everyone to do this. Like, you can still, I don't know what kind of fucking weird, like, weird utopia I'm arguing against of whatever you think we're trying to go to. These are just options that give people better representation and more of a voice. These are things that people are pushing for to have new options.
So
we still live in the fucking real world.
Let me explain it to you to make sure that I understand it correctly. So in this utopia society that they're pushing for, the bigger companies and natural resources would be owned by the people that work there, and they will have, I guess, kind of like I was explaining with the quote HOA thing, they'll have people that are elected to a council that make the choices and they represent the people that are working there. Now, do smaller businesses or medium-sized businesses have the same structure?
Sorry.
They can. I don't know where the idea of force comes from. These aren't even things that people are pushing to put legislation in to make it like a forcible change. These are things they'd like to see happen, and they're backing candidates that are pushing to see it happen. What you would see is a place like Tesla or an Amazon that's very anti-union, very anti-representation. They just wouldn't get the federal fundings from places like Congress. They wouldn't get hundreds of billions of dollars to pay like millions of dollars in taxes. You'd actually watch co-ops start getting additional funding for growth and things like that are going to embetter the people so that way the people have better representation in their jobs. That's all it literally is. It's not a force thing. You can still have private companies. You can go out there and have your tattoo shop or your fucking gun embroidering company. You can do whatever you want. But when it comes to like where our money goes to, our taxes, we want to see it go back into places that are actually going to be representing the people.
So this is pushing. So this is pushing for people to get elected to try and push legislation that pushes unions?
Absolutely. At the very, very core of the DSA, focusing on the worker is the number one message. And that's where people that are called DSA, which cracks me the fuck up, because not everyone, like, for example, Dr. Abdul Al Saeed, he doesn't even consider himself a Democratic socialist, but the DSA backs him because all of his messaging is focusing on one thing: the people. Better
Which is not
opportunities
that
for healthcare.
extreme.
It's
Which is not that extreme.
Yeah,
That's what's so wild.
yeah, they don't even care that he doesn't consider himself a Democratic socialist. He's just like, I'm a Democrat. I have the wrong name. I have the wrong skin tone to be right. Like, I get all these things, but I don't care. All I care about is the people, getting them opportunities. And the DSA went, cool, we like your message. Go.
I hear you, but everything that kind of you say, and not just you, like people that are pushing DSA, they're telling me, say they're for the workers, but they're not telling me how or to what extent.
Sure. So do you think that, how much money would you, I don't know, like what your work situation is or anybody's work situation. Do you think it would be better to pay, I don't know how much you pay for private insurance, but I have a family with a wife and 3 kids. I pay roughly a little over $200 a week for insurance. You know how cool that would be if that was just taken on my taxes and it cost me like $50 and I'd have to worry about it. I'd have $150 extra a week to take the girls out to go swimming, to go on a little road trip, whatever. You know how cool it'd be if every job that we push for that got government funding for the embetterment, by the way, that's the biggest thing. So like I work in the food industry. I work in warehousing that ships food and desserts and stuff. That would get probably some government subsidies to help on innovation and growth. They could a lot of times they would take that money, put it into increased wages, or we'd get union representation, right? Because they'd be like, oh shit, all these pro-union places are getting money from the government. Let's open up a union here. Instantly, my wage increases would go up. I'd have representation. I'd have a bigger voice. It would matter. Everything that the DSA is pushing for is getting people like you and me to have a voice, not only on the local level, state level, but a federal level. That's why it's so dangerous to everybody that enjoys capitalism and keeping wealth at the top, because they realize that when the people have a voice, it costs them money. And I'm perfectly fine with all of those fucking things.
Unions also, so when they say they're for the workers, I think what they mean is unions being able to abdicate on behalf of workers. What the heck is what?
Oh, that's Coco Melon. I know Coco Melon.
W Coco Melon. W for Coco Melon in the chat.
It's also important to point out unions have posed a pretty serious economic threat to the country, but
yeah, no, they don't. Anyways, Adrian, so like I was saying, unions essentially what they do is they work fully for the worker. They do not work for the corporation. So corporation decides that they want to reach maybe a broader group of people through unionizing or however they decide to unionize. And the union is the one who protects the workers. So like, for instance, for nurses, the union is what gave them essentially patient ratios, because having too many patients, nurses make accidents and they kill people. And so unions stepped in and they said, we need laws and legislations that protect nurses from killing people. A nurse should only have 6 patients a shift. You know what I mean? And so they're the ones who advocate with legislation. They provide legal counsel and they make sure that the employees that are in the union get higher than standard wages.
Right. So
I think you get it now. So the nurses union is the one that provides legal counsel when nurses commit a crime. That's where it's coming from.
No, that's insurance. And nurses get something similar to what doctors get. They get malpractice insurance. That's usually where the
what
majority
happens to the
of
patients if
comes
nurses go on strike?
Yeah, they bring in
scab nurses. Yeah,
and they fucking suffer.
So basically, we used to be pretty pro-union, and we've gotten away from it. So DSA just wants to push it back there again.
When you say we, who are you talking about?
The USA.
Yeah, we were really, really strong pro-union in the 20s and 30s because the working conditions were terrible. And then we had kids in fucking mines. And we decided collectively as a country, we're like, that's probably not great. We could probably do better. And that's why you have places like Florida trying to change like the fact that like 15-year-olds can work till like midnight now. They'd like to get away from it because everything about unions cares about the workers. Profit comes second. Now, what you're going to hear from everybody that opposes that is like, well, without profit, you have no jobs. That's just not true, because in their own stance that if the jobs aren't there, somebody else will just create a business and start it up. So it drives competition, which then drives down pricing and then increases the wage value for the worker. So they got to pick a fucking lane in this fucking argument about where profits go, because if places are going to close down or not provide services, then by their own standards, some other place will just come do it better. Either one's true or but they're both true. They got to pick one.
Are there any cons, in your opinion, with this?
Me personally, working with unions, there's an increased cost in it. So like I worked in road construction. That was part of the business that I owned. We were not union, and we consistently lost out to places that were, because of quality. If it was a state funded thing, you weren't even considered if you weren't non-union, because they hold OSHA regulations to a very high standard. Not every private non-union place did. And so they just took it into their risk assessment to be like, you know what, the cost of hiring a private company that's non-union and that doesn't adhere to OSHA standards may cost us more in penalties than just paying the additional cost to ensure that those standards are upheld. So yeah, there can be some higher wage cost, but again, it's for fucking corporations and companies that make hundreds of billions of dollars. Nobody cares.
That's the rationale that like car makers use when they find out that the brake systems doesn't work, and they try to figure out how many unalivings they're going to have to pay out versus what a recall would cost.
Yeah, not a lot of people know this. I worked in auto manufacturing for almost 15 years. Those little hooks that you got, for anybody that has kids, that you connect your baby seat to, I used to manufacture those in Ohio. So for any Ford out there, if one's ever broke, I apologize. I might have welded it. My bad. We pretty much, the place I worked at is one of the largest. They provide like 80% of what's called child seat tethers for all Ford trucks, Fusions, cars, everything. That's a federally regulated part. We used to have guys in lab coats come in and test our like weld porosity. They used to take dust samples from the machines, like, and it was so important that those things were upheld, that if we had a quality manager that, for example, passed bad welds that hold your child in your seat, he could actually be brought up on federal crimes. Which to me, it sounds very risky, but also, you know what? That's a fucking accountability. I don't want my kid flying through the fucking windshield if I'm in an accident because we made some shitty fucking child tether hooks in the back seat. I think that's okay. I'm cool with all that shit. And it costs more money to make those things. It costs more money, but that's fine. We're talking about protecting fucking children in vehicle accidents, which is the second largest cause of death in this country to fucking kids. I'm cool with some fucking regulations being put on it.
Absolutely.
Okay, so the next point, since we've been on that one for quite a bit, they want to abolish ICE, end deportations, expand legal immigration, and provide a path to citizenship. Do we want to go on that one?
Fuck yeah.
Okay.
I guess I'll respond and then you guys can tear it apart. Amnesty is not something new to the United States. Ronald Reagan did it twice because he needed an economic boom for trickle-down economics. I would like to see it because we now have tons of studies. The best one would probably be the 2024 Cato study showing immigration, whether it be legal or illegal, is a net profit. The cost for what it takes to take care of immigrants, quote unquote, in our country versus the net profit we get from taxes is on the plus side. Secondly, abolishing ICE, fuck yes. What I'd actually like to, I wish they would change the wording of that. And ICE was established after the Patriot Act. I wish they'd say abolish the Patriot Act because that still gives the government a lot of rights to be watching us, collecting data and a ton of things. ICE was just part of that. I think, Border Patrol does a perfect job. If we want to increase the costs on that, there's a conversation to be had about that, about how to control the border. I think the Murphy bill kind of addressed a lot of things that we need to do. But I believe that what American culture is diversity. I've always said this. If you have to like wrap something around what American culture is, it's diversity and opportunity. And I think we should allow more people into this country because I think that everyone that comes here, maybe not everyone, that's probably a bit of an exaggeration, but the majority of people that come here just want to have freedoms. They want to have the opportunity and the chance to be successful. I'm perfectly fine because we have a declining birth rate we have to replace. And for all the people that fucking love capital, they want to kick out all the goddamn people that fucking provide it. I'd like to get to a point where we have enough workers to build enough homes that whether pricing gets driven down. I understand how markets work. The majority of the people in the DSA understand how markets work, understand how capitalism works, and they're not trying to fucking abolish it today. They're just saying, man, what a great future we get to if we didn't make every fucking decision based on the idea of making a profit. That would be cool. But you're going to have people that are going to paint this and frame it in a way that there's some kind of weird communist, non-linear Star Trek world that we have to defend. We don't have to. Every person that's trying to platform or push for this future that we're talking about is talking about the next 2 to 5 years. Bring people in. Understand that what America is. It's about the invention of new ideas and opportunities. Let them come in, bring their culture, bring new foods, bring new tastes. Like that to me is the most American goddamn thing in the world, and I'm completely cool with it.
I don't really have anything to tear apart there. I just want to supplement with we don't have a real path to citizenship. It's a lot of humming and a lot of humming and a hawing with no real this is what you have to do to get here. It's, hey, we're going to meander through this process, and it could take, depending on how much money you have, it could take 2, it could take 5 years, it could take 20, and cost you a lot of money while doing it instead of just having an upfront cost, which is, I think it's insane that we have it. I think it's insane the way that it's set up right now.
And I guess I'll make the counter argument that the right's going to make for when it comes to immigrants. They're like, well, if we had better immigration, Lincoln Riley would be alive. Like, well, yeah, if we didn't have ICE, fucking Alex Preddy and Renee Good would be alive. So I guess there's a fucking trade-off here.
It's only been around since 2003, too. So
yeah, it was established with the Patriot Act. If it was up to me, we'd abolish the Patriot Act. That shit's fucking gross.
Does something take its place?
I think, again, if you will, actually, I think the Murphy bill, and who was it before it was the Murphy bill? Was it Langston?
Mm-hmm.
Langford, right?
Langford was after the Murphy bill. Murphy bill was first.
Yep. I think that they're...
That's not true. That's not true.
It was Langford, then Murphy, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, I will say the DSA pushes for open borders. I don't think that in the world that we live in, that's feasible. That's probably one point I'll disagree on. Now, it is weird because in Europe, they have a lot of that. You have multiple countries that they share train routes. They do all kinds of things. That they have commerce that trades. The United States, a little bit different setup. And we do a lot of fuck shit that makes people really want to hurt us and hurt our people. I'm okay with the idea of the establishment of a border. I understand maintaining your sovereignty and having to protect it. Which again, you'll get to the point where we get to free Palestine. We'll talk about this. So I need to remain morally consistent. I'm okay with maintaining our borders. I think that there should be a good way to control who comes in, who comes out, understanding who's in our country, who's not. Obviously, nobody wants to advocate for another 9/11. But again, we'll get to that when it comes to foreign affairs, when you get to that point, Adrian. But until we can get a grasp on those things of people wanting to come into the country and hurt Americans, I do completely understand the ability of controlling your borders of who's coming in and out. But that also comes with the caveat of having a clear, concise, and easy way to actually become a part of this country. Without one, I don't want the other.
Because in general, if we had an easy way that was simple to understand and process, we wouldn't have these problems. Generally, what you see is when you make things more difficult, is you see people just side-skirting what you want, instead of just giving them a clear, defined way of doing it.
Wait for Ella to do an announcement real fast.
Oh. Hi, Ella.
Hello.
Jesus, I didn't realize. Okay. Hi. Hello, everybody. Sorry. I'm screaming. Yeah. I was looking at a map. I'm a little bit distracted. I had a day already, but that's besides the point. I'm sorry to interrupt the conversation. I just wanted to come up. We 60 people in here. I know of at least one person that's directly affected by the wildfires in Washington State right now. I just wanted to come up here and let everybody know that if you know anyone in the Washington, like the Eastern Washington area that's affected by the wildfires, feel free to have people reach out to me directly if they need to look for a place to stay or place to evacuate to, anything. I am working with some folks across the state, but mostly in the Yakima area. But we're trying to find as many places we can for people to stay. Because like structures are actively burning down, so we're at a critical state. So that's what I've been kind of busy with. So if you see anyone talk about this or hear anyone talk about this and they might need help, please send them my way.
Has there been any response from the federal government with funding or help and aid to kind of help stop this?
Last we heard, our governor did talk to Trump. I do not know yet to what extent we'll receive help.
Yeah, I know a lot of like blue states were being told that funding was going to be withheld because they didn't vote right, which is fucked. But I just didn't know if that affected you guys or not.
Yeah, I mean, this is just wildfires are nothing unusual for this area, clearly, but this one specifically, the Spokane one, like the wildfires are running through like actual neighborhoods, like people's homes are burning down. That tends to happen with these, but this is to an extent that we don't usually see as much. And as far as the weather forecast is concerned, it's going to stay dry and windy. There is a fire ban for the entire state in place. But yeah, they're calling it an explosive, I forget the wording now, but like they're using the word explosive specifically in terms of like saying how dangerous the circumstances are right now.
Is it just because of the temperature and like a drought?
The drought.
Or something? Like why? Yeah.
Well, we didn't get the snow that we should have, right? So like the less snow we get during the winter, the higher the rate of wildfires tends to be. So yeah, I mean it's directly related to climate change. Like this is,
I'm so sorry.
No, I mean I'm fine. I'm safe. I'm just doing my best to help as much as this is like evolving very quickly. Like these fires move, right? Like they basically just kind of, especially when it's windy, it's the same as what happened in LA, right? Like the fires move and these fires are just running through neighborhoods at this point. So just trying to help.
No, excellent. And if anybody knows anybody in those areas, please reach out to them, make sure they're okay. If anybody wants to help, I'm sure there's a ton of organizations that you can look up to help people out there. Everyone absolutely should.
Yeah, I might see if I can post some stuff in Mojo's Discord, like maybe in general shenanigans or something with links to places, phone numbers, whatever. But if someone needs urgent, they can reach out to me directly.
And if you're not in the Discord, the link is in my bio. So you can join the Discord if you want.
Yeah. Also, I promised a mod announcement. So, like, please do the tappity tap tap tap. All of you 66 lovely souls. We're so glad you're here. Please chime in on this awesome political conversation. Whatever the fuck it was about, I was admittedly not listening. I apologize.
We're talking about the DSA. I've had to kick all the conservatives because they just want to argue.
I'm okay with an argument, but then it's the rabbit holes. It's well, if the lights go out, this turns black. And if this turns black, black turns blue. Blue turns green, green you're dead. I'm like, what the fuck?
No, but, okay, an argument's good. I'm willing to argue every single point. I'm ready to argue with you on every single point of this shit because I think you're wrong about a lot of stuff. However, when there are people that just don't know or don't understand, you're better off explaining it to them first. And we should probably get used to paring this down to something that's a little quicker so that you can run through it real fast and then argue each point or argue the most important points to the person that you're talking to.
Yeah, and for anybody wondering, again, not trying to pull away from Mojo at all, I'm off throughout the week, usually around midday to evenings. My lives for at least the last few weeks have only been about covering DSA things that they're trying to do. As of late, I've actually been going into the people that they're backing because I actually do want to see the difference in comparison of the policies that candidates are running on versus like what the DSA is saying. Because again, it's annoying. I have to keep repeating this. The DSA is just a political movement. It's not a party. These are not everything that we're talking about is a platform that every single person that's backed by them, endorsed by them, will adhere to. And again, we've seen this on the right where it is crazy that I guess we should have questioned it more with places like Heritage Foundation, Turning Point, Patriot Front. They have some really, really radical views as well. They gave funding to candidates. They still back candidates to this day. We never questioned those things. It was just like, oh, it's a political movement. Okay, they pay in. It is what it is. Freedom of speech. What people on the right have done is they've weaponized the DSA to make it sound like it's a Red Scare tactic part two, to make it sound like every single candidate's wrapping around their thumb every single thing that the DSA is talking about. But what I do like about the DSA is that even in the most extreme things like abolish the Senate, it made me look into like, well, what would that look like? What would that, how would that work in America? And I found some really cool things just by being more inquisitive, more so than judgmental. And I thought it was cool. So I've been talking about it a lot. So if you guys are curious about DSA stuff, I do run some lives for a couple hours, usually Monday through Thursday when I'm off. And by all means, come over there, ask me a ton of questions, tear it apart. Let's get into it together. Let's figure out if it's a good thing. Is it a bad thing? I think we got to be more inquisitive, less judgmental.
Okay, so next point, because I think we've done the immigration one. We do that all the time. So they eventually want to abolish the police and prison system while shifting funding to social services. The reason, they argue many problems currently handled by police are better addressed through housing, mental health, addiction treatment, and other public services.
For sure. We know in our country there are thousands, not hundreds, not tens, thousands of people that are unalived in police conflicts, whether it comes from resisting, misunderstanding, having issues. We do understand that like police reform needs to happen. We can all agree the term defund the police was probably the worst messaging we've ever heard. Ever. The kickback from it, myself included, I have family that work on the force. I was like, just what, pay them less? Because again, simple minds, simple messaging. It takes a lot of understanding to figure out what that means. Part of their actual messaging, even on the DSA platform, is defund the police, reform the community. And what they're pushing for is that if you don't have people that are in economic dyers, right? If you don't have people impoverished, you don't need as much police force. We know there's a direct correlation to poverty and crime. There's no question about it. There's studies, there's data, it's all out there. The direct correlation to poverty and crime 100% is a reality. If you end poverty, you slow down crime. There will always be people that commit crime. And I hate when I hear like abolish the police or get rid of the police. I don't actually, and if you actually read the little subsection underneath of it, that's what it says. It says, if we put people in economic good value, they no longer feel the need to commit crime. They're providing for their families. Their bellies are full. They have a house over their head. Crime is not an option to make up for the shortfallings of the economic non-value they have in this country. I can get behind that. If the idea is saying, hey, we're going to provide to the poorest communities. And by the way, there are also studies on this. You can go to the University of Maryland, University of Baltimore. It's called trickle up economics. They invested in the most poorest, highest crime areas. They put millions of dollars into investment, new businesses, education. Their poverty and crime rate, well, poverty dropped by like 60-some%. Crime rates dropped by like 51% or something. I do have the studies saved. If anybody is curious about it, I can send it to you. There is a 1-for-1 correlation where when you get rid of poverty, you get rid of crime. If you don't have as much crime, you do not need as many police. And even the police that we do have are not fitted, trained, or even given a chance to understand that when there are mental health issues, when it comes to a lot of people, you don't always need police for that. There are task forces already in place today where you have mental health experts that are paired with police. That way, the mental health expert has a way to de-escalate first. The problem that we see today in our police forces is escalation first. Our good friend Brobot up here actually sent me a video last week where he was like, well, how would you handle this situation with a mental health expert? The first thing that happened in the video was somebody holding a knife, being very upset, having obviously a mental issue. The first thing the police officer did was stepped out of the car, pulled his gun, and said, get on the fucking ground. I said, well, right there's the issue. That's not how you de-escalate a mental health issue. There are ways to do this. It takes training and obviously funding. But if we're funding things like mental health rescues when people are having hard times, instead of just putting fucking lead into them, I don't think that you need to have such a large police force that we already know has its own issues in this country. That's where I stand on that.
What's the
Just
trade-off though?
avoiding the comment, but that's a gross mischaracterization. That particular video was in response to a stabbing. He had already unalived somebody. That's why the officer stepped out in that manner.
So that's
You
my
don't need to
question
step out like
is
that
what
at
is
all.
what is the trade-off
He had already
between
unalived somebody.
if you're in an emergency, what's the trade-off between coming in and taking control of what's going on, somebody that's harming, and trying to help them with a mental health professional? Where's the trade-off
Can I
there?
answer that as somebody who's worked in a psych unit?
Yeah, please.
So we handle dangerous people, quote unquote, when I was at the psych unit every single day. I worked on the 3rd floor, and the way it went was the people who were most stable were on the 1st floor, next level of stability on the 2nd floor, and the people who were violent were on the 3rd floor. There are so many tactics that we utilize to get people to calm down. One tactic is when everything else has been completely exhausted. Sometimes medical intervention is necessary, but you do not show up to someone, even if they unalive somebody already, and immediately show up with extreme aggression, especially if it's a mental health issue. So mental health professionals have all of these tactics in their back pocket. We've done it in San Francisco. So San Francisco has a mental health task force, and the numbers of unalivings by police violence have lowered because of that. So it's possible, and people are doing it all around the United States.
I hear you. The other questions I had in regards to DSA wanting this is, we get back on my train of thought because that kind of stuff is so. In the transition, as you're scaling back police force and pushing forward mental health professionals, what does that look like? How do you fund both? How do you make sure that the public is safe while you're transitioning there?
Well, no, I think and this is the part I think everyone misses too. You have to provide the economic opportunities for people to not want to be involved in crime first. That's step one.
Okay.
And I think that is the entire basis behind the DSA and why they focus so much on the workers, giving them livable wages, giving them opportunities. We do live in capitalism. We cannot change that overnight. We would fall apart. This country would crumble. You have to work within the system that you're given. But you first have to make sure that the people that are committing crimes, and I got to remember the study, but I think it was like 70% of even federal crimes were tied.
No, I agree with you there.
In poverty.
I agree with you there.
Like it was all impoverished people. They made less than like $30,000 a year. And so, yeah, if you're telling me my opportunities are become a streamer, go work at Walmart for $12 an hour, or go sling bags and I can make like $30,000 off the books and, make sure our house is paid for and we got food on the fucking table. Like, those are your options. We got to get some livable wages. We got to get opportunities. We need job growth. We need creation. But yeah, take the poverty side out of it and you knock out, again, we'll just say conservatively, let's say it's 40% of crime. There are millions of people in jail right now. Now you've got those people out of jail. They're working. They're adding to the country. They're paying their taxes. They're investing. They're paying sales tax. They're buying things. You only see job growth from trickle up economics. And I think, again, that's what the DSA is all about. Create the opportunities, remove people that are impoverished, and you watch crime drop. If you watch crime drop, that means there's a less chance of police officers getting harmed in the line of duty. There's less opportunity for them. And yes, I understand it sucks, but honestly, we're watching a decline in people that want to be police officers anyway because of the public outcry of the, unfortunately, like bad situations they've been put in, or not even put in. Some of them have just been fucking downright bad and evil. It's not a growing market anyway. We should find ways to need less of that job.
So do you remember in that example or that study that you were reading, because how do I want to say this? I mean, you have offenses like, say, domestic violence, cartels, the hate crimes that aren't, in my opinion, related to poverty. Or am I wrong there?
Yeah,
No, you're absolutely right, and that's why I think that nobody understood that nuance of defund the police. Right? If we're saying that, we'll just say 50% to make it easy for math. If 50% of the crimes are people selling narcotics, right? Because they need money. You get rid of that. You don't need 50% of the police. Now the 50% that you do need, right, are still there to uphold those things when it comes to like DV and grape and schmurder and all the terrible fucking things that happen in our country, which, by the way, let's not pretend that schmurder isn't something that could be not tied to economic stuff. So, but
DV as well, by the way, DV as well.
That's true. I forgot about that. Yeah, it's like one of the leading causes of divorce.
Yeah, it is absolutely. Financial situations are one of the leading causes of divorce. So people fight over money all the fucking time.
Yeah, when the basic needs of people are met, they do not go to extreme things. I feel like when people are put in extreme situations, they do extreme actions. Let's take away those fucking extremes. You wouldn't need as many police. But yes, I still do think that you should have a police force. But when I look out into the country now, I see these motherfuckers rolling in, what are those called? Like not HVATs. Those little fucking like mini tanks. MRAPs. They're coming in MRAPs and fucking grenades on their chests. I'm like, what are we doing? Like this guy's selling a bag.
They're less than lethal. It's
it's
tear gas.
Yeah, because that's the thing. Actually, like if you were on the website, Adrian, you'd see it was demilitarized the police too. It's one thing, obviously, we want to protect officers. They serve. I have a lot of high regard for, especially like my family that served. But when they even can look at me and go, we've somehow turned into like a militant group, we got to change that.
Obviously, there are parts of that I wholly agree with. I do believe a lot of the petty crime and even up to more serious crimes are predominantly from, socioeconomic kind of statuses. But I also sent you a video, obviously, with a $120,000 Ford F-250 Platinum pickup driving through a crowded mall. Like, obviously not everything is based on economics, and crime's going to happen regardless as if everybody's needs are met or not.
And bro, but I told you, I agree 100%. I don't think that, like, again, I don't know how they worded it. I have to look back at the site, but if they said like abolish the police, that's a fever dream. We know it's not going to happen.
I think I think they said militarize. My chat GPT just changed it to abolish. I think you're right there.
It was demilitarized, right? Yeah, it was. I think for probably at least, I mean, you really think about the police force was created in the first place to like capture slaves. In the 50s, they were to make sure that black people didn't go into sundown towns. In the 80s, they were helping push the fucking drug rate into black communities, minority communities. Like, I'm sorry, the police just haven't had a great fucking history since they fucking started. I would like to look at our police force as something that has, much like a lot of people that come back from the military, has the ability to fucking make sure no one gets harmed, uses it as a last resort. It should not be a fucking first response to every goddamn call. And I just feel like that's a lot of what happens today. I've watched too many videos. It needs to change. The ideology of the police has to fucking change.
I want to add to this too. Mental health services are going to be a big deal in this as well. So if healthcare is free, including mental health, and you can get like talk to anybody anytime you want. Go through weekly or monthly, meetings or checkups or whatever with people. Then you're going to have a lot less likelihood of crimes as well, especially violent.
100%.
Yeah, in San Francisco, 97%, they've done studies on, this program, the street. It has like a specific name. It's called the Street Response Team. And 97% of 911 calls that were for mental health were able to be successfully diverted to that street response team with nonviolent outcomes. That's honestly amazing.
All right, Adrian, what's next? I want to get to the fun stuff.
All right. So, end military and economic aid to Israel and support Palestinian self-determination.
So that one's a little bit bigger. It's not just to Israel. The DSA actually stands for shutting down our foreign bases in other countries. They'd like to remove and get all military personnel back to the United States. They do not want us involved in a lot of foreign affairs. But yes, the one thing that they platform largely is Free Palestine. I don't think I have to defend stopping a G side, so I guess I'll just stop there. Don't know how I feel about closing down our military bases, but at the same time, I'm wondering how much of a problem that creates, more so than, or puts people in harm's way, more so than it helps. That's one point that doesn't get brought up a lot. I haven't thought about it, but it's definitely something that's on my mind. I'm not 100% behind yet, but the more I think about it and, put some ponderance into, is it more of a conflict starter or is it a conflict ender? I haven't put a lot into, but that's just my stance. Maybe somebody else feels different.
Does anyone know whether the bases protect like the embassies, like our embassies around the world?
If that's the case, I don't know. China's able to operate and have embassies around the world without any bases. Other countries are able to do it. Why can't we?
Yeah, no, that's true. I was just curious about that because I always assumed, but
we put troops in them. That's typically the security force for ambassadors and other foreign dignitaries.
It's also used a lot for soft power and allows us to actually be able to move things pretty freely across the planet without having to ask for permission.
Yeah, like I said, this is one that I'm not 100% behind. And again, this isn't like, I keep reiterating this, like everything the DSA goes for, like it's not a zero-sum game. You're like, oh, we found something you disagree with. It's all shit. No, it's not. Like you can disagree with some things and be like, I don't really like that policy. Everyone else, any other political movement has one thing that I would love to hear a Republican fucking defend, like making United States a white Christian national fucking, utopia. I'd love to see them defend that. So it sucks. The DSA is put on a platform that, again, a ton of other groups is not. But yeah, this is one I don't think that I'm necessarily 100% behind.
Divine just said the bases don't protect the embassies. A group of Marines typically do, just to answer my question because she said it in the comments.
The only purpose of our almost 800 military bases across the planet is to maintain United States hegemony, which, like, some people may agree with, like, the United States being the world hegemonic power. I don't agree with that. That is the only purpose for having, like, that many foreign bases. It's to project like United States military power throughout the planet. And I think that is like that alone is a huge violation of like each individual nation's like sovereignty.
Well, Pallet, can I ask you this? Thank God you're here. I need to watch the panel more. I never know who's up or not. Do we use those military bases also to use as a landing spot for foreign aid?
Yeah, but just because a military base isn't there doesn't mean airports don't exist.
And that's fair. Like I said, I haven't put a lot of thought into this one. I've been defending, like, get rid of the Senate for 3 fucking weeks. So I'm still processing this standpoint. But like I said, I don't feel like you have to defend every fucking point the DSA stands for. It's just a political movement. So if that's what they think or something, all right, cool. Maybe there's some pros and cons to it. We could talk about and talk it through. But I'm kind of on Pallet's side on this one. Like, if any other country tried to do this, like just plant a fucking military installation in Iowa, I don't think we'd stand for it.
I'm sure it's a lot of money going towards those things too, just to keep it going. And a lot of people, displacing their families to make it run. So it's like, affects a lot of people in the U.S., a lot of families.
Actually, I think if Divine's down there, maybe she can give me the real numbers. But we were on a live the other day where we were talking about the cost thus far of the Iranian war. Like, the majority of the fucking cost is fucking military defense spending to fix the holds that have been hit. I was like, that's the majority, like, versus all the missiles we've spent and all the, the lives lost, obviously. But the big majority spending is going to be repairing the military bases. I was like, that's fucking crazy.
Just real quick, I would be willing to drop for her.
It's not entirely crazy. All the munitions used to date would probably be like $100 billion worth. And I mean, the amount spent on the war so far is like, what, 400 million, 500 or 500 billion?
I keep seeing conflicting numbers. I tried looking this up earlier, and like Congress said it was like 30 billion. And then I found other reports for like 121 billion. Then I saw other ones that said 330. I'm like, I don't fucking know what's true. I don't know, because they talked about like reparative costs. Other places just talked about what we spent. Others have talked about like just the direct missile costs. Like, I don't know what the fucking total cost is, but I'm going to say it's probably somewhere in the hundreds of billions.
Yeah, well, a lot of it's going to be like repairs to damaged infrastructure, like HIMARS and all that stuff. That's going to be fucking expensive. Really fucking expensive.
Yeah. And again, Divine was explaining this again a week or two ago about like the telecommunication towers are like hundreds of millions of dollars a piece, and I'm like, and they just keep blowing them up every time we fix them. She's like, yep. Like, they fix them, they blow them up. They fix them, they blow them up. It's just a couple $100 million like every time. Like, again, it's been a couple weeks, so maybe I'm exaggerating those numbers, but she's like, yeah, like some of these were even inoperable. There was nobody there. They just hit it, and now there are people there trying to fix it. So yeah, this war has been fucking crazy. But Adrian, again, we're getting off the line.
I think that those conflicting numbers that you're talking about is like whether or not they're counting the already day-to-day spending that exists. Like, we maintain a carrier strike group in the Middle East, like, at all times. And recently, we've been maintaining 2 there. Each carrier strike group costs about $300,000 per hour to operate. Which comes out to like, what, fucking 3 times 24, it's like $7 million.
Does anybody have like a decent or sourceable information of like, because I mean, we've been at this for like 5 months now. Does anybody have like an actual decent number of like how much we spent on this fucking worthless war?
CBS quoting the American government said 50 billion.
The OBM said that we have spent over 300 billion.
This is what I'm saying. Like,
damn.
I'm running the same thing. It's like, I look at different sources and like it's 20 billion, 700 billion. I'm like, big difference. Like, I just, I don't know.
I mean, but isn't that so wild that those numbers are just like, you can't even conceptualize really the amounts that we're talking about. We're like 320, whatever, 200,
Emma, here's the sad part. At the highest estimates, it would be about $30 billion per year to end homelessness, and it would be about $10 billion per year to make sure that no kid went unfed. $40 billion. But when we talk about like blowing up a country that never attacked us, it's like, well, 300 billion, fucking 500 billion, whatever.
Actually, it's only 6. Remember, I don't know if anyone remembers, but Elon Musk asked the UN, he said, if you could prove to me that $6 billion would feed the world, I will give you that money. And the UN did a whole entire breakdown. They had an economist come and break it all down and put it in like a nice little bow for him, but he never said anything. But based off of that, I think that was a few years ago. $6 billion is like a drop in the bucket.
Well, to be fair, he spent $46 billion buying Twitter. That was his response. But Adrian, we've gotten off track again. Please bring us home.
Sorry. Divine put a website in there that I'm looking at that is actually really cool, but I don't see where, if it does say how much we've spent. But with the military, I guess I'll just give my opinion real fast. I actually agree with our bases being around the world. I feel like besides, well, I don't know if this is true. This is just off of gut, but besides this president, I feel like we have probably prevented a lot of skirmishes, conflicts, wars, which has been less expensive in monetary or with the U.S. money and with people unaliving on our home soil. But again, that's just a guy. I don't have any numbers to back that up. Go ahead, Pallet.
I wholeheartedly disagree with that, but I don't want to get off the topic too much. We can circle back around to that after we get done. But
yeah, I'll
the United
write it
States
down.
causes a lot more trouble than it quote unquote saves.
All right, I'll write it down in my notes right here. Okay, so the next one is, let me get back to it. So they want to end military and economic aid. Okay, we already did that one. Abolish the Electoral College.
Yes, finally.
Yes.
Finally the good stuff. Yeah. I love this one the best. The Electoral College is DEI for states that do not provide back into the country. And I love this. So yeah, abolishing, like what the DSA wants is a direct democracy. They would like to have one vote, one rule. The reason that people on the right disagree with this is because only twice, I believe, in history, a Democrat has had more of the popular vote and lost because of the Electoral College. If you were to actually abolish the Electoral College, every single state, every single city, every single town would matter. Right now, we focus on swing states. Well, we don't. The presidential elects do. And that's the only thing. The only thing the Electoral College affects and is essentially like a DEI program for voting is the Electoral College. Everything else is a popular vote. I have no idea what. Well, I understand why. The South wanted to have better representation, but yeah, fuck the Electoral College. Fucking get rid of it.
To me, it obfuscates the will of the people, just straight out. Because we have things that already represent states. The people don't individually have representation direct into the government. And to me, this is my personal opinion, you have the Senate and you have the House of Representatives who represent states. The president should represent the people, so it should be a popular vote.
Yeah, if you got rid of the Electoral College, you get rid of gerrymandering, you get rid of like the fact that people don't have the correct representation, which I don't know if you noticed, Adrian, at the end of every topic we're talking about, the DSA is all about the American people. That's why they're finding success. It's a political movement that focuses on, at the end of the day, every single thing is the American working class people, getting them a voice, making sure they have representation, making sure their voices are heard. That's the core of what the DSA is pushing. And for every little point that we're going through, that the right is digging meticulously through like fucking coal miners to find that the problems with what the DSA has, at the end of the day, that's it. The DSA represents the fucking people. Getting them a voice again, which used to be what the Democratic Party went for, it used to be what progressives went for, and they become conformists. The DSA saying, fuck you, we care about the American people. We're going to focus on it. That's why they fucking hate it and fear it.
And that, to me, I'm sorry for the comment again, but it's just a gothic, nihilist perspective, just conformists. Like, I don't think that's particularly how the rest of the party works, but okay.
I'm so sorry, you guys. CT, you're correct. Obviously, I agree with every fucking word you say. However, Adrian was not done speaking. Can we please make space for Adrian to finish her statement? Because we should all love her. We should all recognize that she's been around for fucking ever. Adrian, please go ahead.
Oh shit! If I cut you off, Adrian, I apologize.
No, I absolutely love you, Cross Tabs, and I'm glad you said something. I don't think this particular time. I was just reading the line by line on the DSA, and he was kind of answering it.
Oh yeah, CT was like backing you up. He like CT did not do you dirty or anything. Like he didn't. But like obviously, like if you want to keep speaking your point, please go ahead.
Yeah, so my opinion on it, or I guess what I don't understand. So why was the Electoral College put into place, in your opinion, in the first place?
The Electoral College was put into place because smaller states didn't feel like they were represented enough. It actually started in the New England states.
What's changed? No.
The change in the Electoral College?
No, so what's changed between then and now that you would say these smaller states don't need to be represented in the same way?
No. CT, be an op, CT, be an op for a second.
No, I'm not going to be an op.
Yes, you should. You should. Mojo will also be an op, but do it. That's what Adrian's asking for. Be an op.
Well, hold on, Crosstabs. Let me catch up to what we're doing. So a bunch of people actually saw that you went on to another live earlier tonight talking about the DSA. You didn't really get a chance to explain the platform that much. You were kind of overtalked a lot and then just yelled at for being a communist.
No, so he was asking to go line by line and discuss it, and when I was there, nobody would do that with him.
Yeah.
That's
so
true.
what we're doing here is actually that we're going line by line of like, especially the Workers Deserve More program that came out. What it means, what it represents. Adrian's just actually curious about what the DSA movement is pushing for, what the representatives are actually platforming, what they're talking about, and what it means on a simple scale. So we're not doing like in fact, Mojo's kicked a lot of the opposition because as we were trying to explain what a lot of these things stand for, they just wanted to be like, red means blue, blue means green, green means end of America. So like it just became a whole thing.
Okay.
Well, on top
fair enough.
On top of that, so everything you're saying, at a surface level, in my opinion, is good. The DSA is for the people to be heard, et cetera, but I don't like to just trust what the intentions are. I like to know how they're going to do it. Just a lot of, I guess, details that, in my opinion, I haven't.
Most political movements, when they start, say that they're for the people.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And Adrian, by the way, the political movement that the DSA isn't going to do anything for the people. They're just going to back candidates that espouse to some of the platforms that they have. Again, we talk about this every time. Like, nobody on the Republican side came out and said this should be a white Christian nation, but they still took the funding from white Christian nationalists, right? Nobody on the right came out and said, hey, well, actually, fucking, I can't believe this, but the president did. Hey, we should make sure that women can't vote. But the what was her name? The Heritage Foundation still funded them, right?
I know I'm interrupting you, but I'm going to forget this question if I don't. What I guess is the I can't think of the word. I'm losing it. So when they back a candidate and they believe one thing on that the DSA believes, but something else clashes with it, how do they how does that go?
They don't. They're just happy to have part of their platform be heard. I think the DSA is extremely happy right now because, again, it's word association. Because truth be told, I ran through all these talking points with our good friend Sanjay from Denmark as we were talking about a lot of the things that the DSA is pushing for, right? Democratic Socialists of America. She goes, well, those aren't Democratic Socialists. Those are social democrats. That's like our model. I was like, correct. But she goes, well, in America, though, you guys don't care about words. You'll just name things whatever the fuck you want because America. And I was like, correct. If you actually look into like a social democracy, that is more of a platform that says, hey, capitalism exists in our world. Let's take that capital and make sure that we have safety nets and the American people are taken care of. I really do wish that like the social democracy of the SDA would have become a thing, because that's the problem. People are looking up democratic socialists that want to abolish capitalism. And guess what? Parts of the DSA do want to do that. The American Communist Party, they want to do that. But every candidate that you're going to find, whether they're DSA backed or whatever, even a person like Mamdani, AOC, they are not advocating for the abolishment of fucking capitalism. They are not platforming and running on the abolishment of fucking police. They're saying we need to have some change.
CT, can I give you a little soft, friendly pushback?
It's my favorite kind of pushback, actually.
Okay, thank you. Okay, listen. Adrian is on our side, right? But she may not be most receptive to the strongest argument you have. And when you're pushing for DSA and you've got all the talking points in your mind, you make great arguments. I agree with everything you say. However, there are some people that need I don't know what the word is. Some people that need a soft touch, right? Like it's the same reason that like in some spaces I go in full force and say we need Medicare for all, we need healthcare for all. In other spaces, I go in and say maybe the tax gap is a problem. Like I adjust my argument based on who I'm talking with. And I think we need to do that as a party. Again, CT, I agree with every fucking word you're saying. I agree with the DSA. I do. However, you're talking to Adrian right now. And
Yeah,
Adrian.
All right. She came in here asking for both sides. She came in here asking for CT to give not his best argument. She did ask for that. I did keep some ops up for that particular reason, but that turned into a fucking shit show, and we wanted to argue every point. We probably could have argued every single point for hours. So we weren't going to get anywhere. So that we wanted to get through the checklist, kind of explain the things, maybe get CT's view on the things. And I've got pushback for stuff. I'm sure other people, I know Brobot's got pushback for stuff. I want to say that some of this stuff is unreasonable, or there's reasons that we need to talk about it more. But I wanted to get through all of her bullet points before we started digging down into that, if she wanted to stick around for that long.
And specifically because of all the shenaniganizing that the Republicans were doing, we kind of moved towards a system of we just ask questions if we have any like issues with a particular point or need to know more, and kind of keep the comments to a minimum, like just so we can get through it, because it's a really long platform.
But you are correct.
Also, I want to apologize. I want to apologize for missing shit that I didn't hear before I came in. I'm sorry.
No, crosstabs, you're good.
Yeah. You are correct, though. I'm not somebody that gets swayed by somebody coming and giving the best argument. I like to hear, a lot of times I like to hear their biggest cons of what could go wrong with it. I like transparency on, but like when they're talking about it, so that way I can get a good understanding. And I don't trust somebody that just comes in and pushes for it without giving me, what could go wrong. So you are correct.
Yeah, and crosstabs, I will say, yeah, just hang out for a minute, kind of look at what we're doing here. I've definitely been centered on this live. Mojo, I thank you for that. This is, again, these are just my views on the platform. I don't think the messaging is always great, but I do love the fact I had to look into it a little bit further and figure out how it could practically apply to American citizens. And I appreciate Mojo giving me a chance to just get that out. I've tried to do it even on my own live. Sometimes I don't get that chance. Everyone just wants to argue. Mojo's just give me a platform to speak about how I'm viewing these things as like a fucking liberal redneck in Ohio. So it's cool
And
shit.
some of us haven't heard the whole thing, so it's really interesting and like super informative to be able to like have decent conversation without yelling. I agree.
Yeah.
For
So
sure.
the next one is abolish the U.S. Senate, but we kind of talked about that at the very beginning. So the next one is they want to replace the current presidency and Supreme Court with an executive branch and judiciary that are chosen by and subordinate to Congress.
So all three of those tie in together, actually. And this one's going to be a little bit more lengthier, Adrian. So hang with me here. And if at any point you're not sure where I'm going, just be like, hold on, explain that further. All right. So the Senate was put into place to do one thing: slow down the House of Representatives. They wanted to make sure that mob rule didn't take over the country. It was kind of weird because if you really think about it, right, you have what's supposed to be three equal branches of government, but Congress is the only one that has a immediate self-check in the Senate. Because of Article 5, they wanted to make sure that states had equal representation. The problem is when you say words like equal representation, you have a state like Wyoming with 500,000 people, and then you have a state like California with 40 million people. That's not equal representation. You have two senators from Wyoming that represent 250,000 people each, and then you have two senators from California that represent 20 million people each. So, for example, if we were ever to get something like universal health care to go through, right? And let's just say on a whim that it came down to the vote of California and Wyoming to make that deciding factor. 40 million people might want universal health care. 500,000 people may not want it. They now cancel their vote out. That's not equal representation under Article 5. The idea was that states, no matter how big or how small they were, at least had a voice, right? I think the Senate has gained too much power. Filibuster being the biggest one, right? They have the ability to make sure that a bill never moves forward. And here's what's going to really blow your mind, because when I saw this stat, Adrian, it fucked me up, and I was like, wait a minute, the Senate's fucked. It takes 60 votes to make something pass in the Senate, right? Which means you need 41 votes to stop something from passing in the Senate. 41% at the lowest representation margin is only 20% of Americans. So 20% of Americans, if they disagree with something by a 41 point Senate representation, can stop what 79% or 80% of the country wants. Because trust me, when I first heard abolish the Senate too, I was like, what the fuck? This is anti-American. Literally, the only purpose of the Senate was to make sure the government moves slow. That way, the majority rule didn't move too fast. I think that we at least live in a country now that's informed enough. They have access to information much more so than they did back in the 1700s. It made sense to want to slow down government back then because you had to have fucking horse mail to get fucking information to decide how you're going to vote or what you wanted to do. I think in the world that we live in now today, we can move a little bit quicker. I think that getting rid of the Senate and then increasing the amount of people that are in the House of Representatives, because by the way, I don't know if you know this, Adrian, there's a 435 person cap on the House right now, which means that even today, the fact that 40 million people live in California, They don't have direct representation like they're supposed to, like the Constitution pushed for. It's supposed to be one representative per every 500,000 people. And if that were the case, what the DSA is pushing for is what's called, and write this down, I want you to look into it. It's called a parliamentary democracy. Okay? And if you want a country to like reference to look at like how it could work, would be Belgium's a great one that Ella explained to me. Germany, Canada, Mexico, like they all have parliamentary democracies. There's like 80 countries that run it. What the DSA always is pushing for, and we talked about this earlier, is about representation for the American people, right? A parliamentary democracy actually gets more access to people to have a voice. So what would happen is like the House is capped at 435 right now. That would go up to about like 680 representatives with no Senate, right? What would happen is California would have like 80 reps. Texas would have like 62. Ohio would have like 24. Florida would have like 28. But even inside those representatives, they would represent the population, right? You'd get rid of gerrymandering. You'd get rid of the Electoral College. Now, a place like Kentucky, they've shown some, penance for libertarianism. Obviously, Thomas Massey. They would at least have a few people in that fucking parliamentary system that represented libertarian views. You don't have that now. In places like California, you may have people that have more like socialist views. They would have representation. Currently, right now, with the two-party system we have, and the House and the Senate being able to block things, you're giving misrepresentation to places, again, like Minnesota, or not Minnesota, son of a bitch. Just said it earlier. You're giving like the Dakotas more power than you're giving California, even though California is more affected by federal policy than the Dakotas or the Montanas, or it doesn't make equal. Wyoming, thank you.
And not the people, not the representing the people. It's like the land that takes up the.
I do like the Montanas, though. Please continue.
Sorry. I'm just saying, like, again, usually when I have these conversations, I have all my notes in front of me. The kids are still fucking awake. They're
You're
just
doing
going
great
wild.
though. I'm impressed. Like, there's a lot of information like to retain. Like, you're doing good.
Well, Emma, when I actually give a shit about something, and Mojo, actually, I got to give Mojo some kudos here. He said this earlier, which I couldn't tell if it was a dig at me or a fucking slap on the back, but there was a Republican on the panel. He was like, what's funny is like CT's kind of a crash out sometimes, but when it comes to like actual debates, he beats the fuck out of you guys. When I actually give a shit about something, it's not about just having fun and making people feel like dumbasses that they are. When I give a shit about something, yeah, I can be fairly informative, fairly straight pointed, and not a fucking crash out. But when it comes to like everyday normal TikTok, this shit's fucking Jerry Springer. I'm just here for the fucking show. So
Hyper focus.
But Adrian,
that is
again,
true.
Sorry. Go ahead, Crossups.
I was going to say that is true. By the way, if you are in opposition and you find yourself in a 1v1 against CT, like I don't know, like he will like he will decipher your argument, and he will figure out a way to pinpoint everything that's wrong about it and dismantle it, as you've seen by Brendan being on our chat in our spaces. So CT, I don't know, I fucking love when you
I've just been sitting here, but we can do a deep dive if you guys want.
No.
No. Okay, so I guess back to questions
you
there.
You have quite literally lost every fucking debate you've ever had on my panel, CJ.
Yes, I'm sure.
Because you support kids getting shot in the fucking head.
What?
Oh my god, we're gonna fucking.
Anyway,
we're going off the rails.
We're going down rabbit holes.
Okay, so just a question on what CT was just talking about on getting rid of the Senate. In this particular point or instance, what happens if, for instance, we had a vote for something like slavery or for fascism? How would we then combat it if particularly half the country wants it.
Correct. So, the replacement of the Supreme Court, they want to have a judiciary review. Unlike our Supreme Court now, where we allow the leading party to dictate, which, if you guys don't remember, Thomas Jefferson changed that when it came to the vice president. It used to be the vice president was the opposite person running on you, right? If they lost, you had an opposition view in there, and they said, wait, we can change that. That's all that the DSA is pushing for when it comes to the judicial system. We know that we have Supreme Courts that lean left, lean right. They want to have a nonpartisan judicial review committee that they get to vote on. I believe it's every 6 years in Belgium. And if they do feel like people are partial or change to it, they can put modes of impeachment up to change them. Now, and again, I know that's a lot of information to like even think about. But imagine we had a Supreme Court that did not have a lifetime sentence. Because what do we use? What's everybody say?
Sentence. I love that you call it a sentence.
I know, I did too.
Well, when they're appointed, though, it's a lifetime appointment. That's fucking crazy to me.
Yeah, but
that's
you said
crazy.
I hate it. It makes no sense to me that you like unalive in office too. Like that's just wild.
Well, and the same with the Senate. When you so with the parliamentary democracy, Adrian, here's what makes it really cool that Ella explained to me. Every 2 years, you'd get to vote on the people in your region, in your party, right? So again, California's got 80 representatives. Every 2 years, they'd be voted on. And I'll just use Ohio. It's smaller. 24 representatives to represent every per 500,000 people. They don't campaign. Their only job is to perform their job duties, and then the elections just happen. And if people are representing what we put in there, right? Like say I'm pushing for a sock dem movement. I elect Joe Blow. He gets in there and he just starts siding with the Republicans for 2 years of being like, no, fuck it. Make healthcare more expensive. I'll be like, dude, fuck you. I'm not voting for you. I'm going to vote for this sock dem that's actually going to represent me. They don't focus on campaigning to win elections. They don't waste taxpayer money to fucking get reelected. The Senate is a 6-year commitment. A person like John Fetterman wouldn't happen. He'd be replaced after 2 years because he decided like, hey, I don't actually represent these people.
CT.
You're getting a lot. You're getting a lot into the Senate here. I don't know that the Senate. A whole lot of people are going to disagree on the Senate, at least changing the way it works. The other two, I would think, would be more of a problem: the executive and especially the judiciary, the Supreme Court specifically.
Sure. So when it comes to like the president, we don't even have to get rid of that position. I actually looked at a model before where you could keep the president on to do all the fun things, right? Keep them on to give out like the presidential honors, all the awards and stuff. Make sure they're there at all the ribbon cuttings. UK pretty much has a layout like this, where obviously the king and queen are involved in things, but they don't have a lot of political power. They're more ceremonial. And if we want to elect somebody like that for the ceremonial exchanges of things in America, I think that's great. But we should have something like a chancellor or a prime minister, where the parliamentary system says, hey, this is what the American people chose. We represent all these things. It's up to us to actually elect a leader. And if that leader sucks, we have a pretty quick and straightforward way. Like our impeachment process we've seen doesn't work. Trump should have been impeached his first time around. But because we have so much involvement into it, there's so many red lines and lines in this, like it's so fucking much to actually make sure an impeachment works. Nixon sure was impeached. Clinton sure was impeached. Have we ever impeached and like removed a president, or have they just stepped down? There's always that secondary.
But then they're
back door.
pardoned. That I kind of wanted to ask about the pardons too, if they talk about pardons at all. So I feel like it was kind of related to that part. Or I didn't know if it's like any addressed at all.
Go ahead, Gross.
It is related, and no, we have never once removed a sitting president. But CT, I've got to ask you, like, what is the recompense? Like, I understand, like, moving to a situation where you're voting every 2 years, you know, and you elect your House representatives and you're excited about it. Fine, great. I appreciate that. I agree with you. But what does that do for us?
it gets us better representation, even on the minority groups, right? So let's say that baseline Republicans win 40% of the vote. Democrats win 30% of the vote. Libertarians get, we'll say, 8% of the vote. Socialists get 5% of a vote, and the Green Party gets, whatever's fucking left. It forces people to get out of this idea of just like a two-party system of saying like, oh, I only need to get a few House Republicans or a few House Democrats to come to my side. Most of the time, this happens in the Senate, which is why DSA wants to abolish it. That's where the big exchange happens. We're looking at it happening right now, right? When it comes to the SAVE Act. How many can we switch? How many sweet deals can we make behind closed doors to make this happen? If you have a majority vote in a parliamentary system, you may need to actually grab the socialists and the libertarians to get over that 40% that the Republicans have as a Democrat. So it makes sure that extreme parties never take over. It makes sure that the smallest voices are always heard. It makes sure that they get at least fucking something in the exchange. And if they fucking don't, in 2 years, they're gone. It's a great fucking system.
I do have another question.
Yeah, go ahead, Robot. Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
So you're advocating for a system much like Germany's. How did Germany stop the Supreme Chancellor?
Which one?
Any of them, really, but the 1930s one.
Well, do they have a Supreme Chancellor now?
They do not, but they did. That started a whole world war.
Yep. And guess what? That parliamentary democracy led to a prime minister and got rid of a Supreme Chancellor. That was the answer to fucking 1930s Germany. The response was representation of the people. It wasn't in response to of the oligarchs. It was in response to the fact that the people were fucking duped, taken over, and that central control was never able to be taken over again. Look at Belgium's layout again. I think they have the best one that I've seen. Thank you, Ella, for the suggestion. I've looked at Australia's, I've looked at Canada's, Mexico's, Germany's, I've looked at Austria's. Belgium is the coolest one I've seen thus far. I like it a lot.
It's
You are
funny.
well
I only
read. I'll give you
suggested
that.
it. I only suggested it because I do think that it is one of the most decentralized governments that I can think of.
It's representation without too much power, and I'm all for fucking that.
It moves slow though. Like that is the downside of all these levels. Like any genuine change moves very slowly.
The United States government is the slowest moving democracy in the modern world.
Isn't slow a good thing though? Because like right now things are moving at hyperspeed and we are getting whiplash.
No, because here's the thing. When it comes to parliamentary democracies, if things are moving too fast or the people are like, wait a minute, what the fuck's happening? They have a quicker response. We don't have that with the president. We don't have that with the Senate. And we sure as fuck don't have it with the Supreme Court. You're talking about a lifetime appointment, a fucking 6-year Senate run, and a 4-year presidency. Parliamentary democracies are every 2 years voting, at least in Australia, that model, and Belgium as well. Every 2 years, you have a chance to make a change. It actually curbs extreme groups because they want to gain favor.
So we would have already been caught.
CT, I don't. Oh, sorry. B, go ahead. B.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
If the current, like if what is happening in the US now were to happen in Belgium, there would be a no confidence vote very quickly.
Yeah, Trump would be gone in 3 months. Person like John Fetterman he'd have been gone within the first, if not 2 years, 4 years. I think he's on his 5th year as run. Yeah, there would have been a ton. And on top of that, again, when they're not focusing, their only job is to focus on running the government. When they're not focusing on campaigning, it's not bullshit ads. It's not fucking targeted manipulation. Their only job, and they realize this. Now, France, for example, theirs are a little bit longer. Some of them do focus on running. UK, same thing. They run campaign ads. They run a little bit. This isn't every single model, but goddamn, we're the fucking United States of America. We can't look at like a fast moving government and be like, hold on, we can't put some guardrails in place and make sure that this shit fucking changes in the way that it should, protects the American people and still upholds the Constitution. Constitution was literally fucking made by geniuses to be changed. It was to be amended. It was supposed to fucking evolve with the times. When's the last time we had a constitutional amendment? 40 fucking years ago?
Yes, 1990s.
That's
The amount
crazy
of
to
money
me.
we spend on it too, the elections, it drives me nuts how much we spend on all that. Just waste it.
So when I hear abolish the Senate, you know what I hear from the DSA? Progress, change, representation. I'm cool with all of it. Fuck the president, fuck the Supreme Court, fuck the Senate. When I understand what it's going to take to get universal health care through, and I look at our fucking government right now, I don't know what the fucking path forward is. Because the amount of hurdles you got to fucking make to make something happen seems ridiculous. I'd like to see in at least my child's lifetime some progressive change that makes their lives fucking better. I don't see
Okay,
how that goes forward.
CT. Okay, hold on. Can you get what you want if the other side wins?
If the other side wins,
Yeah.
to be honest with you, I don't even know what the other side fucking runs on. We spend our entire day defending on the things that we actually would like to see in this country and change.
Okay,
You're talking about.
hold on. I'm trying to have a genuine conversation with you. Like, come on, dude. Like, I'm not Hale up here. Like,
No, I know, but like, what is the
conversation?
what is the Republican Party running on?
Well, it doesn't matter what they're running on. The point is, if we can't win power, we can't get the things we want, right?
Correct.
And so, if the right wins the next election, even if the right is running on fucking socialized medicine, they might do that, by the way. Even if they're running on that, like, it's not going to help us advance our agenda.
Oh, you're worried that the DSA is too extreme to get people to vote for the left? Is that what you're saying?
Maybe. I mean, I guess. Yeah, sure, maybe, yeah. But my point is, from an electoral strategy standpoint, we have to win power first before we get anything. And the anything might be, I don't know, free dog care, and it might be free fucking health care. Like, we run the gamut.
You know why the left doesn't fucking win? It's because they stand on fucking nothing. They put up fake fucking progressives and fucking barely there fucking moderate Democrats. They put up the Cory Bookers. They put up the Hakeem Jeffries. They put up the fucking Nancy Pelosi's of the people that like to shake hands, laugh, and ha-ha and share drinks in the fucking back room. Unfortunately, I think the American people are waking up. There's too many cameras. There's too much evidence. They understand that, like, what the people that run on our side, at least our side, I don't give a fuck about the other side. They don't run on shit. They get into office and they fucking vote for things like the big, beautiful bill. We see that. They vote for things that we disagree upon because of political favor. They're hoping that they gain traction on something else later. I would be more proud. I was actually fairly proud of Cory Booker for using the filibuster. What did it change? Nothing. That fucking bill still passed. You know why? Because 13 fucking Democrats went and voted for the shit anyway. So he wasted his fucking breath, time, and the ability to go take a piss for nothing. I think the American people are getting burned up, man.
I actually agree with that fully. CC, I agree with that fully. And I would ask you to look back to 2015 when the progressive left was all in support of Bernie Sanders' policies. However, we were told, wait, it's her turn.
No, Bernie Sanders didn't fucking do well when it came to the southern states. Black people didn't want to vote for him because he's Jewish. That's the fucking sad reality we don't want to talk about. Just fucking say it. They didn't trust him. He's Jewish. It is what it is. If we want to pretend like we don't have our own fucking issues on our side, I've talked to plenty of people on the left that said they didn't vote for Kamala because the shit that was happening in Israel was going to keep fucking happening. We don't support genocide. It's not even about getting the fucking far left. I voted for Harris, but I know plenty of people like Messi alone that woke up that day and was not going to fucking vote. There are a ton of people that didn't vote because they don't fucking support genocide. Take away the fact that it's a woman and a person of color, we'll pretend that didn't happen. This was the closest margin fucking of loss that we've seen in 40 fucking years. Let's not pretend like we weren't almost there with Kamala Harris. And guess what? If she runs again, I'll go grab my fucking I'm with her fucking hat and vote again. But We want to see more progressive views. We want to see people caring about the American people. We want to have somebody that's out there fighting for the fucking workers. If we have to survive in a capitalist fucking society, then at least give the people that are fucking making it happen and creating those revenues some fucking rights. Give them a fucking voice. That's what the DSA stands for. That's why they're winning in places they shouldn't be. The right is terrified of this shit. Much like they are trans people, gay people, women in power, they are terrified of fucking everything that is not the establishment. If the DSA is going to push that and they're going to back candidates like Abdul Al-Said, fucking let's go. Pony the fuck up. Figure out what they are talking about. Have conversations like this where we talk about these things, about how new ideas represent the American people more. And don't let these fucking fascists tell you what the DSA is. Go tell them.
Yes. Fuck yes. Fuck yes, CT. Fuck yes. What we need is to give people something to vote for. Get them off the couch. Get them to go want to be at the voting poll because they're excited about what to vote for. I agree with you 100%.
Then let's fucking do it. I'll tell you this. The thing that pissed me off the most about the DSA was figuring out the messaging meant that I had to put in work because I'm fucking lazy sometimes. But I'm glad I did. I'm glad that I get messages from people like, hey, talking DSA, you should come here. I love the fact that that's become who the fuck I've been the last few weeks, and I'm cool with doing it. I'm cool with defending the American fucking people. I'm cool with defending democracy. I'm cool with like defending representation. I'm okay with it. I'm not even a fucking DSA member, but goddamn, have some fucking people out here fucking actually talking about me, talking about my wife, talking about you, talking about your friends.
Okay.
Nobody else is fucking doing that. Let's fucking get behind them. Figure out the messaging. Put the work in.
Okay, CT, that's fair. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. However, guess what? We still have a person in this chat right now who is undecided. We should listen to what she has to say and see where she lands. Because guess what? Like your arguments, CT, are persuasive, and I mean I can be persuasive too. But like, let's just hear. Let's hear her out. Is that good?
That's fair. I actually was only here to talk to Adrian.
Yeah, may I just for a minute, so I can make room for other people again. Mojo or Brobot, I think both of you are admins in Discord. Would you be able to pin the post that I made with the wildfire resources, pretty please?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And to the mods, I put my phone number in the mod chat in Discord. If anyone comes up when I'm not around that needs help or that knows people that need help, feel free to share my number. Not publicly, of course, but directly with said person.
Oh, I just posted the TikTok live. Oh, shit. All right, let me take that down, Ella. One second.
Right. I mean, I know you didn't really have to clarify that, but, I figured I would.
Just post your social security number.
I've got a quick question for Ella. Ella, are you saying that I need help up here? Are you saying that people have to text me to make sure that I get reinforcements?
Wait, what?
She's talking about the forest fire or the.
No, I know. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I love
the joke went over my head. I'm sorry.
It's okay. You're not on pennies anymore. You're around friends. You're safe now. You're safe.
Yes.
Okay.
in terms of the government, the only reason why I brought up Belgium to CT is because I wanted him to look at a system that is like the very opposite of what exists here in the US, and I was hoping that would explain why I have the stances that I do. But also, I think the part that I think is the coolest is that when right-wing parties do come up, and I'm not talking conservative, I'm talking like true like far right parties come up, even if there is like a level of votes that they've received, because it is a coalition government, the other parties can say, you know what, no, because you would not bring what is best for the people, and we choose not to work with you. Can it put a country without a government? Yes, and it has done so before. Belgium is famous for having been 18 months without a government. So it has its downsides as well. I'm not saying that the US needs to do what Belgium's doing. I only shared it because it's just it's a great contrast to see both sides.
Well, Ella, I will ask you this because I've already looked into it and I know you're going to answer it. In those 18 months they were down, did government funded programs drop because they weren't in session?
No, everything continued the way it was.
Yep. Did anybody's way of life change other than the fact that in that year and a half, new introductions of bills weren't passed?
No, everything stayed exactly the same.
Every time that there was a contest to the belief that the government should be picked back up, did the Judiciary Review have a say in it in an independent manner?
I want to say yes.
6 times, actually, in that year and a half.
Yeah. And the only thing that changed is, the Big Sick came around, so they erected, oh, that's such a bad word. They set up an emergency government in its place, right, until things calmed down and they were in a place where they could redo the elections. So
The replacement for their Supreme Court made more decisions on the government uptick than our Supreme Court made in 2021 when it came to national decisions. So when we talk about like being efficient, when we talk about getting things done, when we talk about progressing this country into a better place, I don't know what the fuck y'all are talking about. We have the slowest fucking government that misrepresents the people. And when they realize they're being misrepresented, it takes fucking half a decade to change it. I would like to think that we can change that better.
I'm always saying that like we're chasing around the conservatives and they're just like setting a bunch of fire. Like I think of it visually kind of they're setting a bunch of fires all around us and all of us are trying to chase down each fire and put it out. But then another 3, 5, 10 are lit, right? So we're constantly running around and we don't get anything done. So we're reactive instead of proactive. I almost feel like visually when we're talking right now, like all of these, every single thing we're talking about is like us not lighting a fire necessarily because it's I don't think it's a good thing to light the fire, but is like making them run around instead of us for once. It is us being proactive instead of reactive, and that makes me like hopeful and happy, and it's inspiring, honestly.
2 months ago. 2 months ago, I heard a lot of right-wing panels saying, "Don't go to left-wing panels. Don't add to their viewership. The more their message gets to be heard, the more that it's going to spread. Stop doing it." And these were quote-unquote friends, right? Friends of you, friends of me, friends of Mojo, friends. They said, stop doing it. And you know what they did? They stopped doing it. They stopped showing up. They stopped being opposition. And I'm not saying everybody, but there's a group out there. We all know who they are. And it just got me really oddly thinking. I was like, wait a minute. So if every time I go to their platform, am I helping the people that follow me for my views or my talking points or my debates? Am I giving credence to them? Okay. If it's a zero-sum game, then we can play that. And again, I'm not asking anyone else to agree with me. Mojo loves opposition. A lot of hosts do. It creates conflict. It creates viewers, this and that. When I host my lives, I don't care about opposition. I want to tell the people that are curious, like in Adrian, what the DSA is. I want to talk about what the candidates, the Democratic Socialists, what they're actually running on. I want to talk about the platform pieces that they're grabbing from the DSA and be like, I've never thought about this before. That's a great point. Let's talk about it. I don't need opposition to talk about where the party should go. And if people want to have opposition, there are debate panels for that. They should do it. I think it's great. I thoroughly enjoyed joining them and being a part of it. But when it comes to just being informative, right? I'm not going to be like a fucking anybody else of like a Millie or a fucking whatever the shit the right's doing. I honestly don't care. But I realize if they're not going to show up to a debate anymore, it's because they realize they can't. And if every fucking MAGA panel I scroll past is talking about the DSA, it tells me they're afraid. And if they're afraid, there's a reason why. I'm going to tell the people why they're afraid. And I'm going to tell people how they can get better representation in this fucking country.
CT, listen. The only reason that opportunity exists for you is because people on Mojo's panel will go looking for debate. Like you can say that like you don't want an environment where you're not going to have opposition or whatever, but you have to understand that we're all in here every fucking day and appreciating what Mojo like makes for us, and
we're all right. There's no reason if CT a hard time.
No, I'm not. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. CT, am I giving you a hard time? I'm sorry.
No, buddy, you're good. Maybe I didn't explain it well. I don't need to go out of my way to find opposition to talk about the DSA because I'm not trying to win the middle. I'm not trying to win the right. I want to win the left that didn't vote. I want to talk to the people that felt underrepresented in 2024. I want to talk to the 11 million people that dropped out. I don't need to convince centers.
Go ahead. I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry, but like the center is going to go the way they want to. Whether there's people out there that are talking about democratic socialism, social democracies, communism, the left, like whatever. People in this country can't afford fucking groceries. They're open to the idea of change. They're open to the idea of being represented. They're open to the idea of real fucking progressives. I know people on our side that fucking hate establishment Democrats. I'm one of them. I call them do nothing fucking Democrats. I'm tired of this shit. I want to see fucking change. I want to see the American people thrive.
That's fair.
And and again, I've said this. This is no knock on Mojo. This is no knock on debate panels. I've done it. My iced out chain's getting fucking heavy of debates I've won. I'm good. I don't need to debate. If I can be informative, if I can inform people how to be, a better opportunity for themselves, if I can take that fear away, that way if they do go into debate panels, they can be like, well, actually, it's weird. I just talked about this yesterday. It's not the way you're presenting it, because everything about the progressive movement right now is being dictated by the right. I don't need to sit and debate them. If they want to, they can come find me. I don't need to chase them.
Okay. Dictated by the right. Okay, let's dive into that for a second, because you talked a lot about people you can convince on this app. You've known me for a long time, CT. What spaces do I go into mostly? When Mojo's is comfortable, like I can come up, but like when I want to debate, where do I go?
Libertarians. How'd that work out for you this morning?
Yeah, it was actually fucking awful. However, that's where I spent most of my time to try to convince them that they were wrong. And by the way, just because John Galt fucking kicked me doesn't mean he's gonna vote Republican next time. Mission fucking accomplished with him and fucking Tumblr. Mission accomplished with them. They convince other people to not vote Republican.
Then let them do that.
I am letting them do that.
Use your intelligence. Use the things you've learned. Convince people that are 20 to 28 to vote. I watched what happened in New York. Shout out to fucking Dr. Raz. I think he's down there. He said, dude, have you ever looked into like the fucking youth voter turnout for Mamdani? It was the largest, I believe it was 18 to 35 turnout New York has ever seen. They believed in something. That's who we should be talking to. That's who we should be talking to. I'm tired of trying to convince fucking fascists on the right. I'm tired of trying to convince fucking the fucking fence setters of fucking libertarians that are fucking going to be just sad wannabe Republicans anyway. We have a whole demographic of people on the left that just want to actually see change. Whether it be millennials that want to see a better future for their kids, or the kids that are just graduating high school that want to see a better fucking opportunity for themselves. That's who we should be talking to. That's how we effectuate change.
I want to make sure you know that I've got two objectives in my mind. Number one is making sure people like that vote, and we're winning that. Yes. Young voters are coming out. Happy to have them, of course. But there's another thing that I'm focusing on, and that is convincing people that voted the wrong way in 2024 to understand that they did not get what they voted for. So I'm not only focusing on them. I'm not, but it does help us when they stay home. They're never going to vote for a fucking Democrat. But if they stay home in 2028, that's a fucking win.
The smartest thing that MAGA did was they extended that tent to incorporate a lot of people. Crosstabs, if that's your role in life, brother, fucking pursue it. You have a way of doing it. I don't. I have a way of possibly, not even saying it's effective, possibly talking to people on the left that have felt disenfranchised and underrepresented, and that there are people out there. I'm a huge fan of fucking Dr. Abdul Al Saeed. I'm a huge fan of Colette. I'm a huge fan of Mamdani. I do love the fact that there is a new movement going through this nation that represents the American fucking blue collar working class. That used to be what all Democrats stood for, and they focus more on popularism. And the fact that there's a shift in a movement back to focusing on the American working class while we have to live in this world of capitalism is something I'll back all the fucking time, because those are my people and I only understand it from their perspective. Let's fucking do this. Keep doing what you're doing. Don't stop. We have to stop doing this leftist purity test bullshit where it's like, no, let me tell you how you should argue. Argue your own way. Take on the demographics that you want. Take on all avenues. Find different
100%
pathways.
agreed.
Keep
100%
doing
agreed.
it. Keep doing it, everybody.
Dude, CT, 100% agreed. 100 fucking percent. Because guess what? Wait.
Questions?
Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Adrian. Go ahead.
No, you're good. I think there's like one or two more bullet points. I think CT kind of combined about two or three there. If I could just say my opinion on what y'all were just saying, though, I am pretty much in the middle. The thing that gets me, and I think I kind of said it earlier, is when say in your live CT or when you're coming up and just talking about all the pros, and yes, everything sounds fantastic. I haven't heard a lot of cons from you or from people that are for what the DSA believes and wants to push. And to me, that gives me a lot of pause. To me, that means that I feel like I'm missing information if there's nothing to kind of combat or there is a downside to what they're trying to do. There's no backup plans if things feel like something that we don't see is a con after implementing it. There's no backup plans. There's no way to specifically do what they want to happen, and that gives me pause.
No, for sure. So every time that I look at a plan, that's usually how I attack anything that I'm going to debate at some point was how could this not work or how could this go bad, right? The easiest one that stands out to me is defund the police, right? What happens if crime increases? Again, I mentioned this earlier. Barack Obama ran on traditional marriage and then 6 years later gave the thumbs up for gay marriage. Thought it was cool.
No.
The Supreme Court upheld
Can I
it.
point something out? You're wanting to defund the police while also wanting to end mass incarceration.
Yep.
Have you thought about that?
Yep. So I'll just finish what I was saying to Adrian.
One second. Crosstabs, I think, wanted to interject. I just want to make sure.
Just one quick point. Barack Obama did not run on traditional marriage. He like that was not a fixture in his policy position. He was against it, sure, but when Biden came around and said, "Hey, Barack, guess what? Maybe we should support gay marriage," he did come around. But Obama did not run on that. So just wanted to clarify that. That's all.
Much like Trump didn't run on the Epstein files, he was just asked about it a few times, and there's videos of Barack Obama and Joe Biden saying they believed in traditional marriage, and then 2013 they changed their view.
Come on, CT, come on. We can fight about this later. It's fine.
For sure. So Adrian, again,
about
what
the
I'm, yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. We're here for
No,
you.
I was trying to remind you where you were.
Yeah, all I was saying was that, like, anytime that, and I said this earlier, anytime there is somebody that is progressive, right? And I believe Kamala Harris is probably the direct representation of this. The problem with her is that she tried to listen to what the people were saying too much and change her stances too quick. But I do believe that progressives are open to listening to the people, listening to our country and saying, like, wait, this is where everybody feels like we should be. We good? Everybody on board with this? They have no problem, like, saying, like, cool, let's make this shit happen for the people. You will never, that is not a conservative standpoint. There is no conservatives that listen to the people and do anything that's productive away from taking away rights, access, representation. That's the entire platform of the right. It just is. It has been. It's always been. Conservatism in and of itself is antithetical to what the American Progressive Party is. The establishment of this fucking country is progressive. Every great fucking thing that we have between civil rights, the women's suffrage, fucking Medicare, Medicaid, SNAP, these are all progressive things. These are all things that help the people. I don't know how anybody looks at the right and they're like, oh yeah, you know what they've done to help the American people? They fucking stop. They stutter. It's not a party that wants to introduce anything. It's only about keeping the fucking status quo. I will always back the party that wants to fucking make change, that effectuates change to the people.
Hey, CT.
Yeah, he's right, Adrian. He's right. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, panel. Go ahead.
What? Oh.
What's up, Vince?
Oh, hey, so there's some that came to mind that I'm trying to square the circle, and I again, not looking for this to be extremely confrontational, but we mentioned how some people stayed home during 2024 with Kamala Harris. Those same people now are asking us to come to their side and say, hey, support our candidate. That's arguably, right? DSA and progressives are further left than, say, liberals. Not to say that that's a derogatory term, and that's not intended to be so, but how do you square that circle of, hey, I didn't turn out for your election in 24, but I want you to turn out for ours in the midterms?
Because, Vince, because they're allowed to be pissed off.
I will say this. When you say that progressives are further left than liberals, liberals is it's a blanket. It just means that you like freedom. People seem to forget that when it comes to the term liberal. Liberal is just saying that you like the idea of people to have freedom to do what they want. Being a conservative is the exact opposite. It's maintaining the status quo. For the people that didn't come out to vote for Harris, I'm almost getting to a point where I understand why by talking to more people. It's not having time to understand the platform, not having time to understand the change. We're not going to be in that same boat again come 2028. I think even the midterms are going to show that change. We're watching at the smaller elections where Democratic socialists are moving. You're seeing a grassroots progressive movement winning. They've had 68 wins since 2025. It didn't even take that long for an extreme quote unquote view to actually have viewpoint. But for the people that you're talking about, are you talking about like middle left that are saying like we didn't get representation?
Well, like, okay, so this just feels kind of backwards a little bit. Like I've been really over the past several weeks trying to like figure out where I stand on this. And the one thing I'm coming back to is, so back in 24, there was an argument where we said, hey, look, there were people that had a very strong stance on certain unique issues. There were certain people in the further left spectrums like DSA and, the communists and whatever you want to call it, right? That stood out from 24. And when we made the argument saying, well, yeah, but Trump is arguably worse, they said, yeah, but we've also got this issue here. Trump hasn't changed. Trump has been there in 24 and now he's here in 26 and will be, well, not really necessarily there in 28. So Trump hasn't changed, but now they're saying, well, now we want, we didn't support Kamala in 24, but now we want you to support our, say, DSA candidate. And I want to be very clear. Like, I'm not saying I've made up my mind one way or another of who I would support, but it just feels like now that their candidate's on the ticket, they want the support of those that they shunted, I guess. I don't know how to word it right.
See, I disagree. I think you're talking about the vote blue no matter who people. They're here, right? Mojo's a vote blue no matter who person. I'm not, but they're already here. They understand.
It's like a label issue of like, you're this, I'm that. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many
it's not just
presumptions and labels thrown on people. Like, they're a Democrat or they're this or they didn't vote. Like, there's so many like assumptions and judgments put on people instead of just saying like, what do you want? Like, what do you want for the future? Like, because that's what it's really about. It's not about, you know what I mean? Like,
Well, Emma,
what type?
I think y'all kind of missed his question.
No, I
He's
didn't.
specifically
I didn't get a
talking
chance
about.
to fucking respond.
Oh, okay.
Vince, here's my biggest thing. We watched what happened in the 2020 election when it came to accessibility and people being like, they were voting against something, right? 2024 was supposed to be voting for something. The for was not there. When you see the people coming out, you see the numbers that are happening on House Senate vote or not Senate, congressional districts, when it comes to mayors, you're seeing that. You're seeing that there is a movement going on, whether it's Democratic Socialist, again, Abdul Al-Said's not even a fucking Democratic Socialist. He's just a Democrat, and he's like, I think we should care about the American people. DSA backs him. He gets labeled that. He's also been labeled a terrorist by the right. He's been labeled Antifa. He's been labeled every fucking thing. That's what I'm saying. You don't have to care about winning the right. Moderates in themselves are going to make their own decisions. There are a lot of free thinkers out there that have their own thoughts. But when your messaging is focusing on the American people, what you have to understand is that people on the farther left have not felt like they've had representation in a very, very fucking long time. The DSA provides that. The DSA provides a platform of being like, listen, we're not going to get all this shit. We know that the Senate's not going to get abolished. We know police are not going to get abolished. But at least we have people in there fighting to get a better America for us. That's going to grab people.
I hope you can understand where, like, when I hear that, I hear, well, now that our candidate is on the ballot, we want your support. And, even though and I'm not saying you, I'm using you very, like, general, like, now, even though you didn't turn out in 24, and I still don't think I've heard a convincing argument on that. Granted, albeit, like, I probably would likely still turn out just for sheer trying to make sure, we don't have a MAGA candidate in office, but it still puts a bitter taste in my mouth knowing when you guys, or rather the DSA or the Communist Party, whatever it is, back a particular candidate, you ask for the support that you would not, like, if we were to have another Kamala presidency or candidacy, right now everybody's asking us to turn out for the DSA and turn out for progressive candidates and socialist candidates, whatever you want to call them. But would those same people turn out in 28 if Kamala Harris is on the ticket?
All right. Why? Let me ask you this. Why wouldn't you vote for a DSA candidate?
I didn't say I would or wouldn't. That's what I'm trying to say. Like,
okay, so
I'm just saying
why you wouldn't if you don't.
Well, I'm saying that for me, the best way I can put it is, it feels almost like, we want you to support our cause, but we're not willing.
So you're throwing a temper tantrum.
No, I didn't say. I didn't say that I was not going to vote for a DSA candidate if the DSA candidate.
But you're saying that other people will throw a temper tantrum and say, "Well, you didn't vote for us, so I'm not voting for you."
No, that's not what I'm saying.
I don't think that's what he's saying, Vince. If maybe again, I'm just trying to wrap this around my head too. What you're saying is that you guys have farther extreme views than us. You didn't show up when we wanted to have moderate incremental change. Why should we show up for you, right?
Long story short, yes. At the end of the day, you'll probably, those people, liberals would probably be more inclined to vote for a progressive candidate in the sense of allowing us to make sure MAGA doesn't get in office. But there's still that bit of a bitter taste because just like we've seen with, say, communists or DSA or
temper
certain.
tantrum.
Well,
You're quite literally describing a temper tantrum.
I would say petty.
But
more
couldn't
than a
that be
temper
said?
tantrum.
Wait, but
It's more
couldn't that
petty.
be? But couldn't that have been said though about those who also sat out for Kamala Harris in
No,
24?
and I'm gonna let B answer this after me, but I want to answer this first because I think I understand where this is coming from. No, because Democrats are nothing more than Republicans in disguise. Democrats will do the exact same thing Republicans will do, just to I don't know, sometimes even a more right wing stance on particular things. But most of the time, a little bit left of maybe possibly what the Republican might do. So there's no point. There's no point in wasting your time because it's all going to be the same shit. Because you're so far left or you want universal health care. So, giving a $20 cap on a particular prescription medication is not going to do you any good. And it seems pointless to vote for that person.
But it doesn't make sense. See, this right here, though, to me, is what I'm like. What you're telling me, or what I'm hearing by this, is that if Kamala Harris were on the ticket in 28, like you might right now, the left. I'm using the left further than say liberal, and however you want to categorize that. We want you to support us, but we're not willing to support you if it were a 2028 candidate. And I don't.
You keep going back to the temper tantrum. Okay, so if you want to win DSA candidates, if Harris is the candidate, because I am vote blue no matter who, so I don't care who the Dem is, I'm going to vote for him. Doesn't matter. But if you want to get DSA supporters on your side, just say that you're going to try and get universal health care passed. That's it. I mean, if you do that, you're going to get the vast majority of them. Or say that you're going to stop funding Israel and do everything you can to stop funding Israel. You're going to get the vast majority of the people, those people on your side.
I mean, I just don't know that the DSA is going to be willing to turn out. I think that the DSA looks at liberals in a lot of negative light. Be very honest.
Just a DSA. I'm not DSA, and I agree with all this 100%. I've been saying it for years. Every single point that they've been saying.
Here's where leftists are kind of coming from, right? Like, the Democratic Party doesn't give out any olive branches to the left, but they expect the left's vote, and then we'll go into Congress and sign a bipartisan memorandum stating that the economic philosophy that a lot of these leftists believe is inherently dangerous to society. The beef when it comes to American politics is very heavily one-sided when it comes to the Democratic Party, because the Democratic Party will use the left to scapegoat whatever the fuck is going on and then not hold accountability to themselves while, foreign policy-wise, doing the exact same shit that the Republicans do. And if you're going to be a vote blue no matter who, because, that's been preached to us for so damn long, then uphold that same standard. Whether or not, some people on the left didn't vote, if that's the standard that you preach to us, then uphold that standard.
Yeah,
my stand.
Yeah, and I mean, my thing is, this is what I was saying. At the end of the day, who will I vote for? Very likely it would be someone on the left, whatever that may look like, whether it's moderate or a DSA. Now, I want to be very clear. I think there are still limiting factors there with vote no matter who that would probably limit that. But I do think that I would still do that. But I do think it is, and it seems exhibited where it doesn't feel that it's reciprocal. It feels like it's one-sided, and I understand from your perspective it feels the same way on the opposite side, where liberals are not willing to meet say the DSA or progressives, but the progressives are forced to kind of meet in the middle. I feel like we're in this weird quagmire right now.
Vince, you keep saying liberals. It's the same tent.
You're asking the left to go to war in Iraq and Afghanistan and Iran. You're asking the left to do these things that they are vehemently opposed to. All they're asking you to do is give them universal health care, or at least try. That's it.
To be clear, I didn't say that. I don't know where, and it seems to be my entire take seems to be getting completely misconstrued. I never said that I would not vote for a DSA candidate, because I saw Raz in chat saying that I wouldn't vote for a DSA back because they're too extreme. That's not what I'm saying. My limiting factor there has more to do with morals rather than it does have to do with policy. But again, that's a separate conversation. I'm just trying to figure out how to square that of, well, we didn't turn out for you in 24. You want us to turn out here. It just feels very,
Well, but see,
self-centered.
you just answered your own question, though. You have limiting factors based on like a moral standpoint. Those people had limiting factors based on moral standpoints as well. Like their limiting factors on moral standpoint was like bombing Yemen.
Yeah,
Vince.
Palestine.
Wait, one more thing here, Vince. If you want to argue this on Angry Tomato or something, you find yourself another moderate Democrat, and I got all kinds of people that would come with me to argue with me for the leftist viewpoint, and we can have it out in a formal debate if you want.
Oh yeah, I'll go on camera for this one.
It's been, well, this is something that I've been wrestling with, because a lot of this inner fighting, if you will, I mean, it's been happening for a long time, but there's been a lot of momentum in the recent months, especially with like the Hassan stuff online and everything. And I've been really trying to like make heads or tails of where my position really is on this, because, and this has been part of that thought process. You know, ultimately, I think where I've kind of fallen into is that I'm more of a policy guy. What are your policies? And do you have good moral character? And good moral character does not mean that you're a liberal. Good moral character just means that, hey, you don't, do things to your other spouse that you probably shouldn't be doing, kind of stuff, right? Or accusations. Those are kind of my limiting factors, and also looking at who is the candidate, the opposite as well. That's kind of where I'm sitting at right now. But like I said, that one question I had earlier was just kind of trying to reconcile that a little bit and understand that. So,
may I go off of that real fast? Yeah. Because
Go ahead, Adrian.
I would consider myself, some of y'all wouldn't, but I would consider myself pretty moderate. I like to make my mind up on each issue. I don't like really being put in a box. But I have kind of had the same issue that Vince, I think, is hinting at, is I've been told that, blue, no matter what, you need to support this person, all that good stuff. And exactly what y'all just said, Harris didn't inspire far progressive voters to come out and vote because she didn't represent what they believe or how far they believe it. Why am I expected to vote for somebody that does not represent what I believe?
Can I take? Oh, go ahead, Ella. I want to go after you.
Yeah, that sounds good. I've used this plug your nose analogy on Jen's or Paula's panel before. So I think the one thing that maybe you're forgetting, Vince, is that the vast majority of the far left has voted alongside the establishment candidates or the more Democrat candidates for years, and nothing has changed. So that's where that pushback is coming from too. Like, we've been plugging our noses, voting along with you without feeling represented. And when push came to shove and the Israel situation came up, a lot of people said, you know what, fuck it. It's not any of the same. It continues to be that just left of center, but mostly leaning to the right Democrat bullshit, and we don't want to do it anymore. And I think that that's okay. After many years of plugging our noses, we're asking you, because nothing has changed, how about you plug your nose and vote with us for a change? That's the real dynamic that's happening here.
Great response.
Yeah, no, and I wanted to build off that. Like what Ella said is, so me and Messi had this conversation once where she said that she wasn't going to vote because she felt like Kamala Harris would still support Israel and send funding. And I was like, And then she goes, thank God I woke up that day and I still voted for her. I got to be on the right side of history. And I feel like there were a lot of people on the left that were like, well, the Democrats aren't putting out anything to not support Israel on this G side, right? I'm like, cool. Then by you not voting, you're helping perpetuate and make sure that the opposite party gets in there. And they're not even fucking shy about the funding that they want to give to keep that same thing that you're so adamant about going. I would at least like to, again, get somebody in there that's progressive enough that they're like, yeah, no, we support Israel. And after the first year, they watch their fucking poll numbers drop. They're like, nope, you're still supporting this fucking war. You're going to get fucking voted out. You're not going to have a second term. And they go, all right, maybe I'm going to change my stance. We're going to stop fucking supporting this. That was the Obama reference earlier. You can't get somebody into office that refuses to change, right, and not get involved in the vote. I used to kind of be a vote blue no matter who guy. But I get where people are coming from when they say, like, without representation, I'm just not going to be involved. I get a lot of it. I will always vote blue in the hopes that somebody will get into office, and I understand that they at least have the perpetual intellectualism to fucking change their viewpoints or possibly adapt to the times and grow. I just understand that there is not that on the opposite side. So for all the things that you hate or you are against, the right will support and have the support and the power to do that through Congress and the Supreme Court. We're watching that now. The people that didn't vote in 2024, because they're like, I didn't support the Israeli war. Well, you still did. Because you didn't allow somebody to get into office to actually keep hearing your voice and maybe make a change to it. You actually supported it even fucking more by making sure Donald Trump, who, whether he's paid, whether he's fucking just influenced, whether he just likes it, supports this fucking war. So you still fucking did it by not participating. I want to get people to participate. I want people to like fucking get involved. I want people to vote. I want them to understand, much like Ellis said, you don't like the fact that DSA's too progressive for you? Okay, then plug your fucking nose. They're not going to accomplish a lot of things they want to accomplish. We know that's how our fucking government works now. But the things they will accomplish will help the American people. Vote for that. Stop voting for a fucking fascist fucking brown shirt schnazi party that we have now. You're supporting authoritarianism by not fucking voting.
So I guess I think I agree with you, CT, on 24, because that was kind of a great point as well, which is like the arguments I'm hearing now we made in 24. I say we in the sense of like those who supported Kamala Harris made those same arguments in 24 of like, hey, if you don't vote for Kamala, you're in a roundabout way supporting Trump. But that same argument is now being used on the other end of those who didn't vote for Kamala are now making the argument of, hey, well, you don't vote for our candidate, then you're going to be inadvertently supporting Trump. Now, I want to be very clear. Just like I did with Kamala, just like I did with this election, I mean, obviously my candidate is going to have to be Tallarico or Ken Paxton. Obviously, I'm voting Tallarico. But in other areas, right, if I had to choose of who I would support, I would still back the blue candidate 9 times out of 10, right? And I only say that 1 out of 10, again, based more around morals, less than it does with policy. But the question I have is, are the people who are sitting here saying, well, vote blue now, now that our candidate's being chosen, will that same sentiment hold up in 28 when very likely we're to see, and what I believe based on current polling and based on trajectory right now, a potential, say, Gavin Newsom, Pete Buttigieg, or Kamala Harris, which not
How do
be
you know
viewed.
that's what it's going to be, though? You don't.
I mean, I
you
can't
don't
say
know
for
what-
certain.
Yeah.
I mean,
And I also
have you got any
don't-
other polling to suggest otherwise? Right now, current polling suggests that those 3 people are the ones that are currently
Go ahead
leading.
and finish your question. I don't think that matters.
Yeah, I'll land. Who? Me? But I'll land real quick.
Yeah.
Just those 3 right now currently seem to be the ones that are in the lead, and that is what I'm basing my presumption off of. Yes, could there be another candidate? Absolutely, but based upon those 3 right now, that's who we are likely to see going into 28. It can change.
But yeah, and I think you're I have not heard any of the far leftists say you have to vote with us or you're voting for fascists. Like, I think the sentiment is nothing has changed no matter who we voted for. That seems to be the general sentiment that I am getting from my people, the people that I converse with about this stuff. It's not about vote blue no matter who. It's about voting for working class and voting for actual change, because no matter who you vote for in the other two parties, nothing's happening. That's the point that I'm getting.
I hate to break it to you, Vince, but I'm literally a Crockett voter and I'm going to vote for Tallarico. You're already asking me for my vote. I am asking you to support the progressives now when it comes in 2028.
What are you talking about? I think, and I'll say it again for like the 15th time, I have no problem supporting progressive DSA candidates. Again, as I'm primarily going to be a policy-driven individual voter, I don't have like an individual policy that I'm like particularly passionate about. Rather, it's kind of the wholesome. I've actually been trying to look into this like Al Said, and I don't see anything on there that actually surprisingly looks problematic. The biggest thing I've seen that the criticisms are is that I think CT, you may have said this, that the DSA has backed Al Said, but I don't have any problem supporting, say, Al Said, and I don't worry about, to your point about Tallarico and being a Crockett. I think that those two, from everything I've been able to see, are almost one in the same bucket. I mean, they're different in some regards, obviously, but typically speaking, they seem to be pretty similar.
Sure, they're fairly similar, but I'm also like not sitting out because my candidate didn't win, and that's what you were asking on your end.
No.
What about the people that sat out and didn't vote for Kamala?
No.
Well, no,
I'm not
that's
saying,
literally what it was.
No.
Because they didn't vote for Kamala.
I'm not saying to sit out, not sit out. I'm asking for help with the bitter taste in the mouth of that those who sat out are now asking me to support their candidate. Even though I plan to still support their candidate, it's trying to reconcile it. That's what I'm trying to say. Does that make sense?
Vince, here's the problem.
Have they ever told you why they didn't vote Kamala from like a far leftist point of view?
The ones that I have seen typically revolve around Israel.
That's not a good enough reason for you? That's not a good enough reason for you to watch a genocide being live streamed and then to ask Muslims in Dearborn, Michigan to vote for Kamala while she says she will do nothing different than Joe Biden, who supported the genocide. Them sitting out, their reason's not good enough for you?
Well,
May I ask real fast? What was Trump? I don't know what Trump's take was on that as well.
It doesn't matter. They're supposed to be the party of the left. They're supposed to be the party that is for the underdog. They're supposed to be the peace party. They're supposed to be all these things. And then for her to just sit there and say, I'm not going to do anything different. And then you want the Dearborn, Michigan vote? That's so privileged. That's so fucking privileged.
No, hold on, real quick. Real quick, I just want to say this. Like, again, when I talk about like DSA messaging, it's not for like the moderate left. It's not for the moderate right. It's not for the slightly more conservative right. It's not more for the slightly or the fascist fucking right that is MAGA. Like, the DSA messaging is literally for the people that did not vote and did not feel represented. That's it. That's all that this is. Like, so when Vince, when you come up here and you say like, you want us to fucking, comply, you're going to vote fucking blue no matter who anyway. That's what moderate Democrats do. They have their, their thumb up their nose and they're like, it's not everything I wanted, but you vote blue no matter what anyway. The DSA's messaging is to actually target people that want to effectuate change. They are targeting younger voters. The turnouts have been fucking crazy. And I think it's actually really smart political move. You know how I know it's a good political move? Because every fucking MAGA panel is screaming about the DSA. They're screaming about socialism. They're freaking the fuck out that their panel's full of 50 and 60-year-old geriatric fucks arguing the fact that people having equal rights in this country is a fucking problem. We're not aiming to convince you, Vince, you're going to vote blue no matter what. We're aiming to convince the 18 to fucking 35 dynamic, because that was the lowest turnout that happened in 24. The messaging should be out there. It should be lambasted. It should be strong. That's what young people like. We used to like it. We were all for it. We just got old. That's it.
Y'all are old. But anyways, so Adrian, are we done with the questions again, or did you still have
So
more
let
for CT?
me pull it up real fast. Okay, so the last one, let's see. Okay, there's two more. I'll just say both of them and you can talk about both. That way we can get over with it and we can get into debates. So allow permanent legal residents to vote and restore voting rights to incarcerated people and people with felony convictions. And then the Green New Deal and transition away from fossil fuels.
Absolutely. Not only are people on the right actually support the idea of restoring voting rights to people that were incarcerated. That is probably the thing that nobody talks about on the right side when it comes to DSA, because people on the right fucking support it. They also think that after you've served your time, after you've done the things you need to do for whatever crimes you committed, all of your rights should be restored. They actually take it even further with 2A, even though there is some evidence that shows that violent offenders being reintroduced to 2A repeat offend. They don't care. The right, you will never hear a fucking right panel talking about this, reestablishing voter rights for people that were in jail, because they agree. And the second part was
allow legal residents to vote, and then the Green New Deal.
It's the green card holders.
Oh, yeah. They absolutely should if they're part of this fucking country, if they're part of the tax system, if they're why the fuck would they wait, she said legal.
I know.
Illegal.
So I have a very controversial opinion on this. I was
You don't think green card holders should be able to vote and represent
Let
themselves?
me finish.
Oh
I was
my
a green
God.
card holder for over 20 years. Let me finish. I think, for 20 years, I think that there is a limit to it, because not every green card is equal. And I do think that for the sake of consistency and maybe even safety, I don't know how you want to put that, I think it's okay to set a limit to that. So like, let's say, just like after 5 years you are eligible for naturalization, I think the moment you become eligible for naturalization should be the moment you also become eligible for voting. That's how I see it.
Hello, we
I'm
established
going to be
this country.
slightly controversial, but then you're going to agree with me. So I don't think green card holders should vote either. I think there should be a faster pathway to citizenship for them. That way they do vote.
Yeah,
Some of us choose not to. I could have gone for citizenship a lot sooner. I just didn't. Like there's a variety of reasons that come with it, especially for, like, that was not in my case, but especially if you come from a country where the USA does not have a dual citizenship agreement with, and so like, or your native country doesn't allow for dual citizenship, that can happen too. And so like, for some people, having a green card is just a way to have both if you can't have dual citizenship. And there are other reasons not to immediately go for citizenship. It just depends. Do you intend to be here and stay here forever, or is there a chance that you might have to go back after 10, 15 years, things like that, right? So like, it depends from person to person, but that's why I said, like, put a cap on it. Like, the moment you become eligible for naturalization is also the moment you become eligible to vote.
Ella, are those people paying taxes while they're here?
I'm sorry?
Those green card holders you're talking about, were they
Yeah,
paying
I pay
taxes?
taxes the whole way through. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I'm gonna tell you right now, we started a whole fucking war of the idea of taxation without representation that literally established our fucking country. So it is the foundational fucking point that if you're paying into this society, this community, in this country, you should have representation.
Could I
So
push back on? Could I
that's a
ask you
rough
something,
point.
CT? But wait, like, aren't there undocumented, like, just like straight up people like who? And I say undocumented, although some people would say there's like undocumented and illegal, but nonetheless, like, if somebody were to cross the border and not have any documentation, but has, like, say, a house, because they're able to get undocumented migrants can own property in the United States, they are going to pay certain taxes. Would that then extend to, say, undocumented migrants and not just green card holders?
What are you talking about? The people own a house, but you're saying
That's
they're undocumented.
Because they would
really
be
convoluted. There's an actual easier route we can go here. What about the tourists? Well, no, what about the tourists? The tourists, they pay taxes, sales taxes on everything that they buy. They can buy property here. like they're paying taxes too. Do they have a vote?
It's different
Just
than
by
working here,
visiting?
though, right? Because
Yeah.
visiting, you're not supposed to be working.
Well, and again,
That's true. But if they do work, a lot of them pay taxes. It's usually
They're not
under
on
the
a tourist
table.
visa. They're not on a tourist, right?
I don't know why that.
If they violate that law, it's usually the employer that's paying it underneath the
That's a
table,
work.
paying their
That's a
wages,
workers'
but
visa.
they're they have to note that they have a worker and they're paying those worker taxes through the payroll anyways. So yeah, they're paying, but what they're doing is illegal anyway. That's
This is
kind of
getting.
besides the point.
But we're supposed to be fixing immigration.
That's why I
though.
said. That's why I said Taurus.
I don't
I'm
know
trying
what's
not to be convoluted.
I don't know what's confusing about this. We established our country on taxation without representation. If they don't have it and they're paying fucking taxes, they should fucking have it. It's
So
the
you're saying
entire
that
basis of
Taurus.
our fucking country.
So you're
I
saying
understand
Taurus
that.
should have the ability to vote and have representation.
If tourists are paying taxes in here, yes, they should have some kind of representation. Correct.
So that's like all 9
What?
billion people on
It's
the
not
earth.
sales tax. It's like if they're working here, if they're working and it's under the table, then it's not like official. Like their visa isn't a worker's visa. It's a tourist visa.
You're
Okay, but it
picking up
doesn't. What the
just one
DSA
thing.
what the DSA list speaks to green card holders only. So like any kind of work visa falls outside of that. Like the language they use speaks to
It's
green card holders only.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I know people like that were green card holders for years and years and years. And for Ella's point, there's reasons why they don't get citizenship. And I do believe that they should have a right to vote too, because they are paying
And
taxes
I'm
to
not
live here.
saying and I'm not saying that they don't. I was one of them clearly. I would have loved to start voting sooner. What I'm saying is that it's okay to put like a limit to it because, and again, not all green cards are equal. Some green cards are first issued for only a year or 2 years. They are issued with limitation, and that's for reasons that is typically tied to some kind of like, I don't know, unclear information, national security, whatever the case might be, right? So that's why I'm saying, in order to make it fair and safe for everybody, you can set a limit to it. The moment someone becomes eligible for naturalization, they become eligible to vote. Whether they choose to become naturalized or not, right? Like if they choose to keep their green card, they can still vote because they've passed that threshold, right? Like that's what I'm saying.
I don't know what the fuck naturalized means. I think it sounds fucking gross, but I'll tell you this.
It's the official term that is used on the like the NCIS website, right? Like there's I'm not trying to be gross about it. It's just that's the term. The same term's used in Belgium, but in Dutch. Like it's the exact same word. That it's kind of like a global thing. So
you pass like a citizenship test and you're naturalized at that point?
no, so it's like after. I think the way it is intended is that after a certain amount of time of spending in a country legally, right, documented, whatever the case, whatever you want to call it, like you gain access to the naturalization process, meaning you can start the process to become a citizen. That's what that means. But like, it's